watching CBC TV 8 in beautiful Barbados.
And good morning to you. Welcome to Tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm Joel Ford, and with me is my co-pilot Cassandra Crawford. We're here for the long haul.
Indeed, we are.
Socially distanced.
Socially distanced, and you know, we certainly hope that you would have taken the time to take heed in the lead up to the pending bad weather, and did most of your preparations.
And we had good lead time. This was not one of those ones that caught us short. We had good lead time. We knew it was coming. There was one before that. We had a hint a couple of weeks ago with a lightning storm.
It was described as that little freak kind of situation with all the thunder and lightning.
The thunder and lightning, because it woke me up from sleeping. I was like, is this normal? Because something about it fell off.
It was different. It was intense.
It was very intense. As we go to air, I know there's still some people whose homes were damaged by that freak incident, whose roofs lifted or their homes were damaged in some way. If you feel unsafe in your home, please make your way to a shelter. Don't try to ride it out, because once the system starts, the services will not be able to come for you, because they too have to keep safe.
Yes.
And they will not be able to come for you. So if you feel that tarpaulin on your roof is not going to be enough, or there's going to be too much flooding in the area, or in any way that you will not be safe, and there's an opportunity for you to go to someone's home that you feel comfortable, or to a shelter, you need to make your way there. We're going to start to feel the outer bands should reach Barbados a little after 1, so we should start to feel it between 1 and 2 o'clock. And then the storm, Tropical Storm Elsa, has been strengthening. So therefore, if in any way that you feel that you're not going to be safe in your own home, there's no shame in going to a shelter.
And some people have actually already done so, and I think that that's the best thing, to have done so at the earliest possible time, because now it's getting closer to, and as you mentioned, Jewel, Elsa definitely got stronger. I've been monitoring my social media information here, and the tropical storm warning remains in effect for Barbados. At 11 p.m. the center of Tropical Storm Elsa was located near latitude 11.8 north, longitude 55.9 west, or about 260 miles or 420 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados. Maximum sustained winds at the time 50 miles per hour or 85 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. We expect to get an update by 2 a.m. From Sabu Best at the Barbados Met Office. So we're looking forward to those updates.
As we head into the morning, Cassandra, several of our essential services were already pulled off the road from last night. So I think the last transport board bus was at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
We did have some interviews, and we're going to replay those a little bit for you later this morning from Barbados Light and Power. They were telling us how that they're prepared. We had Alf from Carl Padmore from the SSA telling you to make sure you secure your garbage bins and stuff. I heard the Prime Minister telling people things like, before I left the house, I made sure I put my patio furniture and put it inside the house, because with winds, sustained winds of 50 miles an hour, they become missiles. And it may not be somebody else's property blowing onto yours and damaging it. It may be your own property, whatever that you left outside, etc., may become a missile and damage your own property. So please, if there's still time and it's not raining, just a little windy, go outside, look around your property, make sure that everything that can be brought or tied down or brought inside or in some way stored away that it doesn't become a missile and damage your or somebody else's property.
And I really hope that you know, you would have done that by now, and that you are now comfortable and you did your porridge and you're just watching and waiting for the information. Jewel, porridge and bakes are a part of times like these. You know, I'm a country girl, and these are the things I remember growing up that, you know, helped you to feel some level of security. So I made sure I did that before I left.
Well, no porridge and bakes, and I'm not sure what you're doing here behind this, the porridge and bakes, but I've got coffee, the beverage of champion.
That'll do.
And water.
That'll do, indeed.
That will do.
Yeah.
So if you're up watching us, good morning. morning to you and welcome. It's going to be a long broadcast. We're here until the all clear is given. I hope you're feeling safe and comfortable in your home. We're going to keep you company this morning.
Yes.
Make sure that you get all of the information up to date as it happens. Make sure that you understand where you can go if you need to go to a shelter and some of the other things that you can do. One of the things that we always ask is, Barbados always seems to get what my grandmother used to call a glancing blow. We always seem to get, I don't think
spared
we've had,
the real wrath.
Direct hit since 1955 with Hurricane Janet, but I don't think we can take that risk anymore. The good old days when we thought that Barbados was God's country and therefore we were spared the wrath of Mother Nature. I think those days are over. Everybody's getting it. You're seeing it all around the world, the rising temperatures in the United States. You're seeing flooding in Guyana. You're seeing it everywhere. And even the Prime Minister herself said that what we're really seeing is climate change in action.
It is the human impact on climate change. All the progression that we have done is also having its spin-off effects. But further to what you said about you know, thinking that Barbados belongs to God, and I think, you know, as our anthem says, the Lord has been the people's guide, and one of the things we should have learned and be doing is making sure that we are not like the 5 foolish virgins, but go ahead and prepare and make sure that our lamps definitely have the oil and that kind of thing. And I'm happy and encouraged as I hear our news earlier this evening, the CBC News Night.
When I watched the news, people prepared. They weren't waiting until the last minute.
Some at least.
Some at least. When I left work this evening, I looked at my gas tank and I thought, let me go and fill up. And I was surprised that there were not more people in the gas station. I went to that little gas station in Tweedside Road. I was surprised that there weren't more people in the gas station.
They already done it?
They already done it, yeah. They went in the supermarket. I mean, I tend to buy my canned stuff. As I go in the supermarket, you pick up a little so that you're not scrambling at the last minute. Even the last minute things like batteries and stuff, make sure I turned off all the power
and your gas
and turned off at the house before I left. At the end, there's only so much that you can do, but it is good to know that you did everything in your power that you could do. We want to hear from you. Of course, we're here all morning. We want to hear from you. We want to know what's happening with you. You can call us at 228-5563 or 228-5562, or you can also WhatsApp us at 467-5440 if you have photographs or anything that you, or any video that you want to send us, because we want to see what's happening up by you.
Absolutely. And I just want to say as well, as we continue, we want to extend thanks to our partners, cooperators, General Insurance, for being there to help us through this process.
There where you need them the most.
And of course, you know, during the course of the morning, I have to remember it's morning already and not say during the course of the evening, we should be having some other team members join in as well. So, and we're going to use the technology in whatever way it is possible. So some of us may be connecting from home and some will be here as we are. So you can look out for hopefully other faces, hopefully the Admiral, hopefully Peter Aline, Shane Seeley, and we look forward to just sharing the load as we go through the morning.
Yes, indeed. One of the things you can use this opportunity to, even if you're in your home and feeling safe, that you've done everything you're supposed to do and your home can withstand the storm, one of the things you should use this opportunity to do is to do an update. The other day after the freak lightning storm, I used it as an opportunity to update the contents in my home and look back at the list and see, oh, I didn't add this, or I need to take off that because I don't have it anymore, or whatever. So that's something you can do. Make sure that all of your important documents are secured in a watertight container, so you can put them in a Ziploc bag or something, that if for whatever reason you need to leave the house, you can take those documents with you. Trust me, there's nothing worse than having to claim and then you can't find the policy, you can't find this, and it is going to be difficult. So please make sure that you use these opportunities as just gentle reminders that the things you need to update. Did you go to the pharmacy and have at least a month's worth of medication? That's the thing that you need to do. All those little things that sometimes in the rush you forget.
So that's why it's best to not try to do it all at the
day.
last minute, but do it incrementally. You know the season is approaching. It approaches at the same time every year. So all we're trying to encourage you to do is try and put these little things in place, and it will feel easier if you buy, you know, 6 cans of tuna or milk or whatever today, and then another few another time, than if you try to do it all at once, and then you have to deal with the stress of
and
lines.
the frustration of the long lines.
You don't want that.
Know, people are all stressed out and stuff. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure that you prepare, as you said, incrementally. As you know, you're heading into the hurricane season.
For sure.
You start to prepare to stock up, buy extra water, that kind of thing.
But don't overstock the freezer.
Don't overstock the freezer.
That's the thing.
Exactly. I learned that the hard way. I can't remember which weather system it was, but I had no electricity for 2 days, and I was panicking because I was like, I didn't even want to go in the fridge because I didn't want little cold air.
Yeah, save the air. Yes.
So just a gentle reminder, you can call us, let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. You can call us at 228-5563 or 228-5562, or you can WhatsApp us all your pictures and your video images at 467-5440.
Yes, indeed.
Now, I went online and looked up some information, and the last time we were here, Cassandra, was almost a year ago. Tropical storm Gonzalo passed 12 miles to the south of Barbados on July the 23rd.
Yeah.
Before that, it was August 18th, 2017. It was Hurricane Harvey, and Harvey made landfall. The winds left residents throughout Barbados without electricity. It was that one. Yeah, it was that one. I had no electricity for a couple of days. The number of outages were in Christchurch, they were in St. Joseph and St. Lucie and St. Michael. Flooding washed one house off the foundation, and water entered some houses. People were forced to evacuate. The bridges in St. Andrew and St. Joseph, they were damaged. And a fuel depot in St. Pikes-Town was flooded.
Yeah, that was 2017.
That was 2017.
A lot happened in 2017.
That was Hurricane Harvey.
Maria also, and Ivan, or Irma rather, and Harvey also affected other parts of the Eastern Caribbean, and we know how devastating those would have been.
2018, it wasn't us. I'm trying to remember the name of the storm, but it was Dominica.
Yes.
No, it was. Then remember we did no, it was Bahamas. We did a whole telethon for Bahamas.
A number
we did
of
Dominica.
islands.
A number. That was. I remember Ivan in 2004.
And then Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, I remember Ivan in 2004. They were devastated.
Thomas in
Thomas
2010.
in 2010.
Yeah.
So we've always been very close or within range of these systems, and if they haven't impacted us directly, we've certainly seen what they have done to our neighbors. I mean, just recently, Guyana had a lot of flooding, and when you saw the height of the water, I mean, I don't know how they managed.
It's scary.
It's very scary.
And the thing that we have to consider as well is that we are also managing a pandemic at this time. So managing the pandemic on top of the concerns, if you have situations of flooding, you have to just remember to still try and keep yourselves as safe as possible. So we hope that you still have all those sanitizing items, and you've prepared yourself for the after. If you need to have those things, it's best that you would have had them. So, you know, just remember to think of those things. This is, I believe, the first storm that we're really having in this region. So for this season, it's just started, and we've got a ways to go. So just remember, so much has changed, and as you talk about climate change and people describe the situations of storms or hurricanes impacting us in this region, some people believe that it may be cyclical, that it, you know, every 50 years maybe something happens. The 1600s, 1700s, and 1800s were very unkind to Barbados. Literally, our economy was wiped out. People, lives were lost, and it was a whole starting over. So those periods were some of the worst.
They were definitely some
for
of the
Barbados.
worst. As we go through the morning, we'll be letting you know the shelters that are available and open, and some with specific access to your needs. Just remember that you have to carry a mask, and you have to change those masks every 4 hours, so make sure that you grab a handful of masks for you and your family. If you're going as a family to a shelter, make sure that you have adequate masks, adequate adequate amount of water. Don't forget your pets. Don't forget your pets. If you can't take your pets with you, make sure that you at least loose them so that they can find their own shelter. They will find their own shelter at this time.
Yes, I also just want to let you know that we are going to be connecting with a number of officials during the course of the morning as well. Many of them are on standby at the National Emergency Operations Center, at the Department of Emergency Management, and hopefully soon we will also be able to chat with the Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Wilfred Abrams. But right now, Jewel, I believe we have on the line Kathy Ann Caesar. She is Chief Meteorologist with the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. So we can say good morning and welcome her to our tracking tropical storm.
Good
Elsa.
morning, Kathy Ann. It seems we only seem to meet on occasions like this.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
We are good. How are you? I believe the last update was at 11. So give us a little tell us what the last update in terms of where the storm was then and where it is now, because I believe the next update from the Met Office is at 2 a.m. in just about half an hour.
2 a.m. Yeah, well, actually should be coming any minute now from National Hurricane Center. I'm actually trying to see if it will come in, but last update they have is at 11 p.m. At that point, the storm is 11.8 degrees north, 55.9 degrees west. That is about 420 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados at this point in time. The maximum sustained winds, sorry, I should say at 11 p.m. The maximum sustained winds at that point was 50 miles per hour, 85 kilometers per hour. And with its present movement continuing on the track that we had it, which is about west-southwest at 26 miles per hour. And that's about 43 kilometers per hour, and its present center is at 10:03, so it's still at tropical storm force stage. What we're seeing right now on the satellite image, and I'm sure you're getting a lot of this as well from the Met Office, we're seeing that it has become a little bit more organized. There are what we call thunderstorm bursts from the system. We're seeing a little bit of more circulation in the system. What we're not seeing at the moment, and let me definitely confirm this. All right, so we're seeing at the outer bands of this system, it's remarkably clear how clear it is in terms of the cloudiness outside the system. It seems to be concentrated in what we call a dense cloud mass center. So it's basically a compact system. And so as we start to see the outer effects, winds coming from the north primarily, we should immediately start to see the clouds coming in quickly behind that. As established, it is moving rather quickly. It is moving rather quickly, but do not be fooled into the fact that it will just sweep over into a couple hours. We're still seeing a lot of trailing, what we call the trailing rain bands. And if you remember from Tropical Storm Matthew had passed way before in the morning, but we got the heaviest showers in the afternoon. So that's something we have to be conscious of.
Tell us more about what you described just a few moments ago.
Right now, in terms of distance, it should be still about another 200 kilometers away from us, immediately to the east-southeast. So that's what we're looking at. We should start seeing some increasing winds with time within the next hour or to 2 hours.
Okay. Ms. Caesar, you talked about, is it trailing?
What the public has to be aware now, as we said too, look at, again, for prevailing winds, look for the heaviest showers. Keep an eye on your home, definitely, for any structures that might start to wiggle, and as I said, I would say wiggle, but start to react to those the winds coming in from the north, a different direction. It will take, in terms of the size of the system, I would suggest it may take about 4 hours, depending on how fast, before the main storm clears us. but the trailing bands will take a little time. Okay. So,
Kathy, if you're hearing
sorry,
us,
I didn't get that.
if you're hearing us, Kathy, because you had a
No, I
question.
wanted her to just explain for that person who may be wondering a little bit more about those, did you say trailing bands? That's what brings the showers
Trailing
after.
bands.
So tell us a little bit more
No, that
about.
brings that. Okay, sorry about that. I'm sorry to cross you.
That's okay.
Okay, so what happens is that you're going to have banding with the storm. But sometimes these storms have a trailing band, which follows about a couple of out after the center has passed. If you go through the history of storms in the Caribbean, many of the severe weather has been associated with these bands. Heavy rainfall, flooding after system has passed. And so we are going to be looking at this. There is a band associated with this storm. And so we want the public as well that they should be, again, aware that the system will be all over once the eye has passed us.
Okay. All right. So we are, of course, chatting with Kathy Ann Caesar. She is Chief Meteorologist with the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. Just in case you're just joining our broadcast of tracking the storm, Elsa. So we want to make sure that you have all the information before we get the next update, which is due around 2 a.m.
Around 2 a.m. Kathy Ann, you talked a little earlier, not just about the trailing bands, but you said something very important. You said that people seem to think that once the eye has passed, that it is over, but there's still more weather to come, and the eye is just the calm before the real storm. Tell us a little more about that. And you also talked about how organized the system is, and that's never a good sign, because that means that it is strengthening. That and that therefore we will see more damage, whether it's from wind and rain or just water or just wind. There's still more damage.
Yes. So what is happening initially? You're going to get winds, strong winds coming out of the north and to the northeast. As the eye approaches or the center of the storm,
Hear me?
winds are going to increase in strength.
If you can hear me, Kathy, I'm very geographically challenged. So when you say north and northeast, what are we talking? My friends in St. Lucie can get it first, or?
Yes, your friends in St. Lucie are going to get the strongest winds first. Okay, so St. Lucie, again, definitely, it's going to get it. And so you're going to see that progression. Then the winds are going to turn suddenly. We don't know where I should say I don't know where the eye is. I should say, but with the cloudiness it's very dense. You're not going to see the clear skies. But after the strongest winds, it's going to calm down a little bit if the eye is over us. And then once that happens, the winds are going to increase dramatically. At this point, without a direct intervention of the reconnaissance flights, we don't know how wide that eye is. And so what will happen immediately after that, the winds are going to come from the completely opposite direction. And so Christchurch and that is now going to get the heavier winds from the south.
Okay. You've been...
Right? Now, those bands, could bring in the heavy showers after that.
Okay. I was just going to say to you, you have been doing this for quite some time, and Jewel and I were talking about possible predictions. That's not the best word to use, but are we off to a rough kind of start to this season? And are you one of these people of the view that, you know, we should really be expecting that this could be a rough season for us in this area? Are we due for something rough?
That is difficult to see. What we say, this is really, it is June. We're into the second month of, July, sorry. second month of the hurricane season. It is early, and what we're seeing, these storms that we're experiencing right now, we are calling the Cape Verde storms, and that they originate across Africa, and this is climatologically where they should. What we see is a progression in August and September. They will move further north in terms of tracking. Unfortunately for us, they actually will return October, November, when the track starts to move further south again. So what we have to do again is always be cautious of the storms and the forming. Sorry.
Kathy, one of the things that we hear a lot about every year is that the temperature is rising. So every year seems to be a couple degrees warmer than the year before. Is this then one of the challenges too as well in terms of the warmer waters as those weather systems form off Cape Verde 1? And how come we're not hearing anything about El Nino and La Nina? I remember there was a time when every hurricane season somebody was saying about La Nina meant it was warmer and La Nina meant it was colder, so that means it wouldn't be as active. We're not hearing that anymore, so is that still a thing?
Oh, that is very much a thing. What we have noticed this year in terms of our early forecasting is that we are at a La Nina phase. And the La Nina phase usually means it's conducive to storm development. So that's one of the things that was highly considered in terms of forecasting the activity this year. So we're moving into a more of a La Nina phase, which is predicted to be in fact at its peak about in September or October. What we're seeing when we have a La Nina, we're not going to have that much shear, upper level shear, which basically pulls the system apart. And we're seeing it now with the storm. This is in the last couple of weeks, we've been having a lot of winds that are not conducive to development. And that has slowly changed within the last 2 or 3 weeks. And the systems, as they are now popping off of Africa on a regular phase, they encounter a little bit of more warm waters. And with the right conditions, as we're seeing here with Elsa, they're developing really quickly.
So the La Nina is the tough one. The El Nino is a different kind of situation.
Okay, so basically what we're saying happens in a La Nina phase, we're getting cooler waters off the southeast coast of South Africa, or eastern coast of South America. What that means is that they do not have thunderstorms or big developing off their coast. So if they don't have that, because when they grow, they will actually blow off west to east. West to east means and the storms are moving east to west, that will shear the system away. But if it's not there, like in the La Nina case, they will actually encourage light easterly winds, which the storms which are favorable for development.
Kathy, a couple years ago, we saw that even though we say November, is it November all over?
Yes.
Yes, but we saw a couple systems developing into
later
December, and we'd run out of names, and we were heading into the Greek alphabet. Is that all part of the cycle of climate change?
It could be. The scientists are looking at a sign of it. Now, what has happened last year? We had so many storms in the last year, in the last 10 years. You'll notice that the average storms went from 12 to 14. And the length of time of the hurricane season seems to be lengthening. In that, as you correctly said, we're having more storms November, December as we did last year, which was a record year. 30-odd named storms. what this could be a result is that we have warmer conditions, which will sustain the length of time that we'll have storms. Now, nature is a funny thing. Basically the whole purpose of weather is actually to maintain the temperature of the earth. And so when we have warmer conditions, what the earth is trying to do is balance that, and usually, or sometimes the reaction of this could be more tropical storms or more intense storms. So there it could be, and again, there is a good likelihood of a strong relationship.
Okay, lots of good and helpful information there. And if we need to during the course of the morning, we definitely will be calling on you.
We will be calling back, so I hope you're not going back to bed.
Well, I won't go back to bed. I will just make, as you said, I'll go around the house and make sure that everything is secure.
Thank you very much, Kathy Ann Caesar. We'll get him back to you in a little while. So you make your rounds, make sure everything is secure, and by then we'll be calling you back. Thank you very much, Kathy Ann Caesar from the
You're most welcome.
Meteorology and Hydrology Department. Always a wealth of information and so willing to break it down for us so that we can understand.
I have a feeling she is one of those persons who would be watching the clouds, and she's understanding a lot of what is going to go down before we even get it, you know, because clouds, I remember from primary school, you know, clouds tell you so much about what's going to happen with the weather.
What's going to happen with the weather.
Yes, and she's getting, I can still see her feed there. She's giving the nod. Yes, she was definitely out there checking out the clouds. If you look at them and you don't have a clue
it's
what
like Sabu, have you noticed how he comes alive when he's giving the weather updates? I'm telling you, the man loves his job.
You've got to be passionate about what you're doing. You've got to be passionate. I've noticed as well, it's always interesting, Jewel, and you have to be able to make light of certain things and situations, because we've all seen how intense life can become so quickly. But on social media, I saw that people were responding to Mr. Best and mentioning, oh, lucky Barbados, look how handsome Mr. Best is. I don't know if you happen to notice that.
I've seen that. He is
What
cute.
kind of weather are they watching?
Yeah, he is cute. No argument there.
But it's in there. But, you know, we should hear from him. We will be getting an update, and we expect it any time now. So
we should also be hearing from the Minister of Home Affairs,
yes, indeed.
Minister Wilfred Abrams, who's also the Minister of Public Broadcasting and Information. We'll be hearing from him shortly. They're all together at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and so there should be stuff on. We also have a team set up there. Sharika Griffith and or Patrick Murray, they're also set up at the EOC as well. So they should be getting some interviews as well. Some of our other teams are out. Crystal Hoyt is out. Some of the others, I think, Amory Burke, Chris Wood, Shane Jones. Some of our reporters from the newsroom are out gathering information, and we'll be bringing those stories to you as soon as possible. But I did promise to give you an update on the shelters. So there are 14 emergency shelters with wheelchair access, and they are in Christchurch, Blackman and Gollop Primary School, in St. George, Cuthbert Moore Primary School, in St. James it's Gordon Greenwich Primary, in St. John it's the Lord School, in St. Joseph it's the Eric Holder Municipal Complex, in St. Lucie it's the William Donald George Parish Center, that's the St. Lucie's Parish Church. It is in St. Michael, there are 4 areas. There's Dalkeith Methodist Church, Faith Wesleyan Holiness Church, George Lamin Primary School, and the University of the West Indies. In St. Peter, you have Coleridge and Parry Secondary, Roland Edwards Primary, and in St. Thomas, it's Hillby Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now, Category 2 shelters with wheelchair access. In Christchurch, it's St. Matthias Anglican Church. In St. James, it's Westars Primary. In St. Joseph, it's St. Bernard Primary. In St. Lucie, it's Darrell Jordan Secondary and St. Clement's Anglican Church. And in St. Michael, it is St. Leonard's Boys School. So if you are in a wheelchair or you have a relative who's in a wheelchair and they need to go to a shelter, those are the specific shelters that they can go to, and where it is outfitted and updated in such a way that it has wheelchair accessibility, and they will be as comfortable as possible in the shelter.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of being comfortable in the shelter, we want you to remember that it is not your home, but you have sought some kind of refuge to be as safe and comfortable as possible, and that's what you want for everyone doing the same. I understand some 26 persons. The last time, again, I checked some of the stories that were already available. Some 26 persons had already sought shelter at one of the shelters across the island. But just some rules to remember. Yes. The senior warden is the supreme authority in the shelter, and his or her decision is final. The emergency shelter warden or other shelter warden designated by the senior warden will be responsible for the shelter in the absence of the senior warden. I'm going to skip a few and just to mention to you as well that the Department of Emergency Management will not be liable for any damage to or loss of any property belonging to any occupant. So just remember, take only the things that you need, the critical items, and you keep your things as safe as possible. You also need to, while there may be hand sanitizer on location, you need to take along your own sanitizing items,
and
because
wipes,
you want to be able to take care of yourself and space
and your loved ones who you brought with you. So if you and your family had to go to a shelter, it is not their job to provide for you. You need to make sure that you've packed enough to take care of you and your family, and they're not going to be serving a meal, so you still have to make sure that you have adequate amounts of water, maybe juices if you have little ones. If the electricity goes off, you still need to keep them entertained, so carry some board games, you know, packs of cards, books for them to read, etc., because they may not be able to access their tablet or whatever, and there's no Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So. You know, Jewel, people don't really use flasks anymore, but this is where they would come in handy.
This is where they come in.
So remember things like that, and also if you are a smoker, that's not something that's going to be permitted in the shelters.
Neither if you are a drinker, so no alcohol to help you pass the time, none of that. Also no firearms, no offensive weapons will be allowed in the emergency shelter.
And no defacing the property.
Yeah. So if you have anyone with you and they decide that they want to draw, none of that on the walls of the property. So always make sure that you keep an eye on your loved ones when they're with you, so you know exactly where they are in the shelter at all times and what they're doing.
Don't forget your masks.
Yes,
These are different times. Well, I'm saying don't forget your masks, but I hope that if you know that, you know, the house may be a little volatile, you want to preserve life first of all, because if you have life, you can get back to sorting that situation. So please make sure that you remember the time that we are living in the face of the pending bad weather. So we want your safety to be paramount as you head out to the shelters, and those persons who would have already decided to go ahead early and get on in there, you've made the right decision.
Agreed. You've made the decision for you and your family, and there's no shame in reaching out for the help, none at all. Better to be safe than to be sorry.
Absolutely.
You don't want to be in a house where the roof is lifting and the rainwater is pouring, coming in, and you're trying to find, you know, that's not a safe situation. In the recent lightning storm that we had, the old gentleman who said that his roof lifted, listen, my heart went out to him, because
it must be frightening.
It must be a terrifying experience, because you hear the noise of the roof lifting, and you know what's coming. If my roof lifts and it lifts off, then all this water is going to come in, all of my property is going to get damaged. What am I going to do? Because once the entire roof goes, there's nowhere to shelter. The whole house is going to get wet. So
I'm thinking too, we had the situation where we heard about the volcanic eruption that at La Soufrière that was going to affect Barbados as well, and people bought lots of tarpaulins. So don't forget that they can come in handy if you have a little situation. You know, you want to do your best to cover and do whatever you can to secure your space, but
it's also the safety aspect of it. So in the middle of the storm, don't try to go up on the roof to put on the tarpaulin.
Not then.
You obviously will need to wait until the all clear is given, and then be careful as you try to go up to that roof or wherever in the house is damaged to put on the tarpaulin.
Should have done it earlier. This is, you know, that's why I'm saying that many people bought tarpaulins to cover their vehicles and that kind of thing. when we were impacted by the eruption at La Soufrière. So it would have been a good thing to, you know, if you needed help from a neighbor or whatever earlier today, just go and secure whatever space. You may have a little, some people may have been doing repairs and not get to complete the roof. You do what you can to secure as much as you can, but you know, who are we in the face of nature? So you do your best and pray and hope for the best. So, but if you don't do anything at all, well.
If you haven't left yet to go to a shelter and you're thinking of going, here are a couple tips of the things that you can do before you leave the house. So make sure that your family is well fed if possible before you take them to a friend.
Make porridge like me.
Also, fill as many containers as possible with water. You can fill a bathtub and a washing machine with water. You may very well need that water when you come back. We are going to go now to the EOC with Minister of Home Affairs Wilfred Abrams. He is there with the rest of the National Emergency Team. If you can hear me, good morning, Minister Abrams. How are you?
Minister Abrams, are you there?
Minister Abrams, can you hear us?
Morning. Morning. We're good. Yes, we're here. We're good.
We're still standing.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, we have a visual now. We have a visual, so hopefully we are able to get an update, a statement, and then hopefully ask a few questions.
Ask a couple of questions. Good morning, Minister Abrams. Minister, are you hearing us?
Good morning.
Okay, we still seem to be having a little technical hiccup, but we'll get back to the
We are here. We are hearing you. Yes, we are hearing you.
Is this your screen?
Good morning, Minister Abrams.
It's a long delay.
All right. Well, with technology, you know, things
yes,
can
we just
happen,
had an
but we
update
know that
from
everybody is there.
The
and,
Met Office Director, Sabu Best. And the position has not fundamentally changed. The system is moving. The times are as indicated before. We're expecting winds in the vicinity of the 45 to 50 meters sustained winds, 45 to 50 miles per hour sustained winds. The system is organizing itself a lot more. So if you saw the system now, the system is significantly more organized than it was before, and is getting that round shape that we have come to fear a lot. But we will keep you updated. The Met Office, the Met Service is going to be increasing its updates to us from once an hour to once every half hour going forward, and we will come back to you as those updates come so that you have the information that we have in real time. I'm just going to turn it over to the Director of the DEM, Ms. Carrie Hines, to say a few words.
Good morning to everyone. We are currently at the National Emergency Operations Center, and as Minister would have alluded to, a number of the agencies, both public and private sector, are here at the Crisis Coordination Center receiving the various updates. It has been relatively quiet thus far, but based on the Met Office, their predictions, we will probably have increased activity in the morning hours. Just to remind the public to continue to monitor, and our numbers here at the Department of Emergency Management, 438-7575, when persons want to report any instances of damage once we start to feel the effects. We hope that the damage will be minimal, but we ask persons to just bunker down and stay indoors and monitor as we also continue to monitor the system.
What I will say, that the focus right now is on safety, preservation of life, and preservation of property. We've been following the social media as well, and people are wondering when the action is going to start. And this is not something that we want to wish on ourselves. And I'm asking all of us, let us just stay in place. Let us just keep ourselves safe. Let us just behave responsibly. Director Hines gave you the information for the DEM. If your property gets damaged or there's something in your area that you can see, please report it to us. That way we can start compiling the list of properties that are damaged or things that we need to respond to once circumstances allow us to. So as you become aware of information that is relevant to our management of the situation, or that we need to respond to immediately as we're able to, or the weather permits us to, then please feed that information to us. It allows us to put things in place so the response can be a lot quicker and a lot more effective. What we need to do is to be in a position to get to those who require assistance as quickly as possible after the weather allows us to. For those of you who Barbados, I can't overstate it. I really, really cannot overstate it. It is about keeping yourself safe right now. The time to get to a shelter has probably passed. I'm asking people just to be as careful as you can. If you see things starting to go wrong at your property, you can get to a neighbor, then try to do that, but just let us know. Call the DEM numbers and let us know so that we can reach out to assist you as quickly as possible after the event. Just stay tuned for our bulletins. Stay tuned to our media partners. Wherever you're watching this now is one of our respected and trusted media partners. Please monitor the Government Information Service, CBC, Public Affairs Department, and all of our recognized media partners. This is how we are going to communicate with you. This is how we're going to get the information to you. You don't have to look to other sources to do it. You can just stick with whoever you're watching this broadcast on right now, and we will give you the information in real time. As soon as we get it, we will give it to you so that you can be informed and so that you can make yourself safe. So we will come back to you probably within another half hour to an hour, or as circumstances warrant if it requires faster. So be safe.
Minister, in your last update, you said that there was about 26 people in hurricane shelters. Has that number changed since your opinion?
Yes, the number has gone up. I can't give you the exact numbers, but people have been going into the shelters. It's not as much as I would like to see, because we know of the situation, and there's some people, to be honest, I've been checking a particular shelter because there are persons that I know, that I spoke to, that I wish they would have gone to the shelter. I am hoping that they're not in their own house, because I know the state of the house, and that they've gone to a relative or a neighbor. But the window is closed. The window has pretty much closed. So it'll be very difficult now, because we should start to feel the effects very quickly. And as Sabu indicated, there are bands out there and they're moving swiftly. So when we keep giving you windows, we can't tell you it's going to start to impact us at 2:52. We can just give you a window, and we don't want people to be on the road when the effects of this start. So just try your best where you are. Try your best to make yourself safe. If there's a shelter very close to you and you need to go there, then make your way there as quickly as you can. But otherwise than that, it is no time to be off the road.
Mr. Sines, has the department started to receive some early calls about the picking up of winds, especially in rural areas?
We haven't received any reports as yet in terms of damage or any conditions. As I said before, the EOC is relatively quiet at this time, but we expect that to change as the time goes on.
If there are no further questions at this point, I will thank you. Please stay tuned, and we will keep you updated. Thank you.
And that was Minister of Home Affairs, Minister. From what we can see, this thing is getting closer and closer quite quickly, and that's what we've been hearing about, speed. And by now, the weather conditions have started to deteriorate. So if you didn't make that decision to go to a shelter, as he said,
just batten
down. Do the best you can in terms of making sure the property is safe as possible. If you have like sheets and curtains, maybe you put them up at the windows to stop, so that if the glass breaks,
again.
but everybody ain't got
if you don't have
so let me work without the tarpaulin. If you have sheets and sheets or curtains, you can put them up at the windows and block them off with tape or something, so that if the windows break, the glass doesn't fly into the house and people are damaged and stuff. Do the best you can in the situation you're in. They usually say pick one room in the house and everybody hunker down. That's usually a safe space. That's usually a bathroom. Because invariably, even in wooden houses, it is the one area that's a wall structure, and it is reinforced, so you can stay there. The thing is mostly going to be, if you have little ones, just making them feel safe, because they're going to be afraid, especially once the lightning and thunder starts. You have elderly relatives who are with you. Make sure too that they're comfortable, because they too are afraid. So it's just to make sure that they are comfortable as well.
If people haven't experienced it, and even those who have, different things are traumatizing for different people, so try to be as considerate as possible. And again, more of the preparation includes having a family plan so that people know what to do if certain things take place. So just make sure that you have that conversation. If you didn't do it before, have that conversation. And we have a whole season. It's the hurricane season. So, you know, learn what you can from this, and we cannot afford to become complacent, because we are dealing with a lot of disaster. We are just trying to get through
each day. Each day, because from last year it just seemed like so much. You were
one
dealing
thing
with
after the other,
and they weren't happening after the other. They were happening simultaneously. We had the pandemic, then we were dealing with the ashfall, then we were dealing with other things. So it's been a lot.
It's been a lot. But this is why we have the experts close to us who can help us navigate through it, help us understand what's happening. And as promised, it's 2:22 a.m. now, and we have meteorologist Sabu Best at the Met Office now joining us to give an update. Good morning, Mr. Best.
Hello, good morning, and good morning to all your listeners and viewers.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I have a very soon 6 a.m. tropical storm Elsa. At 2 a.m., the center of tropical storm Elsa was located near latitude 12.1 degrees north, longitude 57.2 degrees west, or about 175 miles, 280 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados. Maximum sustained winds remain near 50 miles per hour. That's 85 kilometers per hour, but with higher gusts. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 140 miles, that's 220 kilometers, mainly to the north of the center. Strong winds are likely to start from as early as 4 or 5 a.m. this morning, and before the center passes to the south around 8 or so that we're predicting that this morning. Elsa is currently moving towards west-northwest 26 miles per hour. There's no change in there from the previous advisory package. This motion is expected to continue during the next few days. And on its current forecast track, the center of Tropical Storm Elsa should pass about 20 miles, that's 33 kilometers, to the south of Barbados this morning. Like I said, probably around 8 o'clock or so. But like Minister Abraham said, we don't want to nail a specific time that exactly 8 o'clock is passing to the south. Right. Just give you a generalized idea what time in the day or what time in the morning that should happen. Rainfall accumulations of 6 to 8 inches are forecast across Barbados this morning. Watches or warnings for flash flooding may be issued early this morning, and I can tell you we're actually in the middle of preparing the flash flood warning, so that is going to be disseminated shortly. There are some showers which are going to show in the radar that are fastly approaching Barbados. So I believe you can see the screen with the satellite imagery. Here's Barbados.
Yes.
Let's just go to full screen for you. Sorry. Okay, so Barbados is here, and this is Elsa. To our east-southeast, in the center is somewhere in here. It's tracking towards the west-northwest. This plume of cloud, as you can see here, is called a CDO, a central dense overcast, and its center is almost in the middle of it, but it's somewhat displaced to the southwest of where, or southwest of the center of the CDO. But the center is, anyways, moving towards the west-northwest and should end up just south of Barbados, 20 miles or so to the south of Barbados, by roughly around 8 or so this morning. Notice I said that's the center, not this entire thing. You can see from the satellite imagery the extent of the system. Mm-hmm. It's not a single point. The single point we're referring to here is the center, and that center is going to pass off of us this morning. You can see some outer bands are actually starting to come pretty close and starting to approach the island. We're going like we said, you're going to start to feel more and more effects from those bands, particularly around 4 or 5 this morning. So the conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as the morning wears on. We're going to switch out to the radar imagery for you. So I'm going to draw a bit for you so our viewers can better understand. So the center is somewhere, it's actually, so this is Elsa, the cluster of echoes you're seeing here from the radar to our east and east-southeast. Mm-hmm. And Elsa's starting to come more and more into view of the radar beam. So the center is somewhere in here to start with. And she's expected to project and go in this direction, past just the south of Barbados, and move right near or just north of St. Vincent. Mm-hmm. Now, you can see from where I draw that line, the extent of amount of showers and possible thunderstorms is actually within the northern quadrants of Elsa. And pretty much most, if not all of that, is going to roll over Barbados in the next few hours. You can see from outside of 100 and about 100 kilometers out, there's a lot of showers that's actually approaching the island. So we anticipate within a couple of hours, you're going to see a deterioration and more showers coming in more frequently with associated gusts and a pickup in the wind speeds for sure. So this is definitely no time to be outside or looking to go anywhere because Elsa is coming and she's coming strong. Like I said, maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour, but there is a possibility, because in the intensity forecast, that she could possibly reach 60 miles per hour before she reaches Barbados. And I need to point out that those are sustained winds. There could be easily possibility of wind gusts that will go higher than the 50 or 60 mile potential hour winds that she may or may not have at that time when she passes. And so, same way, not to focus on a single point for center, focusing on just the intensity of 50 miles per hour. When there will be gusts in there, those are going to be very, very significant.
Okay. Mr. Best, what can you tell us about the kind of damage that these winds you're describing can do, based on your experience?
Well, there's a lot of factors that's going to be playing here. Not just Elsa by herself. Number one, the event of 2 weeks ago, that pretty much it could have weakened some trees and stuff around the island. That's the first thing. And obviously it dumped a lot of rainfall in the St. Andrew area, particularly around the central parts of the island. And then to compound that, the event of 2 days ago, the excessive rainfall and flooding that we have had, that's moistened the ground, and some areas are still saturated. So that's basically the primer for Elsa. And so Elsa is going to come on top of that and add her rainfall on top of on top of the ground that's moist and saturated. And so flooding is going to be a lot easier to actually occur. So that may, because of what went before Elsa, then the effects of her 50 miles per hour, even the heavy rainfall, might actually be a little more significant than if it was just Elsa alone.
That's a lot happening there.
Yes, it is. Mr. Best, you said that the winds are expected to strengthen to as much as 60 miles an hour, and we're still in tropical storm zone. What would the winds have to go up to, or how is Elsa developing in terms of being categorized as a Category 1 hurricane?
The winds will have to go to 74 miles per hour. And Elsa, even though that's not to say that she would reach 60 miles per hour. That's a forecast. And the many, as you can see, if I switch back to the satellite imagery, there are many things going on inside here. And I'm glad you raised that point, because I'm going to show the viewers something that actually happened internally within the central dense overcast just a few minutes ago. This is the second cycle of bursts that we saw in the central dense overcast. In other words, it was on an intensity cycle where it was picking up a lot of deep convection over the central dense overcast, and then it weakened slightly, but the central dense overcast was still there, and then it picked up again. You can see from like these reddish colors in the middle, it's sort of red, then it goes down, then it comes back up, and so it's on a downtrend again. But we expect it's going to pick back up again within say 30 minutes or an hour or so. You should see a pickup in really strong convection within the central dense overcast. So we should see those reddish values return inside the center.
You're talking a lot about dense overcast and convection, and we want to make sure that the sweet old ladies who, you know, just focus on seeing their favorite shows get exactly what you mean by that. Can you break it down some more for us?
Yeah, so I was getting there, so I just need to clear that out of the way first. So the reason why I need to state that, because on an uptrend of when it's actually the deconvection is actually flaring up again, you can actually get a lot more gusts, and therefore there's an opportunity for Elsa to intensify. And so on the decreasing trend of those convective cycles within the CDO, then the possibility of increasing the intensity is less. So Elsa is still at miles per hour. From 11, still at 2 a.m., still at 50 miles per hour. We only have a small window remaining before the center pass to our south. That's about 6 hours. There's still a possibility that she can reach 60 miles per hour. But to get to 70, 74, or even above, that seems a little unlikely at this point in time. But with these systems, we still have to monitor them. This is not clear cut. It's not clear cut. It's just cut in a slice of cake. It's not clear cut. We have to monitor it ball by ball, hour by hour, minute by minute. But as it stands, the range for the wind speeds we're looking at are around 50 or 60 miles per hour. But viewers, we must understand that can change. It will be an absolute miracle, I can tell you, if, judging from what we're seeing and what's approaching, if we've been spared many times in the future, I can tell you, many times. And if we're spared again, which I would absolutely love, that would be fantastic. But at this point in time, Elsa's on her way, and her rain band should be in here in an hour and a half or two.
Mr. Best, talk to us a little bit about the unpredictability of these systems, because sometimes I hear you will say it is expected to hit at 8, and if by 10 past 8 it doesn't hit, then people throw up their hands and say, then people they know what to do. Talk to us a little bit about the unpredictability of being able to track and forecast these systems.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and your comments are actually correct. we try our best. We try really hard. The team tries really hard to try to not necessarily nail down an exact particular time, but we try to give a range. And with these systems, number one, we're looking at one center. There are many things we're looking at, not just the center, but there's a maximum wind radii of the maximum winds, and then there's a wind radii of storm force winds, how far will those go, etc. So there are a lot of little things to consider. So to go and nail it down to a specific time, it's actually not going to happen. So that's why we give the range of time for when the showers are roughly going to start. In this case, from, like I said, from so 4 to 5 or so this morning, when it should really start to deteriorate. And the center, we're pretty confident on the center passing south roughly around 8-ish or so, but not 8 smack on the, not 8 o'clock smack on the dot, folks. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a leeway in there, okay?
Yeah.
And because initially we know we're saying that it's going to pass 20 miles to the south, that doesn't mean at 8 o'clock it will be 20 miles. That can easily change slightly. It could be smack dead on the island, it could be 30 miles to the south, but it's going to be within the general ballpark range. But Barbados is so small. It is so small. 30 miles to the north, and the center passes to the north, and we're in a completely different wind field. I can tell you. So you mentioned about how these incidents before, where a storm was coming, and then when it gets here, it was nothing, and the public was really concerned and express how disappointed they were in the forecast. We completely understand that, but the thing is, Barbados is really small, and after we have a storm that's approaching, and the stronger winds are mainly the northern side of the center, and the center just barely go to the north, and the southern side has little or no winds, is a completely different story to just 20 or 30 miles to the north. And to be honest, this is not the kind of chances you take. The possibilities that exist, but not the kind of chances that you take. And now that we talk about the kind of possibilities that exist, on the southern side of Elsa, to the south of the center, the winds are not that strong, and the wind radii, or the wind field, doesn't go that far away from the center, like how it does to the north of the center. So let's say for some great hand, the hand of God reaches out for us again and steers Elsa's center to our north, say by 20 miles or 30 miles to our north, we'll be in a completely different wind field. And the winds will be significantly less than what we are forecasting.
Yeah.
That would be an absolutely great scenario.
I absolutely, I rather, go ahead, complete your point.
Sorry, but at this current point in time, we don't see that happening.
Right. I was just going to say I absolutely prefer to be prepared or expecting the worst than to not be told and for us to be caught unawares. So we certainly appreciate what your team is doing at the Met Office. In fact, I want to kind of invade your space and find out what the Met Office is doing a little differently, if this is something you can share, because I feel like we knew a lot more sooner this time around. And I recall from having worked in radio in the past, there seemed to have been a greater dependency on Miami. What can you tell us about the level of coordination that goes on, or what the Met Office in Barbados is doing differently to ensure giving you as accurate and early information as possible?
Okay, so for Miami, or the National Hurricane Center that you speak of, there are the primary focal point or center for issuing advisories on tropical cyclones within our region, our area, the Atlantic basin, if you like. And so there has to be some level of coordination.
Yes.
And so, because imagine if there was no coordination, and there's the National Hurricane Center, there's the Barbados Met Services, and the Trinidad Met Services, and the Grenada Met Services, everyone doing their own thing on tropical cyclones, it'd be absolute anarchy. Everyone would be doing something completely different. So there's a coordination between all the National Hydrological Services across our region with the National Hurricane Center in making these predictions. We had, but outside of that, we have our own responsibility to be on the lookout.
Yes.
And so that's what we did, and we were issuing bulletins well in advance before the system actually became a threat to the island, a direct threat, that is. And so once it's within, we know the range when it can become that threat, we initiate conversation with the National Hurricane Center upon when we would like to start issuing watches and warnings, and they will share with us their tools, etc., their expertise. And as a matter of fact, been fantastic communication with the National Hurricane Center, practically the in and out the whole night.
Nice.
Can you tell us when the next Hurricane Hunter is going up? Because I know that's also a method by which you get a lot of your information, and they go up at specific intervals. So can you tell us when the next Hurricane Hunter is going to go up?
Yeah, that was scheduled to go this morning, Friday, and but it couldn't go any sooner because there were technical issues that were reported. But I'll check on that because I haven't heard anything about it since. Because to be honest with you, going out this morning into the system it would be practically already on Barbados, and so it would already be just verifying what we're reporting. So it's going to be at that point in time the system is going to be on us. To be honest.
Mr. Best, do you have any idea how long we can expect the system to dump rain and wind on Barbados?
Sure. So from the satellite image, you can see, I mean, it's not very big. That's number one. Elsa is not very big. It's very tight and compact in terms of the cloud cover that you can see in the satellite imagery. And the other thing is that she's moving really quick. Elsa has her skates on, and she's coming down the road pretty quickly.
I like how you're describing her.
And so the center passes south of us around roughly, again, folks, roughly, and let's not nail it down to 8 o'clock. The director says 8, it's going to be 8. No, we give you a rough idea. Center passes south of us roughly around 8 o'clock this morning. And we're going to probably talk about, meaning about 2 or 3 hours within that CDO that I show you on the screen here, 2 or 3 hours within it, before we start to come out on the eastern flank of Elsa. And on that eastern flank, you're going to have these feeder bands that's going to come in and out, can give you heavy showers and gusts that leading into Elsa. And so we have to be very careful. So I don't want to go very far ahead of myself of speaking about when we actually release or drop warnings, because that depends a lot about what happens behind the system. But as it stands, the core, the main activity, strong winds and heavy rainfall, in particular persistently heavy rainfall, I should say, that should be starting like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning. And then afterwards, you can probably see it, the winds and the rain easing off a bit, but still coming at us in and out with the rains. The winds will be stepping down slowly as the day progresses through the afternoon. Once we are outside of the tropical storm force winds, then and clearly so, then we will actually then lift the warning, and then it will be up to the Department of Emergency Management and their teams and the team of the National Emergency Committee to actually go across the country and ensure everything is safe before they actually issue the all clear.
Yeah.
Mr. Bass, I'm looking at your map, and is St. Vincent going to get any of this system? And after everything they've just been through with the La Soufrière volcano and stuff, are they going to get any of this system as well? Are they on a storm watch?
St. Vincent's tropical storm warning, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I'm sorry. The center is spread in the past just to the north of the main island, or on just really the tip of the northern part of St. Vincent. But at this point, it's still a little premature to say exactly a pinpoint where the center will pass, but it's going to pass pretty close to St. Vincent. And perhaps the most southern islands within the Grenadines may not be too bad, but when we issue warnings for St. Vincent and Grenadines, we do not separate them. It's seen as one country. So the warning is for the mainland and also for the Grenadines. So the thing is, St. Vincent and the Grenadines may be better off in terms of the winds, because if the center passes to the north of St. Vincent, then you would expect that the weaker winds of Elsa, which is on the southern side, will be affecting St. Vincent. However, they still will be under the central dense overcast, as you can see from the imagery, so therefore they'll be still receiving a lot of rainfall, and they're very mountainous, and those mountains actually enhance the rainfall over St. Vincent, and they can get a lot of rain comfortably from Elsa. And to make it worse, as you know, there's a lot of ash on the ground in St. Vincent.
Yeah, there's still a lot of ash on the ground.
We've been in contact with the Met agencies over there, and we've been working closely with each other over the past few days, and well in advance before any watches and warnings. So they've been well informed, and I know they're doing a fantastic job down there.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Best. When can we expect another update?
Next update should be around 5 a.m. By then, we will more likely, for sure, we should be in the showers and some gusty winds.
Okay, well, we will definitely hear you then. So continue to enjoy the rest of your morning. If, like me, you're drinking coffee, the beverage of champions, we can be good.
Thank you. Thank
That
you
was
so
Sabu
much.
Best there from the Director of the Met Office giving us an update on the path of Tropical Storm Elsa and where she's expected to go in the region and how our neighbors will be faring.
Absolutely.
St. Vincent's really had a hard year.
Yes, it's been a lot.
And
we're
lot.
all dealing with the pandemic at the same time. Another update here, Jewel. Well, this is really just to share with you what our CBC teams have been up to. In fact, CBC teams are on the road to bring you updates on what is happening around the island. As we've heard, some people have already heeded government's advice to make use of the hurricane shelters if they feel, for any reason, their homes would be vulnerable to Tropical Storm Elsa. Our Crystal Hoyt has visited a number of shelters, including Combermere and Ellerslie Secondary School, and she brings us this story.
Here at one of the numerous Category 1 shelters across the island, and what I can tell you thus far is that a small number of Barbadians have sought refuge here at Combermere School. There are 5 persons being housed here. There are 2 persons being housed at Ellerslie Secondary School. Primarily elderly persons who have shared that they would have experienced hurricanes in the past, and now they made this their first option.
Eventually, Hurricane Janet, I was a little boy. When Janet passed, by the time my daddy, the hurricane turned back. He's a man not going to live. I very hope start to live. At 7 years, he lived with me and my brothers, and we ran to the police station to get it. So I decided, no, anytime I hear a hurricane coming, I just come to the shelter. The time peace safe.
I had like bad experience. Like when I was 15 years old, like my mom roof blew off. So from there then, I take precaution. Every year, like storm, hurricane, anything, they just come here. So to me, like this, like I call it my home for storms.
My name is Joseph Maynard, and I'm the principal of Combermere School. At this time, we have 5 persons in the shelter, 4 males and 1 female.
What is the capacity here at Combermere School? And given the COVID-19 protocols, has that capacity been reduced?
No. Because really we can accommodate under normal circumstances with the COVID about 120 persons with spacing. But obviously with this situation where persons may want to lie down and so on, 80 is a good number.
And over at Ellerslie Secondary School?
Michelle Barrow with the St. Michael Northwest District Emergency Organization. Currently, there are 2 elderly persons here at the shelter. One would have come in around 8 o'clock and the other came just after 12.
Good afternoon. We have Category 1 shelters, 33 have been put in place and activated, 20 public.
All right. That's, of course, an update, a story there from Crystal Hoyt, CBC's Crystal Hoyt. She is part of our newsroom team. You would have seen her recently, along with Sharika Griffith, take care of covering the stories in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the eruption of La Soufrière. And she's been making some rounds, Crystal, this evening, connecting with persons at the shelters just to share with us what's going on. So we don't have a situation where shelters are packed or full, but the few who thought early that, you know, it's probably best for me to go, they are there, and I think that they've made good decisions.
What I found interesting was the 2 gentlemen who said that they both had bad experiences,
Yes.
very young.
Yeah,
And
Janet,
so
as far back as
Janet. So they, because of those bad experiences, they've determined that from here on out, every time there's something coming, I'm going to head to a shelter.
Yeah.
And I can imagine how traumatizing that must be, because each time something happened, it takes you back and you're reliving it, especially, you know, Janet. The other young man said when he was 15, he had a bad experience where his mother's roof lifted, and he's clearly never forgotten it. So every time there's a weather system coming, he goes to a shelter.
Yes. So you know, I really am hoping for the best, but again, we all have to take these things seriously. When you hear the information and the warnings coming, do not mock it. Don't mock it. Don't take it for granted. Do what you need to do. Go out there and check around the house and make sure there's nothing that will become a missile and could possibly hurt you, damage some part of the house, and then you have a more complicated situation, because with nature, we really don't know. And again, I mean, I feel, Joel, like people should have, I know a volcano is a different kind of natural disaster, but we're on this island here, our 166 square miles. St. Vincent is neighboring, but it's across the seas, it's across the miles still, you know, and we were impacted enough for people's health to be impacted, homes to be affected,
livelihoods, everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
So when it's happening in our own yard, whatever it is, we need to take it seriously and do what we need to do, because as you've pointed out, and we've been talking about in different circles here on programming at the CBC, climate change
is real.
It is real, and it has changed the way the weather responds. People have been talking about how erratic the weather has seemed, you know, even in the U.S. They're getting different types of temperatures that you would expect at one time of year.
Yeah, all the temperatures have suddenly spiked.
Different.
Now, all of a sudden, they're getting some ridiculous heat, and then they're having other issues with heat stroke, and they're issuing heat advisories every day, and then they're selling out of AC units and stuff. So we really need to be more careful in terms of how we take Mother Nature for granted and stop doing the things that we're doing. So all of the dumping, illegal, I saw the story on the news of a couple days ago about the illegal dumping, because we don't connect the dots. We don't seem to realize that when we do the illegal dumping, it gets into the drains, and then when the drains are clogged and flooded, and our neighborhoods and communities flood, then we complain that the drainage unit is not doing its job. But we don't seem to understand that all of us have to do all our jobs in order for the drainage unit's job to be successful. We're not connecting the dots, and it's very frightening for me that we don't connect the dots in terms of how this works.
Yeah.
We have to do our end.
We have to. I was driving and noticed a grown woman just this morning walking along Fontebelle, and just took a box of something that she was using and just dropped it right there. All that gets back in the drain, and then we get blocked drains, and then there's flooding that's going to impact people. But we've got more info coming.
Yes, indeed. We're going to say good morning to our Sharika Griffith, and she is at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, with our Patrick Murray. And Patrick loves this weather. For as long as I've worked at CBC, every time there's one of these, Patrick is first to volunteer. Good morning, Sharika.
The Emergency Operations Center, located at the Department of Emergency Management in Warrens. Of course, several key officials are meeting here, and they will be throughout the entire time that we're being impacted by this storm. I'm joined now by the General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, Mr. Keith Roy Halliday, and we're going to talk about some of the things that the Water Authority has been doing to prepare for this storm. Mr. Halliday? Good morning to you. Just tell us about how the authority has been preparing for this approaching system.
We have been doing a number of things over the last several hours. Of course, our preparations would have started several weeks, in fact, several months prior. In the last several hours, we would have topped up all of the community tanks. We would have secured them by locking them. We would have visited a number of households and residents in those areas where we would have had a number of burst mains, and those areas that were particularly starved of water. So we would have been servicing as many of the communities as we could up until the late hours of the night. In the last 2 hours or so, we have actually taken the decision to power down our stations, and as an added measure of caution, really, to make sure that we protect those pumping stations as well as the pumps and the facilities. Once the all clear is given, we will go back out and we will start those stations as well. But those are the last several set of measures that we put in place, apart from our normal advisories and other precautionary measures in terms of securing our facilities directly.
Does closing down the pumping station mean that some residents could possibly be experiencing low water pressure or outages?
Certainly. We would have made sure that most of the reservoirs would have been topped up, but we would have closed off the facilities, so whatever is left in the reservoirs will continue to service the communities until we're in a position where we can start back pumping.
I understand that you've secured, I believe you had said, some backup generators. Tell me a little more about that.
We have, even as we speak, several facilities that would have been connected to generators. They are, as I said, a backup facility, really, in the event that we're not able to receive electricity directly from Barbados Light and Power. That's something that progressively over the years we've been increasing the capacity in order to be able to make sure that we have some element of resiliency and independence from the energy utility. We have coverage at the moment for at least 80% of our water supply. We are hoping that as we go forward, we'll certainly have more than 100% in the sense that we'll have some measure of redundancy. But it's a work in progress. We are much better than we were last year, in a much better place, and we were in a much better place last year than we were the year before. So we are hoping to be able to get that final in hand this year.
As it relates to critical facilities such as the hospital and certainly shelters, now that some people are in them, what is the Water Authority doing to secure supply in those sort of facilities?
Those will be part of the checks that we would have done earlier in the evening as well, certainly in the last 2 days as well. The Category 1 and Category 2 shelters, we're always performing checks and would have checked to see what the status would have been. They would have all been topped up. They are connected directly to the mains through what we call a throughput or flow-through type arrangement. We would have also checked on all the essential services. They're similarly set up. We are aware of all the capacities of all of the essential services, polyclinics, police stations, etc. We keep track of what capacity, storage capacity they have, and we make sure that we do the necessary top-ups, and we understand by mode to assist wherever we can as well.
And finally, what would your advice be to homeowners in terms of storage of water?
We always say store at least 5 gallons per person per day, and you need to do that for at least 5 days. We say that, and most people may not necessarily understand what that is, but it's really the normal buckets that you will have the salt meat in. That bucket, that's a 5-gallon bucket. So you need to save one of those per person per day. It's not something you can always do overnight, but it is necessary that we all understand that in this, particularly whenever we're faced with hurricane events or any type of emergency event that is similar, that we get those buckets and we start to save the water. If it is that we don't have our own water tanks at home. But we encourage everyone not only to save water for yourself, but as we've been saying, to save water for your pets as well.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us, Mr. Halliday. That's General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, Keefoy Halliday. Joel and Cassandra, it's back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Sharika.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharika.
So we will continue to get these updates as we go through the morning, as we've promised you. So we just want you to stay tuned and stay as safe as possible inside and watch and listen to our services. Certainly, we've got you here on TV.
Yes, on TV. All of our radios and all of our radio stations, they've joined together. So there is one singular broadcast that they're going to be doing their own thing as well. Just a reminder that you can call us at 228-5562 or 228-5563, or you can also send us your photographs and any of your video images on our WhatsApp at 467-5440, and you can send us those pictures. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm sure people may be still in their beds, but I'm sure there's some people who are up and watching or following us on our YouTube channel or on Facebook. So just let us know how it's happening up by you, what the weather is like. Yes. How are you faring? How did you prepare? Are you okay? Are you scared? Because we're here to keep your company and to comfort you as we go through the morning.
And you keep ours too.
You're not alone. Trust me. You are not alone.
I got some messages from some people in the Rockdundle area, Rockdundle, St. Michael, Rockdundle Park area.
Yeah.
And I understand there's some light rain, not consistent, but intermittent rain, and the wind has picked up in that area. So again, you just, you know, I would hope that you would have done all you needed to secure your space. You know, some people's homes, if you know your door is just below the road level, you would have wanted to make sure that you check the drain area, that there's no debris, because again, from that rain that Mr. Best alluded to that we had a few days ago, you know, sometimes the debris gathers and may block the drain. So you just make sure, and if you need to have sandbags in place, I imagine you would have put those in place just to make sure that all the little spaces that can cause you a little stress after, you know, you would have taken care of that. But we'll tell
just
you
want to
about
say
some
a
of those
special
things.
thanks once again to our sponsors, cooperators, General Insurance,
Absolutely.
Insurance the way you want it to be, and to our good friend Cheryl Ford there at Cooperators in General. I am sure that she is up and watching. Good morning to you, Cheryl. I hope you are well and safe with your loved ones at this hour of the morning.
Yes, definitely. We know that she's got the right kind of insurance, you know,
Yes,
just the way you
indeedy.
want it to be. So we are certainly happy to have you as partners. And we will remind you, you heard about the water advice. So it might seem like a lot, and it is a lot. It's a lot of water. And Mr. Halliday even mentioned, you know, you might not be able to do that all in one day, but again, this is all a part of the prep. And every
And the
afternoon,
planning.
yes,
Agreed.
when you go home, you put your storage, you sanitize the containers, and you put it in there. And if you don't have cause to use it this time around, you know, you keep it for a number of weeks and then you rotate. So use
Agreed.
that and then rotate it. So we're going to remind you of all those little things.
I'm going to give you a couple tips now. As the Minister Abrams said, if you were intending to go to a shelter, I think that time has passed.
Yes.
So you're now in your home, and here are a couple tips of the things that you should do. You need to turn off the main gas valve to the house, sterilize and then fill water containers, sinks and bathtubs, and then turn off the main water to the house. Now, we just heard the General Manager, Keith Roy Halliday, say that they've powered down their pumping stations in order to be able to preserve access to the water, because we know they've had some situations where the electricity has gone off, and then we had water outages. So that alone should tell you that you need, if you haven't done it yet, you need to start to stock up water. If there's a bathtub that you don't use, like the one at my house, then you need to sanitize it, clean it, and just fill it up with water, because you're going to need that water as the morning progresses if there's a shortage or low pressure in your area.
Yes.
Close your drapes and lock all the windows. As the Prime Minister said earlier in her press conference today, this weather system is not a spectator sport.
Correct.
So you're not going outside with your fancy phone to take pictures and put on Instagram. Please stay in the house.
Be wise.
Stay in the house.
Yeah.
Close the drapes, lock all the windows and doors. If you have awnings, lower those awnings, roll them in, because they too can, the wind can collect under them, and they can be an issue. Use your phone only for emergencies, because if the electricity goes off, you don't know when next you're going to get an opportunity to charge up your phone.
And you should have charged it. I made sure I did that earlier
I did that
today.
when I went home to that this afternoon.
Because now, Jewel, you know, most of the phones, they don't have, all of them are connected to the electricity.
Yeah.
There was a time when we had a phone with a cord.
big battery.
The
And a cord,
that, you know, you could still, but no. So if the electricity goes, all the phones are gone unless you've got your cell phone
and
charged.
all the pictures and selfies you were putting on Instagram, you would have wasted your battery on. So make sure that you use the phone only for emergencies. Of course, you call in on your loved ones and your parents and grandparents and check to make sure that they're safe and well. And then other than that, put the phone down. All of your personal papers and your insurance documents, your driver's license, property inventories in a waterproof container, and keep them near to you. Turn off the electricity at the main box before the storm hits, and then use flashlights. So make sure you have flashlights close to hand, and also that you have extra batteries for the flashlights. One of the things I bought was one of those combination radio flashlight portable ones that it also has, so you can be listening if you're not watching TV, or if the electricity goes off and you can no longer watch TV, at least you have access to some kind of reliable information. Stay indoors on a middle floor in the middle of the house, away from the windows and doors. So if there's lightning and thunder, you want to stay away from those. If you have little ones, they're going to be afraid when that thunder starts to roll and the lightning starts to flash.
Just reassure them.
Also remember that if you have pets, don't keep them tied up in the yard, loose them so that they can find their own shelter, because they get traumatized too by all that thunder and lightning. So do that. The safest position is sitting on the floor with your head tucked between your knees, and place your arms over your head to shield yourself from flying objects if there's a window open or the glass gets broken and the air pressure gets in. And beware of the calm conditions when the eye passes overhead. Stay indoors until the entire storm has passed. Too often we have to tell people that these inclement weather systems, they are not a spectator sport. You are not going out checking to see what happened and how the people down the road fare. Unless you're going out to help someone on their property that's damaged, and even that, please wait until the all clear has been given. Because it's quieting down and there's no wind and rain and there's a break in the system, doesn't mean that there's an all clear has been given and you can now go outside and check.
Correct.
Please just be very, very careful. If you lose property, you can get it back. It may take a while, but you can get it back. If you lose your life or the life of one of your loved ones, that's something you can never get back.
It is so, so true. So think on that. It's sound advice. And power lines, don't forget that. Sometimes if there is wind and rain, power lines may come down. You don't want to go traipsing around. You could seriously get hurt. You could lose your life, and we don't want that. We want you to be as safe as possible, so just stay indoors. Observe from that safe kind of distance indoors.
And also in terms of just you going out and getting hurt, and then the emergency services have to leave.
More pressure.
Yeah, more pressure on their system then, because they now have to leave looking out for somebody else to come to look out for you when your situation was one that was avoidable.
And the thing is, they may not be able to get to you.
That's true too, depending on where you live and what the damage is. In the incident we had a couple of weeks ago, remember there were fallen trees and roads were blocked.
And power
But my
lines.
aunt in Endeavour St. Thomas, that entire road was blocked. They couldn't get out for a few hours, etc. They had no water for 2 days. So and that was just a small system. That was a freak one.
Yeah.
We have a phone call, I believe. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hi, good
morning. Good morning, sir. Where are you? What parish are you in?
St. George.
St. George? What part of St. George is only out by me?
Eastland.
Eastland, no, you're not about me. I'm in Dash Valley. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Well, you don't far from me, though.
How are you doing this morning?
Hey, watching y'all.
Okay, you good? You make sure you batten down the house. You got your groceries. You got the extra batteries. You do everything you're supposed to do.
But I ain't get the batteries, but I get other things.
You get other things.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that I come in morning. I like to see.
That you can see. That's true. I think some of the scarier parts is when it's at the middle of the night and you can't see.
Yes. I wanna ask you, how did you prepare yourself for this weather?
Well, I put my hope in Jesus.
That's good. That's always good.
And I had some experiences already. A certain time, I remember this, the Thomas in that was over 7 years ago, with Thomas.
Okay.
So I know it was all about to be in these sort of situations.
Okay.
Okay. You home alone, or are there people in the house with you?
On my own.
You're one? Oh dear.
Well, we're here to keep you company.
We're here to keep your company.
This is why we're here.
You're gonna be good. You're gonna be good.
Well, I will remember that. I'll keep your breath.
Any rain or lots of wind in your area at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, please.
All right. Okay. Stay safe.
But you stay safe, stay inside. But if, as the weather starts to deteriorate or pick up or whatever, and I don't want you to go outside and you look outside, you call me back and let me know how you're doing. All right?
I will do that.
All right. Thank you very much for calling, sir.
I feel like he's being genuine. I feel like he would genuinely call us back and give us that update. So,
what you mean?
Yeah, close you. So when things good again and we can be outside, y'all probably haven't put themselves lime or something.
There is a rum shop at the bottom of my gap. There is already a meeting point.
Oh, perfect. It's perfect. You know, see all those little things. Those are the things that make our communities so very special. And
yes, we are.
Yeah.
I live in Dash Valley Tenantry, and I think the most warming, heartwarming thing for me, remember a few years ago I had chikungunya, so I hadn't left home in a few days. I was on sick leave. And by like the third or fourth day, my doorbell rang. When I went, it was a guy in the area who cuts my grass.
Oh, wow.
So he said, Miss Ford, I came to check on you because there's a house just across from me where the guys play dominoes at night. And he said, he asked the fellas, anybody see Miss Ford? And he said, why is she going to work and coming in and thinking I'm tooting like she normally does? He said, he told the fellas, if by tomorrow morning the car still parked and the windows don't open, I'm going to knock. And if I don't hear her answer, I can lick down the door and go in because this is not like her.
But that's good looking out.
Yes, listen, tears to my eyes because he didn't have to. But it just goes to show that when you live in neighborhoods, people watch you and not necessarily in a bad way, but just to check on you and to make sure that you're good. And I sometimes see people in the neighborhood and I would say, hey, we'll be coming, you went see you for ages, and you hear how they weren't well, or, you know, they were traveling, or they went by the mother or whatever. So you really need in a neighborhood. That's really part of your neighborhood watch.
I'm grateful for my good neighbors.
Yes, I agree with all, and trust me, I have cameras, I have all the other technological things, but the lookout, the real community is your neighbors who check for you and you check for them. So if you have neighbors across the street, next door, please check in. Don't take nothing to pick up the phone and call and say, hey, just check in, see how you're doing. You're good, you got everything you need, you're safe. Because in these times, we really are our brother's keeper. And we are nothing without each other. Anybody tells you differently, they've not had an experience where they needed the kindness of their neighbors.
Listen, people would probably be not speaking. Some situation happens. You see how fast they, you know, because this is what we do. It's about survival, then. And hopefully these situations are humbling enough for us to realize that it's not worth it. It's not worth all that. So
I hear you say something all the time, but it's so true. None of us are getting out of here alive.
Nope.
That's all we've got is each other. I hear our Prime Minister says that all the time. All we've got is each other. And we really need to look out for our neighbors and for our loved ones and for our families. I think if there's one thing this last 18 months have taught us is that we are nothing without each other, because COVID has attacked us where we live. Our ability to go out to friends, go out to families, and to just relieve the everyday pressures of the day. So whereas before, if you're having a hard day, you call a couple of friends and you go and have a drink by somebody.
You gotta check and see if it's curfew. If it's a curfew day, you gotta make sure you have masks if you're gonna have a long day.
Thank you, and your own hand sanitizer in the event you get by them and they don't have any. And so it's really hit us where we live in terms of our relationships. I saw I like to watch NBC's Nightly News at 6:30, and grandparents were hugging their grandchildren for the first time in a year. That must be such a wonderful, that was a thing. You know, Bajans are huggers. You see somebody you haven't seen them for a long time, your first thing is arms open up and you hugging. Now this very awkward elbow knot, foot knot thing.
It's weird.
It's weird and cold and impersonal and just downright creepy.
But it's what we have to do.
But it is what it is. It is what it is.
It's what we have to do for now. So just make sure you do your part. That's why I keep saying, like, this is happening. We're dealing with the weather and we're in the hurricane season, so this may not be the only time that we have to come to you this way and just give you updates and keep you company until the worst passes. So just remember that in the face of this, what is happening right now, the pandemic is still there and looming. So when you go into the shelters, if you have to go to a shelter or if you have to go spend some time by a relative, you still need to do that. You need to take the masks. You need to remember to sanitize and wash your hands. If you can wash your hands, do that. The sanitizing is a second option. So just do all that you can to keep each other as safe as possible, and remember that other variants are there as well. So
yes, indeedy. It's really been a rough time. We've not caught our breath since our first positive case of COVID last March, 2020. And then from there, it was down the road. We had the shutdowns. We had our first death. We had Gonzalo in July of last year. We opened back, then we shut back down again. Then we opened back, then we eased open. We had a very, socially distanced Independence, even more socially distanced Christmas, and then the cases spiked, and then we started back, and then just as you caught yourself in April, we had the ash fall. It's really been a rough time. I mean, emotionally and mentally, it has really, really been a rough time. And so therefore, and that's why I said all of our valves, going by friends, hanging out, partying, the things that allow us to let off a little steam and to start again, all of those have been taken away by the pandemic. So
and these natural disasters, these things, including the pandemic now, that we don't have any control over. We really just have to try and navigate. And as we're sitting here and talking about all these things that set you back, I remember when I think it was Ivan that had really devastated Dominica, and the Prime Minister said that it set them back some 20 years.
I remember Ivan in Grenada. I remember going to Grenada 3 months after Ivan. I think it was the Kiwanis Club was doing a donation of books to the Minister of Education. I went down to cover it. And I think the first thing that hit me as I got off the plane was the heat. And that was because all of the treetops had been broken off. And I don't mean just leaves down. I mean the tops, you could see where they'd snapped off. And so the heat, and people were still had tarpaulins on their roofs, and people were just walking around almost in a daze. It was almost like they couldn't believe it. I remember a few years ago I went to Miami, and it was just a couple of months after they too had a direct hit. I can't remember the name of the system.
Probably Maria.
And they too, it was where there were still pools of water everywhere, and mosquitoes, and the thing was the treetops. There were none. It was just, there was no shade.
And that's all it takes. A natural disaster to set us back. Look at the volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. People were doing well, businesses were doing well, and all of that suddenly changed. And that's what has happened with the pandemic as well. That's what happens with storms sometimes and hurricanes. Things could change literally in the twinkling of an eye, as it is said. So we've seen lots of businesses fold, and it's a lot. It's a lot on people. It's a lot on people's psyche. You have to be so, I think, spiritually strong to be able to navigate through it all. And in the midst of it, people have lost loved ones. It's a lot. So we are just extending some strength and encouragement to you, that whatever we all have to deal with, just try to take it one thing at a time. Because if you look at these things in the mammoth state that they really are, it is overwhelming, and it could cause a whole bunch of other situations.
Yes, indeed. Just a reminder that you can call us 228-5562 or 228-5563 if you have photographs or you want to send them to us, or any images of what the weather or conditions is like out by your side of the world. You can send them to us via WhatsApp at 467-5440. We had our first caller of the morning. I hope that we're going to get some more callers just to find out how our people are doing, how Barbadians are doing wherever they are across this wonderful island of ours.
Absolutely. We welcome that. Again, our broadcast comes to you in association with Corporators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. So we are happy to have them partner with us to share this information. Just remember 228-5562. That's the number to call if you want to reach out and share with us. You can also WhatsApp. If that works for you, you just get the phone and send us a WhatsApp message at 228-5562. We are definitely looking forward to hearing from you. I think we're going to go back now from the press conference earlier today. You see Shane Jones sitting down there, and I asking him if he come in live. Newsman is here. My man, you come in live? Morning, newsman. We can't miss you in that.
There you go.
In that bright orange.
But we have an extract from Mr. Mark Cummings, so we're going to go to that, and then we're going to come back.
Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, members of the media, colleagues. Ministry of Public Works, we have been working assiduously to clear all of the necessary waterfalls and drains, and we are confident that we have been able to get to clear the majority of them. We have 2 active construction sites, one at Murphy's Pasture and one at Greenwich Road. As I speak to you, the officers are there putting some mitigation measures in place to ensure that especially at Murphy Pasture, to ensure that the area of the retention pond, and for those of you who know the area, the old canal, that area is shored up so that we can direct the water out towards Fontebelle and into the pump house. We have checked the pump house at Princess Alice, and it is operational. The TMR technicians were there. We are checking the other pump houses across the island. I know some of you will be concerned about the sluice gate. The sluice gate has been raised, and we have also built a weir at the sluice gate to allow for the tidal flows, both the salt water to come in and the fresh water to go out, to improve the life of the swamp. Our tree trimming crews are out. In other words, the Ministry of Public Works, we are in the process of ensuring that all of the necessary things that we need to do to make sure that we are as safe as possible. We are putting those things in place, and we also have our teams are on standby to ensure that when the all clear is given, or if we have to go out during the event, that we're ready to do so. We have mobilized all of our depots. Our essential workers are fully aware, apprised, and outfitted. And we have also, given the event that occurred approximately 2 weeks ago when there was a lot of tree felling, fortunately, we were able to get some additional chainsaws, and we've distributed those chainsaws across our depot network. So we think we are much better prepared than we were 2 weeks ago. But the biggest challenge, as we know, given with the 6 to 8 inches of rain, will be flooding, and we are on standby. We have stationed equipment at the Barbados Defense Force Paragon Base, also at the Barbados Defense Force St. Anne's Base, and the northern base of the Darrell Jordan School, so that we have equipment there that is ready to go and clear the roads and carry out any other activity that is required. I think that's it, Minister.
And that was the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Transport and Works. That was Mr. Mark Cummins. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
If you haven't got a policy, you haven't got a chance. This hurricane season, from June to November, if you're a policyholder, just select and submit an entry form at any of our 3 locations and win monthly prizes. At the end, you could be one of 6 grand prize winners. Our partners, Carter's General Stores, JG's Wholesale, Trowel Plastics, Easy Pave, and MCTV. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
We're back with you as we are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. And of course, this is coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
And good morning to you if you're just joining us. We are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. Our last update was at approximately 2 a.m. And we're expecting another update from the Met Office at 5 a.m. We have our camera team, reporter Sharika Griffith and Patrick Murray. They are at the EOC with all of the other disaster officials. Yes. And of course, we'll be keeping you posted. We just saw Shane Jones all geared up, ready to go on the road. We had something earlier from crystal white in terms of people who are in the shelters. I'm going to ask my producer if we can run that again so that we can get a feel of who's in the shelter. We said there were like 26 people went in early.
But the number had increased.
But the number had
the minister
increased.
could not confirm the number at the time, but the number has definitely now gone above the 26.
One of the things he also said when he addressed the country a little earlier, and this was roughly around the 2 a.m. timeline, was that if you were going to a shelter, that time had passed. That by now the outer bands had approached Barbados and the winds were starting to pick up. We were going to get in a lot of rain, but if you're at home, please batten down the hatches and make yourself as safe as possible for you and your loved ones. If there's somewhere close, like a neighbor that you could go to next door or across the street, you can probably do that. But if you want to go to a shelter, I think that time has passed.
It definitely has. Make cream of wheat. Make some oats. Make some cornmeal pap. You know, some baked
corned beef cake.
These are things that will hold you, you know, through the night, through the morning. Yeah.
I remember doing one of these broadcasts with Rosemary Allen, and she was telling me how she still had, remember them big oil lamps and the glass part used to have home sweet home on it, and she would stock it with kerosene oil every hurricane season, turn up the wick, trim the wick, and then turn up the wick. Exactly.
Yeah.
Those kind of things that remind you so much of our traditions and cultures and the things we need to cherish. Because listen, those lamps, they had a lot of light.
But they're special now too. Like people have them as collector's items and they place them on their special little table. So these things are part of who we really are as a people. But when storms would happen, I remember being little and my mom making the bakes and the porridge, and us having some other family members with us, and we would sit together and talk, you know. And
that's where you hear all the family stories.
People tell stories, people tell jokes, you fall asleep, you wake up, the electricity goes off, you know, you have a search, people have searchlights, and you know, you just try to make the most of whatever is happening at the time, you know. And fortunate for us, we never lost our roof. I mean, but it happens to people, so you just have to, you know, hope and pray. Hopefully you would have done your best to secure the space, and then just try and help each other pass the time. Yes.
I agree, definitely. As we go through the morning, we are going to have more stories for you coming from our roving response reporters. They are on the road gathering stories and bringing them back for us. We had some information earlier today in Face It and Fix It with from the Barbados Light and Power, Jackie Marshall Clark. So I don't know if we can get that clip, because they talked a lot about how they were prepared and what people can do in terms of when the system is approaching and to protect their own appliances, etc., in the house. So if we can get that to give you some more information as well.
Yes, I imagine unplugging things that don't need to be plugged in should be a big part of it. I mean, outside of that, they tell you leaving things plugged in is a sure energy sucker, you know. It just uses a lot of unnecessary energy. There's a name for it and I can't remember right now, but you know, you need to make that a habit. The chargers and things like that, unplug what doesn't need to be. Secure your computer systems so that, you know, they will withstand any power outages, but this is what we can do. I think Sharika's ready to join us again?
Yes, Sharika is at the EOC, and we're going to join her right there. Good morning again, Sharika.
Morning to you again. From one utility to a next, we had Water Authority, and now I'm joined by the Communications Coordinator of the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, Jennifer Blackman, and she's going to talk to us about what sort of preparations they have been doing in anticipation of Tropical Storm Elsa. Jennifer?
Thank you, Sharika. So Sharika would have heard just 2 days ago that our hurricane planning always starts early in the year. We would have started in earnest in March, where we would have started identifying the feeders, that's the groups of customers that how we cluster our customers, that the feeders that have trees would have had the tree trimming. We would have identified critical stocks and supplies to make sure that they were here ahead of the hurricane season. So normally we would order like around March, but we've learned over the years to order early, so we started ordering as early as January, and we do all of our very rudimentary preparations beforehand, like checking all of our drains, making sure our equipment is in good working order, and that we have adequate stocks on hand to feed the people who are there for the 24 hours of the system.
Talk to me about your tree trimming preparations. I know one of the things that we heard at that press conference was that a lot of the damage, especially in that freak storm 2 weeks ago, was caused by tree impacts.
Right. So that was a combination of wind and lightning. So the wind actually uprooted huge trees, which would have then impacted our infrastructure. And then the lightning strikes might have hit just like part of it with a branch or what have you, and that too would have impacted our infrastructure. So we can trim a tree, and it can be a good ways off from our lines, but given the nature of the weather storm, the weather event, trees could still impact our system.
So what would your advice be, especially then to people who plant trees around their homes?
To plant a tree as far away from our power lines as possible, and to go for dwarf trees. It doesn't have to be 10, 15, 20 feet tall. A 8-foot tree is just as beautiful, and it would definitely be well below our power lines.
The general manager of the Barbados Water Authority indicated to us just now that they've actually made the decision to close down some of their pumping stations. Are we likely to see the Barbados Light and Power cutting off any of its service?
No, we have made the decision that we will stay on for as long as possible. And of course, the decision to shut down, depending on the severity of the weather that's expected, we will take that guidance from the Met Office. But at this stage, the last time I was briefed internally, the plan is to stay on for as long as possible. And if we do have to shut down, or if there are outages, then restoration will start once it is safe to do so.
And speaking of safety, I know that there's always the possibility with this type of weather that we'll see downed poles and wires. What is your advice to Barbadians in those cases, especially since we are now under a flash flood warning?
Stay as far away from any wires that you're not too sure about, because our system is designed to protect the public, which means that they should stop being live, but just in case it doesn't work as it should, stay away to be on the safe side. Poles, what we also hope is that our customers and the general public would have noted the pole numbers closest to their houses, or the ones that actually feed their homes, so that they would be able to call in with good information to say, I am customer such and such, and my pole number is such and such, so that our crews will know exactly what they're dealing with when the time comes to start the restoration process.
And let's talk a little bit about your use of technology. I understand that drones now part of your recovery arsenal. Tell me about that.
So our asset management department has a fleet of drones, actually, and we have quite a number of drone pilots in that department. So normally we would have to physically walk or drive a line, but now we can be in one location, say somewhere like St. Andrew, where there might be road slippage or what have you, land slippage, and they can send the drone to inspect the lines, to inspect the damage, and also then feed that information to other relevant authorities like the Ministry of Transport and Works, even Water Authority. And through the Asset Management Department, we have been systematically mapping Barbados, so we know where all of our infrastructure is, how it is connected. And that is in a centralized depository, and I hope I'm representing them correctly. So the drones will then be able to let them know, okay, such and such location needs attention, and it looks as though it's this kind of fault very quickly.
How do you anticipate that will, do you think it will help improve your recovery efforts?
It will help us to identify and speed up the investigation process, but then the actual boots on the ground part will take what it takes, because it's human beings carrying out that repair work. And while we are a 24-hour-a-day operation, I can't stress it enough, lives come before you being able to charge your device. And we appreciate that that's important. People want it to be connected. People want the stuff in their fridge to remain good. But our crews work as fast and as safely as they can. They're very good at what they do, but rest has to come in there. And I know people would feel horrible if somebody got injured trying to restore somebody when they could have gone home rested, and that person would just be restored a few hours later.
How do people get in touch with you should they need to report any issues?
626-9000. Or if they just want to know if restoration is coming to their area, they can check our Facebook or Instagram pages. Both of them are at BLPC Online.
Thank you very much. We've been speaking to Jennifer Blackman, the Communications Coordinator of the Barbados Light and Power. Back to you in the studio.
thing I paid attention during that press conference. So it's a good thing I paid attention during the press conference. Where did that go?
Oh, yeah.
These weather systems are nothing to play with.
Okay, yes, indeed. So, Jewel, we're going to share some more of those stats. Again, you can give us a call. We want to hear from you. You can send us information via WhatsApp 228-5562, or you can call us at 228-5563. But we're open to engaging with you however you can. And interesting coming from Jennifer there, and it was timely, by the way, because Jewel would have mentioned hoping to get a repeat of the clip which would have been broadcast during the Prime Minister's office press conference earlier today, but then Sharika was able to connect with Jennifer Blackman, so that was just timely, and she noted that poll numbers are very important in the aftermath of a system passing and affecting or causing down power lines. You need to know the poll number that will help them to be able to extend service to you in whatever area as soon as possible. And so we have Anne-Marie Burkhout on the road now. So it looks like she is actually at the Grantley Adams International Airport. Anne-Marie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. Yes, I'm International Airport myself, along with Richmond, North Carolina. I also have the Eastern John and Hello Summit. So we have been traversing southeastern side of the island to get exactly what is happening. We visited about 4 shelters so far. First one was Blackman and Olive shelter, and they had 8 persons in that shelter, 5 females and 3 males. The entire family, 1 single person. We then went over to the Gordon there in St. Patrick's in Christchurch, and they have 1 shelter, 1 person in the shelter, a 60-year-old man. And then we went to the, ironically, we went to the Hildesties as well as the Ruby Nazarene, and neither of those 2 shelters actually have persons who have checked in so far. Now, what I can tell you is that on our way to the Gordon Waters, we have been heavy showers, and the wind is actually picking up here as we made a stop here at the Grantley Adams International Airport just to see what is actually happening here. It's pretty quiet as expected. The guards are really making sure that everything is quite fine here. But from my end, I can tell you the wind is starting to pick up in the east-southeast part of the island, which is expected to bear the brunt of the storm Elsa. So I will also be, when I leave from Grantley Adams, traversing a little further down to the southeastern side of the island, over to Oystens as well as to the Christchurch Foundation School, just to see exactly what's happening on this side of the island. So for me, I can tell you the winds are starting to pick up. It's starting to get very chilly here at the Grantley Adams International Airport. We did have some showers before, but the showers have now stopped for a bit. So this is the latest from me. As I said, we're out and about, just making sure that we can see exactly what's happening as we brace for this particular storm to hit the island. So back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Did you see anything unusual as you're doing your travels around the island?
Actually, nothing unusual. The streets were extremely quiet. I didn't even pass any traffic. I think we passed 0 cars on the road. So of course, Bajans are heeding to the words of staying inside and staying safe. So nothing unusual. As I said, basically it's just a change in the weather right now because the winds are really picking up. So the only thing is really a change in the weather, but other than that, nothing abnormal has been happening. And I can say, and I am happy to say, that Bajans are inside and staying safe because we did not pass a single person or vehicle on the road as we started to make our tour around this side of the island.
Well, thank you, Anne-Marie. You stay safe, you and your cameraman, and we can definitely hear the wind in that microphone picking up, so you please be safe.
Thank you.
you. That's our Anne-Marie Burt there on the road. She's at the airport telling us that she's gone to a couple shelters and there are some people in the shelters.
Yes, that wind, that baffle, I should say, is no match for the wind up there. And we're still, you know, we heard from Mr. Best that things would definitely be kicking in around that time. We had spoken with him just after 1 or just after 2 o'clock.
Just
one
after
of
2
those
o'clock.
times. So it's definitely going down. So you just continue to do what you're doing and be inside where you're supposed to be. Watch us or listen to the radio services if that is easier for you to do. We're going to keep you updated wherever possible. The next bulletin will come your way at 5 a.m. So we look forward to that.
We've just gotten an update from our Peter Allen. As you know, she's in Rockdundo, and she was saying that the rain has started there. Hard downpours. It's not consistent, but those are the features of the outer bands as they approach Barbados.
Yes, yes, indeed. So again, we want to hear from you. You can shout us
another
at
update
WhatsApp.
from another member
More
of staff
updates.
telling me,
Go ahead. Go
little
ahead.
rain just fell in St. Philip. Little rain just fell in St. Philip. But you know that they're going to be getting the brunt of it a little later on as well. So don't forget, you can call us at 228-5562 or 228-5563. Tell us how the weather is out in your neck of the woods and how you're faring, how you're prepared, and whether or not you and your loved ones are safe. We want to hear from you. We're here to keep your company all through the morning until the all clear is given.
Yes, yes. About 2:30, this is a little message from our people in St. Peter, and this is near the Coleridge and Parry School. Around 2:30 a.m., the rain came down, but only fell for about 5 minutes. No high winds as yet, and we're thankful for all of that news. So there you go. The other thing is I want to say is, as we continue to be on a path of progression in Barbados, despite all that we're facing, we have to still, you know, plan ahead to stay ahead. Some people used to say that, and I think it makes good sense in our building. And we've had lots of conversations with the engineers and people who design homes. We have to also start thinking of how we can design our homes or what we can put around it to help mitigate against some of the impact of, I mean, because again, let's just put the caveat that nature will take its course, but you do your best to protect your space as much as possible. And generally, it's so unfortunate the disaster that has happened in Miami. We've had our own version of that kind of disaster where there was loss of life. It's quite a painful situation to have to, you know, to think of. But again, we have to think of all the possibilities, and as we build, we have to start thinking, how can we make it better every time? How can we build for resilience in the region?
And not only that, that the shortcuts may seem like a good idea now, but they're never a good idea long term. They will catch up with you.
Yeah, and we don't want it to be a situation that the catching up has to cost someone's life.
Yeah, or limbs, or that people are in any way hurt or crippled or any way by those shortcuts that you took to save a few pennies a few years ago, and then they come back to haunt you.
Yeah. One of the other things that Sabu Best mentioned when he was giving his overview, I think it was Mr. Best, hope I'm not wrong, but we've had so much information shared already, but talking about the differences that we've seen on the shoreline. Have you, I go by the beach every chance I get, and I saw the difference.
Yes, and that's one of the concerns that they had also from Mr. I cannot remember his name, but Leo Brewster of the Coastal Zone Management Unit. He reiterated that as well. That because of the incident we'd had a couple weeks ago, our shoreline, and then in early January, remember we had that as well, where the waves were really high and rough, and they damaged several restaurants and stuff along the west coast in particular. And so therefore the shoreline was very narrow as compared to in recent time, taking a lot of the sand. I have a girlfriend who has a home right on that Paynes Bay coast, right there. And when they had that incident a couple weeks ago, she had a lot of problems in terms of her wall was damaged on the beach side. She had leaks in her roof and stuff. So it is not easy.
So many things and factors to consider, because that's the other thing, you know, when we heard of that the southeast might be impacted. You know, think of those people who live at beach houses, or they live, you know, grew up in villages near that water, that side that's got more of the trade winds. It's something else. Those people who are in fishing villages, of course, you would have been given that notice and reminder to, you know, if you're into the fishing, or you've got a boat or something, that you needed to make sure that that was in a safe harbor, and you know the spaces where you are supposed to go, or where you're supposed to take those vessels. But we have to think of all of that, and those who live near those areas. Certainly we just hope that everybody would have taken refuge in the best, our safest place with this pending weather. So that's all we can ask. That's all we can hope, that everybody
Agreed.
stays safe.
And as we're in our homes, hunkered down, waiting for Elsa to approach, we have to give some thought to those who don't have a space at all.
Yeah.
The homeless, we're going to try to get hold of Mr. Kimar Safri to find out how his homeless shelter is doing, and how many people came in off the streets in order to get shelter from this system.
Okay. All right. I think we have another report from Crystal Hoyt. I think she had the opportunity to chat with Ms. Joy Adamson.
And she's the Chief Education Officer.
She is, and
yes.
she gave quite an update on the shelters, updated list and all earlier today. But let's hear from Crystal Hoyt as she chatted with Ms. Joy Adamson.
Good afternoon. We have Category 1 shelters, 33, that have been put in place and activated, 20 public and 13 private shelters. Now, Category 1 shelters will be opened at 5:30 this afternoon, and the Category 1 shelters are these will be open prior to the event. Category 2 shelters will only be open after the event if we need to open those shelters. The shutters have started to be put in place at all of our Category 1 shelters, and that is ongoing. As you're aware, some shelters had CXC exams happening, so therefore we had a delay there, but the majority of the shutters have been up, and we have started to fill the diesel tanks for shelters with generators. Now, I also, Mr. Minister, I want to speak about CXC, because once there is a national shutdown of the country, all of our examination centers will be closed and examinations will be cancelled for that day. That means that the students who will be writing the CAPE examinations and the CSEC examinations tomorrow, the CXC will be using their adverse conditions policy, and no candidate will be disadvantaged. So there will be no CXC examinations tomorrow, because for the shutdown, the examination centers will be closed. So our shelters are up. All of our shelter wardens have been notified, and they would have been in preparation from yesterday. And we are informing now that those shelters should open at 5:30 p.m. Mr. Minister.
Ms. Adamson, just please, for clarity, can you just give the names of the shelters, and in particular the names of the new shelters, so persons can be aware of those? And if they're Category 1 or 2 shelters.
Okay, so the new shelters that would have been added since last year, we have in Christchurch, Dunamis Outreach Ministries, in St. Andrew, Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist Church, St. George, Ellerton Wesleyan Holiness Church, St. James, Orange Hill Church of God, St. Joseph, Tamrin Hall Library, the Eric Holder Municipal Complex, St. Lucy, the William Donald George Parish Center, that is St. Lucy Parish Church. St. Michael, we have Harrison College, Parkinson Memorial, the University of the West Indies, that is the Sagicor Building, Faith Wesleyan Holiness Church, and in St. Philip we have the Ruby Nazarene Church. These are the new ones that would have been added. The full list of shelters, they have been in a PSA for GIS. They're also on our website, on DM's website, but just those who might not be aware, the list of the shelters, we have the Blackman and Gollop Primary School, Christchurch Foundation, Gordon Walters Primary, and St. Christopher Primary. In St. George, we have Cuthbert Moore Primary, Gordon Greenwich, sorry, that's not same. That's St. George, we have Cuthbert Moore Primary. In St. James, we have Gordon Greenwich Primary and Queen's College. In St. John, we have the Lodge School. In St. Joseph, we just heard we have the Tamarind Hall Library. In St. Michael, Combermere School, Ellerslie School, Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center. In St. Peter, we have Courage and Parry School and Roland Edwards. In St. Philip, we have the Hilda Scheme Primary. And in St. Thomas, we have Hillaby Turner's Hall and the Lester Vaughan School. Those are the public shelters. The privately owned shelters will include, other than the ones that I called earlier, Connell Town Pentecostal House of Prayer in St. Lucie. We have in St. Michael, the Black Rock Seventh-day Adventists, Dalkeith Methodist. Right, those are the other ones would have been called. And then in St. Philip, the Six Roads Church of Christ and the Six Roads Seventh-day Adventists. So those are, we have 13 privately owned shelters and we have 20 public shelters. Minister.
Thank you. If you can just as well inform us of the protocols in place for using the shelters.
Okay, so we always encourage persons to go to family first, but if you don't have any family or friends that you can stay with, we would advise you to report to the shelter. You should at least walk with your own personal belongings, and we would want persons to, before you leave home, to fill any containers with water that you want, just in case you have to come back. Shut off your water and electricity, shut off your gas, lock all your windows, and make sure all these things are for pets. Their pets are not allowed in the emergency shelter, so you should make sure that you make all arrangements for your pets so that you will have them, you don't leave them secured, locked up in any way, but you have them so that they will be able to be safe but not roam and interfere with any persons in the area. You are to take all your valuables that we would want in terms of your driver's license, your identification, the insurance policies, all of your important documents, you would want those secured. And you should be walking with food, at least for you and your family, all the medications that you will need. We will not be supplying cots or beds in the shelter, so if you want, you can bring, if you have a sleeping bag, something to make yourself comfortable. Make sure you do have your medication and any special foods in terms of a special diet. If you have a baby, if you have an elderly person, you need to make sure that you take the requirements for those persons, and obviously extra clothing. If you want, you should also take things to entertain, especially small children, and keep yourself occupied. And we are recommending for the shelters that you have at least 3 days supply of water and food if you're going into the shelter. We will try wherever possible to assist persons after the event, but we will want persons to at least walk with some amount of food, because we wouldn't be serving at least before the event. If anything, we will work after the event. When you arrive at the shelter, you should be registered so we have an idea of the persons who are in the shelter, and we will expect that we would have good behavior. Now, we're aware that the COVID-19 is with us, and therefore there are strict protocols in terms of screening. As you enter the shelter, your temperature will be taken and your hands sanitized. So all the shelters will have these things in place, and we have the distances. Please follow the directions of the shelter manager as it relates to where families can stay in clusters, but we will want at least you maintain that 6 feet distancing in designated spaces within the shelter. And you must be wearing your mask at all times while in the shelter. There should be no large gatherings of persons, and all of the protocols that we are accustomed to now over the last couple of months will be in place. So those are the main things that we would want you to be aware of. This information is on the ministry's website and also on DEM's website, and I'm aware that JIS is also sharing that information as well.
I'm here at one of the numerous Category 1 shelters across the island, and what I can tell you thus far is that a small number of Barbadians have sought refuge here at Commonwealth School. There are 5 persons being housed here. There are 2 persons being housed at Ellerslie Secondary School, primarily elderly persons who have shared that they would have experienced hurricanes in the past, and now they made this their first option.
Event for Hurricane Janet. There was a little boy. Van Janet passed. My dad, my daddy, the hurricane turned back. He's a man not going to live. I very hope start to live. At 7 years he lived with me and my brothers around the police station. So I decided, no, anytime I hear a hurricane coming, I just come to the shelter. It's time to be safe.
I had like bad experience. Like when I was 15 years old, like my mom roof blew off. So from there then, I take precaution. Every year, like storm, hurricane, anything, they just come here. So to me, like this, like I call it my home for storms.
My name is Joseph Maynard, and I'm the principal of Commonwealth School. At this time, we have 5 persons in the shelter, 4 males and 1 female.
What is the capacity here at Commonwealth School? And given the COVID-19 protocols, has that capacity been reduced?
No. Because really we can accommodate under normal circumstances with the COVID about 120 persons with spacing. But obviously with this situation where persons may want to lie down and so on, 80 is a good number.
And over at Ellerslie Secondary School?
Michelle Barrow with the St. Michael Northwest District Emergency Organization. Currently, there are 2 elderly persons here at the shelter. One would have come in around 8 o'clock and the other came just after 12.
And thank you very much there to our Crystal Hoyt, who is on the road, another one of our roving reporter teams. Quickly, a flash flood warning is in effect for Barbados, and it's valid from 3 a.m. and will be updated at 11 a.m. or sooner if conditions warrant. A flash flood warning is issued when rapid flooding due to heavy or excessive rainfall in a short period of time, generally less than 6 hours, is occurring or is imminent in the warning area. Maximum rainfall accumulations of 150 to 200 millimeters in heavy to violent showers are expected. Residents and visitors should note that the following impacts are imminent during this forecast period. Significant runoff from higher elevations, significant soil erosion is likely on exposed or scarred land surfaces, large water settlements on roads and fields, significant adjustments to water levels of existing water bodies, which would be ponds, etc., significant delays on traffic routes with some roads possibly impassable. Large objects or debris from higher levels may also be embedded within fast-moving water flows, and significant flooding at the foot of hillsides and coastal roads is possible. So that's a flash flood warning issued for Barbados from 3 a.m. and that will be updated at 11 a.m. or sooner.
Looking forward to all the updates. We are happy to be able to be here for you at the CBC, and of course we are broadcasting in those free-to-air territories as well. So to those of you tuned in across the region, you know, we're here for you as well. I did mention to you that some of our other team members would join. So Peter, Aline, and the Admiral are standing by to come in next while Jewel goes and tops up her coffee, and I get
in the
a hot
absence
drink
of
of
bakes,
tea.
bakes and porridge. I'm reduced to topping up my coffee.
But of course, you are watching Tracking Tropical Storm Elsa, coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
Morning, live coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm the Admiral. I know you guys are all up and anticipating the passing of the tropical storm. We've been here, we've done this for so many years. One of the interesting things I noticed in the last couple of days particularly is the preparation by Barbadians. Yesterday, it was pandemonium across the country. That's all right. Don't chide yourself for that. That's how people all across the world prepare for these phenomenons. Because you know what? You just never know what would happen, and we can't take anything for granted. Don't forget, very early up in the year, we were told that the season was expected to be very active. So we're not strangers to this. We've been here. We are right in the middle of the ocean. Some people call us the pendant to the Caribbean chain. If it's going to happen, once those waves leave the African coast, it's guaranteed that most likely we're going to get some level of impact, maybe some strong winds. Over the years, we've been very lucky. They say that, you know, the old adage, God is a Bajan. We don't take that for granted anyway. We do what we're supposed to do. And I was very happy to see the level of preparation, not only by the average Barbadian at all, but of course by the officials from all across the region too. You notice Barbados got involved in it. St. Lucia, St. Vincent, they're all there because they're tropical storm warnings, various islands across the region in the French Department of Martinique. So once you are prepared, everything is going to be okay. Traveling to work this morning was simple. I was just saying that I've come to work in more treacherous conditions outside of the hurricane season. We can do this. I don't know as a nation that we need this now anyway, because we've had a season of badness. It's been COVID, it's been flus, it's been hurricanes and storms and volcano eruptions and all that. And that's the alarm that tell me, Admiral, you got to get up for 4 o'clock to get to work, even though the phone is off. Now, I've got with me this morning from Rockdando, Peter Allen. So let me say good morning, Peter. How are you? Hi, Peter. Are you up? Are you there? I can see Peter there waiting and all clad and ready to talk to us. Well, once that's set up, we'll deal with that. Yes, but I was saying, once you are prepared, it's going to be all right. It was nice too, and I want to give credit to the people who worked under pressure yesterday. There were several of them, particularly at the petrol stations in Barbados. There were several people, and I give credit to the crew, Saul up there at the airport. The pressure that these workers were under, and the way I was watching and the way they were handling everybody who was coming in to get the gasoline and the diesel and all that. So I know that you're ready. Don't mind the rush. Don't mind the chiding. Barbadians is way too late to do everything. That's not necessarily so. That's how people all across the world act. Now let's see if we've got Peter Allen in. Let's say good morning, Peter. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Peter. What is it like? I know you are in the Rockdando area. We are told some of the major level of impact. We're looking at the coast. I think concerns by the officials here in Barbados was the effect that this tropical storm could have, particularly on specified coastal areas. I know the west coast, I know the south coast. But tell me about your area, because you are kind of raised and inland. What is it like there?
I'm kind of strange because I'm kind of in a valley.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, a little higher elevated.
Yeah, a little higher.
Yeah. The problem that we have had over the years is that I don't know if you recognized that water courses seem to have changed over the years. With more development happening, there's blockage happening in some areas, and all of a sudden you can find yourself underwater. I remember Tomas, for me, was a traumatic experience. I was on the air on 100.7 at the time, and my mother called and said, "Come home now." And it was like, "What, mommy, what's going on?" And she said, "We're being flooded out." And it was scary times because, of course, you had to get through the traffic, which had backed up. And then when I got here, it was to find, you know, all the floor, everything inundated with water, and water was gushing into my home, you know, and it was, so I fully understand the trauma that people undergo at times like this when they are in low-lying areas. And so you have to prepare, basically, because I don't want to go through that again. I lost all my shoes, all my baby photos, all my parents' wedding albums. You know, if you think of what you keep on the lower level of a bookshelf or a coffee table, or what you keep under your bed, right, gone. You know, so you live and you learn. There's nothing under my bed. Not since Tomas.
Oh my goodness.
And documents now are kept in plastic containers.
Yes.
You know, so
yes.
These are things that we have to deal with on a yearly basis. And even more so now with climate change that they say is not a real thing. Well, no, some people say that, but the intelligent ones say that there is.
Well, yes, Peter. I mean, look, you talk about having your most important documents in plastic containers. We have done this. We have done this for so many years. And it was interesting that you mentioned Tomas. I was just asked on the outside of the studios, which of all the phenomenons that I've been through would have had the greatest impact. And strange enough, I thought that Tomas was the one from me that did a whole lot of damage. First of all, there was so much unpredictability about its strength, whether or not when it passed the country, was it a hurricane or a storm, you know, because once it gets over 70, the category changes. I don't ever know that we got a real answer for that. But I can tell you the damage that was left across Barbados, a damage that was really and truly not predicted. I remember driving through whole town on that morning and seeing trees all rooted up and wondering, my goodness, what happened here? What passed there? I don't think that any coast in Barbados during Tomas was spared the wrath of that natural disaster. It was really something else.
Kind of like, it kind of like built up really, really quickly.
Yes, it was horrible.
And kind of like blindsided us, you know? And I heard Cassandra and Jewel chatting with Sabu Best, and they were mentioning that, you know, we get information almost so much more immediate at this time. And I think it is wonderful now when you think about the technology that we have out there, you know, and the fact that they have such an amazing rapport, and they need to, with the Hurricane Center in Miami. So we have, how much is it? 6 months?
Yeah.
5 or 6 months of what is our rainy season is also hurricane season. So like how we plan for Christmas, we're going to have to start planning for hurricane season, you know, because it's going to happen. it's happening every single year. So be prepared.
Yeah, you have to be prepared. I mean, we've been here, 228-5562, 228-5563. You spoke about drainage and effective drainage. One of the things I've seen across Barbados in recent weeks is the employment of a lot of young people cleaning the drains, cleaning up Barbados. It looks really good. You see them, I think I saw maybe a 20-pack at one time, doing a tremendous amount of work. So all that I'm hoping now is that the people who were responsible for taking up the debris that would have been collected because of the work of these many young people, that you don't have that by your roadside creating some problems, because we need the drains to be clean. On our telephone, you know, you can call us 228-5562, 228-5563. Let's say good morning, hello, and welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning.
You can see that I am fine. I want to know how are you?
I am okay, thanks.
Which area? Which area
Where
are
you
you?
calling from?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm calling from St. James.
St. James is a big area. Which part of St. James?
Durance Village, Holders Hill.
Durance Village, Holders Hill. What is it like for you already this morning?
Oh, well, the wind is now picking up, basically.
Yes.
We had some light showers, but the wind is now, we are now getting gusty winds at intervals.
All right. Well, yes, I felt for a while this morning while I was in the bath that I started to hear some showers, and then it disappeared, and I said, oh gosh, no, don't let me get soaked for another morning, because yesterday morning I got soaked coming in here. I was saying, no. You know, it's a thing. Although we know what we have to do, Peter, we leave the umbrellas in the car and we go in the house. When we
Always in the trunk sometimes, no?
It's crazy. It really is. Well, ma'am, I certainly wish you well. I know very early this morning, Father Paul touched base. I think it was like, and he apologized for calling late. They were sending out prayers and stuff. And later on this morning, I will see if I can get either Reverend Sicely or Father Paul, because I know Bajans love to start their day with a prayer. They always feel a lot more secured. True. So Father Paul, you can do that. Our numbers, or Reverend Sicely, or Reverend Lowe, or whoever can do a nice prayer for us in the morning to make sure that we are started right. 228-5562, 228-5563. Ma'am, if you're still on the phone, how have you prepared for Tropical Storm Elsa?
Well, I usually prepare once the hurricane season is approaching. I usually start to get my stuff in action.
Yes.
So I am okay.
Right.
I like that. I like that. Peter, you hear? We understand where we live. We understand.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Well, you guys stay safe.
Yes, thank you very much.
And thank you.
You too.
I personally changed out. All my biscuits yesterday. I got a whole new set of...
You changed them out?
I changed them out, yes. You got to get a whole new set of biscuits.
So what you did with the old ones?
Well, I put them for the birds. The birds love to eat the biscuits. So I would like crumble them up, crush them up, and just spread them along, and the birds would come along and they would have a ball. But these are the things you have to do. You have to watch, you know, because don't forget, Peter, during COVID, people were shopping and shopping and shopping. So there must have been an accumulation of product, and you have to look at your expiry dates and all that. So I've been looking at all of that, you know, going into the old-time larder and picking up the things, saying, all right, expired, put that one side, you know, and don't be afraid at this time. Make sure that the canned foods are in plentiful supply. You want to have your sardines, you want to have your mackerels, you want to have your salmon in cans. You know, you never know if electricity goes off, and it hasn't. As yet, it has really stayed up. Good morning to the crew at the Barbados Light and Power Company and beyond. But the electricity has stayed with us. But the thing is not to rush to the frozen meat sections at this time, Peter. It's about getting the stuff that
you don't want your perishables.
Right.
You don't want your perishables.
You need
it's
your
the non-perishables that
non-perishables
you can stock upon.
Oh, I love it.
But you know what I forgot today? Even though I have a plan, because I'm a planist. But I forgot to get the ice for the cooler. You know, we live in a warm country.
Look,
so you should have ice, you know, and that sort of thing should be on the list. And that's not something that you can keep you know, so that's something that you have to remember to get.
Peter, there are some normal and natural things that we do, and we've got one or two callers on the line. We'll come to you in a moment. Good morning to you all. 228-5562 and 228-5563. I was in radio's preparation for the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. I was saying to parents who have got, you know, young ones in the homes, not to close their bedroom doors. You find that during the passage of any tropical storm or depression, children like to sleep with their parents. The most daunting thing is to go to that door and that door is locked. Things, and these may appear to be simple things, but they're very devastating to the young
they're
minds.
little things that are very important.
Very, very important. So make sure that, you know, there's a light on throughout the house. If your young ones get up and the light is not on, they're going to be very scared. If God is taking pictures, as they would say, I mean, if the lightning is flashing, you know, they would want to be under the covers and stuff with you. And placing your torch lights. And I always say this, because we've got our older people in this society, and I talk about the ones now who are unable to have constant home help. I would hope that family members now look out for their loved ones, provide them with the necessary equipment like torch lights, make sure the batteries are up to par, put them in spaces where they can easily just put their hands and find these things, to turn on some lights, to be able to take themselves out of the dark of the passage of any tropical storm. These are the simple things in life that we have to do.
Beyond the battery that now though.
What are you
I have
doing?
one that I charge with the electricity.
Right.
And it's a LED light. Lamp, very, very bright, and it lasts for hours.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, so because batteries, I find sometimes, I don't know, they have a mind of their own, especially during a storm or something, that all of a sudden you need to change them and you can't find them because it's in the dark.
I told you. You see.
So.
You can't wait, Peter.
Right.
You can't wait until, let me tell you something, almost 48 hours, maybe 72 hours before the coming of the storm, you have to make sure your batteries are in. Let's go to our telephone lines. We want to keep you engaged. We want to make sure that you're all right. We want to hear from across Barbados as to how this tropical storm is impacting. It's in its early stages. We're going to be here for quite a long time. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, tell me. Which area are you calling us from?
Hello?
Yes, which area?
I'm calling from Halls Village, St. James.
Halls Village in St. James. The St. James people getting through this morning.
St. James South, right?
St. James South, right, okay.
We're having some off and on showers about every half hour, but not lasting too long, right?
Right.
I was up since 2 o'clock trying to get through to you all, right? I live alone. I'm not scared, right? The only thing that's wrong with me in my bathroom was getting some water, a lot of water, so, you know, I need some help with that, because I just had to pay a lot of money for glasses, and the lawnmower, the weed eater, $400, $800 for glasses, so I need some help with the bathroom. The bathroom leaking bad.
Okay.
Right?
The bathroom is leaking.
Yeah, the bathroom. The bathroom. The galvanized seems to be a bit rough from the joint, right? So I had a little help this evening.
Right.
Yes.
All right. All right, we certainly hope that someone in your area, I know there are small catchment departments in the various parishes that can help you. It would be wise if you can leave a number that someone.
Yes, I would.
Someone, do you have a number that you want to leave with us? Maybe someone can help. Yeah. Okay. What's your number?
624.
Yes.
72 Caroline Scantlebury.
All right. All right.
My cell number is 235.
Yeah.
47.
Yes.
44.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We got
All
a lot
right.
of, I remember one morning, Peter, Cassius Clay turned up at my house with 2 buckets of nails and hammers, and I believe it was just outside of Thomas. Come, Admiral, let's go and help to repair people's houses. And I mean, that was a move out of this world. So let's see if we can help Scantlebury there. Now, I also believe, Peter, that the last couple of weeks we had an unpredictable weather system that passed across and did some damage. And I believe that that would have been the warning. If your house was leaking, if your fence blew down, if any aspect of your life was compromised, here was a great opportunity for you to make good and hurry up and prepare yourself properly for the passage of the hurricane season. This is where we at. This happens all the time. Several waves are going to be coming across the Atlantic Ocean from the African coast. This is just the beginning. This season goes all the way through to November. So we got a lot of work to do.
July.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. We've got some comments coming through on our Facebook page, and we've got some viewers joining us from all across the United States and the United Kingdom. We have from Texas, and they're telling us that they're all, watching, and they're sending us their blessings, and please be safe.
Good. And of course,
you made mention of children, Tony, and one of the things that I had pulled up, because I said it struck me that we really don't think of the children often enough.
Yep.
And it's from the CDC talking about how to help children, especially help them cope with emergencies. I'll share a little bit with you. They say that regardless of your child's age, he or she may feel upset or have other strong emotions after or during an emergency. Some children react right away, while others may show signs of difficulty later. And they say how a child reacts and the common signs of distress can vary according to the child's age. But you know what? They stress that children react in part on what they see from the adults around them.
Yes, Peter, I believe that. And I believe that we've got a lot of scared adults. It's all right to be afraid of the lightning and the thunder in particular. Now, again, as I said, we should by now become accustomed to this as adults to be able to protect our children. But I don't know of many adults, Peter, who are not afraid of the lightning. The last one we had, the lightning went on for just over an hour.
Oh, it was spectacular.
Yeah, a continuous supply of flashes.
Yes.
And I always believed that the high authority was
it was 40-something thousand lightning strikes.
Yes. A lot of lightning strikes.
400 and something
in a short space
second
of time.
or a minute or something like that. Yes.
That's phenomenal. That's great.
It was almost like if the sky was bright and shining, like if it was daylight at one time. And the thunder was coming at the same time. It was, that was amazing. What amazed me was that people slept through it. They said they didn't know that anything happened until they woke up the next morning. And I thought, okay, whatever you take to go to sleep, please share with me.
Yeah, well, fear drives that. Cover your head with a blanket.
They weren't afraid. They really didn't hear. Some people sleep very, very strongly.
Yeah, I wish I could do that, but I can't. I wish I could.
Yeah, I can't either.
Listen, don't forget the simple things. You don't want to go outside. You don't want to go outside. No, I know that you're gonna get very, very curious and stuff, but you don't want to go outside now. Especially if the wind is up. You see those palings and stuff can easily come loose. flying objects can be very, very dangerous at this time. So you want to just practice what we've been practicing for many, many years here.
Always.
Stay safe and stay careful. If your electricity goes off, I'm hoping that you've got some backup. You should have prepared yourself for some backup. But we're here. We're going to be able to talk to you if there's any assistance that you need. Several of the emergency departments of Barbados will be deployed to assist. It may take a little time because they could get a bit treacherous. So we certainly hope that you're in a position where you can hold on until the emergency crew gets to you in your area. All right. Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley and the Home Affairs Minister Alfred Abrams briefly addressed the issue of homeless people yesterday, if you recall. That was during the media conference about preparations for the storm. Let's take a listen.
The homeless are free to use the shelters like anyone else. They will be accommodated. With respect to whether or not we can force them into the shelter, I would have to actually ask the AG about that, but there is more than enough shelter accommodation to accommodate everybody who is in need of shelter accommodation at this point in time.
But there's also the Barbados Association that we took a report on this morning that can accommodate 90 persons in the homeless shelter. So, I mean, we will encourage them as much as all others to go in. At this point in time, it is 3:30, and we really, really want people to get into there as possible. We do know that some of the persons who are homeless do have mental wellness issues, and therefore it is not a straightforward situation. But under the law, we do have certain powers, and where persons or families are in need of assistance, they need to reach out at this stage urgently and call.
That was Prime Minister there, Mia Moore-Motley, and the Home Affairs Minister Wilfred Abrams. Again, the information and the guidance has been forthcoming, and I certainly hope that you took heed. And as I said earlier in the program, based on what I saw yesterday, I felt that Barbadians were genuinely preparing for the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. We also heard a lot of concerns as it relates to COVID-19. Don't forget, this is not the time to let your guard down. COVID-19 is still very present with us in Barbados and across the world. And we don't want at the end of this to erode all that great work that has been done by our medical officials in keeping the rate in Barbados down. Don't take that for granted. We've done extremely well, and we have to continue to do well. If the country is going to survive, if tourism is going to happen at all, we need, as residents of Barbados, to play our part and be extremely careful. Well, Peter, I know that people are getting up. They're tuning in to our radio stations here, 100.7, 94.7, and of course, 98.1 to 1, because we are doing live coverage across all our networks. So everybody is going to be involved.
Good morning to our listeners.
You just mentioned those in the diaspora. I've got my WhatsApp. They all know my number. And people are sending messages in. And the general comment right now is that the wind seems to be very light. Some people report blowing trees blowing, you know, not ordinarily the same way as they would have seen them on an ordinary morning. But this was said, it was said that this system could well impact us very early on Friday morning. And here we are. Here we are.
Yeah. And Mr. Best did say that, you know, don't hold him to times.
Yes.
This is forecasting after all. So he can give you an idea of around what time you can expect things to be able to happen. So like they mentioned, around 4 is when you will begin to see the situation start to deteriorate. Around 8 o'clock is when the eye is supposed to pass about 20 miles south of us. You know, but again, this is forecasting. But it's an interesting bit of trivia that I'd like to share, because, you know, I always love stuff to be teachable moments. And this is Tropical Storm Elsa. So that means that this is the 5th named system already
for the season
for 2021.
Yep.
And the names Anna, Bill, Claudette, Danny, and Elsa, those are the 5 that have gone before. We've still got Fred, Grace, Henri, Ida, Julian, Kate, Larry, Mindy, Nicholas, Odette, Peter, Rose, Sam, Teresa, Victor, and Wanda. Now, did you know that there are 6 lists of names for Atlantic and Pacific storms?
All right.
And they're cycled every 6 years. So if some of those names sounded familiar, they were used in 2015. However, storm names can be retired if they are deadly or destructive, because it is considered that future use of the name would be insensitive. So when a name is retired, it's replaced by a new name. And just to let you know that in 2015, the names Erica and Joaquin, I don't know if you remember them, were retired. And do you know, Admiral, what was the year with the most retired names?
No.
Think of the year that had some really powerful hurricanes, especially August 31st, I think it was, with New Orleans.
Oh, okay. And just, I was just...
2005.
Yeah, I was... What are
that
those?
Was the
what are
year
those names?
of Katrina.
Katrina, right. Okay, yeah, that's good.
Dennis.
Katrina was a
Rita.
bad girl. Oh, Lord, Rita too?
Stan and Wilma. Yeah, the ladies were really ferocious that year, and did quite a bit of damage.
Peter, I want you to look at your stats. I want you to look at your stats and tell me if Ivan has been retired, because he ought to be.
Yes, Ivan was retired.
Right, he ought to be retired.
He had to be. He had to be. You know, and I remember, of course you would remember this. You remember Gilbert?
Oh, Wild Gilbert, of course. Of course.
Gilbert actually had a song from Love and Dare, remember?
Yes, he had a song from Love and Dare, and there was also a tribute song.
You see my color TV,
That's
Gilbert,
right.
gimme.
That's right. There was also a tribute song from Barbados called Shine On Jamaica, after the devastation of that song, featuring Biggie Irie and Mikey Hasmar and the crew. Yes, I must remember those times. Gilbert was really horrible. All right, let's bring it back here now to straight coverage of. There goes my alarms again. I don't understand. So I have 10 alarms because I get up every morning. 10? 10, trust me. They go off from 2 until 4:30 to make sure that I don't ever get to work late. I have to do that. Don't worry about it. And the phone keeps me very much alive. We've got some teams on the road. I like to be a team on the road. I like to be out there. I like to be in this weather. But this morning, I heard Anne-Marie Burke from the airport, and I've been hearing our very own Crystal Hoyt. She has taken on a number of shelters, including Combermere and Ellerslie Secondary School, and brings us this story.
I'm here in Bridgetown, where a number of homeless persons are still on the streets. Many of them who spoke to me off camera did share that they've experienced tropical storms and hurricanes before, and as a result, they're going to take their chances. They've opted not to go to the homeless shelter not far from here in Sprite Street or any of the government shelters, despite them being open to everyone.
You know, shelter though, for I can't live this life.
How long have you been homeless?
30 years, that long. That's a lifetime.
Those are not nice scenes. Very, very sad scenes. The thing is, Peter, as you would know very well, sometimes when you reach out to help these homeless people, they don't move, they don't like to act, they don't trust people to very often. I don't know how Kima Safri gets on with this, but it's one of those jobs. And if you love your parents and your grands, you don't want to see those scenes. I certainly hope that he remains safe and the authorities can do something. I believe sometimes, Peter, you got to make the removal of these vagrants and stuff compulsory for their own safety. That's just my feeling about it. It looks very sad in the morning.
The thing is that the shelters are there for them as well, and not just the homeless shelters, you know.
Of course.
Any of the shelters which are open during events such as these are available to them.
Well, let's go back.
As you said, it's not a good look, but it's, you know, it's the life that unfortunately some of our citizens they're facing, and I can't imagine how frightening it must be. It is at a time like this, and not knowing, you know, if being outside you'll survive, but you prefer to be there.
Yeah, for some reason.
And
there are some very good Samaritans
on the inside. So let us go to one of the shelters. We did mention shelters, and I think it's the Christchurch Foundation School.
Okay.
And our own Anne-Marie Burke is there.
Nice.
In a southwesterly direction, and we made a stop here at the Christchurch Foundation School. With me is Dr. Albert Bartlett. He is chief warden here. Good night, or should I say good morning, Mr. Bartlett.
Good morning, ma'am.
Now, I know that you do have some persons in the shelter. How many persons do you have to better out
We have 17 shelterees, 11 males, 6 females.
From around what time did they start to arrive here at the Christchurch Foundation School?
We had arrivals around 5:45 p.m. yesterday afternoon.
Now, as a shelter warden, many persons would like to know, you know, what training do you have and how do you prepare for such eventualities where we do have to use the school for these particular purposes?
Now, during the day, the principal, who's the chief shelter warden, he put a number of arrangements in place. And he jokingly said to me, Dr. Bartlett, I think you better go off this compound. That was about 1:30, because you may have to come back at 5:30. And so I did. I went home and I made some preparation. But all along, I would joke with him and say I have to have my suitcase packed and ready to come in. So we've been doing all of that. But a few weeks ago, I went to shelter warden training at the Ministry of Education for 3 days. And I found that was quite helpful.
What were some of the things that you would have learned that you're now going to put into place as we actually go through something like this?
Well, the first thing that you have to do is to prepare yourself, because if you are not mentally prepared for it, you won't be able to last something like this, because it is long, it is harrowing. The first thing you'd want to do is to, like I said, have yourself ready, and then you prepare the place. Make it ready that when the shelterees come, that you're able to record them and shelter them. The principal had prepared the form for me, and everything was put in place. But the major thing is to have them registered, have the room prepared, so that when they come, they're comfortable.
Has it been smooth sailing so far?
I'd say very smooth sailing, because when I got back here, Fabian Weeks, who is the senior shelter warden, he was here. And just as I came in, I saw 2 young ladies, Miriam and Tony. There wasn't a girl here before. I don't remember her name, but she said she was from the district emergency. I was happy. The police came through on a number of occasions. People from the district emergency came through, and I had a chat with Coffwell, I think it was, and another guy. I don't remember the names, but we had a long chat. But they were the ones who have made this journey, I call it the journey, very, very successful. And especially the two young ladies who have been. As soon as I came, I said, "Look, you are in charge of Red Cross. You do everything that is Red Cross." But they have taken over to register all the people that came in. I was able to sit and put together the robot in preparation for coding and robotics.
Okay, so you have a full team here with you. So you're the persons who are in the shelter, can say that they're quite comfortable, well accommodated, and you're ready to ride out the storm.
Yes, and those that are here, I recognize that there are certain things that people like. The modern people now like. I wouldn't say what it is, but they're like that, and I was able to provide it for them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Well, I wish you and your team all the best as you ride out the storm here. And I do hope that all goes well here at the Christchurch Foundation School. But before I go, I'm just going to ask you to step out because you mentioned Miriam, and it's a concerted effort to get all of the. Let me just make sure I put on my mask. Let me have all the protocols in place. So, as I said, it's a concerted effort here to get everything ready at a hurricane shelter. And Miriam is from the Barbados Red Cross. From your end, how do you actually participate in such an adventure? You're going to call it adventure, such an adventure as getting persons, safe and sound during a storm?
Well, this is my actual first time being at the shelters because before we would have had to wait until there was the all clear and then we would have been mobilized if they needed us. But they have decided to try something different this year, and therefore we are here. And we're going all out to make sure that the patrons who patronize our services at the school, that they are comfortable and that they are well positioned within the confines of the space that we have to provide at this moment. And to be frank, they are very happy at this moment because I've had a couple who've actually came out and said that they've been to places at shelters before and they were not as accommodating as we are, and the friendliness really goes a long way and they've settled in quite well.
Now, Dr. Bartlett would have mentioned that you stepped in and you helped with also the administrative part of things. Persons hear the Barbados Red Cross and automatically think something medical. Well, how else do you assist in instances like this?
Well, we're volunteers, so we go where we are needed and we help with whatever we can help with and not just do things from on the medical side because everything goes hand in hand.
Now, this is your first time, as you said. How are you personally feeling going through this process?
I feel like a queen, in all honesty, because there are not many persons that would actually have opportunities like this. And for me, I always go where I am needed. And I have other teams at other shelters too as well. And we have a system going where we check in and we make sure that each other is okay, and we're just being there for each other and being there for our national society as well as being there for our country and others that may need us at this time.
Okay, and any particular things that you have in place, that if in the eventuality that something happens, what are some of the things that the Red Cross would have in place?
Okay, well, for starters, we're here really to be doing anything first aid wise. But as I said, we would have chipped in to help with admin and that kind of stuff, making sure that everybody's okay. Emergency wise, the information goes directly to Dr. Bartlett. And from there, if we need to have ambulance mobilized, then we will contact QEH. And we will always take everything that we need to take from there and onward.
Okay, well, I wish you good luck. And of course, be safe as you ensure that those persons who come into the shelter here are safe, secure, and comfortable. So thank you.
I want to thank you too as well. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you. So that's Miriam from the Barbados Red Cross. So what I can tell you is, from a weather perspective, the rain is down here at the Christchurch Foundation School. It's pretty heavy at this point in time. this is actually the heaviest showers that we have experienced since we've been out and about, just checking to see how the shelters have been going as we prepare for what is supposed to be the brunt of tropical storm Elsa. So as I said, the rain is down. I also see some wind as well behind it. Not so much, not as much wind as I would have seen in St. Philip, but down in this area we're having the rain for sure. And before I go, I must make a special mention on behalf of my team to the security personnel at the Bradley Adams International Airport. They made sure that before we left the airport, we were well taken care of. We got food. We also got some coffee. And I must say a special thank you to Shift 1 of the Aviation Security. They're being led by their supervisor, Lenita Ford, and it was Christina Mears, Rajan Hall, Roslyn Bradshaw, Katrina Springer, Charmaine Phillips, Kelly Moore, and Lucille Bascom. They really treated us well, and this is Shift 1 of the Aviation Security Officers at the Bradley Adams International Airport. Now, I'm going to hand back over to you. As I told you, we're now experiencing some really heavy rains. It's intensifying here at the Christchurch Foundation School, and the wind as well is really blowing. I'm getting a bit cold myself. Time for me to put on my sweater. So I'll hand back over to you guys, and we will continue in this southwesterly direction just to see how persons are preparing as the storm actually comes closer into land.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. That's
stay
beautiful.
safe out there, Anne-Marie,
yes.
okay?
It's
stay safe.
A very nice report. Very nice report.
And we're getting some messages coming up on our Facebook from some of our viewers there. We're told that there's wind in St. Philip, and Paulette mentions that the electricity is off.
Wow.
And she didn't mention what part though, but then we see here that I think it is Eugene has mentioned that it just went off in St. Philip by St. Mark's School. And I am now hearing rain here by me. So this is around the time that we are supposed to begin to feel the effects of Tropical Storm Elsa. The other parts of it were just bands. But now this is when, around the time, Mr. Best did say, around, the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock time is when we should start to see the weather start to deteriorate.
Pretty much at 4:45 in the morning across
Tony,
the
you did
CBC
ask
stations.
me to find out about Ivan. Ivan was retired in 2004. I forgot that he was the year before Katrina.
Right.
So those were the beginning, I think, of us really realizing the powerful Cat 5 hurricanes. And from there on in, we have been experiencing them, it seems, on a yearly basis.
Well, to continue with
So Ivan was 2004, and Anne on Facebook also mentioned Sandy in 2012. That was 9 years ago. Can you imagine so much time has gone?
But Peter, as you do
9 years. What's the weather like up at CBC though?
Well,
can you hear any rain up there?
I'll tell you about that in a minute, Peter. But as you continue to do your research, we did not pay attention. We did not pay attention to the year after Ivan in the said Grenada. Do your research and find out which hurricane it was that almost destroyed everything that was put in place after Ivan in Grenada. That should make for some interesting stuff. Miss Bain, good morning. Before we go to our telephone line, just a second. Miss Bain is calling. Well, she spoke to me on WhatsApp from the Coverley area, and she says the wind is up there. She hasn't slept. The rain and wind has picked up in that area. So good morning to Miss Bain. I wish you well. Miss Bain is a former nurse. Another former nurse, Mrs. Patricia Ramsey, down there in St. Thomas. I certainly wish you well. These are some wonderful ladies who are staying up with us here, the CBC team, to make sure that everything is, as we would say, cooked and curried. Let's go to our telephones. I'm told a call coming in from St. Peter in the north. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa here on CBC TV 8. Earlier this morning, you had Joel and Cassandra, and now we got yours truly, the Admiral, along with Peter Aline, who is at home, saying that she's hearing the rain falling on her rooftop, which tells us that the rain has picked up in her neck of the woods. Can we try that caller one more time? Good morning. Hello. Good morning. I can hear some atmosphere. I can hear someone there breathing. I certainly hope that you're all right. Okay, when you get that together, we'll get other things together here. So, Peter, I was asking you to, if you get the time, to do a bit of research on that hurricane after Ivan that did a lot of damage to Grenada. Because of the level of interest paid to Grenada the year before, I think that it seemed as though almost people got tired, Grenada, but there was another hurricane. And there's a wonderful story to that, the coming of Ivan to Grenada, and maybe later on in the morning, I'll share that story with you, but it's a really wonderful story coming out of Grenada. The old lady with the tree in the yard, her grandparents told her that if the trunk of the tree turned brown, that meant that some catastrophe was coming to the country. People did not believe her, and it did turn brown, and that was really something else. Let's go to our phone lines then and say good morning, welcome, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm calling from Boscobel, St. Andrew.
Boscobel, St. Andrew, all right.
We are experiencing some rain now.
Okay.
Not much wind, but we had a light shower, but now we're getting a pretty heavy shower now.
All right, are you...
Other than that, Boscobel is cool. We still have electricity, we still have phone, we still have everything.
You see what a beautiful country we live in?
Yeah.
Our utilities are pretty much up to par and working. Let's make sure, though, that you use this time to charge all the things that you've got to charge, because we don't know how long it will stay this way.
Yeah.
Keep your phones and stuff plugged in. You know, I think the worst thing that can happen to you in this weather is that you lose power on your cell phone. Cell phones are so very important to people these days. How have you prepared for the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa?
Well, I prepare pretty good. I have my stem stuff and everything in my cupboard.
Right.
So I have some water store, everything, so I'm well prepared.
Nice, nice. All right. Thank you, sir. I know a lot of people have been sharing. Peter, have you been able to come up with anything? I know that you're busy on your peripherals. You're on Facebook and Instagram and all these things. Anything new from you? All right, Peter is still there, pretty much very busy getting through with her stuff. All right, so you've heard from our reporters in the field, and Anne-Marie Burke did a wonderful job up there in Christchurch. Did you notice, like I did, that once she put the mask on, thanks to Mrs. Patricia Ramsey, that her microphone sounded a lot better? That says a whole lot for me. Don't forget, people, don't take it for granted. COVID-19 is still around. We have done extremely well, but we still got to continue to do well to make this country a better place. Good morning. Welcome to coverage of tropicals, the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. We are CBC. Hello.
Morning, Arrow.
Good morning.
I'm Tony.
How are you?
As usual, can't complain.
Which area are you calling from?
Kingsland.
Kingsland.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes, just up the road there.
Yeah.
What's the weather like? Have you had a chance to assess it?
The rain pick up. And the rain.
Okay.
Yes.
The rain and the wind.
Yes, please.
All right. I am very careful not to say that this is my type of weather, because but naturally this is the type of weather that I just enjoy living in. I enjoy when the plants and the trees and everything can get some nice water from heaven. You know, sometimes it doesn't matter how often you wet the grass around you. When the rain comes, it's a big difference. So I certainly hope that we could get through this without any damage, as I said earlier this morning. Thank you, caller.
Aaron?
Yes?
I was telling you, right? Maybe you recognize my voice.
No, I don't recognize your voice. It's too early, but tell me.
Okay. I got up for 1 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And I went and severe inside the house.
Okay.
I'm visually impaired, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, I okay though, I good.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How does a visually impaired person prepare for something like this?
Well, both of my boys
They're prepared for me.
Oh, okay. Wow, the children. That's beautiful.
Yes, please. Yes.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So you are in good stead. I am happy to hear that.
Yes,
and I wish you well. Don't forget, don't even think about venturing outside. Stay inside. Very safe.
Yes.
And you got your boys with you? Yeah. Love to all the boys. It's so good when children can do the give back. Peter, I haven't heard of you for quite a while. I know you've been doing all sorts of things there, working at getting the information in order. Did you find out anything about that hurricane after Ivan? And even if you have not, what have you got? This reminds me, like, you know, sometimes you're watching the international news and they hand over to the reporter and they're waiting for the signal to get there. That's all right. All right, Peter, are you with us? All right, yes, she
Yeah,
is.
I'm hearing you again, Tony. This is great. Can you hear me?
Very, very clear. Very clear.
Okay, can you hear the rain?
Let's listen. No, it's not hard enough as yet.
Believe you me, it's hard. I'm just surprised that you're not hearing it, but that's a good thing that it's pretty muffled. I was a little worried.
Well, it means that it means that your home has been well built, Peter, and you're pretty safe there.
Oh, good.
And I'm happy
Oh,
with that.
good. Now tell me something. I was trying to read the subtitles when I couldn't hear you. You asked me to do research on something?
Yes, I wanted you, because I didn't want to tell you, I wanted you to find out the hurricane that after Ivan in Grenada, the year after, continued the devastation of Ivan and almost undid everything that they had done the year before. If you can find out the name of that hurricane, and I do know, I just want you to continue with your trivia while I take this call. Good morning. Welcome to coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. Good morning.
Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning.
I'm calling from St. Peter, to be precise.
Okay.
The rain was blowing hard, but it lulled now, but the rain really tumbling out, the old people would say. The rain falling real hard, man. Huh?
Okay. Are you protected? Are you okay?
Yeah, I am alone, but I'm okay. You know, my son, he would come up he would soon come up in the rain to see how I going.
Oh my goodness. How is he gonna get to you in all this rain?
Below me. He lives below me.
Oh, he lives below you.
That's
all
below
right.
the paling, you know?
Yes,
So he come up, you know,
Good.
like just can't move around like I used to be. So he always come in and check on me.
All your utilities are intact?
Yeah, everything intact. I just charged my cell phone. Got a lantern, a little lantern there, so battery lantern there by the pillar.
Nice.
You know?
Nice.
Thing, and I just not long got off the phone with daughter. Because she's at work, she in Phoenix City, and she just called me to find out how it's going, you know?
Okay, good.
My son, my grandson that in Japan, he also called because she messaged him. So he called to find out how I'm going. No? But I'm pretty okay.
That is very good.
So my son and my grandson just really take care of me. My grandson just come down because he don't live with me now. He just come down and take care of me. But they promised to come this evening, but I know he can't come this evening. You know, but the Lord will protect me. And plus I have neighbors, you know, that always check out for me.
Well, this is who we are. This is who we are. This is what Barbados is supposed to be.
Some that even if they don't see me, they come and they shout.
Nice.
And one morning I then wake up so early and the lady come and she bumped down the house. And I say, well, I ain't get her yet because I went to sleep about 4 o'clock. He say, I know when they pass in the morning going to work because she's a police. I just see the house open, but I see, well, Martin ain't open, you know? So I appreciate that. So thanks, Admiral, and you be safe.
Thank you very much. You be safe too. I'll
Okay,
try as
bye-bye.
hard as we possibly can here at CBC to stay safe. I understand the rain has picked up in the city. The WhatsApp are coming in. You guys would have had my WhatsApp number from Radio Time. Good morning, Maureen. I'm hearing that there is considerable damage caused in Carriacou and Petite Martinique so far already. Well, the hurricane in Grenada after Peter, in case you were wondering, I better not tell you.
I'm here looking through them.
Yes. Look for it. Look for it.
But
Look for it.
I'm not.
Yeah, you'll
You
get it.
have me
You'll get it.
here.
You'll get it. You'll get it. You'll get it for sure.
Was it close? Was it close to Ivan in terms of
No,
the year?
it was the year after. It was the year after Ivan.
It was a year after?
Yes, it was.
Well, the year after Ivan, there was a Dennis and there was a Stan.
It wasn't Dennis or Stan. Don't blame the fellas. It wasn't two of them. It wasn't Dennis or Stan.
Well, those were the names that retired if he caused any problems, you know?
It wasn't Dennis or Stan at all. It wasn't Dennis or Stan. All right.
It was a female?
I can't give you that clue. I can't tell you that.
You can't.
It'll be too easy. Work at it. You're home.
Very well.
Yeah, that's all right.
I shall.
Work at it. Have you had your early morning breakfast as yet? It's now 3 minutes to 5 o'clock.
No.
And this is a question right across, the country. What do you do on a morning like this after you've got so many things packed away? You're going to be... it's almost as though I can hear the rain on CBC's roof. I don't know if it's that or if it's the air condition. Somebody will clear that up for me. And if I'm not hearing the rain at Peter's house, it means her house is better built. So I better get there. That is interesting.
I don't understand because I was complaining about the roof in terms of the amount of noise the rain usually makes on it, and it's raining pretty hard.
Yeah, well, it isn't here. It just got me a hot cup of what I don't like. Tea without milk.
Okay.
Tea without milk is horrible. You ever tried that, Peter? No, but I mean, thank you guys for providing it. All right, so this is coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. You've heard from all the authorities. They've warned you 24 hours out of this tropical storm to prepare yourself and get ready. And I have seen you. I know that you've been doing well. The gas stations, the supermarket, my goodness, the country was in a different mood yesterday. Let's go back to our telephones, hoping that you're safe. Good morning. Welcome. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, how are you?
I'm well, thanks.
You sound that way. Where are you calling us from?
Westmoreland.
Westmoreland in St. James.
Yes, please.
I notice a lot of people from that area is calling. What is the weather like in Westmoreland as we speak?
Well, we have rain, but it's not that hard, but it's very windy.
It's windy.
Yes.
Have you prepared for this, and how did you prepare?
Yes, I did prepare.
Well, like what did you do?
I had all my stuff. I didn't have to go to the grocery store.
You see, I asked that question because, very often we go through this. Agents say, them always talking about a storm coming and it never comes. And I don't want us to ever get into a position where we take the passage of any tropical storm or anything for that matter, be it a depression or any natural weather system for granted. We must always be prepared because you just never know. These things are very unpredictable. I always wonder how the people in the 50s and 60s, when there was not much technology around, took on these things. So what have you got planned for today? Because I'm sure it's bunker down day. You don't have to leave home. You don't have to go anywhere. Have you got family members around you?
Just me and my granddaughter.
All right, so she should keep you company.
Yeah.
Once she doesn't spend most of her time on the phone, play some type of nice little game. Yeah, you said boy. Is that what she's doing?
No, she's sleeping.
She's sleeping now. Well, good. Well, and that's all right. That's all right. So this too. Thank you, caller Peter. This is the time when later on in the morning, when the country opens up. To the reality of all the rain and all the other things, that families could really spend some time now and get together and do things like play, a game of cards or dominoes or just talk about the family and life. This is a great opportunity. Mother Nature has a wonderful way of doing things,
You should hear her going on outside right now.
Wow.
The wind is incredible. I want to go and peep. But I can't. I will wait until I get my break and then I'll go and take a peek. Emily,
that's right. That is right. That is exactly what I was talking about. Emily.
I cheated.
Oh, how did you cheat?
I got that from a meteorologist.
Wow. but at least
well, it's research.
Yes. No, but Peter, it was amazing the level of damage that Emily also brought on to Grenada.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that the international media paid that much attention. They did for Ivan, but certainly not for Emily.
Well, they did with Emily when she struck the U.S.
Come on.
USA,
come on, the U.S., of
but
course.
But not when it, no, yeah. But her name was retired as well.
The ladies, we got to retire all the ladies from the hurricane names, though, because I noticed. You remember
Tony,
Janet?
I have a message. So, oh, yes.
1955?
1950. Well, not personally, because I wasn't born yet. But
she was also devastating.
I remember hearing the stories.
Yes.
We lost some 30-something lives, I think, in Janet.
Wow.
And that was in the time when there are no warnings, no, you know, advanced warning, rather. People are told, you know, a hurricane coming, and it was there.
Yes.
And she passed to the south of Barbados as well, didn't she?
Yeah, it was said, you know, there was no technology, so I'm not sure, but hearing from the older folk, they said it would appear as though she went up and then came all the way back down. That is how they've described it. Yeah. So
that was one that they said came back.
That's right. So I don't know if that's possible. The Met guys would have to talk to us about that, but that is how the old people described it.
I can check with our meteorologist and see. But I remember my mom saying that they went on the beach not knowing what the eye wall was.
Right.
And so they figured it was all over, and then all of a sudden, you know, it was like coming at them from the other direction. It was one mad scramble to get back home.
All right.
You know?
We're continuing coverage. Good morning.
But I have a message, if you don't mind, quickly. Sorry.
I don't mind.
I have a message for Anne-Marie from Charmaine. Charmaine says, "You're most welcome. On behalf of the aviation team from the airport, thank you, Anne-Marie."
Wow, that's beautiful. 3 minutes after 5 across our stations here and on CBC TV 8, we're live covering the action, the passing of Tropical Storm Elsa. We've got a wonderful team here at CBC working hard. We're the ones that you can see, but there's several people behind the scenes making this very possible. This morning when I came in, our CEO was sitting there like he lives nowhere. He's always here, making sure that things are going well. Let's go to our phone lines and say good morning. That's good support. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, it's nice to hear you, sounding reasonably clear. Which area are you calling us from?
St. Michael.
St. Michael has a nice little echo going on there. Which part of St. Michael are you?
It's not far from you.
No, but don't tell me in far.
St. Barnabas.
Pardon?
St. Barnabas.
Oh, St. Barnabas, right. Right across the street. Well, I can't get to look outside, so you'll have to tell me what it looks like out there. Today, you Barbadians are going to be our weather people, so get with it. Tell me, describe what's happening on the outside.
It have a little rain.
A little
I
rain.
Have much rain, but and a little wind. But they're very cloudy.
All right, I like that. Thank you, caller from St. Barnabas. Peter, you heard that weather report. A little rain, a little wind.
A little rain.
A little wind.
A little cloudy. A little wind.
Listen, I'm gonna give any one of you a prize, and I do have a couple of them around for calling us and giving us a real nice, comprehensive report, you know, as to what's happening in your area. So let's see who can do it the very best today, and I'll be watching and I'll be listening. I'm not gonna miss you. Make sure that when you call, you give your name. It does not mean that you have to go outside, look through your window, pull the blinds, and have a look and do some describing. Yes, Peter.
Speaking of watching, we have a viewer who's watching from Trinidad and Tobago. They're asking us to be safe.
Who the names?
They say,
People
Unruly Stefan. Okay. Please remember this is social media. So they say that down Trinidad got spared from the wind, but not from the rain. Apparently, they're having some flooding also.
Wow. All right, so we wish our colleagues in Trinidad well. Barbadians have been preparing for the passage of the tropical storm. Let's have a look at exactly why and how they've been doing this preparation for the passage of tropical storm Elsa.
Queues outside supermarkets and banks as Barbadians did their best to wrap up personal business ahead of the arrival of Tropical Storm Elsa.
Basically making sure that I top up from last month, stuff that I used up, making sure the water, I have water ready. Then I'm going to make a last stop at the fuel pump. But I'm just trying to get a few things to ride over the storm if in case, because we've got to prepare for the worst. Because the freak storm that we had recently, that was a surprise.
We're about to go to Popular. We just went to Price Mart. We come from Emerald City just now. We getting everything prepared again, canned foods, water, different little juices, snacks, just little preparations and food and stuff that we could get there. Prepare so if the storm come or anything happen, we got this stuff. We don't gotta go shopping.
As you can see behind me, many boat owners are not taking the system lightly, as many have already started to bring their vessels into safe harbor. That was the scene in Port St. Charles, which is one of the designated safe spaces for boats during the passage of the storm. Chief of Security Kathy Ann Herbert fills us in on the activity at the location.
As of yesterday, we started with a number of boats, a total of 5. Today, we're looking for a very busy day. Probably like 35, which includes the cabin cruisers and stuff. This does not include the glass bottom boats or the fishing vessels as yet. But starting like after 12 o'clock, that's when everything will start to boost up. For the glass bottom boats, we normally get like total of 10 to 15, it depends.
Robert Atwell is leaving his boat in the marina.
Preparations have been good. Had a lot of time to prepare because my business is pretty much dead with COVID. So the boat was just in the carenage for the last pretty much year doing that, nothing. So I had to bring it down and everything hopefully will be well.
Though relatively calm this morning, sea conditions are expected to worsen when Tropical Storm Elsa finally comes. Rianne Phillips, CBC News.
Excellent stuff again.
It's just about 3:30 p.m. and already Barbadians' phones have been flooded with the notifications of the announcement of those new shutdown times for today as Barbados prepares for the arrival of Tropical Storm Elsa. And this has been the result of it. Look at it. Gridlock traffic straight across the island as Barbadians get out to try to get that last-minute essentials as they prepare for the storm. We checked out some hardware stores and some gas stations. Our first stop was Carter's and 6 Roads, and from the time we arrived, we could tell that Bajans weren't taking any chances with Elsa. This was just one of the several customers who received assistance from employees to help load supplies into their vehicle. Others just got some small things.
Some sealant for the roof and so that's bad. Tried to plug up some holes.
On the inside, Barbadians were lining up optionals, their batteries, candles, and flashlights.
I came first. I have, as you can see, I have 3 lights. In case this breaks down, I have another one. I have backup plans. And then I have nails to secure my dog house. And I got some pallets in the trunk of my car so that they can have somewhere to step out.
I just came and get a few batteries and lamps that were the expired that I had from the last time. And that's basically we're already done. Already got my stuff prepared already. Just a few last minute stuff that I come and get.
You're usually a last minute shopper coming into the hardware store?
Nah, not. Usually I always have my things prepared from the beginning of the year. We usually have a program going on. So for me as a family man, always have these things prepared. We live in a hurricane zone, so I don't wait till a hurricane comes in to prepare.
And of course, you know, whenever we talk about any type of weather system approaching the island, Barbadians are going to find themselves in the gas station. And that puts a lot of pressure on the employees. We met Carol Ann, who told us it can get quite hectic.
It's very difficult. It will be busy, traffic will be back up sometimes into the road. And we just have to be hustling and bustling because we want to get everybody out and we want to do it with less casualties or less mistakes as possible.
So, sir, you got a couple last minute things today?
Yes, that's correct. We usually always have my things prepared already. Just a few last minute stuff that I come and get. You're usually have a program going on. So we, for me as a family man, always have these things prepared. We live in a hurricane zone, so I don't wait till a hurricane comes in to prepare.
So, sir, you got a couple last minute things today?
Yes, that's correct.
gasoline tank for my generator, just in case.
However, while many Barbadians were busy stocking up, we found out that not everyone is a fan of the last-minute rush.
I just don't understand why Bajans wait to the last minute so they want to come and run in the gas station or go to the supermarket. It just don't make much sense to me.
So whether you were able to get everything you wanted or just missed out on a couple essentials, the important thing is for you and your loved ones to stay safe. Shane Jones, CBC News.
Thank you, Shane. That's what people do. It's a world phenomenon. It's behavior that is not exclusive to Barbados. And Barbadians have been preparing for so many things for so very often that I would not call or fight or argue with them. I think they've done well so far based on the reports that we've been having. And people work, and sometimes what we don't seem to understand is not everybody could get to the supermarket and the gas stations at the same time. So we have to sometimes understand these things and be very easy with it. Now, even before Prime Minister Mia Motley addressed the nation yesterday afternoon, many in the north of the island had headed out pretty early to make their preparations on sea and land. Renee Phillips tells us more in this report. All right, while we wait on that report, let me just have a look at the weather chart, Peter, to tell you that the system Elsa is to the east-southeast of Barbados. The coordinates, of course, have been given, if you can read into the coordinates. 12.7 degrees north, longitude 58.6 degrees west, or about 110 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados. So it has basically stayed on its predicted track. There's nothing strange about this. We are getting ready and standing by to hear from Sabu Best of the Barbados Meteorological Office, and of course the Home Affairs Minister, Wilfred Abrams. As soon as that comes up, we'll be taking you to the gentleman to hear exactly what's going on. So let's hand over now to the Minister. Minister Abrams standing by to tell us what is the latest as it relates to Tropical Storm Elsa. He's going to be joined by Sabu Best of the Meteorological Office of Barbados. The two gentlemen, of course, over the last 36 hours have been keeping us very abreast. So Sabu is ready, but let's go across to Sabu and hear exactly what he's saying about the weather phenomenon here, Tropical Storm Elsa.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Sabu. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning all, and good morning to all your viewers and listeners. Okay, we got a really important update and a situation update for you. So at 5 a.m., the center of Tropical Storm Elsa was located near latitude 12.7 degrees north, longitude 58.6 degrees west, or about 70 miles. That's 110 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados. Maximum sustained winds have increased to near 60 miles per hour, 95 kilometers per hour, and with higher gusts. Tropical storm force winds extend still up to 140 miles, that's 220 kilometers, mainly to the north of the center. And over the last few hours, wind speeds, like I said, wind speeds over the island has increased over the last few hours, and I'll get to that after I finish the update on Elsa. Elsa is currently moving towards the west-northwest at 28 miles per hour. She's picked back up speed just slightly. That's 44 kilometers per hour. This motion is expected to continue during the next few days. On its current forecast track, The center of Tropical Storm Elsa should pass about 20 miles, 33 kilometers to the south of Barbados this morning. And from our estimations with our radar, it should be sometime around 7:30 or so that the center should be passing just south of us. Remember I mentioned before, it should be around 8 o'clock, and not to nail this down to an exact minute. I was still going to say, do not nail it down to exact minute. We'll be updating it as we go along. So the center should pass about 20 miles just to our south, roughly around 7:30 or so. Rainfall accumulations, we're still forecasting 6 to 8 inches across Barbados today, mainly particularly during this morning. The marine conditions, we still expect significant waves in open water, in particular along the eastern sections of the coastline of Barbados, southeast, and along the southwestern coast. Western coastlines should also have very choppy seas. Maybe perhaps a lot of beach erosion will take place, but we do not expect any real significant waves to be coming up on the roads and stuff along the west coast of Barbados. You can see on the screen, this is the radar, our latest radar image. The first few bands, or the first outer rain band from Elsa passed across the island, started to pass across the island about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And we just a few minutes ago had wind gusts here at the airport of around 58 miles per hour. That's 58 miles per hour. It was a really big gust just moments before I started this meeting with you guys. Prior to that, about 10-15 minutes before that, as the feeder band was coming over, but the gust was around 42 miles per hour. But then, like I said, just a few moments ago, it's broken that record, and now it's a 58 mile per hour gust. I want to slow this animation down because it's something important I want to show you here. Or perhaps let's just stop it. Okay, so in our radar, we can actually see where the center is, and I'm pointing right with my mouse. Is this nice round circle hole in here? That's the center of Elsa. That's where she is, and Elsa is moving towards the west-northwest like this, and the center should pass just south of us, really close, very close, about 20 miles just to our south, as she continues towards west-northwest at 28 miles per hour. Like I mentioned, that first outer band passed through, but there are more outer bands coming. I think in and out, they will be in and out, and particularly the gusts is going to be really significant. If you notice, to the north of the center of Elsa, there's another fairly intense band of rain that's wrapping around Elsa. That's almost like directly to the east of Barbados. We're keeping a close eye on that band. We highly suspect that's where the really strongest sustained winds of near 60 miles per hour will be in that actual rain band. And obviously there will be gusts that will be higher than 60 miles per hour. It could even touch category 1 hurricane strength. The estimated time for that band to be here is roughly close to around the same time as the center, perhaps maybe a little sooner than the center, which is 7:30. So we may be looking at, let's give it a buffer from 6:30 onwards, perhaps. We might be seeing some really intense wind associated with Elsa. Over to you.
Great, Sabu, for you to be able to be so definitive, and people watching CBC TV 8, watching the way you dealt with the mouse over the center and being able to explain that those orange areas are really some serious bands of rainfall and all that. But you mentioned 7:30, this is when the center and that band could pass across Barbados. What happens after that, Sabu? Because there seems to be a lot of convection coming behind that. If you look in the area where you pointed to the center, there's a great band of green there, just to the bottom if you bring the mouse, yes. And then when you go up and go beyond that, the continuing orange band there. What does that mean for us here in Barbados as it relates to rainfall and winds?
Thank you. Very good question. And so we've got hours still to go with Elsa. Elsa has only just started. That first band that we talked about, that's just the beginning. So we've still got hours with Elsa. It seems like an eternity we've been talking about Elsa. But she's only just started. So after the center passes to ourselves around 7:30, like you said, we're still going to have about 2 to 3 hours of the real meat and potatoes, if you like, of what Elsa has to offer on her plate. So outside of that, which will probably lead you into like 11 o'clock going noon, conditions should start to improve. Okay, but there's still the possibility of what they call like outer feeder bands that would be feeding into Elsa that could develop and still bring a lot of strong gusts and heavy rainfall. And that's something that's is not so easily predicted. You have to actually watch that and monitor that very closely. But for sure, what Elsa has to bring is, well, the worst is yet to come. We only just started. So, like I said, the real intense stuff from, let's give it a window, like I said, from 6:30 onwards up to, like, say, 11 or so. We should be eating meat and potatoes.
All right. So let's talk about wind intensity. Barbadians have been calling all morning and talking about the wind picking up and the rain. How far can this wind intensity go? Because people are going to be wondering about their paling and their trees and all sorts of other things. Are we in any major danger here, you would say?
Okay. Thank you for your question. So, yeah, so I think you asked the question more along the lines of if she's going to intensify anymore.
Yes.
That by the time she gets to our south, that is a possibility. She's at 60 miles per hour, and she still has the opportunity to intensify slightly, 60 to 65 to 70. Some people say, oh, that's just 5 or 10, but it actually has a very different destructive effect than just going 5 or 10 miles per hour.
Indeed.
It means the difference. That could just be the amount to just tip over something or bring loose someone's roof, paling, like you mentioned. So that is still a possibility, and that's why we must all continue to monitor Elsa very closely.
Right.
She's a very dangerous storm, and we mustn't take her lightly.
All right. I know that you've got the minister there with you, but just before we bring the minister on, let's look at our neighbors in the region here, Cebu. How much in the area of danger are they, and do you have any idea as to the development of this storm, let's say as it approaches St. Vincent, St. Lucia, its direction? What do they have to do? What should they be doing now? I know the earlier tropical storm warnings were posted for a couple of those islands, but how much in danger's path are they?
Okay, so after Elsa passes to about 20 miles to our south, let me see if I can move this marker for you.
Yes.
So if you take this left marker as to indicate the track of the center of Elsa, she's expected to track west-northwestward and just very close to the northern tip of St. Vincent,
right,
or just north of St. Vincent, which should be between St. Lucia and St. Vincent, obviously, and into the Caribbean Sea, like that. There's no significant change in intensity that's forecast beyond after Elsa passes Barbados. We have the intensity leveling off at 65 miles per hour because of Elsa's racing really fast towards the west-northwest,
right,
and that's not very conducive for her to develop into anything major at this point in time. But as she gets into the Caribbean Sea, this might be going on beyond the context of what's going on here in Barbados, but as she gets into the Caribbean Sea, she should slow down then, but by the time she slows down, she'll be close to the big islands of the Greater Antilles, and that's going to affect her ability or capability to intensify.
You've been doing a great job, Cebu. Really, really fantastic. I think people watching CBC TV 8 now will get a better understanding of this system because you've been very meticulous in using your marker and pointing out passage, and this is really, really nice. I really do. Thank you for this. He did mention around 7:30 that we could see a level of intensity as the center passes just to the south of Barbados, but the outer bands, of course, will create some disturbance here. Minister Abrams is also in position. Let me say good morning to Minister Abrams, sir, and welcome to our coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. My first question to you will be one that's pretty caring. How are you in all of this?
Good morning, Barbados. Most of you would by now be feeling the effects of Elsa. As we sit here in this room, we're hearing the rain coming out a lot heavier, and we're hearing gusts of winds. As the director of the Met Office has advised you, The storm has picked up with some intensity, and it is now starting to affect Barbados. The outer bands of the storm have started to affect Barbados. We've had reports of a power outage in St. Philip, and we are expecting, based on the projections, we are expecting more service disruptions with electricity. Now, for those of you who realize that your water is off, this is a scheduled shut-off done by the Barbados Water Authority to protect the equipment and the pumping apparatus. So they deliberately shut off the water, and the water will be turned back on when it is safe to do so. Our aim is to protect the resources of the Barbados Water Authority to provide you water long term. So we want to be able to give you water this afternoon, tomorrow, and the following day, and that would actually be put in jeopardy if we were to run the pumps and try to push the water now. So that is a planned shut-off and is done to protect the equipment. I once again, it must sound like a stuck record, but I have to urge Barbadians to be cautious and to protect your safety. We have a number more persons who have entered the shelters. I think the number is up to about 45 now, and those are persons who made that decision that it was in their best interest to put themselves somewhere safe. We're getting reports from people, and we're getting some video from people who are filming and submitting the effects of the system to us. And while we appreciate what you have sent us, I ask you, please do so from the safety of your home and from inside a protective structure. Please do not go outside to film this event. I know a lot of social media is about likes and getting it first. That is not your role now. Your role is to be safe and to keep your family safe. We will get the images, and we will continue to update you as we have been. We can expect another update as the system, the center of the system, gets closer to Barbados. Of concern for us, as Sabu indicated, are some bands that will be arriving around the same time as the center of the system. So around 6:30 to 7:30, we are expecting a lot more wind, and the wind is the major concern for us at this moment. We know how to deal with flooding. Rain will fall, may cause some damage, but it will run off. Our concern right now is the impact of the wind, and we are seriously looking at a couple of the bands that Sabu indicated. So if you start to feel effects or damage starts to happen to you or those around you, please contact us at the DEM. I'm going to let the director once again repeat those numbers and give her perspective, but please contact us as soon as you're aware that damage has happened to your property or to the property of someone close to you. That way we can put things in place to respond as soon as possible after an all clear is given, or as soon as possible after it's safe to do so. I urge you, unless you are moving in order to protect your own life, please stay put at this point in time. It is dangerous out there, and we would like you to be safe. Kerry?
Good morning, Barbados. As the minister had indicated, we here in Warrens, we are starting to feel the effects of the system. We just had an update in terms of the number of persons in the shelters. There are now 54 persons in the various shelters around the island. There are, in order for you to, if you want to contact us in terms of the reports, to report any damage, the numbers are 438-7575. Again, 438-7575. I do want you to stay safe, stay indoors, and continue to monitor us on the airwaves.
Ms. Hines, have you had any reports of flooding or damages at this time?
We haven't received any here at the NEOC at this time, but as you can hear at this point in time now is the time when the rains and the winds seem to be picking up.
Can you highlight those areas affected by water outages? Low water pressure?
I will have to get that information for you.
Pretty much, a lot of Barbados will be experiencing the low water outages, as I said, because we have deliberately shut the water off to protect the system. When you call the DEM, if you do call the DEM, I ask that you provide as much information as possible when making your report. For example, if you're reporting that a house near you has been damaged or someone is in difficulty, then we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Is the person disabled? Is it an elderly person? What exactly are we looking at? Are we looking at damage to a roof? Is the roof off? Is it partially off? Just provide as much information as you can so that we can prepare ourselves to give the response that is required for the particular situation we're expecting that will fall in this system. We're going to have a number of reports of damage, so we want to be able to prioritize those so that when we start to move in the morning, we can go to those who need us most first. So once again, Barbados, I ask you to stay safe and please monitor the government information services and our official media partners. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to thank Minister Abrams and the crew there, of course, of the DEM for bringing you up to date. Barbadians have prepared themselves for the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa, and of course coverage here will continue across our stations here at CBC. Good morning to all those who have joined our radio stations across the country and to those in the diaspora. The U.S., the United Kingdom, Canada, all over the world, staying in tune with what's happening here in Barbados. We want to thank you. Some reports coming in this morning. Good morning, Pat. I hope you're well. Pat is working hard to make sure that things are going well. Winds, heavy winds in St. Joseph, that was always going to be expected. Power outage or two in St. Philip. I'm not too sure the particular area, but I know that's been coming in. Raining heavily at Holders Hill.
You guys for a while because
and Bath St. John, we heard rain and wind picking up in Bath St. John. Cebu, are you still with us? Cebu is still with us on the phone line, because there are lots of things we can talk about this morning as it relates to the passage of this tropical storm. But yeah, so Barbadians have been using the WhatsApp and using the telephone to report all sorts of things going on. Don't forget, we heard from the Met Office just now, and Cebu did say that it's now 5:33. So we're still about just under 2 hours away from the passing of the center of Tropical Storm Elsa, which will pass to the southeast of Barbados. And don't worry about that, because don't forget there's also Peter, the outer bands, which always play a critical role in what happens at the end of the day. This is not going to be a situation where anything is going to go quiet, because as Sabu explained, when you look at the intensity of rainfall that is expected to come with the movement of the center across the country to the southeast, it's not going to abate. There's still going to be some rain around and lots of wind, so we still need to be very careful. I have missed you for a little while, Peter, but I know you were listening intently to the minister and the officials of the DEM. They're pretty much still in the right passage as it relates to where we are going here. The information that we've gotten over the last 24 hours was more than enough, much more than 24 hours too, to keep us up to date. Anne-Marie is out in the weather. I like this type of weather. This is where I prefer to be, in my yellow suit, and be out there. We've also got the young lady from our news department out there also doing well. We heard from Shane, Jones this morning and Rianne Phillips. So the CBC team is out there gathering information. You gather it, and then, of course, you have to bring it back and play it out for you, covering areas. You can call us at 228-5562 and 228-5563 just for us to know exactly what it is that's going on in your area. Peter, I don't know if you're hearing me. I hope that communication is still up with you. Anything new from your neck of the woods?
Wind, wind, wind. Blowing really nice and hard.
I don't understand. Okay. Wind blowing nice and hard.
Can you hear me?
Peter, I can hear you very well, Peter. I can hear you very well.
Oh, okay.
But I'm comfortable with your position because, as I said earlier this morning, I could not hear the weather when you asked me to have a listen. So it tells me that Peter is in safe harbor. So we will get through this. So far, we haven't had any calls about, you know, any major issues in Barbados. What is really nice too is that so far we've had all our systems staying up. We've had Barbados Water Authority, we've got the telephones staying up, the cell phones are still working, so we are still in good harbor. Hearing from Sabu, Peter, he said it's going to pass just off to the southeast of Barbados. Around 7:30, yeah. So we'll wait and see what that will bring.
6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got a WhatsApp message from a friend who says, and she lives in St. George, that her water has gone. So, yeah.
And don't forget,
the minister did warn that that would happen.
Yes, I want to put my number out there because I know a lot of people in radio do have it, and this is time for you to talk to us. So you can add me to your WhatsApp if you wish, just to make sure we keep the communication up here at 230-7040. If you've got any problems, you can send them here, and we'll be able to get a team or two out there to you if it is possible for that to happen at this stage. And even if it isn't, at least your incident will be documented, and as the minister alluded to moments ago, you'll be able to get some help once the all clear is given. Don't call my cell phone. I'm on national television and I can't answer it and talk to you. So WhatsApp me, send me a message. Let's do it like civilized people and make sure that we get the best results from this process. Live CBC TV 8 in the morning with all our radio stations. We're covering the passing of Tropical Storm Elsa. It's 22 minutes before 6. Peter, have you had your coffee as yet?
No, I haven't. But I'm peeping outside now because it's brightening, it's lightening outside, and I'm watching the palm tree on my neighbor's yard, and it is bending in the wind.
All right.
Yes.
All right. And you
bending in the wind.
And you can see on the screen, Peter, you can send us your photos and videos via WhatsApp, 228-5562, 228-5562. And you can call us on those numbers, 228-5562 and 228-5563. I believe as this broadcast gets older, Peter, it's going to get a lot more exciting because we'll be able to see all the images that Barbadians will be taking and sending in. But I am hoping that these images don't tell us stories of devastation. We're not at that stage right now. We've been through so much, Peter. I mean,
too much.
We really need Mother Nature to give us an ease at this stage. So don't forget, you can send us your photos, 228-5562. You can WhatsApp them, and our technical team here working very hard behind the scenes will get them up for you so that the rest of Barbados can share in your experiences. Once again, we've heard...
And not only photos, you can WhatsApp us messages as well, you know.
Well, they've been doing that.
Sometimes the younger ones prefer to do that rather than to actually make a phone call, so you can do that.
Yes. I am hearing that power is off at Blades Hill in St. Philip, so to the Barbados Island Power Company. We're hearing power off at Blades Hill in St. Philip. There's no water in St. Martin's Terrace in St. Philip too. That's coming in on the WhatsApp. And I want to thank the person for calling. As I said, it makes no sense on national on live TV that you call my cell phone because I can't answer, so we'll have to take it as it comes. Let's see if I can understand this. Hans writing now. Transformer blew out at Long Bay Development in St. Philip. This looked like a doctor's prescription.
So St. Philip.
Yes, and a lady needs assistance. Now, let me pull this together. Hillaby, St. Andrew, lots of rain and wind. Transformer blowing out at Long Bay Development in St. Philip, and there's a lady that needs assistance. Could we have more information about the lady needing assistance? And Peter, if you were here, I don't know if you'll be able to interpret this prescription that was written by one of our staff crew, but let's see if we can get some more information here. We're working as a team, guys. This is going to be all right. People don't mind seeing you coming and bringing the information. All right. I've got this light sounding cell phone in my hand.
That was one of the questions that I wanted to ask Sabu, but I'll wait until next time. And I wanted to know if the storm is, I don't want to say working out, but is it coming up to what they expected?
Right.
You know, what they forecast. I would love to hear that from him. I'm hearing that light is still on in Union and St. Philip, and that, yes, the BWA shut down a few stations between 1 a.m. and 3. So thank you for that information. And they did say that they'd be doing that to protect the water system, the whole system. So
okay.
And yes, messages coming through that the wind is vicious. That's quote unquote.
All right. There is a Silas Wallace at number 32 Fairholme Gardens in Maxwell Christchurch. She's complained that she's having issues with her roof and rain is entering her home, mainly in the children's bedroom. Mainly in the children's bedroom. Now, she needs assistance since she is not working and is not in a position to help herself. She has given a number, and I hope that the crew at the DEM can take this number and make some type of contact with her. 261-0743. That's her number, 261-0743. Calls to her cell should be made from a cell phone or WhatsApp. So let's try to help to save her some money. Thank you so much to my technical crew for making that information available to us. So there we've heard our first real direct call for assistance from a resident of Barbados up there in Lower Christchurch. Now, there's no water at Road Village in St. George. Is that what you're saying? No water? You know, sometimes, Peter, they're so in a hurry to get the message off that the typos are coming in, and you've got to try hard to interpret them. But I believe this message is in fact reading that there's no water at Road Village in St. George. Listen, guys, say your prayers this morning. I did ask you to do that. Get up and give thanks to God that you've made it out to see another day, and say your little prayer. Huddle the family in a nice little cozy corner and give thanks and praise. We will get through this. We've been through, I believe, worse storms than this, and we were very resilient. We've got our teams in place across Barbados. I want to say thank you to the crew from the Emergency Department, ably led, first of all, by the Honorable Prime Minister Mia Motley, and by extension, Minister Wilfred Abrams, doing a job in staying with the people and making sure that you are kept informed, and that's going to be always very important. Now, let me also remind you, though, for the people who've talked about Barbados Water Authority and not getting water, I remember that you might have been warned the water in some places will be turned off to protect equipment. And when it is safe, they will turn. Remember that, Peter, right? I'm sure we got that. We've also got a nice visual. I believe this is from CBC itself, and it looks pretty okay over there. Looking to the far south, you can still see some blue and white. So that's still looking pretty good. It's only 5:37 now. So it looks calm, hardly a vehicle on the road, which is very, very recommended at this time. You are supposed to stay in, and whatever you do, stay safe. And I keep reminding you all the time, COVID-19 is still pretty much around, so later on, even if this thing eases up or passes, if you're going to go out there, if you're going to be talking to the others in your neighborhood, you still want to make sure that you keep your mask on and stay extremely safe. I don't want to hear 2 days from now that, you know, our positive cases have gone up. We have to continue to keep them down to make sure that this country can easily recover. So, Peter, you've seen the images from just outside the CBC, and it's not looking bad at all.
Right. And I'm seeing the images occasionally as I pull back the curtain, because I hear these wonderful wind gusts coming through. And you know, you remove all of your pots and
Yes.
things that you think
Yes.
might become missiles
Yes.
within the wind. And now I'm looking outside and I'm realizing that there are palm fronds on my lawn. I don't have any palms on my property.
All right. You just can't help it, Peter.
Just
Can you?
saying.
You just can't help it. They just blew there. That's all. Oh, really, really sweet stuff. But you got to break a smile in the morning. You got to break a smile. You got to make it happen. We still want you to exercise extreme caution here, guys. Don't forget, the Sabu did say is around about 7:30, you may just feel a slight intensity, even though it should be based to the southeast of the island. But we are still hearing reports coming from the northern section of the island that the winds, Peter, have picked up and the rain has intensified. So this is not the type of system that we need to take for granted. Our hope and prayers is that nothing happens to our country, that tomorrow we can almost resume as normal, and we don't have a situation where our country will have to spend money as it relates to trying to rebuild our infrastructure. That's not what you want. We understand, yes, that being the easterly of all the Caribbean islands and dependent of the Caribbean chain, these things will happen. All right. Can the following. All right. So we need, oh, there you go, some wonderful pictures that is taken by our crew. This is Welch's in St. Thomas. Yeah, Welch's in St. Thomas. A view here of Welch's in St. Thomas. And things are looking pretty okay. The wind, it's not really.
They still have light.
Yes, yes. Oh, beautiful pictures. And the skies are looking comfortable, it would seem. The palms are not blowing, you know, too rough there. So that looks pretty comfortable. And as you mentioned, Peter, I can see some lights still on. So the electricity is holding up, and we got to give kudos.
You know, you were talking about nature.
Yes.
And one of the things that I find fascinating are things like palms and coconut trees. They are built to sway with the wind. Whichever way the wind takes them, that's the direction they go. They don't fight it, and they live to see another day. And it's beautiful just to see that. Thank you very much for sharing your photo with us.
Yes, it is almost the same concept that they apply when they're building bridges. And I believe it's like a study that was done. It has to sway. If it don't sway, of course it would snap. So we've also got our WhatsApp on the screen, and you can clearly see what we've been telling you all morning. Hi, Admiral. Concerning BWA pumping stations are powered down between 1 a.m. and 3 this morning as a precautionary measure to protect the pumping stations. They will each be turned back on when the all clear is given. Please, additionally, once the pumping stations are back online, it will take some time for the distribution systems to be fully charged. Thanks. And that's from Keith Roy, the GM at the Barbados Water Authority. So yeah, so this is great stuff. This makes for great stuff. Did we advertise our WhatsApp message so that people can call? I am seeing at the top there, somebody needs to help me out. I know that we have a direct
The
WhatsApp
telephone
message.
number, you mean?
You know, we have the 2285562 and the 2285563, but the WhatsApp message for people to send us messages direct so that we can put it on screen as we are doing now, I think it's going to be, gonna be all right. Sharika. Okay. We've got a report coming in from Sharika. Yes, there she is. Sharika, good morning. And it's good to see you in Safe Harbor.
Good morning to you in the studio, Admiral. This time around, I'm joined by Chief Shelter Warden, Mrs. Joy Adamson, and she's going to provide us with the latest update on the situation in the shelters. Mrs. Adamson?
Yes, thank you. We have currently now 66 persons in the shelter, and we can go through a list and tell you that generally we have at Hildeskeen 1 person, at Hillaby Turners Hall. We had 1 person, but that person left after midnight, so persons are still going out there, but that's the only one that left. We have 8 at Blackman and Gollop, 17 at Christchurch Foundation, 1 at Cuthbert Moore. At Combermere, we have 5 persons. At Harrison College, we have 5. Leicester Vaughan, 3. Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist, 8. Ellerton Wesleyan Holiness Church, 1. The Church of God, Orange Hill, 4. Connelltown Pentecostal House of Prayer, 2. 6 Roads Church of Christ, 3. At the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Conference Center, we have 4. And at the Lodge School, we have 4 persons, bringing a total of 66 persons currently now in our shelters.
So it sounds to me, based on your last update, that we have seen an increase in the numbers.
Yes, there was an increase in the numbers since we would have updated previously. Persons did come in after midnight, after 2 o'clock. We actually had persons come into the shelter, and the shelter wardens are just keeping us up to date. They will be supplying the names of the persons, the address where they're located, so that we can start looking at the vulnerable. We can start looking at doing some damage assessments, what will be needed to be done in terms of the locations of these individuals.
Now, you had mentioned several new shelters in the press conference yesterday. Are any of those in use at the moment?
Yes, they are. We actually have Harrison College, Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist, Ellerton Wesleyan Holiness, the Church of God at Orange Hill, and the 6 Roads, well, no, that's not new. Yeah, 6 Roads Church of Christ, that's a new one that would have been added. So persons have taken advantage of the additional shelters that we've added to the list.
It's certainly great to hear. Can you say, let's talk about the COVID-19 protocols.
Yes. Okay, the Ministry of Health would have submitted protocols for us to share with the shelter wardens. We would have trained them. We would have made sure that they had all the necessary sanitizing material, and there is a checklist for them when they're doing the registration. So in addition to just taking the temperature and sanitizing, they actually have to ask certain questions so that they can identify if any of the shelters show any sort of symptoms. And at each shelter, there's an isolated area, just like how we have for the schools, so that if any individual, because obviously now we can't go anywhere in these conditions, they have to be isolated until we get the all clear, and then we will actually have the Ministry of Health deal with those persons if necessary.
Okay. Have you been given any indication as to the ages of the people in the shelters, or perhaps whether they're individuals or families?
We have some individuals, the one that we actually have here, but we do have families and we do have children right up to senior citizens actually in the shelters.
Okay. What sort of conditions, because I know you're getting updates in real time from the shelter wardens, what sort of conditions are they seeing at the shelters across the island?
Well, what we're hearing, the same thing that Sabu was saying, that the wind has picked up. I just had a principal telling me that it's kicking up at CP. So we know that the winds have picked up in some places. Rain is in a lot of the areas, but they're huddled down and they believe that they're safe at this particular time.
Okay. I want you to change hats for a moment and speak to you as the Acting Chief Education Officer. You had mentioned that there will be no CXC exams today.
Yes.
What is the plan going forward in terms of rescheduling those exams?
Well, CXC, they don't reschedule the exams. CXC will work with the students. So if it was, for instance, in Cape, you might have one paper in chemistry scheduled for today. They will do an evaluation of the other paper that you will write. Now for the literatures, we have both the literature papers were planned for today, the paper 1 and the paper 2. So the CXC will have to do, they can actually do an amendment, and not an amendment, they can actually do an alternative paper if necessary, because as you can see, it's Barbados and possibly St. Vincent that will be impacted, and therefore they have to put things in place for that situation. So because this is new to us, but it might not be new to some other territories who might have had some sort of hazard, who might have had some sort of natural disaster, they've put things in place so that the students are not disadvantaged anyway. So students, you should not fear. We will work with you to make sure that you will be given a grade for the CXCs that you missed today.
I'm sure they'll be happy to hear that. Yes. Thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Chief Shelter Warden, Mrs. Joy Adamson, providing an update on the situation in the shelters. Currently, 66 people at several of the shelters across the island, including a number of the new ones which were activated today. So that's it for now. Admiral, back to you in the studio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another role there played by the lady who is the Chief Education Officer in the country and leading the shelter movement in Barbados this time around. And I want to thank her for keeping us up to date. And it's still good to know that people who were not too sure of their structures have made their way to the various shelters across the country. And those shelters have got all the protocols in place, we've been told. And so things are safe, and it's good to know that people are in safe harbor. I've got so many messages coming in on the WhatsApp. One of the interesting things about that was I know the worry was all about our students and if they're going to be disadvantaged. And as you just heard, no, things will be altered to make sure that everything goes well. I'm not even going to bother with trying to find out about school and if there's an official shutdown, etc. I think that will come naturally as we continue to monitor the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa here. Hearing that in Lamin, St. Joseph, the wind has really picked up, and this is going to be a natural thing across our country. You can call us at 228-5562 and 228-5563. Good morning. It's 4 minutes away from 6 o'clock. Let's hear from you across Barbados. Hello, welcome.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. And how are you?
Good. I'm here trying to poke my wind, seeing some things.
Okay. Which area are you calling us from?
Christchurch East.
Christchurch. Okay, Christchurch East. Christchurch East. To say Christchurch East, can you give us a neighborhood name or something?
Phyllis area. Elam Park.
I didn't hear a word. You seem to be breaking up there.
Elam Park.
Elam Park, right. Elam Park. That's what people like. People like to hear names and play the Christchurch East and East South, East and West South, North. People don't seem to understand those things, you know. So, you know, Peter, the reality is, this is what it is. You like to hear names of places, you know. If I told you that I live Southeast West, where I live, you have no idea because there's no such place.
She's giving you a constituency.
Yes, I know that, dear. I know that very well. But today,
I know, you know.
Today we want to hear names of places so that we would know if a roof fall off in Coverley, that it's in Coverley it fell off, so that we can send the people there to get it fixed. Peter, a couple things just before we get back to looking at some other things. I know you've been doing a lot of research this morning on your hurricanes. A caller from Phillips Road, Cleavers Hill, St. Joseph said the rain has stopped up there. Thank you very much. 2 weeks ago, he had some damage in the freak storm, and residents were nervous. Now, you remember, Peter, we mentioned this morning, this whole concept of, because of the freak storm a couple of weeks ago, that people might have used that to protect, you know, themselves or to prepare themselves a lot better.
Sam.
So at least we got that right. A caller from Hope Road, St. Lucie. No light from just after 5 o'clock in the morning in St. Lucie. Lots of wind, little rain, would light the electricity back on. Well, caller from Hope Road in St. Lucie, I hope that you have got your torch lights, as we've been mentioning now for the last 2-3 weeks. The hurricane season started on June the 1st, and you're always told to make sure that you are prepared. For the older folk, we do not recommend using candles, lamps, oil lamps, and all those things. And young people, you need to look after your older folk. Make sure that they've got all the necessaries that they need to keep themselves safe. I do not recommend using lamps with oil and candles. Residents from Sergeant Village in Christchurch concerned that, what is this that my doctor inside there wrote for me to read? It was known that a storm was coming. Some elderly people did not receive their pension checks and were unable to do shopping. Well, this is something that I was almost looking at. I didn't know that people did not receive their pension checks, but I certainly hope that we can find and reach out to these people and help them somehow. Peter, that must be something. I've got a couple extras in my larder that I can I'll be willing to pass on. There's some sardines
Perhaps we
and
can give,
yeah, some sardines
perhaps we can give Corey Lane a call.
Corey Lane. All right. You have a number for Corey Lane. Corey Lane is going to be distributing food stuff.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying, you know, putting me in some trouble. It is that he has been helping with the whole poverty alleviation exercise.
Yes.
And giving it, sometimes money, anyway, right. So yeah, I will send the number to our producer.
Right, residents.
But one of the things that is a little off-putting sometimes is when like branches and so on fly from somewhere else and land on your roof.
Has that happened to you?
I know you're not going to experience. Yeah, you see me look up a few seconds ago because I thought I heard a noise and I thought, okay.
See.
But the wind is really, really picking up out there.
What happened, Peter?
And
Peter,
the sky is now darkening.
Peter, you live in a forest.
So I guess another band of rain. Pardon?
Do you live in a forest? You got many branches falling into your yard. You sound as though you live. You sound as though you live in a forest.
And the people out here, we like to have shrubbery and
a lot of
stuff.
vegetation
So,
around.
yeah.
All right.
So you pay for that, I guess, during storms.
Now, I've been asked to give the name of the elderly person without food. I didn't get a name. I just got an area, Sergeant's Village. So if that person can get somebody to WhatsApp me the name at 230-7040, or get through to us here at CBC at 228-5562 or 228-5563, we would be able to get some direct help to that elderly person. I like my elderly people. I always believe that the contribution that our people have made, we got to treat them well. And you don't want to be in a situation like this where people out there don't have anything to eat. You may have shelter, but you also need to have something to eat. So let's see if we can get a name and a number for the resident from Sergeant Village in Christchurch who did send us some information here that we really need. We've got some callers on the line at 228-5562 and 228-5563. Do not call me on my cell phone. I cannot take calls. I'm on TV, people. Good morning. Welcome. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Calling from Shop Hill, St. Thomas.
Shop Hill in St. Thomas. All right. What is it like in Shop Hill, St. Thomas this morning?
We have wind and rain, and we have no water since Wednesday.
Since Wednesday?
Yes, please.
Oh my goodness.
No, in Shop Hill, St. Thomas, we have scheduled water outages.
Right,
Our water is off every Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday night from 9 p.m. till when they feel like bringing it back on. And then on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9 a.m. till when they feel like bringing it on. So it was off on the whole day Wednesday, but when I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, it was off. I left home for work yesterday, it was off.
Wow.
Came back home, it was off. I keep calling, asking for a water tanker, never got any.
Okay.
So now that this weather is here, and the GM is saying that, they turned off the system, we still won't get any water.
What have you guys been doing over time? Because I've been hearing this for many months now. I've been on radio in the morning and hear a lot of people call and complain about the lack of water. In this situation, did you get an opportunity to get any bottled water, some kind of water to keep you here?
Well, I usually have water stored.
Okay.
Because, the water was off from the Wednesday, I didn't get to refill.
Right.
And then, yesterday, I couldn't refill. I had to leave and go to someone else's home and get water, and at the end of the day, that person still has to pay that water bill.
Wow.
Every month, I have to pay a water bill of over $100 and something, and I only get water sometimes on Saturdays, and not every Saturday.
Yeah, well, I am sure officials from the Barbados Water Authority are listening to you and the description of your plight. Is not easy, and I will tell you, this is not exclusive to you, because we've had a few callers who have indicated a lack of water, and even now it's going to be more serious. I don't know what we can do, because I can ask the Barbados Water Authority at this time to send their crews out there to help to solve this problem, because we also got to look now at protecting them. I'm certainly hoping that residents in the area would be able to look at these things. Barbados Water Authority, even after this, you may have to look at what can be done to help the residents out at Shop Hill and St. Thomas. And ma'am, I do feel for you. My heart goes out to you. I just hope that you've got at least some water to keep you for the time being. And let's see if we can work around this after. All right? We're going to go back to the Sabu Best of the Meteorological Office and find out exactly what's going on. Now, Peter, I hope everything is all right with you. I hope that you have...
Yes, thank you.
Good, good. No branches damaging Peter's house, so she's pretty safe. She's in an area apparently where residents are
I'm hearing thuds and thunks, but I can only tell when it's all over, and I can go outside and look.
Okay. Well,
it's nice to see Mr. Best, though.
It is, it is. Sabu, are you with us again?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Sabu. Great.
Hi, good morning.
Great work. Let's continue that good work. Let's use your mouse now to help Barbadians to understand exactly what's going on. I see you've got one pointer on the map of Barbados and another one in the area what appears to be like the center of this tropical system. What can you tell us here now?
Hey, good morning again. Thank you for having me once more. Okay, so we continue to have really strong wind gusts here at the airport and some other sections of the island when we reviewed some of the stations. Maximum wind gusts we recorded here still lies at 58 miles per hour, but now we're having sustained winds, tropical storm force sustained winds of around 41 miles per hour. And so so it's official. We're under the influence or the wind field, the tropical storm force wind field of Elsa. We're under the, again, I repeat, we're under the tropical storm wind force field of Elsa. So you can see from the radar imagery, this is the latest radar imagery I have up for you. I have it on still so that I can show you where the center is. The center is here still to our east-southeast. It's about roughly 70 kilometers away now. That's 43 miles, still moving towards the west-northwest. Same forward motion of 28 miles per hour, 44 kilometers per hour, and we're still timing Elsa to pass just to ourselves around 7:30. Okay, between 7:30. That area of strong shower activity that we're looking at to the east is still is lagging a bit behind the center, but that can easily refill again as the center moves towards the west. I want to move the marker from the center and show you something. Really interesting. Right around the center here, there's this very small area of strong convection or strong echo, sorry. We're getting started to develop around the center now. So as the center passes just 20 miles south of the island, that may actually impact the southern section of the island. But all in all, this is not to say that only southern section is going to be impacted. The entire island of Barbados is going to get impacted and hit hard by Elsa. The winds are going to continue to increase. We have not even seen the worst of Elsa yet. The rest is coming. She's bringing the rest of her with her, and we expect the next hour and a half, you're going to see it really pick up to get to a maximum peak winds of 60, or even if she intensifies, 65 miles per hour. Expect gusts to go higher than 60 miles per hour. We're not even in maximum wind field, maximum part of our wind field yet, and we're getting gusts up to 58 miles per hour, and we only have sustained of 41. So you can imagine if you get 50 and 60, our gust is going to definitely go higher. We have the showers. You can see rain is coming back onto the east here. Just on the St. Philip, it's actually already fallen in St. Philip already. It's already coming on shore, and with these rains, the winds are going to pick up, and along with the gusts as well. I just want to show you something here, a little live. This is from our station here in Charnock, so you can see what's happening this very second. So the winds, this is instantaneous spot wind. So the average wind is around 28 knots. The gust is not really gusting really hard right now. It's 32 knots. So it's eased off just a little bit. You're going to get these lulls. It's going to go up and come back down and go up really strong and come back down. You get those fluctuations. But especially when you get the shower activity, it's going to really pick up really strong, and perhaps that's where you can get the strongest winds from Elsa. All right, back. Sorry, you have any questions? Going back to you?
Yeah. I want you to come back to the map. You hear the satellite imagery of this weather system, and that pointer that you're moving, move it towards the section that looks like orange and red there. Go back right there. That shows a level of intensity on its way to Barbados on its present path. But if you go beyond that, if you go behind that now, if you move the mouse behind that, yes, come all the way down, go all the way down, there's also that aspect of weather formation. I want you to talk to us about that, because you did say that this thing is just about beginning to encroach on Barbados. Is all that stuff, all that convection there, we're going to be expecting that all day today? Those yellow sections of this satellite imagery?
Actually, it's radar. It's radar.
Right.
It's radar imagery. So, but no, you're not gonna. What you see here now is not what you're gonna get. Convective clouds don't last very long. It's like a repetitive cycle. One goes up, dissipates, and another one that goes like that, like almost like boiling water. These bubbles go like that. It's kind of similar.
Right. Okay.
So even though you're seeing that here now, it's not going to be seeing clouds. That's one. And two, you're looking at it directly dead east. Like if you were considering if Elsa was moving dead east, but Elsa's not moving dead east. Elsa's moving towards the west northwest. So if I move my marker again, we may end up, if all the other things being equal and she keeps the same kind of structure, we might end up going like this.
Wow, nice.
But that's just. But you must remember that's. And I'm glad you raised this point. I don't want our viewers to think that it's going to stay looking like this. We can easily get convection developing along this. So in this area where it's relatively not that strong compared to further north, you can easily get some really intense echoes, heavy showers developing in this area, and bring a lot of heavy rains to Barbados. So let us not look at how it looks now. We have to look at how far it extends from the center altogether, because you'll be in that area of possibility where you can get heavy showers and thunderstorms and very, very, very strong winds.
All right, Sabu, if you've got your marker to, that was far west, you had your marker there, you've gone back to that orange patch, but come on the other side of the country now. Let's go towards, like, let's say St. Vincent and St. Lucia, and tell us about those bands that we can see there just between Barbados and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. What are those bands saying for us here?
Well, those bands, those are bands of what passed through us. Remember when we first started, we said a few minutes ago that the first outer bands of Elsa are pretty much passing through.
Right.
And those are the first bands that passed through and gone on its merry way and heading towards St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. And they're halfway there already, as you can see. They're halfway across the journey. This should be in those areas probably for an hour and a half or so. So they'll be feeling the outer bands of Elsa fairly shortly.
Right.
But for us, those bands are done with us. Those are the first parts. The bands that come in and did what they had to do, and they're gone. And what's for us is what's to the east, east, southeast, and going.
Right, and that is
not what you see to the west.
And that is what I wanted you to explain to our viewers who are watching as you move your mouse up and down the screen. That big mass of system there is what you're saying that we've got to deal with now?
Yes, more or less. Remember, like I said, it can change. So let me put it in animation mode for you, so you can appreciate that it's not still, that it actually moves.
Right. Animation mode will also help people to understand a bit more. Okay. Let's have a look.
So you can see if I try to follow it, the mouse area view, you can see how the center is moving.
All right, there you go.
It's not staying put up the marker, but you can see it moving like slightly north of west. And you can see how the echoes or heavy shower activity or east, how it's evolving with time. It's not constant. You can see it changing.
Okay, good.
Changing.
Good.
And you see the first outer bands that actually passed through Barbados earlier this morning that we talked about, how they actually passed across Barbados and are progressing towards St. Vincent and Grenadines. Those are done with us. Like I said, those are moving away from the island. What's to come is what's to our east and east, southeast, and southeast.
Right. Peter Allen, I believe, would want to get in on this conversation with a question or two. Peter?
Wondering if this storm is going according to your forecasting, or is it giving you all any, surprises?
Thanks. Thank you. Your question came through a little choppy, but I think I got it. No, I should say, first off, every tropical storm, hurricane, depression area, disturbed weather, it's we see them as they're just like individuals. They're just like they have their own personas, almost like they have their own personalities, their own ways about them. They're not all formed the same way or have the same inner core dynamics or affected the same way from the environment. They're all different, so they all present their own challenges altogether, and so you have to analyze each situation differently. Some of them may have similar similarities between previous cyclones, and so you learn from those and move on, but Elsa in particular, she was problematic from the point of view of she's a fast moving cyclone and how she's going to react with the environment as a fast moving cyclone. Also there was the not try to get too technical, but there was also issues or understanding if she would actually have a closed circulation by the time she even reaches Barbados, and she definitely does. But after time, with observation data from the polar orbiters and other observations, we were able to definitively say and model what Elsa was going to do.
But
I got to raise a point because that doesn't happen every single time.
Okay. Now, when Tony asked you about the band of yellow, I always remember that this yellow and the colors that we see on the radar might not be what we're thinking. Can you explain to us the colors? Is red really and truthfully like thunder and lightning and really, and yellow deep precipitation? What are those colors that we're seeing?
Okay, thank you for your question. And I can imagine your viewers would be asking the same thing to themselves. Okay, so first, this is radar, which basically sends out energy from our radar here in Barbados, and that beam of energy bounces off the particles, the rain particles, or in some cases very high up in the atmosphere, ice particles. So it's just a measure of how much or the concentration of water that's in the air. All right, let's just like that. Or simpler, how much rain is falling. Okay, and so it doesn't measure lightning. There's nothing to do with lightning. There could be correlations between very heavy areas and thunderstorms. There can be. There are correlations, but in this case, when you see the yellow, in this case, there's a very moderate DBZ or reflectivity. That could be moderate. The orange and red is heavy, going violent.
I see.
Wow.
Okay.
Areas of green and blue are more of lighter rain. And lighter rain is, for persons to understand what lighter rain is like, if in most places, without going outside, folks, if you look out your window, if it's safe to do so, if you look out your window, you'll see it's actually raining kind of light in most places.
Right.
Perhaps now on the eastern part of the island, it may be going towards moderate.
Sabu? Is it that the waters are warmer at this time than at any other, that we're beginning to see the development of these cyclones?
The waters, as Elsa moves further to the west, she's encountering relatively warmer waters than where she was initially when she first was being monitored. And that's typical, to be honest. Further in the central and eastern Atlantic, the waters are not as warm as in the eastern Caribbean, and particularly the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico. But but they're slightly above normal sea surface temperatures. The anomaly is slightly above normal, so there's more potential energy, more energy for the cyclones to draw from the oceans. That's not the only thing that is needed for cyclones to form. So I wouldn't try to go too technical here, but there's some other ingredients. So just put it that way. But the ocean heat content or the available energy from the ocean is one of the ingredients needed. Yes. Okay. But we can't just tie that alone to, we had the bad weather two days ago, and Elsa, the other factors that play into that, and the freak storm 2 weeks ago was a completely different story altogether too.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Sabu, we want to thank you again for coming comprehensively and keeping us intact. Can you tell us when can we expect the next update from the Met Office?
Okay, we can probably do it again in 30 minutes or so, or if there's something really significant, I'll probably try to bounce right back with you really quickly. I was just going to check if any more dates for you before I leave you.
All right, we've got one or two callers who want to ask you a question or two. Can you take some calls as we continue this morning, sure. Sabu? Thank you. Well, let's say good morning to a caller. Hello, welcome.
Good morning, and I wish you guys safety.
Thank you very much.
I just would like Mr. to see if he could explain what when a system starts in the deep tropics. Can he explain that to me? For me, please. It's like they're saying that when systems start in the deep tropics, that it's not a good sign. And I like to watch different models and stuff like that, and they found that this particular system did start in the not the usual area that it would normally start, and that was my concern, that we would get a lash with this one.
Okay, thank you, caller. It really goes to show that we have a diverse, very diverse audience. There's some that are knowledgeable of what's going on, very knowledgeable, I should say. Some are knowledgeable, and some need our assistance to help them understand even more. So, caller, to answer your question, yes, Elsa did start in the very deep tropics. Matter of fact, as part of the monsoon trough or low, she did start from below 10 degrees north. As a matter of fact, we did analyze perhaps the center around 6 north or so. Very early in hurricane season, and also very late in the season, with the best area of upper level support for these systems tends to be further south, and so you tend to get a better chance of initiation of tropical cyclone development a lot further south. It's not to say that in the middle of the season that it can't happen, but it's just that it's more favorable during that time. And yes, because our prevailing winds are generally from the east, and the systems tend to track northward. If it does start from further south, like Elsa did, and Ivan, and Thomas, and Dorian, then you are at greater risk from a Barbados perspective of not necessarily direct, but it could also be indirect impact.
Thank you, Sabu.
I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Sabu. Team coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa will continue here on CBC. Peter, I'm going to give you the opportunity to take us to break, and then we'll see Cassandra and Joel coming back to take you through our next coverage period.
Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you so much to Cooperators General Insurance the way you want it to be, for giving us the opportunity to keep you company during the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa.
If you haven't got a policy, you haven't got a chance. This hurricane season, from June to November, if you're a policyholder, just collect and submit an entry form at any of our 3 locations and win monthly prizes. At the end, you could be one of 6 grand prize winners. Our partners, Carter's General Stores, JG's Wholesale, Trowel Plastics, Easy Pave, and MCTV. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
And welcome back. It is approximately 6:24 in the morning. If you're just joining us, good morning to you. You're watching Tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm Joel Ford. Did the first shift with Cassandra. She's went and gotten something hot. I've topped up my coffee, the beverage of champions, and we are good to go. Special thanks to Admiral Nelson from radio and Peter Allen, who, even though she was at home, still logged in and supported the teamwork here. Thank you so much, Peter. She's not been feeling 100%, but she gave 100% this morning with Admiral. Thanks, P. I particularly love the part where she said she saw palm fronds on her lawn, but she don't have palm trees.
It will happen.
Only you, Aline, only you.
It will happen, but definitely good stuff. The Admiral is going to see what else he can share with us.
Yes.
We look forward to all the pitching in, and we are certainly appreciative of your contributions, your calls. Remember, you can WhatsApp us via 228-5562. You can send those WhatsApp messages, or you can call traditionally. We are happy to take your calls as well, 228-5563.
A quick reminder that there is a flash flood warning in effect for Barbados, and it was from 3 a.m., which is a few hours ago, and it will expire at 11 a.m. or sooner if those conditions warrant it. A flash flood warning is issued when rapid flooding due to heavy or excessive rainfall in a short period of time, and that's generally in less than 6 hours, is occurring or is imminent in the warning area. I had a chance to peep outside. There's a little door at the back of the studio, so I sneaked out and went and had a look. There's a lot of rain.
And I heard a lot of movement. I heard some metal moving.
Yes. So I sneaked out, and it is a lot of rain and a lot of wind out here. And I've been also hearing from the WhatsApp messages, and people have been calling in saying that it's really starting to pick up. So this is where we offer up those extra pairs. This is the traffic cam outside of CBC. So this is right there past the footbridge. We can see how
south facing.
South facing. In the left, well, my left, your right, 4 of the camera shot. You can see some trees there waving and bending in the wind, so you know it's picking up. A couple of cars on the road. But people are moving around. I hope that those are essential workers on the road, or people that are trying to get home from wherever they were before. Please stay off the roads. It's really starting to pick up, and we cannot afford to have anyone hurt or injured.
That's
or,
the last thing
God
we
forbid,
want.
lose their life in this storm.
I had an opportunity to chat briefly with Anne-Marie Burke as well. As you know, she was out on the road. We got an update from her, and she mentioned having seen downed trees in St. Joseph. So I imagine as we go through the morning, we'll get more of those reports. I got a little nap in as well, a little power nap.
Listen, girlfriend, I saw you
I don't know if I missed that.
feet up and the snug boots.
Yes.
And I was like, yes.
I dressed warm. I dressed
That's
my toes
the thing I love
warm.
about Cassandra. Cassandra's dressed for any occasion. Like you're coming, she boots, fur-lined, because she mean that her feet are not to be cold.
Tall socks. So there are no heels under this desk. It's boots with
flats
fur.
today. Today's a flats kind of day, because it's going to be a long day.
Yes, it will be.
It's going to be a long
But we're here for you, so we want you to stay tuned. You just got another update from the director at the Met Office here in Barbados, Mr. Sabu Bast, just letting you know the state of things right now. So all you can do is just try and keep as safe as possible in your space. But we want to hear your memories. We want to hear what's happening where you are. We want to hear what you do when these situations occur. How do you ride out the storm?
And we've got a call, so good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Deacon's Farm.
Deacon's Farm, okay.
Yes. And I just want to say a couple words to the CBC staff.
Absolutely.
Fantastic staff. I've been following y'all from the time I was like a teenager. Okay.
Thank you.
Joel, everybody. It's always good to know that when it's a crisis like a storm, y'all guys are always there, Admiral, everybody in place, keeping the agency, informed and whatnot. And first, let me say that the meteorologist now, a product of Mr. Best from CBC. Isn't he just phenomenal?
Phenomenal.
Listen to me.
Fantastic. This guy
Listen
needs
to
an award.
me. He does need an award. He breaks it down for you so you understand. He breaks it down so you get it. Awesome.
A head full of knowledge, and I love geography at school, but he's breaking it down so that the normal guy could understand the bands, the weather patterns. Isn't he just amazing?
Listen, even the colors of the different bands and what those colors
He's going into
mean.
animation
Yeah.
mode.
Yes.
You know, he's just, oh my gosh, give this guy some kind of award, please. And all the CBC staff, keep up the good work. This is big songs, by the way. Just keep doing what y'all guys keep doing. Fantastic, fantastic. And I'm here in the farm. I had a little rest, but we got a lot of wind picking up because we just off the highway, the mighty Grinding Highway. So I'm kind of scared because I don't like hurricanes. And I just want to say good morning to all my family, my mom in Bisbilla, my sisters up the road in Beacon, my friends in Bank Hall and all of y'all just keeping us safe and keeping us, together. Okay. But that meteorologist guy, he needs a big award, though.
Yes, he does. Big props to Sabu.
Very good upbringing from his mother and father, very educated. I just love him.
And as a woman, you're going to understand when I say this. And easy on the eye too, huh?
Very much so, I must say. So everybody stay safe in Barbados.
Same to you, my friends. You stay safe.
Guys keep up the good, fantastic work. And Cassandra, I'm a singer as well, so I remember you from Star Morning.
Oh.
Yes.
I said that this morning. Funny enough, I said,
I'm not going to let you get away with that.
It's one of those mornings, huh?
Yep, yes, it is. Thank you, my dear. Are you prepared and inside and safe?
Yes, I'm inside. I'm kind of safe. My son he's up the road from me, my big son. The other son, he's in St. Peter. But I was on some chats this morning, and I just, keeping my friends, making sure everybody's good.
Yes.
I just called my mom, but I didn't get her. So if she's watching Morning Barbados, Mommy, I love you.
I like it.
Oh, love it. Thank you so much, my friend, for not only checking in on your close friends and family, but checking in on your CBC family. We are touched and loving it.
I want to also say to the rest of the CBC staff, like Alicia, Diane, and I see Sophie is back. All the girls from all in the 80s, y'all guys still look good, still doing good work. Keep it up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, another woman who is still looking good and doing always good work, Anne-Marie Burke. Anne-Marie, good morning.
Good morning.
You're in out the cold?
Yes, I'm still feeling cold. I had a little shower in St. Joseph, and I'm trying to dry off. So,
what's it like out there?
Well, we left the point about minutes to 2 this morning, and we progressively saw things change. Our first trip really was to the east. So we started at the Black Mongolop School. Yeah. By that time, it was just quiet, calm. There were no, major issues that you can see, that something was really brewing. Right. And by the time we got into St. Patrick's on our way to Garden Waters, there was a heavy shower of rain. So we said, okay, maybe things are, picking up. But by the time we got to the airport, there was no rain again, and there was wind. But as I progressively did my presentation there from the Grandy Adams International Airport, I realized that the wind started to pick up. So on that easterly side, there's a lot of wind. And then we ventured down towards the Christchurch Foundation School, and it's there that the rains really came. So we decided at that point, let us see how the surf was going. So we went along the southwestern corridor just to see how the swells were of the sea, and ironically, nothing to shout about. So, like we usually do, we're ready for the action. So we went into St. Joseph. But as I go into St. Joseph, no, that was different territory altogether. Some trees are starting to come down. The wind is extremely high. I got out at the police station to go, just to find out what was going on. Had on my raincoat, and I think it was just, it was as if I could just get up and go before everything. The rain just came sweeping across, and the wind. So I'm seeing it like an easterly, northerly situation where that's a little progressively worse than this side, which is interesting because I'm hearing the trajectory to be on the southern and eastern side.
But I got the impression it's going to the southern side later.
Mr. Best did say our friends in the north will be affected most first.
Oh, first, right. So maybe that's why. So in the northern side, I can see, you know, the mist. You know, St. Joseph is always cold, and it does have that mist along with the heavy showers and the wind as well. But
did you bring back any footage?
Yes, I do have footage actually. We have footage from Blackman's.
Who did you go out with? Which camera guy?
Oh, I went out with Chris Wood. I also had Joshua, our intern, with us. He's enjoying that.
Must be exciting.
Joshua is enjoying that. That is actually there in Blackman's. That is if you're looking towards the Grantley Adams School, and that's there by the police station as well. And as you can see, the trees have started to, you know, break, branches are snapping off and stuff like that. So
did you see anyone out, other than the people that you interviewed, did you see anyone out on the road, cars on the road, anything?
We had one interesting person that we spotted. There was a vagrant in Oistins who was still with a bicycle going through garbage, picking up his bottles. So we thought, we thought, well, you know, by putting light on him, he would move on. No, he just continued on his way. He was still picking up the bottles in the midst of the rain, because at that time it was rain and wind. But he was still out and about. So that was the only person we actually passed. That was the only. We didn't have any vehicles on the road either. So that was the only odd thing that we saw while we were out.
Okay. Well, keep up the good work as always, Anne-Marie. You're going back out after you get dry?
I'm going back out, but I've passed the baton on to Shane Jones. He's going to take a few ashes, you know, and then he will take a little rest.
You take a break.
I will take a break and dry off. And
it's going to be a long day, so everybody in shift.
But Joshua left, though. Joshua was like, no, I'm not missing this train. And he's on.
That's good. That's a good option.
That's good.
I wanted to find out from you, though. You've been out with teams before in different times. What do you remember any other situations that you can compare with this morning, or any other situations that may have made you nervous or anything like that?
Not
these
nervous,
storm situations.
But what I found this time around is that the shelters are not as populated as before. I think the last storm that we had,
Gonzalo last year,
I went out and I went down to the Westbury School, and that shelter alone had 45 persons. So when I hear the overall count is 54, you know, that is a decline in persons going into the shelters. Actually, when I went into St. Philip, I joked and said, as a Philippine, our houses have to be strong because none of the shelters actually had persons in it. I went to Hilda Skeen as well as the Ruby Nazarene. None of the two had any persons who decided to come into the shelter in St. Philip. So the Philippines are weathering the storm at home. I'm going to say, as a Philippine, our houses are strong.
It's interesting, though. I wondered if, you know, yes, we've told people, you know, with the pandemic present, you have to still take along your hand sanitizer. You have to remember the protocols.
And everything.
I also wondered if that
was
also a deterrent.
It may have been a deterrent
for them.
It's possible, yes.
Because it's bad enough having to go to the shelter, but then one of the messages I heard was that you have to carry enough masks to change every 4 hours. That's a lot, because you don't know how long you're going to be there. And then all the hand sanitizer. Some people may have just decided, you see me?
Yes.
Let me stop home.
But to be honest, the shelter that I went to that had the most, or I should say the biggest population, was the Christchurch Foundation. They had 17 persons. I was able to peep inside, and they're actually well spaced. So, you know, they're like 2 or 3 little families that are grouped together. But generally, because a lot of them are single persons, they're actually spaced out and everything. So to me, I would say maybe yes, the COVID was a deterrent for sure. But persons who opted to go into the shelters are still, you know, doing their part. And as well, even when I got to Christchurch Foundation, up came the warden's assistant, and she was like, "I'll take her temperature," and I was very upset, but I'm not going in, you know. So they are also making sure that protocols are followed before you even enter the facilities.
All right, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Going to get some rest because I know you're on the next shift.
Got another shift indeed. Well, what we're going to do now as Anne-Marie gets ready for her next point of duty is we're going to take the opportunity to chat with the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Kenneth George. Good morning and welcome to Tracking the Storm Elsa. Good morning, Dr. George. Okay, so we are waiting.
Good morning
okay.
to you once
It seems
again,
Sharika
President
is there, and
Caldwell.
she's
And
going
as
to
you
take
rightly said, I'm joined now by Chief Medical Officer Dr. Kenneth George. And Dr. George, the first question I'd like to ask you is about the impact of the storm on the services at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Have there been any disruptions there?
So good morning, and thanks for having me on. I've been in contact with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital during the night. Unfortunately, there are no major issues at this time. Remember that they had put on extra staff to cover the have had the opportunity to have hurricane shelters, etc. But some of them have not. So we would hope that we can ride this out. As I said, the physical plant is a bit old, and we are hoping that there's not too much structural damage at the plant, because we would like to recommence services as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Now, one of the issues that usually arises with these type of systems is flooding. What advice would you give to people in terms of not putting themselves at risk, particularly going through floodwaters? What sort of potential health challenges could that produce?
Right. So we have to be careful because, as I mentioned earlier, there may be some hidden hazards within the water. Down power lines, sharp objects. For example, galvanized zinc is a common missile that is seen flying around during a hurricane. And then also the exposure to pathogens and infections that may be transmitted via water, whether the water be using for drinking purposes or whether it is being used for other purposes. And that's why we tell persons that during and after a storm, you have to still be very, very careful, because unfortunately in some instances there have been outbreaks of an infectious disease after a significant weather event, and even after earthquakes, where sanitation is compromised, where the standard things that we take for granted are compromised, and therefore people take shortcuts, and your water source can be contaminated, and we certainly don't want that.
What sort of guidance would you provide in terms of water storage, and then also as it relates to food?
So we encourage persons that you want to make the water what we term potable, fit for drinking purposes. So we have told individuals that to use a tablespoon of bleach to a gallon of water, let it settle a bit, and after an hour or two you can use that water for cooking and drinking, etc. But we had advised the public to store water. There are guidelines of how much water per individual. That varies, but each household should have made plans to ensure that there's adequate potable water on their premises for people to drink. Because I'm trying to remember, but I believe it was 1989. I was in Jamaica, and I witnessed Hurricane Gilbert. That was a difficult time for Jamaica. But what I clearly remember is people after the event being extremely desperate, looking for food. There was a point in time when there was no food, there was no water for sanitation purposes, no water for drinking purposes. And it was just a chaotic situation. There were roofs, people's roofs were found sometimes up to a kilometer away from their houses. So we have a lot to be thankful for.
Indeed, and that's a good point to end on. I've been talking to the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Kenneth George, providing some very useful tips on how we can stay healthy during this storm. Cassandra and Joel, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Sharika. It's been a rough year on Dr. Kenneth George between the pandemic and the ashfall and now this. It's really been a rough year. Please give him our congratulations on doing an amazing job. Thank you very much. That is our Sharika Griffith there at the EOC I think it's in Warrens that they're located, with Dr. Kenneth George, who is the Chief Medical Officer. I have so much feels for him, because it has been a ridiculous year, and they've been caught up in all of it. The pandemic, the ash fall, and now this. You can actually see that he's tired. I hope he gets an opportunity to take a break.
Yeah, they've all been working, and
flat
it's
out.
tiring,
Flat out.
but they've been working tirelessly. So as the duty calls, they've been responding. I think we may be having a caller coming in, but remember, your calls are welcome. Your calls are more than welcome. You can call us at 228-5563, and if you want to send your messages or comments, your questions via WhatsApp, you can do so at 228-5562.
And I just got this, Cassandra. Last time we get little freedom and a volcano erupt. This time we get a little freedom and 2 weather systems got we line up. I think it may be best if we just stay inside for the rest of the year.
I love my people.
I'm with you, my man. I am with you. It seems like every time there's an opportunity to go outside, Mother Jasia goes, nope.
Yeah, because we make plans and then life
God
happens.
laughs.
That's just how it goes. But looky here. This is when I lift my mug and I say, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So we work with it, and that's all we ask you to do. We can't really ask for a whole lot more. Just when you can find those light moments of humor in it, you have to do that. But
it is true.
Amidst it all, just try and stay safe by doing what is requested of you. We hope that you would have taken your preparations seriously, so that now you can sit and eat those fish cakes or eat the bakes and drink the porridge. I'm not letting go. Cornmeal pap. You'll sleep good. And
Okay, the next time we have to do one of these broadcasts,
this.
Cassandra, you're coming in a different capacity. You're bringing the cornmeal pap and the fish cakes.
No, I'll still come in this capacity, but I'll bring those too. I will bring those too. It is true.
So let us know what you're doing. We're heading into 7 o'clock. We're expecting to have another update from the Met Office very shortly. So call us. Let us know what you're doing if you're home and safe. A couple of people have called and said that they're home alone. So we want you to know that we are here keeping your company, and we've got a call right on the button. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, you're on the air. Talk to us now. Good morning.
Good morning, Cassandra.
Hi. How are you?
How are you this morning?
I'm doing all right. I feel bright-eyed and bushy-tailed again.
Well, I know that y'all are checking to see how we are doing.
Yes.
And I'm very appreciative of that. But I want to know how y'all are doing, how your families are doing, what is going on over at your places.
They're all right. You're so sweet.
Taken care of.
You're too sweet. So I
Thank you
checked
very
in just
much.
now. I checked in just now, and they're all right. And I have family in the north as well, and they. I said to them before leaving home, just batten down and just be safe.
Right.
So, that's all. We know how to ride things out.
What about family?
Jewel?
Well, most of my family are overseas, but the ones who are here, they are good. They always say, how is it that you always have to go to work? But this is the career path that I chose, so I understand entirely that this is part of the deal. From the minute I heard it was coming, I knew that I'd have to be at work. So I've been fortified with coffee. I am good.
I realize that. I realize that. And so first policy, y'all are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, ma'am. How are you doing? Are you good?
I am okay. I'm okay for now. I'm in the plane. This is like told me.
Oh, okay. How are you, my dear?
Oh, hugs and love.
I'm hanging in there, and I'm being thankful.
Yes.
Right,
So you're doing all right, and you just, snuggled up and watching and listening.
Yes. I'm not too bad at this moment.
Good.
A little bit and it rushing off every minute, but I'm okay for now.
This is good.
So I want to thank you all for the fine work that y'all are doing. And I pray that God will continue to keep y'all and y'all family and everybody under his blood. And for Barbados, I wish Barbados safe. I pray that God will bring us through this as safe before any casualties or anything like that. So keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, and you take care of yourself as well. And thank you for calling in and checking.
Much appreciated.
Yes, indeed.
See, the love is there.
Yes,
the love is there.
it is. Very much so.
Sometimes it takes things like these to hear it, but I think that generally we've got some very loyal viewers and listeners, and they will take the time to share how they're feeling. But we really appreciate your checking on us as well. We appreciate that. I got a message from some friends in Easy Hall, St. Joseph, they're only experiencing some rain and wind. So this wind is a factor. And I'll tell you this, Jewel, on another note, back to the food. I'm also getting some photos and messages here. A question, good morning to us. How are we doing? We're doing all right. We're doing our work, and we're here for you. And this lady is still, wow, ready as the all clear comes to go feed people. You know, her phone is still ringing. This is Sharon Bellamy, and she's got a pot of rice, and it looks like pilau.
She passing CBC? Because pilau is comfort food. That's the kind of food I could be eating now. But let's go to the phone lines first before we come back to, because I need to know where she lives. Good morning. Hello.
Morning.
Peace be on to each and every one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to you.
Cassandra, happy to see you and to see Joelle.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm calling from Bank Hall. The night was okay, but now we are getting wind and rain. It's a good day and it's a sad day because today is my birthday.
Yes, happy birthday still. You have life.
You have life, and there will still be opportunities to celebrate. And whilst there's life, there's hope. And there'll still be opportunities for you to celebrate.
Of course. Anyhow, we all stay safe, and thank you all for keeping us, up all night and giving us information and keeping us safe. You and everyone that is, giving
working the team.
Yes. Not only
thank you very
the
much.
Government, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Stay safe.
You take care, Gail. You take
bye-bye.
care.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
So, again, we really appreciate all this input, and we're going to share a number of perspectives as we go through the morning. Mental health is critical. It's key as people deal with natural disasters of any sort, because everybody is dealing with different socioeconomic statuses, and simple things or things that may seem simple to us will impact someone else in a different way, and depending on what's been going on in your life, it may take a different toll on you. So we will probably have the opportunity to check in with one of the psychiatrists, one of the people who helps as far as mental health is concerned. And Jewel, I think that is something we have to continue. We have to keep talking about, get people more comfortable with that.
But I am so glad if there's one good thing that came out of COVID, it is that finally we are talking about mental health and there is no stigma attached. You can talk about your mental health. You can talk about how you're feeling emotionally, that you're overwhelmed, that you're not feeling your best, that you don't have 100%. You can have all those conversations and nobody looks at you any differently. You can have that conversation and there's someone who can say, well, this is where you can find help. If you want to go privately, the state is providing help. All of those conversations we are now finally having, and there is no stigma. And I think stigma is to the detriment, and judgment is to the detriment of us all. There's nothing wrong with saying, I am just not 100% today. And it's not that I'm physically unwell, but mentally unwell. You just can't cope, and that's natural. You can't. There are days you can't cope, and there are whole other days when you're ready to take on the world.
Yeah, different people deal with things differently, and we have to be ready and willing to say, yeah, I need help. I need to talk to somebody because this is tough. And so I certainly hope that, this is something you get used to. I see that we should be chatting with a psychiatrist very soon, Dr. Keo Ford, but we're going to take a call first.
Yes, please. There's a lady on the phone. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Hey, I'm calling from Eastbourne, number 2, St. Philip.
Eastbourne, number 2?
Number 2.
Yes.
Yes, please, St. Philip. My roof just blew off the wind up here in extremely high.
Oh, man. So sorry to hear that.
And the funny thing about it is my cable is connected to that side of the house.
Oh, no.
So the entire roof, this is partial? What else can you tell us?
So far, the front part is off, most of it.
Are you in an area that you can take refuge still in that house, or are you able to get to a neighbor?
I'm still in my room, but it's the front house area that is off the time.
Okay. Okay.
So we have your name, and you're in Eastbourne,
Number 2?
Number 2?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, you stay as safe
as you can, and we
We're
will
so
make sure to
sorry.
pass on your information to the relevant authorities.
Yeah.
So tell me what's happening in the area. You talked about the high wind and stuff, but have you been able to move to a part of the house that is at least dry and safer than, the area where the roof lifted?
Yes, I'm in my bedroom, as I said. My bedroom is secure for the time being, but the house is just as old as I am.
Oh, dear.
Well, are you able to see, I know that at this point in time your major concern is what's happening in your immediate space. Are you able to see whether any of these situations are happening around you, or is there anyone you might be able to go to should things get worse? What can you tell us?
I may be able to go by one of my aunts or one of my uncles, but the thing is, where we're located is also a water area. The water is settled.
Low-lying.
Yes.
So there may be flooding in that area.
Yes, it's got flooding in this area because it already started. So I would have to try to go on the road, and that road in front of me is also catch water as well.
Did you mention that you have children with you? What's your situation?
I have my son with me and my dad.
Okay. All right. As Jewel mentioned, we've taken those details and it will be passed on to the relevant authorities who can get assistance to you as soon as it is possible. We still have to work with safe maneuvering, so that's why we're saying to you, just try and be as safe as you can. And if there is a way for you to get to relatives who may be at least secure in their homes, please try your best, but try and be safe, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to call us back and keep us updated.
What a horrible experience. Continue to stay safe and keep your family safe. We will pass on this information, and once the all clear has been given, we know that someone will come to you and assess the damage and try to give you as much help as possible. On the line, we've got Dr. Ford St. Hill, who is a psychiatrist. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay. There's some wind and rain up by me, but I'm safe.
Okay. So this is Dr. Keo Ford, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Quick question. Cassandra and I were saying a little earlier that it's been a lot over the last 18 months. The pandemic, the ash fall, now this. And then there was a storm last year as well, and we were in the same mode as well. Yeah. And the pandemic is still with us. It's been a lot. How can people find coping mechanisms to just get through the day?
Okay. Sorry, excuse me a minute. Sorry about that, excuse me. So coping mechanisms will be different for each person. The one thing that I am definitely going to discourage persons from doing is using either alcohol, cigarettes, or overeating as a coping mechanism, because that is actually one of the first that we do. You get stressed, you say, okay, let me go and get a drink. No, because while it may take away your problems for the short term, you're creating long-term issues, right? So some of the ways that I do think that we can cope with the limited space that we have to move at this point would be to do things you enjoy. So if you like to read books, you can always read. You can exercise within your house. Exercise creates those releases those feel-good chemicals, those endorphins that make us actually feel a lot better. So whether that is turning on a playlist on YouTube and just dancing, to the person who's a little more hardcore and has their weights and barbells and everything at home.
Yeah.
As well as making sure that you eat. Make sure that you eat. And not eating something nutritious, because as I said, one of the things that we will do is to go and eat the ice cream. Not saying that you can't have ice cream. By all means, use the ice cream. You don't know if the electricity is going to go off, but make sure that generally you're eating a balanced diet and some quiet time, some prayer, meditation, yoga, anything like that that is good, that works for you. And then make sure as much as possible during this time that you try to keep a schedule. So today is a day you can sleep in if you can comfortably. But make sure that you stick to your meals. Still make sure you give the children activities to do today, because we always think, oh, the children are going to be fine. They don't have anything to worry about. But if you are worried, the children pick up on that as well. And this is a scary experience for them as well. And their whole world has been turned upside down since March last year, just like ours. So make sure that you keep your children as the focus and reassure them. And the other thing I want people to remember is that it's okay to be scared. Remember, this is, as you said, Joel, this is COVID, ashfall, storms last year, storms this year, freak storm earlier in June that we weren't expecting. So it's a lot. And it's okay to say, you know what, this is a lot. I was very glad to hear you say it's okay to not be okay today. Today you might feel, you know what, I cannot take on anything. But tomorrow you might not feel like that.
Question. No, normally we have an allotted amount of sick days. Do we now need a mental health day? I have a very good friend that lives in London, I think it is, and she tells me that her job place allows mental health days. Now, you have a set amount of them, but I should be able to say, I can't make it today. Not that I'm sick physically, because when you say you're sick, people automatically think it is some kind of laid up intraction, can't leave the house sick. But it should be enough for me to say, I am overwhelmed today and I just cannot come to work. Because that's another thing.
That is absolutely correct.
And that's another thing as well. COVID has now been, especially when you work from home, you're permanently on. There's no off switch. There's no, okay, I'm home and I've separated my work and my personal and my professional life. You're now on, your switch is permanently on. So you're taking work calls, you're looking at work emails, you're dealing with it from 6 in the morning until midnight. You're always on. And therefore there has to be a space at which you can comfortably say, I just cannot. I am overwhelmed. And it not be seen as you being lazy, not up to the task, insuitable, or any of those other judgments that come with saying, I'm just not 100% today.
Yeah, that is, you hit the nail on the head. I believe strongly that we should have mental health days in addition to the allocated sick days. So a allotted number of mental health days. How many those need to be, I'm not sure. I'd have to do some research as to what places like England and other first world countries will be offering. Because we need to have that. Because as you said, it's not, when you say, oh, I'm taking a sick day, if somebody sees you at the beach and then it's like, well, I thought she's sick, not realizing that that is your therapy that you need for that day, because it's a mental health day.
Yeah. I want to ask you, Dr. Ford, with hearing that story, hearing of that situation where that mom is there with her child and dad, and they've lost the part of the roof of their home. What you said, you know, you have to try to stay calm in the face of things. Now, it's one thing to have activities to occupy the children, but how do you keep that little one calm? What do you say to calm yourself enough to say that to the little one? What would your advice be?
So you can explain to your child that it's okay to be scared. First of all, you have to ask them, how do you feel, if it is a child who's old enough to respond? And you say, you know, it's okay to be scared. Mommy and daddy are here with you. We are going to get through this together. And if what your child needs today is to literally lay down in a bed with you or sit down in a chair with you, huddled up with them, just so they can physically feel secure, and just reassure them all the time, then honestly, we don't realize that simple things are enough for our children.
Yes, well said, Dr. Ford. So, you know, I know that you will share with us and you will tell us all we need to know. We'll probably check back in with you, but we're going to find out what is happening out on the road now with our Shane Jones. So thank you so much, Dr. Ford, for reminding us that mental health is key in all these things in the face of whatever disaster. So we're going to take in a report now from Shane Jones, and he is literally by the sea.
My
Hey,
man.
Shane.
Good morning, Shane.
Where are you?
We're right here with the action is now. We've been following all the reports closely, and we knew that the director of the Barbados Meteorological Services would have said that around 7:30 or so this morning, there would be a ban from Tropical Storm Elsa that was going to have with it a lot of rain and a lot of wind. And we're getting actually close to that time right now with that big wind and all of that rain from the outer bands. So we're right now on the southeast. On the Enterprise Beach, and you can see the actual sea snows here. They are huge. They're coming up on the beach, and actually we are seeing a lot of waves, a lot of rocky action. The wind is pretty high. If my cameraman Christian actually turn and show you the trees here on the beach. I mean, you walk and see. You guys know this beach a lot. People come here to exercise, to eat lunch, to do yoga, but we're actually going to use this as a visual cue of what's happening right now. And this is the action that we're seeing right now. Pretty further up, I don't know if you'll be able to see that, but we've seen some really, really big waves further up towards like St. Philip's side. And as the morning goes on, we will try to get up closer to St. Philip, on the southeast of the country, so we can see the full impact of Tropical Storm Elsa. So that's a visual cue of what's been happening. We're going to text some more beaches, we're going to text some more people, and we're going to come back and give you the very latest.
Good morning, Shane. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, one of the things that Dr. Leo Brewster from the Coastal Zone Management Unit talked about was that the beach area had shrunk after the freak storm that we had a couple of weeks ago. So can you tell if there's more or less beach, and then the water is looking murky? So is that a lot of sargassum as well?
I'm not sure if you're seeing actually sargassum seaweed, but where we are right now, we're not actually on the beach side. If you know this part of Enterprise, the beach and the shore is actually more on that side by Miami Beach here. We're showing you right now. So right now we're just more by the cliff. So we're going to probably check down there a little later so we can see what's happening with the beach. But right now, as we said, the swells are really huge. If you know this area, the water is actually coming right up over the cliff and letting us here. The wind, the gusts are really huge. It's really starting to heat up, just as the folks at the Met Office have said.
No, normally at this time when you have these huge waves, this is where you see a couple surfers out. No surfers out today?
No surfers out. But this is not one of the beaches that we normally see surfers. I don't know if we go on the island, I know maybe on the west and those sides, people on the north, people normally surf up there. So we're going to, as we say, CBC, we're going to have you locked throughout the day. We're going to travel Barbados to length and depth to track Tropical Storm Elsa and show you everything that's been happening.
Thank you so much, Shane. Great report. And please, you and your team on the road, I know you've got some interns out with you as well, so please stay safe.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's our Shane Jones there. You know, for a moment there, he reminded me so much of Terry Mears, because when Terry was with us, this was his absolute favorite assignment. He wanted to be on the road. He didn't want to sit in the studio, and he reveled in these kind of assignments. So Shane, you stay safe. Looking at how the wind has really picked up on that side of the island, it is serious that even if we don't get a direct hit from Elsa, it is going to be close, and I hope that everyone realizes that Elsa is not here to play.
Looking at that satellite image, it is real. So we are in the midst of it all. So I think that the surfers probably got that memo, and they're taking this seriously, because you do not play with nature. Sometimes the best of swimmers find themselves themselves in difficult situations outside of storm circumstances. So I think it's wise on them. But where Shane was, that's one of my favorite relaxation spots.
If you just sit on that
when
bench.
you need that 5 minutes, that 10 minutes to just, you know, recharge or clear your thoughts. And it is definitely, it's not an area like he mentioned that you would typically see a lot of beach space, but the water is usually not, you know, crashing so
because when he first started his report, you saw the waves to come right up behind him.
Yes, I thought he was going to get a bit of a slap.
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought he was
ocean
going to get
spray.
some water, but yeah.
But if you look in the distance on what we call Miami Beach, you can see that that surf is definitely rough and coming what looks like farther in, because there's usually more beach in that area. So we look forward to seeing what else they see. But the trees, as you can see, moving like crazy. I got a short video from some folks in Deanstown Heights in the area of near the Apes Hill Golf Course. Lots of wind and rain. That is mostly what we are hearing. Same thing in some parts of Christchurch, just windy and rainy. But I think we have another update. It's 7:14. Of course, you are watching Tracking Tropical Storm Elsa in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
And we're going to say good morning once again to Sabu Bass, who's the director at the Met Office. Good morning, Sabu.
Good morning, Mr. Best.
Good morning, Mr. Best. Well, maybe they're still setting him up. I'm sure he's going to join us shortly. He's been getting nothing but praise all over the last couple of days because he really breaks it down so that the average person can understand. There's no mystery in it. I mean, he really makes sure that we're clear on what the weather system is.
What I love about it as well, Mr. Best sounds excited. I can hear the excitement in his voice because, you know, this is his science. This is his language. This is what he does. So as he's sharing, you can hear that passion, and that's what we need, people who are passionate, because then they're going to tell you the story. You're going to get to hear all about the developments as they're happening, and we're happy to be able to share it all with you here on CBC's TV and radio services. We know you're watching across the region and across the world because, Jewel, there are Bajans everywhere, and they want to stay in touch with what's going on right here at home. So as the information comes in and as the updates come in, we will definitely share them with you. We want you to stay with us. We're going until, and that's basically it. So we're going to take a look now at what's happening, more satellite imagery, and Sabu Best, director at Barbados Met Services, is on the line. Hello again, Mr. Best. We're having a little difficulty hearing him. So once you are hearing us, please feel free to jump in. But I can't wait to get the explanation for what I'm seeing here. But I can see now, you know, different hues, which means there's a
those bands,
honing in.
And the bands are tighter together.
And you can see even more clearly the other islands that will be or that are being affected as well by Tropical Storm Elsa. And he mentioned winds going up, or sustained winds up to 60 miles per hour, and that this storm was moving pretty quickly. And he said Elsa has on her roller skates.
Yes, she does. We're going to try to reach out to some of the emergency management offices in some of the other territories to see how they're preparing. I know Trinidad is getting a lot of the rain off of this system, and as we go up the island chain, we see that a lot of the other islands are getting some of the wind and the rain off of it as well. So we hope to be able to bring some of that to you, because we know that Barbadians, we have friends and loved ones and families all over this region, and we are concerned about them and how they're going to be doing and how they're going to be riding out this storm.
Yes, indeed. So some information has already come in. I see here a transformer blew in Long Bay Development in St. Philip. We heard from some persons who have expressed their need for assistance. And of course, just lots of rain and wind in St. Andrew and St. Peter. I'm hearing a lot of that as well. So all we're encouraging you to do is stay safe. If everything's all right to where you are, you just stay inside, you know, huddle, listen and watch for the information, share a few, you know, jokes with the family, do things that will lighten the mood, because these situations can become tense. So do your best, do your very best to keep level, clear minds, organize yourselves. If you hadn't talked about a family plan before, just make sure that you do now. Here's what we do if something should happen, and you should have had all of those things or many of those things in place so you know what you will be doing.
Agreed. The family plan is critical. If for whatever reason you get lost or separated, everybody knows where they're supposed to be in order to get back together as a family.
Yes, indeed. So your calls are welcome, don't forget. And if you like WhatsApp, because that's easy for you, you can always WhatsApp us. You can send us messages as to what's happening in your area. 228-5563, and if you 228-5563, if you want to call us, you can call us 228-5562. Do I have it backward? WhatsApp 228. Jewel, help me. 228-5562 for the WhatsApp.
Yes.
And 228-5563
for the phone calls.
For the phone calls. We're happy to hear from you and to share what is happening with you or how you ride out the storm. We want to hear how you prepared and what you'll be doing going forward, how you've been handling and managing, navigating the information related to the pandemic and all that, because yeah, this is what we're dealing with. We have to deal with it all. I'm hearing about gusts now in some areas, Jewel, but again, I heard metal moving a little earlier this morning, so you know that the wind is definitely a key factor in terms of activity related to this storm. So just keep safe, just keep safe. All right, 228-5562. We've shared the shelters with you. We've told you about a number of the organizations that you will need to contact. I think by now you know what you have to do as far as water storage and being prepared in case those types of essential services are disconnected. So you should have had your water caught. If you didn't do it, you know, please do it now so that you have something to go by, as the folks would say, should anything happen. Some people have taken refuge in shelters based on past experiences. They've already done that because they figure it would be the best and wise thing to do. So good on you. And they would have made the move early so they could go through all the necessary protocols when going into the shelter and keep as safe as possible. We are still standing by to connect with Mr. Sabu Best to get another update for you. Our time has moved on to 20 minutes after 7 o'clock here in Barbados and across the Eastern Caribbean. Let's try again.
Let's try again.
To connect with Mr. Sabu Best at the Met Office. Good morning again, Mr. Best.
Good morning, Mr. Best. Our viewers have been doing nothing but singing your praises all morning about what an awesome job you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. And thank you to our viewers. It's really wicked out there. It's absolutely wicked. Elsa's just passed to the south of us here at the airport. That's what's trying to get you on the horn as soon as possible. We are getting wicked winds here, absolutely wicked winds here. Winds up, gusting up to 86 miles per hour. That's hurricane force.
That's hurricane force.
Cat 1 hurricane.
Yeah.
That's hurricane force winds here in Charnock, and it's stretching across the southern half of the island. In particular, it's getting pounded really hard by Elsa. We know as we speak, the center is now making its way just west of the airport, so the winds are now starting to shift and coming like from 100 degrees on the backside of the storm. And the winds and the rain is very, very, very heavy. So those of you in town, the central parts of the island, is now heading your way. It's dangerous out there. Do not even dare to look through your window. Objects can be flying out there. It's dangerous. Elsa is now moving towards the southwest of the island. We're watching the pressures drop. The 998 millibars are bringing on screen for you so you can see the actual winds as they happen. This is live from our station here at the airport. You can see instantaneous 65 miles per hour gusts, gusting to 67. The direction is going to 100 degrees. I want to see if I can change my camera and let you see outside. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah, well, sorry.
I see a little water
I see a little bit.
Yeah,
a lot more reflection. But yeah, we can see the.
Whoa! It is wicked out there, absolutely wicked.
So give us an understanding of where you are at your location exactly.
No, we expect us to continue this, especially very strong winds and rain. So the next hour and a half or so, it's going to be, we're going to expect a lot of damage coming from Elsa right now. It's very, very strong out there. Sustained winds, I can calculate, do sustained winds for you. We're seeing 60 knots. I believe that's actually higher than what the intensity of Elsa. So Elsa is apparently a lot stronger than what she actually is forecast to be. That's 70 miles per hour. So we're getting sustained winds of 70 miles per hour here at the airport, Charlotte. So Elsa's just shy of a hurricane. Elsa is just shy of a hurricane.
Do you think that she will reach hurricane strength before she leaves Barbados? Because she's really heading in that direction as she continues to organize and strengthen.
Let me just get my screen back for it. I think we lost it. Just a sec.
As I told you earlier, Cassandra, Elsa did not come to play.
This is not the frozen Elsa.
So we got the screen back for you, and
Elsa is not letting it go.
For you, just to show you what's going on.
All right. So as Mr. Best gets that ready, just remember if you have information or videos you want to share to us, share with us, please send it to our WhatsApp number 228-5562. And this is only video related to the storm and how it's impacting your area.
Hello, can you hear me?
We're hearing you.
Yes, you have a question. I didn't hear it, sorry.
No, I was asking if you think if
intensify
it's going to
further?
continue to strengthen, and by the time it reaches the other islands where it is predicted to touch, will it be at hurricane strength Cat 1 status?
This is a good possibility. It could be. She's passing here at 70 mile per hour winds right now. That's incredible. We will obviously, when the islands can actually see our observations, so they'll be well aware of what's going on here in Barbados, and they're going to prepare themselves. So there's obviously every possibility that Elsa could reach the other islands as a Category 1 hurricane. Like I said, Elsa's, I'll be having sustained winds here now at 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour, 70. That's above, I'm sorry, that's above what the current intensity forecast for Elsa by the time she was passing south of Barbados. Remember, we were forecasting around 65 miles per hour, but she's just 7 miles per hour above that right now. Just to review what it is, so we just do a new recalculation to see if it's actually going above that. Hold a second.
And hopefully you can also tell us, give us an idea of the islands that would be directly affected. Apart from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which we can see clearly, would that include Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago as well?
Sorry to cross you. So our new calculation is 74 miles per hour.
Wow.
So we have sustained winds here at the airport of 74 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Category 1 hurricane winds. That's Category 1 hurricane winds. We're getting Category 1 hurricane winds, particularly across the southern side of the island. Elsa is probably intensifying. She's probably intensifying as we speak. She rolls across the south and southwestern part of the island right now. The center is towards the southwest of the island. We're being lashed really hard, particularly across the southern section of the island. And your question about Grenada and Dominica, they will mostly be just feeling feeder bands coming across. Sorry, I think as we speak, I think the objects are probably flying off the roof here. As we speak, so yeah, Grenada and the Grenadines, I think that question you're asking, they're going to be feeling mostly outer bands from Elsa, not as strong as what we're having here, but the islands that have to see this as a greater concern will be St. Vincent, the main island of St. Vincent, and St. Lucia that you see here. So they'll be mostly on in the path of the center and the northern section of the wind on the northern side of the center. So those are the two areas that will be significantly impacted.
Okay. Mr. Best, we started this morning around was it just about 1:30, and we were mentioning the fact that often Barbados you tell us about how this system developed that we seem to be smack dab in the middle of it? Are you still there, Mr. Best?
I think we may have lost him. We'll ask our director to try to get him back.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the system restarted.
So when we have Mr. Best back, because these things will happen. It's all par for the course as we make our way through. I know that there was a downed dish in the back as well. Jewel, I don't know if you got a chance to see that.
No, I did not. In the back of this building?
In the back.
Wow.
So the wind is pretty powerful. And so we expect things like this to happen, but you know, we've got a little backup there as far as the power is concerned.
I am even more grateful now that I took the time to bring in my patio furniture.
Yes. I remember covering up some computers in our room in the office space before leaving earlier yesterday. So, you know, these are little things that we have to do, and we work with whatever we can, but it is definitely one of those storm mornings where we have to just see how things pan out. We have no way of really predicting exactly what is going to happen or how severe things will be, but you can make a pretty good guess based on what Mr. Best has been saying about those winds now going to Category 1 hurricane force. So we'll hopefully be able to reconnect with him and then share some more details with you, but we want to know what's happening in your area. So if you see a video that is worthy of sharing that you can take safely from where you are within the parameters of your home, inside your house, please feel free to share that with us via the WhatsApp number 228-5562. Jewel?
And Cassandra, the damage reports are coming in fast and furious. The electricity is off in Rock Hall, St. Philip, and the wind is very strong. In Isolation Road in Belle Plaine, St. Andrew, the galvanized on someone's roof is lifting badly. There's a damaged roof of an elderly person in Josie Hills, St. Lucie. Eastland, St. George. I hope that's not my friend that called me earlier today. Coconut tree has fallen and blocked the road. Foul Bay, St. Philip, a house has fallen in. It's occupied by 7 persons, including a newborn baby and 2 young children. Water Street, Christchurch, the house roof has blown off. Rock Hall, St. Philip, at the heart of the one of the houses there, at the heart of 3 houses, one of the roofs has blown off. So we really are starting to see the damage reports come in. We're going to keep all of that information here and make sure that we pass on that information to the relevant parties so that these persons can get some help once the all clear has been given. We've not had this kind of impact for a long time, and we've always been very complacent. But I think now that we're really getting it, I hope that we see the danger of this kind of weather.
I see one car, and I want you to take a look at this south-facing tower cam again, because that gives you an idea. It was just shaking so much. Usually that camera is very steady. If you are able to, there you go. You can get a sense of what's happening outside. You can see the wind carrying the rain as well. It was shaking quite a bit a few moments ago.
And you can see how the trees are bending as well in this shot. So you know how powerful those winds are outside. So please, if you have absolutely no good reason to go outside, don't. You don't want to see, you don't want to open the window and letting any of that wind, because that will cause damage within the house, especially the pressure of the wind speed. Please don't do it. Don't go outside to take selfies. Don't do any of it. This is a very dangerous hurricane storm. It's not been categorized as a hurricane yet. It's a very dangerous storm weather system, and you don't want to be outside in this. Because just going back here to our tower cam, and you can see the way the wind is blowing the rain and how hard it is, and the way the trees are bending over. We know that this is going to be a rough one. And based on how we saw the storm develop, it's going to take a little time to pass Barbados, and then you're going to have the eye of the storm, and then it's going to come back the opposite way. So we're going to be here talking about this for a long time today.
Mr. Best said circa 8 o'clock. It's 7:32, 28 minutes away from 8, and this is what the weather is looking like in our area.
And you can hear it in the studio. You can hear it
beating down.
You can hear it beating against the building. You can hear it here in the studio.
And you're clearly, based on the reports coming in, you are seeing the effects. So there is as much specificity that you can give in these circumstances as you can, and the rest is really at nature. All we're asking you to do is just be safe, and if you're in a shelter, just continue to follow the rules, keep yourself safe, follow the rules, do what you know you ought to be doing, and just push through, bear with it, because what it is you're trying to ride this system out safely. So, you know, hearing about that house that's fallen in,
yeah, the house of the roof
with the newborn baby, that's concerning.
Yeah, that's very scary. And 7 persons, including a newborn baby and 2 young children, that's in Foul Bay in St. Philip. Water Street, Christchurch, the house roof was blown off. Rock Hall, St. Philip, another roof was blown off. Eastland, St. George, there's a coconut tree fallen and blocked the road. A damaged roof of an elderly person at Josie Hill, St. Lucie. I remember they did say that our friends in the north would get it first and strongest. Isolation Road in Belle Plaine, St. Andrew, the roof is lifting badly, and the electricity is off in Rock Hall in St. Philip. And then don't forget in Eastbourne, St. Philip, that lady that had said her roof had partially lifted, and it was her son and her dad. So we're really starting to see the reports coming in now about the damage that is happening already, and we're still pretty much in the early part of the system, because they did say that it was going to really, we'd start to feel the bands like 1 o'clock in the morning, between 1 and 2, and those are the outer bands, but we're now really getting into the meat of the storm. And we're really now starting to see it. So we're seeing this kind of damage in literally the first part of it, so there's a lot more of this to come. So please keep us informed. We will take all of your information, so be as specific as you can, the particular damage, where you live, your name and a telephone number. We will not call out your details on air, but we certainly need to have that information so that we can pass it on to the relevant authorities to make sure that you get some help. I hope that our reporters and cameramen on the road are safe.
I was thinking that.
Safe.
I was thinking that as I looked at the camera outside just a few moments ago. More notes, if you see me looking at my phone, messages are coming. So raining heavy and high winds since around 7 a.m. And this is coming out of Ashton Hall in St. Peter. Deanstown, again near the Apes Hill golf course area. Power just went in that area, I'm told. So again, what can you do? Just try and stay safe. So these updates are coming. Huge gusts now.
I just got a picture from Rosette Pierce, you know, from the Turf Club. She just sent a photograph of a huge tree that's down.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm sending all this stuff.
Send that to the WhatsApp.
I'm sending this so that we can all get it.
But these are, we don't want to hear of these situations, but we're going to let you know when and where they do occur. We're here to share, and we want you to feel free to do so. If you need to call and share something with us, chat with us, ask a question, we'll try our very best to have it addressed through one of the experts who will call if we can't help you directly. What is paramount is just that you stay safe and get through this situation. It's early days yet in the 2021 hurricane season, and we're going to be dealing with a hurricane season on top of the pandemic that we're still managing, and of course all the recovery that's going on from the eruption of La Soufrière. To a lesser extent in Barbados, but that too has had its impact certainly on people's health, and so on, and homes as well.
Yes.
Because I was never so thankful not to have had guttering I was meant to have. So I heard all the stories of people who had to pay dollars to get that cleaned. So, sometimes, you know, again, life is what we want to keep. That's what we want to keep. If the guttering has to go, it has to go. But you want to keep your life. You want to be safe. So just try and find that safe space. And if you see that there's a situation developing near you and you can take in a neighbor and help them, please make sure that you try and do that. And I hope that the neighbor is ready with masks and all that and ready to get the assistance that you're in need of, or maybe you can just help each other out in whatever way. That's what will help us get through this better.
And we're pretty much in the middle of the building here, but we can really hear those wind gusts and that rain.
And this studio is built to protect us from sound.
Yes, but you can really
so
hear
it's
it.
serious.
So, yeah, we can look here from our tower cam and see how the wind is blowing and the rain and just sheets of it,
Yes, we want to get Mr. Best back. We want Sabu Best back so that he can continue his update and help us through those questions and your questions if you have any. But this is what we are here for. We've had an opportunity to focus a bit on taking care of your mental health and reminding you that it's okay to say that you need some help. And we've also been getting reports from our teams on the road who we want to stay safe. I know that we are standing by to connect with, I believe, Shane Jones again, because a lot is going on. So Shane, we see you there on screen.
Good morning. We can see you where someone's roof has lifted.
Yeah, can you guys see me? Can you guys see me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
This is the scene. We are in Shane's Court. They're going up, heading east to St. Philip. This is almost an entire roof that's off here. And this is like the third one we've seen coming on the way up here. It's very dangerous. We can see it lifting and blowing as we come. So I just want to set the scene and show you what's happening in some parts of Barbados. As you can see, the roof here is lifting almost an entire roof right here. So we don't want to stay very long. We have Josh and Leah with us right here. And we're heading up to Eastbourne, where we've heard another roof is lifting. This is about the third one that we've seen since we've been heading east on the way up since we left into Prague. So just taking things, look at it, see what's been happening out here. We're going to leave you with these shots.
That is phenomenal. That's really frightening. Because if that's the third one you've seen, that means that there's so many more. We can see also the way the trees are bending in the wind out there. Shane, please, you and the team, please be careful.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we're going to head up to Eastbourne and we're going to get back to you, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot, Shane. You and the team be safe.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Whoa, that is our Shane Jones there on the road. He's saying that's the third one that they've seen so far on their way up to the...
Well, he's
up to St. Philip.
Yes, that is concerning, and that's dangerous as well. If you see... Anytime you see a galvanized, it is essentially a weapon, and I don't know if it was a roof or it was a paled area.
It was a roof.
But it looked that way. So that means somebody is now displaced. So again, if you can come through for your neighbors, if you can help, do so. It may be difficult for people to get to shelters if they're not within walking distance at this time. But I think we do, as we chat, I think we do have Mr. Best back with us now. Mr. Best, are you able to hear us again?
Can you hear us, Mr. Best?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
Loud and clear.
Great to have you back. So,
yes.
We are realizing that things are really picking up. We are hearing about all the reports of roofs being removed.
Yes, and lifting.
So, you know, what else can you share with us about this one? I was asking you before we lost power about how this particular storm would have developed. That usually we are kind of out of the way and we get just a tail end because of our location. But this time it feels like we're smack dab in the middle of it all.
I'm sorry, I have to cross you.
That's okay.
It's really important. I have to tell you that because of the having sustained winds of 74 miles per hour, which is Category 1 hurricane winds, we are immediately upgrading the storm warning to a hurricane warning. I repeat, upgrading the tropical storm warning to a hurricane warning. This is because we are experiencing, unfortunately, we are experiencing Category 1 hurricane winds from Elsa. Elsa is intensifying, ladies and gentlemen, and she's crossed Category 1 hurricane intensity. I'm sorry to cross you there.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's fine.
Question, please.
We appreciate that update. We need that update. You don't have to apologize. This is why we have you. We need you to give us this information. So that's okay. I was just asking you maybe if you could share a little bit on the development of this particular storm, because for Barbados, we are often kind of out of the way of the storms. But this time, it seems like we are smack in the middle of everything and experiencing these Category 1 hurricane winds and behaviors for this one. So what can you tell us about how it developed that we are where we are in it?
Yeah, thank you. It appears that Elsa has our number. From the time of inception, we were monitoring Elsa. We know we give those bulletins, our information statements. That was days ago, like 4 or 5 days ago. I'm trying to remember how long ago. I can't remember. Everything's been unfolding so fast from one system to the next. Yeah. Things weren't, the environment wasn't that conducive for rapid development. But last night, before we get to last night, we were seeing slow progress of very slow development of Elsa. Well, what then was just an area of disturbed weather. But from last night, early last night, we saw a burst of deep convection that allowed Elsa to move from minimal tropical storm to about 50 miles per hour. And level off a little bit in the middle of the night at 50 miles per hour while the deep convection kind of weakened. But now we're seeing the deep convection sparring up again. And if you viewers can remember, I said earlier, I believe it was very early this morning or late last night, that when you get these upticks in these deep convection like this is a chance for the systems to really intensify, and that's what's happening right now. So when the lull period happened, she leveled off at 50 or 60, and now she's intensifying again with the convection, and that's happening smack dead on top of Barbados. And so we're in the middle of the intensification process.
Okay, all right.
Don't be surprised, if we feel a little stronger winds, say maybe 80 miles per hour sustain or so, but it seems to have leveled off a bit at the 74 miles per hour. We're getting gusts way higher than 74 miles per hour. I didn't check because we're out and about inside our office, because there are 1 or 2 areas where water is coming, trying to make its way through the windows. But we're pretty safe and secure here. So we have fortified, pretty good building. Our backup generators, I believe, is running well, and we'll be able to provide you with service right through the entire Hurricane Elsa.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabu. We are going to take a break from you. Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Wilfred Abrams, he wants to give a live update. So we're going to take a break from you. We will come back to you a little later. But first now we want to go to Minister Wilfred Abrams. They're in the EOC, so they're really seeing all of the developments as they happen and understanding what that means for Barbados. Minister Abrams? We still have a little technical difficulty here, but we will go to him very, very, very shortly. As Mr. Best just said, the hurricane warning has just been issued, and that means that hurricane force winds are expected. Well, they're practically here, and it remains in effect when dangerously high water or a combination of dangerously high water and exceptionally high winds may be hurricane force. Please, I hope that you've secured your home. Anything you forgot to do outside, don't go outside to do now. It is what it is. We are where we are. We can only hunker down and hope and pray for the best.
Preparation is better.
Yes, but we are where we are right now.
Yes, so do what you need to do. As soon as we are able to connect technically, you know how it is, sometimes the technology, and in this weather, we have to be patient with it. We are trying to connect with Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Wilfred Abrams. He's going to share a live message with us, so we look forward to his update as well. They're all gathered, a number of officials are gathered in the National Emergency Operations Center, and so we certainly appreciate all that they're doing as well, and the coordinated effort that has been ongoing. Minister Abrams, are you able to hear us at this time?
No, they still seem to be having some kind of technical issue, and he was also waiting on Kerry Hines, who is the director of the Department of Emergency Management, to join him. So he's still having some technical issues, and then he is going to join us. But in the meantime,
I'm seeing some videos coming into my WhatsApp, so I'm going to share. Seeing something from Neil's Plantation in Salters being shared. I'm going to send that to our WhatsApp as well, because again, this is all stuff that we can share with you just to let you know what's happening. And of course,
Cassandra, I got some additional information. In St. David's Village in Christchurch, 2 power lines are down and lying across the road. And in St. Matthias Christchurch, a tree fell on a house and the light poles are sparking. So please, we need to be careful.
And there's a lot of flying debris, This is affecting, the majority of reports that we're getting coming in seem to be coming from the Christchurch area, the south, in particular out by Charnock and the area that would comprise actually Christchurch East. And persons are understandably afraid, but we're asking people, try to be safe. I have just come off the phone with some people whose house roof was in the process of coming off, and they wanted to know what to do. In these circumstances, I advise you please to seek safe shelter somewhere else, provided it is safe to do so. So in this particular situation, those persons were in the house, they were trying to get out, and there was debris flying, there was galvanized flying, a tree had just collapsed. Look, there's no magic solution to this. You have to be safe. You have to do what you need to do when it is safe to do so. If your house is compromised and you can get safely to a neighbor, then please get to that neighbor. If it is not safe to cross an open area to get to the neighbor, then shelter as best you can where you are, because you at least know the situation where you are, and when you get a chance, then make your way there. Barbadians, we have been known all the time as being our brother's keeper. Today is that day that I need you to open your door. If your neighbor's roof is coming off, invite your neighbor in by you. Ask them to come across. Convince them to leave where they are to come to safety if where you are is more safe. It is a very dangerous time now to be trying to change locations, because we are getting tremendous force winds at the moment, and the worst has not yet happened. We are expecting more severe winds within the next half hour to an hour. So please be aware of that. The other thing, we will try to get to you as soon as we can. We've been compiling the list. We have the information on the persons who have called in or who have messaged in. We're now including another number for WhatsApping. That is 266-0918. 266-0918. Please WhatsApp in with as much detail as you can, because that helps us to when you hear an alarm like that, is never a good thing. Please help us to help you. Provide as much information as you can, pictures if you have them, so we know what it is that we're dealing with. We are unable at this point in time to get assistance to you. We cannot have the first responders or the emergency response persons out at this time, because their safety is important as well. As soon as we are in a position to get assistance to you, we will. The ability to get that assistance to you and the assistance that you actually need is dependent on the information that you supply to us now. So please supply thorough information with contact numbers, locations, and details of the damage, so we know what it is that we have to send to or bring to you, or if we have to try to find accommodation for you, we can do all of that. All know while the winds are going, right? So that as soon as they ease sufficiently, we can get to you to give you what it is that you actually need. Barbados, I am asking you, please, to be safe. The #1 priority, we have had no reports of serious injury or loss of life. I would like to keep it that way. Property can be replaced. You can get assistance to replace your house, to fix your house. All material things can be replaced. A life cannot be replaced. Please be safe and exercise common sense in making your next decision. I'm going to turn you over to the Director of DEM for any input that she may wish to have.
Good morning, Barbados. I wish to re-emphasize the need for you to stay indoors and be safe. The numbers here at the Department of Emergency Management and the National Emergency Operations Center, 438-7575, if you need to report any damage. The Minister would also have given the WhatsApp number 266-0918, and we will be here to take that information for you. We hope that you can stay indoors, stay safe, because we are in the brunt of the weather at this point in time. Just to remind, the various agencies are here at the National Emergency Operations Center, and they're working to prioritize the various reports that we are getting at this time. And once it is safe to do so, then we will respond.
Across the entire island is being affected. I don't want to start to narrow it down to particular areas, but we're getting reports of damage across the entire island. We're also getting reports of power outages. The power is out in many parts of the island, and we have been advised that it is likely to go. So if you have power, just please make your arrangements now, because it is likely to go as the winds continue to affect the network system and the grid. So the utilities cannot come out now to fix power. We've been getting calls from people asking, saying that the power is out, that they need this assistance or they need other assistance. All we can do right now is take your information, compile it, and get the response ready for when it is safe to do so. The utilities or the emergency services cannot get to you at this point in time, but we will get to you as soon as it is safe to do so. So please send the information in to us. WhatsApp number 266-0918, 266-0918, and we will continue to update you as circumstances warrant. Barbados, Barbadians, please be safe. Our principal concern now is for safety of lives. Please be safe.
We're back with you.
We're back. They're back on us, and thank you very much, Minister Abrams, there for imploring Barbadians to be safe. I know with the roofs lifting there, your automatic reaction is to rush out to try to secure it, not in this weather. I hope that we get to go back to Sabu Best soon, because I want to ask him, because we're seeing Elsa go from a storm to a hurricane in real time. It's developing. So even the notes I have here that says what to do when a hurricane warning is given, we don't have the lead time of 24 to 36 hours that this is happening. This is happening now as we speak. We're watching it strengthen and develop.
We prepared for a storm.
Yes,
but that's why you have to, you know, as people say, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And you literally have to do that. But we are, as Jewel said, going to reconnect with him so that he can, you know, talk to us some more, talk us through these circumstances, and certainly that should help to calm your mind if you understand as much as possible what is happening as it's happening. You just heard Minister Abrams remind you and reiterate the importance of us just being safe and being our neighbor's keeper.
I will give you a couple tips. Complete your preparation activities. Whatever you think you didn't do it now. So if you didn't bother to put together a bag to leave the house because you figure you were good and safe and your house is strong, you never know. I'm sure there are several people who've lost their roofs who thought that their house was safe and strong. So start to do that. Put together some stuff. Make sure you have your mask in the event you need to go to not just a national shelter, but to a friend's house. So make sure you have your mask, your hand sanitizer. Make sure your windows are protected and your home secured. Remember a little earlier I told you that if you have sheets and curtains, tape them up to the windows so that if the windows burst and the glass comes in, no one gets hurt. It will also keep out the bulk of the water as well. In terms of that coming in, stay away from the windows, so don't be going to the window looking outside to see. The usually recommend that you go to a bathroom which doesn't have a big window, it has a small space, a more controlled space, and you go to the bathroom and you hunker down. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. Find a safe area in your home, an interior reinforced room like a closet, a hallway, or bathroom at ground level. Wait for the official all clear. Do not be fooled by the storm's calm eye. The worst part of the hurricane occurs once the eye passes over and the winds blow from the opposite direction. Trees, shrubs, buildings, and other objects damaged by the first winds can be further destroyed by the second set of wind. If you lose electrical power, turn off your major appliances to reduce the possibility of damage. So if you still have electricity, I recommend that you turn off, if you're using, like, you know, the electrical stove, you have your microwave plugged in, lamps, etc., etc., turn them off and unplug them, because when the power comes back on, those things are going to get those power surges. Don't unplug the fridge just yet. No. Let's leave that as the last thing as long as possible, because you want to keep that chill as long as possible and I think you can keep it cold for at least 48 hours. So let's hope that you don't have to wait any longer than that.
So electricity has gone. Peter Aline has just shared electricity in her area, in the Rockdundo Park area. Electricity, the power is gone in that area, and these things we anticipate. So, you know, just put all the things that you know that you will probably need if your power should go in a place that you know where you can just go put your hands on them. We encouraged you to remember to charge your mobile phone so that you have some level of access if you need to make a call. So just remember that that's what you should have done. Do the charging.
And if you know that you live in a low-lying area and that you have been had flooding before, now may be the time to turn off the electricity at the main breaker, because you don't want them to get flooding and then you have to deal with that and the electricity issues as well. So please, if you know that your area is prone to flooding, turn off the electricity at the breaker. We want so much for everyone to come out of this, even if it's only with property damage, but with life and limb intact. It is critical that you do everything to remain safe and to keep your family safe. As the minister said, you can get back your property. It will be a hassle, but you can get it back. If you're injured or you lose your life or the life of your loved ones, you can't get it back.
Yeah, so safety first. That is what is paramount in situations like these. And if for some reason you have to go to a friend's house, I mean, I don't think anybody
would turn you away.
I was going to say, I don't think anybody would want to have to leave home, but remember, if you do, you know, everybody's home has rules, and there may be some flexibility in these times, but just remember to be respectful to that person's space, as you would have to be if you had to go to a shelter. There are rules for that space, and so just do the same. You know, obviously the courtesy extended is within these extreme circumstances, so you do your best to, you know, just show appreciation and be as unintrusive as possible. I don't know how else to say it, but definitely if you are in a position to help someone who is in need of that help, you go ahead and do so, because you would want it for yourself. And as you know, I say that, I remember seeing, you know, remember when that hurricane affected Antigua and Barbuda and so many other Caribbean islands, people were like, Barbuda's wiped out, like there's nothing. But then you looked at in the Bahamas it was. There was a specific island, one of the Bahama Islands. I can't. The name is not coming back to me now, but
Abaco?
Yes,
Abaco.
Abaco. Thank you, Jewel. People wading through water. There were people. I saw people running with personal. What I could only imagine were personal items, you know, and they had to drop those and allow themselves to be assisted by soldiers who were there. I saw people wading through water that was almost waist high within houses. So and the roof is gone, and they're showing you this place was just maybe an hour before their solace, their peaceful space, and it had become mayhem after just a matter of minutes. And that's nature for you, unpredictable. And so we don't know.
I'm trying to remember the name of the hurricane, but I remember that it hit Cayman Islands very hard, and I had a friend that lived there, and he has a 2-story condo, and he said his helper didn't get a chance to leave in time, so she stayed with him, and he said they went up to the first floor, and he could actually see the water rising coming up the stairs, and I think they were trapped on the first floor for like a week before they could get, you know, any help, before the water receded, they could get any food, and they were lucky in that they took the opportunity to take some food upstairs with them, but they were trapped upstairs and couldn't come down. So we just need to be be careful and to make sure that we do all the things. Your household disaster supply kit, I know you may be thinking that right now this is pointless because we're already in the thick of it, but you may still be able to gather some of those things and put them aside in the event that after the hurricane has passed, you need to leave the house.
Yeah.
So you should have already started to put together some of your prescription meds. You should have had some perishable, non-perishable foods or any special dietary foods. Drinking water, you need 1 gallon per person per day for 2 weeks. Your flashlights and batteries, portable radio and extra batteries. A plastic tarp, I hope you've had it for your roofing and window repairs. Infant necessities if you have little ones in the house. Cleanup supplies, mops, buckets, towels, disinfectant. If you have tinned foods, but you need to be able to open a non-electric can opener. These are some of the things you need to start looking around the house and pulling them together, because you may have to leave that home.
Or think of pop-up pop cans, things like that.
You
have
just
to think of
hook your finger in it and pull it.
Pop it up. Think of that. Think of, again, the sanitizing items. If the water's off, you need to have something that you can wipe your hands clean with. You need to make sure that you have that available with you. Wipes, just general wet wipes or baby wipes, what we need just in case you need to freshen yourself and there's no water.
And there's no water.
And if you have a baby, well, you definitely need all these things, and you need to make sure, you should have made sure that you had that good supply formula if that's what you're using, and diapers and that kind of thing. You have to think of all the needs of your family in situations like this, because you need to have what you need to use. Can't go get it now. You are there where you are. So I hope that you would have done that. But just again, it is so important that you know what you need to do, or what you need to call, where you need to call. Remember, we're here for you. So if there's information of an emergency, an emergency nature, you can call us. If you need to get that information on to some of the critical services that will be ready and willing to serve once the all clear is given. Our numbers are 228-5562 if you're going to send the message via WhatsApp, or if you're going to call us, it's 228-5563.
Thank you very much for that, Cassandra. And of course, we want to make sure that you're safe. So if you want to send any messages or call us, let us know how you're doing. That is, if you still have electricity or your landline is still up, and that you can call and let us know how you're doing. It's just about 6 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. On this second day of July.
Yep, what a way to start July. Look at that. Hello, summer. Here we are. So here we go. Let's do this. We can get through this together. You know, it's been so interesting, and we're gonna push through this together as well. I've gotten so far notes that power has gone out in some parts of St. Michael. You saw us lose power at some point while we were on air, but of course we have the critical service of having that backup generator. We need that in this business. But I also heard of St. James losing power. I'm not sure if some parts of St. Peter, but did you get any notes about anywhere else having lost power? I didn't
get anything about having lost power, but I have a message from the National Petroleum Corporation. They want to remind the public to stay inside and keep their shut-off valve turned off for the duration of the hurricane. If you suspect a gas leak, contact the National Petroleum Corporation at 430-4000 or 430-4099 or 234-2063, 234-2064, 253-9096, 230-3224, and the emergency teams will respond after the all clear is given. Just please make sure that you take your notes and be as explanatory as possible, and make sure that you provide all the information, because you will need that information and to give it to the relevant agencies after the hurricane has passed. No one can come to you now to assist you in any way. So please make sure that you take all the relevant information and you have it there on hand, so that when the damage assessment is being done, you have that information. One of the things you're going to need here, Cassandra, is patience. I know everyone thinks that their particular issue is the most important out of everybody else's, but based on what we're hearing and the level of damage we've heard about so far, the images we've seen, and we're still in the early hours of the hurricane, then there's going to be a lot of damage, and the agencies and the damage assessors can only do so much. They can only get to so many people in a particular 8-hour day. So I know your situation is dire, but you're going to need to have a little patience.
Patience indeed, and endurance, and some level of grace in the face of adversity. We just want to remind you, you are watching Tracking the Storm here on the CBC at TV8, and certainly our radio services. That's what you're hearing, and it's coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. Of course, the storm has now been upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane with the winds, sustained winds of 74 miles per hour, and that will probably increase, but we will get the updates.
Yes, we'll wait for the update. We also expect that it will continue to strengthen, which is what Elsa seems to be doing, and it will continue to strengthen as it heads across the Caribbean Sea.
Yes,
we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
And we're back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Tracking. Well, it will start off as Tropical Storm Elsa, but is now Hurricane Elsa. She's developed into a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of up to 74 miles per hour, and they're expecting it to continue to strengthen. We've gotten wide-ranging reports from across the island of power lines down in St. David's Village. A tree fell on a house and the light poles are sparking. That's in St. Matthias Christ Church. We heard about roofs lifting in St. Philip, and our teams are on the road. We're hoping that they're taking shelter and not exposing themselves to any danger. We saw Shane Jones telling us that he was heading up to St. Philip, and we saw that a roof had lifted.
I think Sears Court area.
Yes, and that was the third one that he'd seen as they were trying to make their way to St. Philip.
Yeah, these are tough situations, but these are all things that we can expect in a situation like this. And again, this is a reminder too, we have to remind people even more to do the hurricane straps. Get an assessment of your home, and you know, if you can't do all, at least try to secure a space like we've been saying, so that you have a safe room of some sort that you can go to. But in building, I mentioned building for resilience, and we've heard lots of conversations at other levels for the region, for the Caribbean, building for resilience, and it means, you know, incorporating things specific to the types of natural disasters that we can have in this region, so that we build stronger and do our best to give people a better opportunity to stand up to natural disasters. I mean, when nature is taking its course with its force, you don't know, but if we build in a certain way, depending on the topography, depending on the location, advising people of what can help as wind barriers that at the same time won't fall and crush the house or damage the house, all these things, cement roofs, you know, as opposed to maybe the metal roof, and also pitch, reminding people of the importance of pitch. And you know, I heard some historians
and those
talk.
cultural norms, they saved us, and then we drifted away from that to a different architectural type of design, but they were for a reason.
I was going to say that. I remember talking with a historian some years ago, and he was talking about the way you see these arches in the ground, the ground sill, as people would call it, the foundation of some buildings. They weren't just there for style. They had a purpose in terms of helping the airflow and helping houses stand up. But we're going to share with you some of the comments that we're seeing as well via WhatsApp. And this one, oh boy, this sounds concerning.
And these stories are heartbreaking.
A cry for
Someone
help
is asking for help. They're saying they can't walk, their roof is off, and this is in Providence Christ Church. They're asking for help. The second last house on the left before... It's a greenhouse with flowers, greenhouse with white flowers. Providence Christ Church, the second house, last house on the left, their roof is off and they can't walk. They need some assistance. So if you are living in that area and you have some sense of where that person is and you can safely, stress on safely, give them some assistance, please do so. That must be terrifying to know that you can't walk, you're not mobile on your own, and you need someone to come and save you, and your roof is lifted, so you're pretty much trapped where you are, where the roof lifted off. So you're wherever you are in the house, you're trapped because you can't walk and you can't move.
I know
these stories are heartbreaking.
It really is. It's hard to hear, and again, I want to see more situations where we try to get these sorted before we get to this point. Another down fence here, it looks like. So we're sharing what we can as it comes in. These are some of the images
that people are sending to us.
Yes. So we're sharing them with you as is possible. But again, if you know of someone, and this is as we go forward, because we obviously can't do
anything about it now,
of circumstances where someone is literally in a situation. If you're close by that person in Providence Christ Church and you can help that person, please do. This is the best we can ask at this time. But going forward, we have to remember we've been making lists and taking information. So hopefully this also helps to guide in terms of who's in spaces and who is dependent. And when requests are made as well, you know, what are your needs? We have
As
to
against
get
your
into,
wants.
We have to
What
get
are your
into the habit
needs?
of saying, well, these are my circumstances, instead of being so private, not speaking specifically to any
Understood.
situation, but sharing so that in circumstances like these, you get the help that you need, and in good time as well. I think it could all help our process.
One of the things we need to look at as well, Cassandra, is enforcing the building codes. Too often we're scrambling with the money, the mortgage money isn't enough, you're paying to rent one space and 6 months have passed, and I know this was my experience, you're paying to rent one space, 6 months have passed, and the mortgage drawdown and the mortgage loans are starting to pay, it's time to pay back. And so you're juggling the expenses, and you determine that you're going to trim a little here and sacrifice something else in order to make ends meet. And we see in the long term how damaging that can be for you, the homeowner, or maybe someone in a rented space. So we need to be really careful about enforcing our building codes and make sure that we build up to code.
That's what
it's
I
critical.
think. That is
critical. When I was
important.
building my house, I made sure that hurricane straps were in.
Yeah, we have to do, that's what I'm talking about. Resilience, building for resilience for our spaces. We know that we are gonna get storms or hurricanes, so we have to build in the best way to give us the best fighting chance to stand up to that. Even if the house is a tiny home or a huge home, we have to make sure or do our best and you know, treat each person's project with the respect that it deserves, and think that this is a family or this is a person who's going to be living here, and they've got to live through whatever the season. We may not be in a temperate climate, but we have natural disasters like hurricanes, and we know there's the potential for tsunami. So we know that there are things that should be done, ought to be done, dependent on where you are. Try your best to get the right advice or assessment so that you build in as resilient a way as possible. But it has to become a standard practice, I believe.
And the situation is worsening.
Yes. If we look at the footage, as you can see on the screen next to us here, these trees and power lines in this particular neighborhood are going crazy. And again, this is all footage being shared from WhatsApp.
Wow.
You know, so going crazy. I see an orange, that orange cover up. I thought it looked like shame for a moment, but no.
And yeah, but we can see the way that the power of the wind and the rain, and that's a very damaging combination in terms of sometimes you can have a storm where it is mostly wind, or one where it is mostly rain. But this one is a combination of wind and rain. And I also remember, I mean, I don't think this is going to do it, but look at this as well. We're having this in the same. And this was today, just after, so this was like 10 minutes ago.
Just after 8.
This was just after
we're
8, 10
18
minutes
after
ago.
8 now.
And we're also going to find, look, we're getting just messages coming in, people talking about
what's going on in
somebody's
Johnson
rooftop
Land,
gone
Whitehall.
in Dean's Village, rains and wind in Fitz Village. We're looking at it here.
Yes. Oh boy. So that looks fairly calm there, just looking at it.
Barbados just has not been able to catch a break.
No, well, a lot of the world might feel that way, but we have to take it as it comes. We have to take it as it comes and just try and manage whatever our situation. That was somewhere in Fitz Village.
Yeah, that was in
that
Fitz
we
Village.
were seeing. So different things happening in different spaces.
Somebody is requesting help. I saw something there with somebody who's requesting help.
Who is driving? I'm not sure. Maybe
it's one of our reporting teams that are crisscrossing the island to bring us these pictures and images.
Oh, look at that!
And remember, we talked about missiles, so somebody's
the garbage
bin.
cans. And that was one of the things I reminded my husband to just put it in a secure corner so that doesn't happen. But again, you can do your best, and you know things will still happen.
Yeah, we're seeing one here just rolling, coming down the street.
Yes. So this is what is happening as a result. I saw a message there about a power line down as well, and I'm sure more messages of that nature will continue to come in. We've gotten a number of explanations and updates from meteorologist Sabu Best, and we will keep those coming during the course of the time as we share with you here on CBC TV8 and our radio services, Q100.7 FM. There is also 94.7 FM and 98.1 The One.
As we continue to stay with you throughout the morning, don't forget you can call us and let us know how it is going, how you're doing, how it's happening up by you. Please don't do anything that will make yourself unsafe, but let us know how you're doing.
Yeah.
You can WhatsApp us to send any video images or photographs at 228-5562 and call us at 228-5563. As the morning develops and as you send us as many images as possible, and we can see what's really going on out there. But here in the studio, we can hear the wind and the rain, and we can really tell that it is particularly gusty and windy out there. So whatever you do, please stay safe.
The messages are coming, and we want to hear from you still. So you still have that opportunity to call us up. I know, you may not tell us, but I know that some of you, those of you who are okay and not having any issues in terms of the structure of the home, probably making something to eat, probably doing that, because that's a part of it. You've got to eat, and you heard Dr. Ford say this is something you should still make sure and do. You've got to still remember, if they're children, they need to be fed. You need to sustain yourself as well. There's a saying, what ain't catch you and pass you, so you need to be prepared. If you need to go, you want to make sure that you are fed and take your meals when you're supposed to. If you have to take medication, you know that that's still something that you need to do, so please do so as well. But keep yourselves entertained. You know, you can play card games, do charades, you can do all kinds of things. Get creative and have a little fun.
Play dominoes, play cards.
Yep.
There's so many games that you can play. There's so many card games and board games that you can play.
I like Uno. I like Uno, yes. I like charades too, but I like Uno. Like, I can really get caught up in doing that. There was a time I absolutely enjoyed things like concentration. So all of those things are things you can do. I mentioned to you that we've been getting updates from meteorologist and director at the Barbados Met Services, Sabu Best. He's back with us now. It's 8:23, and remember this broadcast, tracking the storm, now Hurricane 1, Category 1 hurricane rather. He is here on the line with us. Hello again, Mr. Best.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning once again. And I know it's probably not a good morning for a lot of us, particularly across the southern half of the island. It's just really tragic, really strong category, really strong winds from Category 1 Hurricane Elsa. Continues to batter the southern sections of the island. What I want to update you on is where the center is at and what we're reporting right now. Elsa has moved pretty much to the southwest of Barbados in terms of its eye. That's about probably about 35 kilometers or so to our southwest or west-southwest, and she continued her track towards the the west-northwest towards St. Vincent mainland. I will either pass just on the northern tip of St. Vincent mainland or in between St. Vincent and St. Lucia sometime later today. But what this means for us, so right now, we still got to go over the data because so many things were happening at once. We had sustained winds, like I said before, 74 miles per hour, gusting at 86 miles per hour. That's all well within Category 1 hurricane strength. But we will go over the data to ensure that we didn't miss any spikes in there. We're going to constantly watch it as many things were going on around us, like our colleagues here at Civil Aviation lost almost half their roof on the school next door. We got it on video. I think we should have it on our social media website that you can actually view it. It was one heck of a sight, I can tell you, to actually see it peeling off. And my heart goes out to our colleagues at Civil Aviation as we really feel for the damages that they will actually incur there. Anyway, so winds now are starting to slowly die down slowly. We've come off the Category 1 hurricane sustained winds, and we're into sustained storm force winds here at Charnox. And that's probably the same being reflected across other sections of the island. If it is not quite so yet, it will be in just a few minutes. But the wind speed will be slowly coming down from that Cat 1 into tropical storm force winds, and it's pretty much there already. As time goes on, like we said, next every 10, 15, 20 minutes, it's going to be progressively getting better in terms of wind speed, but not in terms of rain. The rain is going to be here for a little while longer. We're going to get a lot of rain, so we're not out of the woods yet. The wind and rain came in with Hurricane Elsa and started up the damage going. And after the significant winds rolled out, there's going to be a lot of rains coming in behind on the backside of Elsa.
Seem to change so quickly.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question, sorry.
I would say it wasn't really a question, it was a comment that the changes seem to be occurring so quickly with this system.
Yeah, so we got to remember, so Elsa, well, she was at intensity 60 miles per hour. And so our forecast was 65 miles per hour. What's the difference between 60 and 74 miles? Just 14 miles per hour. So it's not like she made a really big jump. If Elsa moved from 60 to 90 or from 60 to 100 miles per hour in a very short space of time, then yes, that's a rapid acceleration, but rapid intensification. But it's just she made small jumps to get to the just barely Cat 1 hurricane intensity. And on top of that, it's very, very, very small. Those hurricane force winds are very small corridors, probably only like, from our estimates, somewhere between 20 to 35 kilometers in radii for the hurricane force winds. Very, very small. So I doubt very much that the entire island felt Category 1 winds. For sure, the entire island has storm force winds, most definitely. But as I said, now we're coming on the backside. Even though the winds are coming down, you can still, even when we look outside, the visibility is even improving. The wind is not driving the rain that hard. But we can still get gusts, probably very close to hurricane force wind, Category 1 hurricane winds. Wind heavy rain bands roll in and out, in and out. And let me just zoom in a little bit, because it might be hard to see where Barbados is in all of this action. There's one more. Okay. Let's see if we can put on, well, I was going to make it a little transparent so people can see where they are, but you can see the coastline of Barbados. I'll try to move the markers out of the way. And, well, this left marker is basically where the eye of Elsa is. I just said to our southwest or our west-southwest, if you like, of Barbados. You can see the island, the entire island is just covered in rainfall and strong winds, and particularly rain, and there's still more to come. So even if you might look at the east and say, okay, it looks like there's a break there, but these bands are still rapid coming in like this, and there's more bands to develop and come in behind Elsa. So they're probably in about an hour or so. We should continue seeing improvement, maybe a little break before another this other band here comes in a little later today and give us some more winds and driving rain. But the seas, we were watching the cameras along the coast, and it didn't appear that they feared the seas on east fared too bad, but we didn't get shots of what happened in the south coast, coastal waters. But I can imagine it was probably fairly choppy, extremely choppy with those Cat 1 winds. And I do believe we will get some really interesting photos after the aftermath, as cleanup crews, etc., and persons take video. I have to say, even though it's important I say this right now. Even though the winds are dying off, to not go outside. Do not. Even if we go between these feeder bands and the warning is still in place, please do not go outside. There are other bands that can come in very quickly and deteriorate weather conditions very quickly. Do not go out and venture out until the all clear is given from the Department of Emergency Management. I turn it over to you for any questions.
It's about that the wind was dying down. Does that mean that we're moving into the eye and then they're going to pick back up a little later on?
Thanks, Joel. No, it's not. The eye is passed already. Like, we just put it back in view there for you. Can you see the marker to the bottom here? I hope we can see where Barbados is. Let me just zoom in a little more. If not, I'll try and make it a little more transparent. Maybe you can see where it is. Can you see Barbados?
Yes.
It's quite a full screen. Sorry. So that's where Barbados is, there, the outline. And so the bottom part of the bottom marker is where generally the eye is. And so you see it's past Barbados. Okay. So we are in the eastern flank, or like I said, the backside of Elsa, Hurricane Elsa. And should be continuing to move away from us. With each passing minute, each passing half an hour, each passing hour, she's moving away from us. Like every hour, she's going to be 40 kilometers away further. And she's going to move away from us. As she does, like I said, so yeah, so back to answer your question, no, that's not the eye. The eye passed south of Barbados. Just south, very close, just south. And so therefore, the seven, Oistings, Charnock, where we are, Curtains, Hastings, Bridgetown, Southern St. George, South District, you are in the eye wall of Elsa. Just simple as that. You were in the eye wall. As a minimal, very weak hurricane, yes, but you were in it. So now that she's moving away, you can be moving away from the inner core of Elsa into the feeder bands. And between the feeder bands, there tend to be breaks. And what are the feeder bands? It's simple. Let me just back it up and show you. So remember, this is where I have my mouse here. This is like the inner core. We're making a circle. Or if I draw a polygon for you. That's pretty much, whoops, sorry. It's not perfect polygon, so excuse me. So that's more or less the inner core. And then outside of that, what we're gonna have is these feeder bands that go feed into the system, or spiral bands. They call that too sometimes. And so as we move out of the core, then we'll be into the feeder bands where you tend to get breaks, real short, intense shower activity, then breaks and intense shower activity. And there's kind of only really two major feeder bands we're looking at here. The one that's kind of now feeding into the core here that we're into now, and then there's a break and one further away where I'm pointing with my mouse right now.
Mr. Best, are you in a position to say at this time how residual effects of this system will affect Barbados, like in terms of our seas and any other rain? I know you mentioned there's still lots of rain to come today, but can you tell us anything about how long this may persist and how it may affect our beaches and that kind of thing?
I just want to be clear on the residual component that you're asking. Residual, you mean in terms of how...
what else happens? More effects?
The seas are still going to be rough, or...
Yes, whatever you can tell us about what will happen next. If it sounds like, for the most part, the worst winds have probably passed us. You mentioned more rain. We can expect more rain and still some wind, but how long can we expect it to affect us, and how is it going to be affecting our seas, our coasts, I should say?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, on the land, I guess is the most important thing. That's where we are. Yeah, so for the driving wind and rain, in particular storm force, you're probably looking at another 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours. But the concern is in some of those bands, you can get those feeder bands away from the core. You can get storm force winds comfortably. So you got to be really careful in only looking at the core or the current structure of the cyclone. It can change. Just as simple how Elsa just changed on us in a short space of time, it can change. And so we can set a window for now, but we must understand that can change. That can change. It's not set in stone, like I said way earlier, late last night, early this morning. It can change. That's how these systems evolve with time. As it moves towards the west, the seas will still be rough, particularly on the southeast, southeast, and southwest. And the western section will still be fairly choppy. That hasn't changed. That will be like that for perhaps the greater part of today. because even though when the system goes, the water is still pretty churned up and pretty rough and choppy. But eventually it would calm itself back down, probably by nightfall, so for sure.
Okay. That answers my question beautifully.
Yes, it does. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bass. Of course, you will keep us updated. When can we expect another update?
Okay, so as we speak, it's still getting better and better here. So I will probably give it in 30 minutes or 45 or something significant develops.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Mr. Sabu Best, who is the director of the Met Office here in Barbados, giving us constant updates to make sure that we are aware of what's going on. And a special thanks to our sponsors, Cooperators General, insurance the way you want it to be. There's just letting you know that in the event of an emergency, you can contact them at 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-8600, or 233-3060.
Correct. All right. So we are going to go back to Sharika Griffith now. She is a part of our CBC newsroom team. Sharika Griffith is at the DEM office, and that is the location where all the action is happening at the National Emergency Operations Center. So Sharika, it's over to you.
Where all the action is happening at the National.
Good morning to you again, Joel and Cassandra, and you're absolutely right. A lot of action happening here at the Emergency Operations Center. Now, this time around, I'm joined by the Acting Senior Superintendent of Police, John Boyce, and he's going to give us an update on how policing and matters of law enforcement have been going. Mr. Boyce, can you tell us if you had any reports of incidents overnight?
Good morning, Barbados. To date, we have no issues of any reported matters during the past 8 hours, other than minor damages to houses, fallen trees.
Okay, so tell me, in situations like this, typically what does the police response look like? How are resources deployed?
We would have made contact to the NEOC, and from there, a rep who's in that department will respond to that situation.
Have you had any damage at police stations?
From my knowledge, there were no damage to any police station.
Okay, so I know you're still, are you still encouraging people to call police and make reports?
Yes, please. We encourage you to stay inside, be safe. If there's an incident or any occurrence within your vicinity or in close proximity, we advise you to call the station within your district or call our hot number 211 or call the disaster emergency management and we can get assistance for you.
Okay. So just to recap, I know Prime Minister Motley had made a special appeal yesterday during the press conference for people not to go joyriding or some of the other things that you usually see during a storm. You haven't had any of those reports?
No, we did not have none of those reports. We would have had our patrols on our roads from yesterday afternoon straight into about 2:30 this morning, and no reports were received of any joyriding on the road during the hurricane storm process.
Okay, and currently officers are you advising them to shelter in place at this point in time?
What we would have benefit from is we was able to put our call-up procedure in place where we have officers came into work and others came in on reserve, so we have adequate officers available to relieve each other as we go forward.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so very much for talking to us. That's Acting Senior Superintendent of Police, John Boyce, giving us an update on matters of law enforcement. As you would have heard him mention, there have been no reports of incidents overnight or certainly in the early hours of this morning. So that's certainly news. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sharika Griffith. She is a part of the CBC News team, and she's just giving us those updates. She is at the DEM, which is located in Warrens, of course, sharing information with us from the various experts at the National Emergency Operation Center. So just to remind you, as you would also have gotten an update on the state of things with Tropical Storm Elsa with the help of Director of Met Services, Mr. Sabu Best, that we are to wait for the official all clear. Do not be fooled by the storm's calm eye. The worst part of the hurricane occurs once the eye passes over and the winds blow from the opposite direction. So remember that trees, shrubs, buildings, and other objects damaged by the first winds can be further destroyed by the second winds. If you lose electrical power, also another note for you, remember to turn off major appliances to reduce the possibility of damage. Be alert for storm surges that may result in further damages to properties along coastal areas. And if flooding threatens your home, turn off electricity at the main breaker. I haven't heard anything, I haven't heard much at least. I don't recall hearing of any flooding in any areas. I hope that's a good sign that we've been doing better maintenance. I remember Prime Minister Motley would have mentioned sometime recently, particularly after the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano and as a result of the ashfall here in Barbados, that there would have been a national cleanup which would have taken place. So it is likely that many drains as well would have been cleared then, so that may have served us well at this time. So I certainly hope that the flooding was not a major problem in this circumstance. Again, we are happy to hear from you here at the CBC. You can call us at 228-5563, or you can send us your WhatsApp messages or footage or photos via 228-5562.
And thank you, Cassandra. Just a reminder from our sponsors, Cooperators General Insurance, that if you have an emergency, you can contact them at 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-8600, or 233-3060.
These are all
I was just
numbers you
talking
gotta
to
keep handy.
our producer, and he was saying to me that we are getting over 800 WhatsApp
This is
messages
something.
with images of roofs blowing off and other damage, and he was saying it's really bad. We heard from Rosette Pierce from the Barbados Turf Club. The garrison, the paddock has fallen down, and the power lines are down. I mean, it is just unbelievable.
Yeah, we appreciate your sending this information and more calls for assistance we're seeing there. Once you've placed your details in there, we will ensure that the necessary authorities receive these details so that help can be given to you at the earliest possibility. Yes. So the footage is coming, and we thank you again for sharing with us. Some places look calmer than others, and for that we're grateful. It is so hard to hear of these stories, like back part of the roof gone.
Somebody's saying water in the front part of the house.
Yes.
Somebody's saying Chapman Lane is flooded. We can see where somebody's roof came off right there. It is heartbreaking when the weather clears up and we can do the damage assessment. This is really going to be...
So there is some flooding in Chapman Lane.
Flooding in
right,
Chapman
I hadn't
Lane
heard of
St.
any
Michael.
of that. Yeah. Okay.
Padmore Village in St. Thomas, the area above Costules, there seems to be some damage there as well.
We appreciate this. I think folks really love the WhatsApp. WhatsApp works for them. Our house roofs damaged in Josie Hill. That's more information coming there. And as we get the videos, we share, you can see the effects of the wind here. Not certain where this neighborhood is, but for some reason it looks familiar. But this is somebody's neighborhood.
If you see at the direction, even how the grass is bending, that alone tells us the strength of those winds.
So this is a part of what's been happening, and you can share your videos or your photos with us as well at 228-5562 via our WhatsApp here at the CBC.
House roofs damaged in Josie Hill.
More lines down.
More lines are down. We're expecting that. Messages from, looks like Codrington Road, Messiah Street, St. John. A pole broke in half. One roof is off. Power line hanging low. We're really starting to see the results of the damage. We didn't get a chance to ask Mr. Best what does he think is the estimated time for us to be out of this part now, because we've gone back to a storm. We're no longer, it's no longer the hurricane.
Right.
It's no longer a hurricane, so we've gone back to the
I think
storm.
I asked him, and he mentioned during the course of the night things should settle down. So we have a few more hours, and hopefully when he gives that other update, he mentioned a half hour to 45 minutes. So then we will probably know a little more by that time of what is to be expected. But we continue to see the damage. These, you know, Bajans love a paling, but these palings,
and
they can be
they're not properly erected.
Right. But if you think of it, these things are so easy to just become missiles. So this is, again, we love a paling, but I mean, we even had a party spot called the paling, and we understand that, you know, but it creates a challenge at times like these, more so if it is improperly erected. But yeah, so more messages of palings dropping
Somebody
down.
is calling, they're from in Spring Garden, Black Rock, Spooners Hill, through the gap by my neighbor. They've sent some footage.
Something's happening at Spring Garden, Black Rock.
Yeah, just below St. Stephen's Church. The winds are cruel. There's a rooftop beginning to topple, and the winds are stronger than what was forecast. So we're really starting to see the level of damage that we're getting.
Okay. Yeah, well.
And we have to remind that this is a storm that barely reached hurricane category 1
and for a short time.
Barely, and for a short time.
Yeah.
We have not really had the full impact of a category 1 or 2 hurricane.
Thank God.
Thank God. So if we're seeing this level of damage, we really need to have a national conversation.
We need to take a serious look at our
we need to have
situation.
a national. Well, we saw the damage that was done by a freak lightning storm.
And the winds that what is the name of the collection? There was a collection of an organization of wind, and there was a specific name for it. When it's on land, not a tornado, but I can't remember what it's called.
But it seems that we need to have a national conversation about the quality of our housing stock.
See why I keep talking about the building and with resilience in mind. It can't just be slapping buildings together, and I know that sometimes there are circumstances that affect certain decisions, but then and often you hear of people who can't say, you know, they've got cooperators general insurance, but that's the insurance the way you want it to be. You want to be able to know that you can recuperate. So this, you know, we have to build better so that structures, you know, can sustain themselves during certain situations, at least have a better chance of doing so. And, you know, hopefully as we go forward, we'll see more and more of that.
And not only that, I think we also need to, within whatever money we're putting together to build our home, we have to make sure that we have insurance. We have to, because a lot of these homes will not have insurance, and the state will be called upon to assist in the rebuilding.
Yeah.
And that is as it should be, because the state should assist its citizens. That's a considerable cost on top of everything else that we've been dealing with, and the economy can only bear so much.
We have to do what
so
we
we
can.
really need to start looking at making sure that we have insurance. We build it into our housing budget, our mortgage budget. We have to build it in, because it is critical that we must be able to recoup the losses and to be able to pay for them. Your home is your biggest investment.
And builders don't unfair people who are trying to get a little home either.
Don't let me start here.
Make
That's a whole other conversation.
Make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. Don't leave the people literally out in the cold.
Yeah.
Because that happens too. People sometimes pay for one thing and then they get something else, but we have to do right by people, because a home, again, as I said before, whatever size it is your thing, and it's what
it's
you
your
can
investment,
do.
It's the biggest investment you have.
Absolutely.
And for someone to come along and take your money and then don't deliver the service they promised, and long after they've gone along and spent the money on whatever, you're left with the results.
Yeah.
And that is what we're seeing.
Yeah.
So it is important that we have that national conversation about our building stock. We need to have it about maintaining and sticking to the building code, enforcing the building codes. We need to have it about making sure that these properties are insured, however small.
And we're seeing the importance of this across the world. Do you remember, I think it was in Dominica, you know their topography is mountainous, so remember there was a lot happening with landslides, and there was a lot of concern that sometimes, in many cases, the way the houses were built, you know, they had no chance of these houses surviving what was going on, because then with all the rain and wind, it was a goner. So again, when you look at recovery, this is where then the mental health comes into play again, because this could only make your head grow. You know, many people spend their lives building or creating, it's gone just like that.
The domino effect of it is almost too much to wrap your head around. So imagine you have a small home, it's something you've barely managed to put together for you and your family, and it is destroyed by this system. You have no housing insurance, so you've lost your home, all your things are wet, so you need to go by someone. And you're starting over literally from scratch. And I know we say that once there's life, there's hope, but you still need shelter over your head.
It's true. I mean, I would rather have life.
Yes, but I'd also like a shelter over my head.
You gotta have that.
So you're
strength.
Starting over. You're, as my granny would say, scotching at somebody, trying to pull it all together.
It will affect you. It will affect you.
Yeah, there's going to be a need for some mental health support for quite some time for some of these persons, because the trauma of it, of having come out of the storm, the destruction of your property, having to find somewhere else to live. And that's another thing. The state will not be able to find somewhere to live for everyone. Neither will the state be able to pay for everyone to find somewhere to live. They will do it for the most vulnerable, but then there are other people who are going to fall between those cracks. They're not quite as vulnerable as some, but they're not quite as financially sound as others. So they're going to fall between the cracks, and how are they going to be helped? And what does this mean for them?
They can really change your life. Because I remember again with the Dominica situation, when even our team went into Dominica, it just blew them away to see. And I recall when you go to that island, it pushes itself as a nature isle. So the first thing you see is lush, you know?
And green.
To go and see no green, all brown, even in the water, you're seeing just mud. It is something else. I remember hearing a story where one woman, you know, was accomplished one day, had a home, everything paid for, and then the next day, in her words, not even an undergarment to her name. It will affect your psyche. So we acknowledge we don't have that level of devastation that some of our neighboring islands would have gone through. But we don't want that. We want to be as prepared as possible for circumstances like that, because you just don't know. You cannot predict exactly what is going to happen. So we have to start looking at ways that we can at least try to mitigate against that level of devastation, because as we've been saying, it hits on all levels.
Yes, it does. It hits on all levels. As Barbadians, when we see the level of damage that is going to be done once we've done the assessment and everything, it is going to break our hearts, because we don't know this. We know yes, a storm is coming, maybe a couple roofs lifts, you know, palings blow down, but we don't know that level of devastation. And you're right, it is a mental health issue because you have to be strong to start to be even looking at overcoming it and to see the hope.
Yeah, and I always say, you know, you don't know that person's story, so even though it might seem like just a little thing, we don't know what else they've been dealing with. So I just hope that those who have been
what it took for them to get the little thing in the first place.
So I'm just hoping that those who have been more severely impacted by this system, you know, they've got that support or they know where to go. But again, we're going to share the information, and going forward, I'm thinking it's our responsibility as well to share information on agencies that can offer assistance or how you actually go about recovering, you know, the process and the one step at a time to getting there. That's the best we can do at this point in time. Just let me remind you, we are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa, and this is in association with our partners, Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be, and we want you to know that if you do have an emergency, you can contact them at these numbers. These numbers include 233-3210, 231-5980, 282-5462. Let me double check on that number, but there's some other numbers. 253-9683. There's also 233-8600, 233-3060. So to give you those numbers again, 233-3060, 233-8600, 253-9683, 231-5980, and 233-3210. In the event of an emergency, you may contact your friendly insurance company, Cooperators General Insurance Company. Their insurance the way you want it to be. And there are partners. I have to remember to say this morning, because outside looks like evening and I've been here for some time. I haven't physically seen outside since then. I've heard outside but not seen it, so I have to keep reminding myself. So it's good morning to you anyway, or as we would say in Barbados, and as the show is actually called, Morning Barbados. You know, as Bajans we say just morning traditionally, so that's what it is. It's 3 minutes away from 9 o'clock. We're saying morning to you wherever you are. If you are watching us from here at home or watching our online feed across the miles, we are happy to be able to serve you, and we just hope that you're staying safe in whatever your circumstances.
That's right, Cassandra. I know there are lots of little ones at home who must be looking at this and are scared. So you need to make sure that you comfort them and let them know that they're safe.
Yeah, and you know what? Some of the little ones, now there are some who might be scared, but then some of them are just like, whew, no school today. No school
of
yesterday.
Any sort, of any sort, face-to-face or online.
There you go.
No
some of them are
school.
saying that, and some of them are just enjoying the weather and being at home. We know, because I mean, I know what I would have been thinking back in the day, so I understand. So enjoy it and do your best. I hope you would have helped to fill those water bottles or remind your parents of what they needed to be doing and help in whatever way possible to prepare. This is the sort of culture that we have to create, where the little ones are leading and reminding the grown-ups that these are the things that have to be done. Remember, we want to hear from you. We want you to continue to send your videos, continue to send your photos, and you know, if you've been up with us through the night, feel free to share what your experience has been. If you've experienced other storms, you can share that with us as well. The number to call is 228-5563, or you can WhatsApp us any other information, concerns, comments to 228-5562. That's for WhatsApp only.
And as the morning goes on and the winds ease and the all clear is given, you need to start looking at how you're going to be cleaning up around your property. So one of the things you need to check is if your house has a basement and it's flooded, you need to start pumping out that water, because that can turn to mold can create mold very quickly. You need to examine the building structure, check the foundations for settling, cracking or undermining, examine the walls, the floors, the doors and the windows to determine what repairs are necessary, and you may want to do a temporary repair until a more extensive full repair can be done. So if nothing else, certainly if your roof is lifted, you definitely need to have a tarpaulin. So fix the things that can be done now.
Yes.
You obviously can't wait to do everything one time, so do the most important parts first. Be careful if your water has, when it comes back on, has turned color. You may need to boil or purify all water used for drinking, cooking, and for washing, eating, and cooking utensils. Do not use water that has a dark color and odor or contains floating materials. If you've had flooding, storm damage, foods may not be safe to eat. If in doubt, my old school mistress, Dame Elsie Payne, when we had a dungeon that we used to store all the costumes and sets from our plays, and every couple of years she would do a purge, and she used to say, if in doubt, throw it out. So if you've had any kind of flooding on your property, inside the home, and any food stuff has been floating in water or whatever, throw it out. You cannot eat it. That would be fresh fruits and vegetables, food in cardboard or paper containers, food in bags such as rice and flour, liquid or beverages in crown cap bottles or containers with pull tops, cork screws or screw caps, food in canned foods in glass jars, whether you bought them or canned them yourself. So just, if you can, go around the house, make sure that you're not having any flooding issues, and make sure that you don't need to dump anything, and just identify those items and that you will need to throw them out.
So I'm getting information coming, more scenes, and again, I'm going to share that, forward that to the CBC WhatsApp number so that we can share some of these images coming in from across the island with you. And we just thank you so much for sharing this information with us, sharing what's going on in your neck of the woods, and for being here to give that feedback. We truly appreciate it. That's what we're here for.
I just got a message as well from a friend who is in St. Peter, and she said her electricity has just gone off, and she said the wind down here is serious.
Wow. Wind in St. Peter.
Wind in St. Peter, very serious. So.
Okay. I'm hearing part of a tree has, let me just open that message, part of a tree has fallen in the road by the tavern, which is just beyond Redmond's Village. There are some pretty mature trees there, so not sure what the situation is and whether the road is impassable, but that's the message I'm getting there. Part of a tree, so part maybe.
And I've just gotten a message, there's a tree down blocking the road in St. Barnabas Heights, the middle of the hill on the road that leads behind Elara Court out to Government Hill. I know that road, there's a track that leads behind there. So there's a tree down and it's blocking the road in St. Barnabas Heights.
Yes. All right. Again, you can call us. I like a good story, you know. So if you have a good story, feel free to share it with us. And these are things as well that may encourage or even entertain our audience at times like these. So we are open to hearing from you. You can call us at 228-5563. I wasn't able to hear all of the engagements with Peter and the Admiral, but they seemed like they had a good time. And you know, Admiral, they seemed like they had a good time. So again, interesting moments shared, and as we were, it was earlier on with the system affecting us, so very interesting moments shared, the ones that I was able to hear. But some people affecting flooding. Okay, so I'm being told you can pass on one side of the road, and this is the tree that has partially fallen in the Redmond's Village Tavern area. So again, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. Remember, you are watching Tracking the Storm, Tropical Storm Elsa here on CBC TV8, coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
haven't got a policy, you haven't got a chance. This hurricane season, from June to November, if you're a policyholder, just collect and submit an entry form at any of our 3 locations and win monthly prizes. At the end, you could be one of 6 grand prize winners. Our partners, Carter's General Stores, JG's Wholesale, Trowel Plastics, Easy Pave, and MCTV. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
Five minutes after 9 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying with us. You keeping us company, and we of course have been doing the same for you.
Company. Yes, indeed.
Yes. So we've shared a lot, and we give you that special invitation. You too have shared a lot, and we appreciate that. I've shared some more videos, so hopefully we can share those videos via our screen as well, of some of the things that have happened across Barbados. So let's take a look. Again, this is some footage coming in now of the Deepwater Harbor.
Yeah.
Look at that water.
Wow.
The last time I saw water bubbling
I'm trying to
like
remember
this,
what
it was in Bridgetown. Another system was coming,
inside
and the water looked like it was
yes,
spilling over the streets.
Yes.
So,
I remember that.
Yeah, this is definitely a sign that stuff was going on, if you doubted it. But it's interesting to see the various scenes happening.
Someone is reporting that their neighbor lost her roof, and they're located in Thornberry Hill.
Where's Thornberry Hill?
If you come up the old airport road from Oystins, and then when you get the road turns to the bends to the left. There's Kermit's in the corner.
Oh, I
no.
see.
Yeah.
From the bog, anyway, yeah, Gibbons Bog near that area, I think. Okay, so I am seeing we're having other team members join us now. Shane Edwards, you may know him as DJ Ras. He's also known as Shane Edwards. Isn't it interesting when the alias takes over?
Yes,
and your name is secondary.
Indeed. Some other information, transformer by the stadium has blown, so that is very, very dangerous. So please, if you don't have any calling in that area, please stay off the road. Halton Lane, St. John, the power line is in the road, potentially very dangerous as the electricity is still on. The roof is off in Liverpool Road, Christchurch. Someone has lost the roof in Rollins Road, Christchurch. The electricity wire going towards the house is burning in Stepney, St. George, and the roof is off in Marchfield, St. Philip. Oh,
a lot.
This damage assessment is going to be brutal.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
Yes, it's a lot. So Shane Edwards is joining us now, so we're going to have a chat with him. Shane, give us an update of what has been happening with your morning.
It's an extreme sport to drive on the road right now, because not only is I came from Warrens and I came up 2 Mile Hill. Not only is visibility bad, but then there's so many obstacles,
debris and
in
stuff
the
in the road.
And then because of how high the water is, you can't tell like where the normal potholes are, where the holes are. Luckily, it was driving a bigger vehicle, but even right by Buster Roundabout, there are signs actually all around the roundabout. So while you're driving through the roundabout, you have to be dodging these signs. Right there by Pine Hill. Some trees are down. Coming up 2 Mile Hill there before Sherburne, before Lloyd Erskine Sanford. A lot of trees are down there as well. Down in Lawrence, trees are down, coming up. I even saw roofs down, persons outside trying to hold on to the rest of the roof, trying to keep it on. But it's hard and it's tough, and I really hope that nobody don't even try to go on the road unless you're an emergency personnel or something, because even getting here just now, it was definitely...
Were you nervous?
Of course. Of course. I drove at literally 20 kilometers to make sure you could see and maneuver properly, because a lot of business places, the signs are down.
Oh dear.
Like coming up here just now, right before a lot of those businesses coming up there, the signs are down in the road. Persons, your garbage cans, I know they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, the garbage cans coming up the road, garbage cans are all
so it's an obstacle course.
It's basically an obstacle course. So you got trees, you got garbage cans, you got palings, you got pieces of roof, pieces of wood, signage, everything is in the road. So right now, even going on the road is a no-no.
Is this your first experience of anything like this?
No. Definitely not. I don't really remember all the storm names, but it's definitely not my first experience. It's not the worst, I don't think.
Right.
But it's definitely is bad, and I hope everyone was really prepared. I saw a lot of persons that, a lot of people that sell food, vegetables and fruits at the side of the road. If you left up your tent, chances are your tent is gone, because I saw a lot of tents gone. The drive-in, their screen is
Yes, I sent some photos to our WhatsApp with the drive-in screen, so hopefully we can share those.
The pieces of the screen, actually someone sent me a video, I will send it in as well.
Yeah.
Pieces of the screen
The
blew
video
off
is there too.
and blew into neighborhoods.
Wow. Yeah.
So the screen is stripped, and this is not the first thing that happened to them.
I got something from Rosette Pierce at the Turf Club. She sent me something, the Garrison paddock that's fallen in the street. The power lines are down.
Yeah.
So the winds and the rain have really taken a toll.
Yeah,
really taken
definitely. I just hope that we're coming on to the back end of it now, because I don't think we could take much more.
And Sabu Best did say that, but he said the rain will continue
the rain
to
bands
dump
will
on the country.
continue to dump for quite some time. So
the rain.
And we were already fairly saturated because we'd been having rain for a couple of days before.
Jewel, there's not much screen left in this, and I hope you guys can share the video from the drive-in screen, but this is, you know, there will be some necessary
I should have followed my mind and gone and see Fast 9. I should have gone to see Fast 9 while the weather was still time.
You don't know.
You just never know.
You don't know.
You always think you have time.
Yes. So, DJ Ross, what are your plans? Are you going to be holding down your usual shift on radio?
Right now,
are you on standby?
the radio, we're carrying this program live, so I'm just going to go upstairs, make sure this program runs, and then dip in and out with any pertinent commercials or scripts that are necessary to go out. So I'll be here right up until 1 p.m.
And I also know that you know people who will send you video of
Yes,
pictures
definitely.
and stuff, so please share them with our production team.
Yes, I will. I will.
Thank you very much, Ross, for coming.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much. Keep safe.
Right.
So there you go. You heard DJ Ross, Shane Edwards, explain to you what he had to deal with navigating his way into work. We are essential services of this nature. We keep you informed, we keep you company, and we make sure that you get the information that you need to have. And we've been getting lots of videos and photos coming in for the WhatsApp, and we will share those with you as soon as we can.
Well, we see Admiral came back to the studio, so he's going to
There's the screen.
Oh, yeah.
This is the screen.
Whoa.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing this video with us. This was
the screen at the drive-in.
So we're going to have to wait for a while now, unless they have screen on standby to fix that. But that's what's happening. Like he said, it's blown into various neighborhoods close by. So that's unfortunate, but that is all part of what has happened. So this is again another scene.
Someone that lost their roof.
Soaked living room.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
And you see that, you would think that a home like that would have a really strong roof.
Yeah.
And yet here we are seeing the damage, all the furniture wet, all the interior accessories wet. It is. I dread to see what this damage assessment is going to look like, because we can see something else here.
Is this Hackett Hall? Where is that?
This looks
familiar.
Like Sky Mall.
No, it's Bridgetown.
It's Bridgetown.
It's Bridgetown.
Yeah, with the trees down.
Interesting angle.
Yes.
So a lot is happening. Oh, that looks like it's from the hospital area. I think that's where it's taken from the QEH down River Road. So these are some of the sites.
Talk to us. Did you go out? Yeah, I know you wanted to get a chance to go on the roof.
I want to get a chance to get something to eat and get out. I have never seen the truck shaped like that. I parked outside of the agricultural center up there, getting footage, and the truck was doing like that. It was shaking like that. Several areas have been compromised. Triple D's up there.
And that's up by me.
I don't even know if that's possible.
Okay.
Because there's a massive tree that has fallen right across the road. You know that there's someone who sells vegetables.
Vegetables right at the corner.
Well, they gotta find a new place
a
to
new
sell.
place to sell. A new stand.
Stand or structure, because that's gone. Right across the country, up top Oyston Hill, if you're going up Lodge Road, that road is completely compromised.
Wow.
Several cables across the road. Now that makes it very dangerous.
Yes.
And I took a chance or two to drive through those cables, which was not the most sensible thing in the world. But I mean, I wanted to get the stories. It really, it's very sad out there. Lots of palings down. I heard you mention the garbage cans, but I never thought it had so many garbage cans in Barbados till now. Several of them.
Yeah.
And you have to negotiate.
Navigate.
You can't negotiate to get
Yeah.
through. Very serious business going on out there. Urging people to be careful.
This that we can see right here is, I know this is one of the videos from you?
Yeah, and it's voiced. I actually voiced that video. I think going into the Christchurch. Oh yeah, this is just on Maxwell Main Road. The pretty strips you just saw, there is a private school there.
Yes.
Yes.
The gates are off.
Wow.
The wind blew the gates off. I'm going to actually turn around in the medical center and come back and go up the hill to show you the damage that's been done up there.
So is that Will's primary that you're talking about, or this is a different
not
school?
Wills. This is
This is on
across
the
road.
main.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, okay,
Road, yeah.
okay.
And it was amazing to see and talk about the garbage cans and the leaves. We've got a lot of cleanup work to do.
Yes.
Tremendous amount of cleanup work
I was
to do.
saying to Jewel, I think that perhaps the cleaning up that happened post the ash fall from last year fair probably helped us to avoid some of the flooding.
Yes.
It
Yes.
could have been much worse.
It could have been much
cleaning
worse.
of the
Yeah,
drains,
the
etc.
stuff, yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
believe so. But now we've got leaves now. We've got the branches. There's so many branches. And I see people, crotons and things, scatter all about the road. I mean, you would tend to think because they're so bunchy that they would hold together. That's not the case.
Wow.
Drive through Oysins, drive up Maxwell Hill. You'll understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's not easy.
I got a photo here, Jewel and Admiral. I don't know if this roof belonged to the Crane Hotel or if it blew from somewhere onto the Crane
This was like
roof.
Peter's. This was like Peter's
I got
lawn that she had palm fronds but doesn't have palms.
She doesn't have any palms, but I forwarded it, so
Yeah.
we'll share it when the guys get to it as well. And thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for sending
The images and
footage.
keeping us
Thank
informed,
you,
yeah.
Admiral, for
Lots
for
of
the
house
footage.
roofs
Yeah.
compromised in Chalky Mount.
Keep hitting
And-
Chalky
Okay, well, yes,
Mount.
in those areas, because they would have gotten
The
some
brunt
of
of
the
the
brunt of
wind.
it as well. One of the things that DJ Ras talked about, was visibility is very bad.
It is very bad. Look at my wipers. Look how they're going. They're
Yeah.
going like crazy. And I got a story of a house that was split in half. So we need to see that.
Where?
They didn't send the location, but I would hope that the lady would call back and tell me exactly where. But she said the house just split in half.
That sounds foundation like.
These are problems.
Well, we talked about that as well,
Resilience
about building for
man.
resilience, and not only that,
Yeah.
following the building code.
Yes.
It's critical to follow that building code.
Yes.
And I know that sometimes when money's short and you're scrambling,
Cut
you tend to cut corners,
Shortcuts,
but then it comes back to this.
Yeah, it's not easy. It really is not easy out there.
We're looking now at, this would be from our tower cam.
Yeah.
South-facing.
That tells a story of peace and calm and just showers. That's really not true. The wind out there is like you've never heard it before. And it's coming like in squirts.
Yeah, so it's coming in gusts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 minute it comes and then it stops and then it's at you again. I now tried again. CBC were umbrella. It was an umbrella. and the distance so short. And the guy laughing at me instead of...
You turn it upside down?
No, worse than upside down.
Oh.
It took off all the edges.
Edges.
It bent up
Whoa,
all the wire.
all the
It's in
problems.
foyer.
Whoa.
You should have brought it.
Evidence,
So we could see the evidence.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What was your brolly?
You might have jerked my eyeball out.
A little earlier, we had Shane Jones a couple hours ago. He done a live with us where he was at Enterprise
Yes,
Beach.
I saw that.
Yeah, and listen, this is it here. Where
This is the
somebody's
shot.
roof has gone to.
I don't know. That's what I
blown
was
over
saying.
onto
I
the
don't know if
crane.
it blew off of one of the
Yeah.
properties on the crane or if it blew from somewhere.
I
Because
think
there are
that's somebody
houses at the
else's
crane,
roof.
and but it's embedded in there.
Oh yeah.
That's.
And you
that's
imagine
rough.
if you're in one of those rooms and this thing is come hurling at you?
That's scary.
You get a roof as a guest. That's very serious.
That is very serious.
But the way the crane is positioned, that's not impossible to happen.
Right.
It's almost to open water.
Yes.
And that's that's where you're getting the brunt of all the energies of the wind coming at you.
Indeed.
It's very serious.
House down in Blades Hill,
yeah.
Joseph?
St.
That's in
Joseph?
Joseph
Oh, St. John?
St. John.
Oh,
St. John.
I don't know
Blades Hill
very
is
well.
St. John.
Yeah.
It's saying Blades Hill, St. Philip, but I don't know. So
Number
I
two,
can't.
Blades Hill. It could be, because some places have
Because they
they
intersect, so
yeah.
it could well be Blades Hill and St. Philip.
Yes. Oh,
but
wow.
that's at number 2, Blades Hill in St. Philip, and they've had some damage. I mean, Lamins in St. Joseph, the images are horrific in terms of what we're seeing. And Admiral, as we were saying earlier, there's not even a full-fledged Category 1 hurricane. This was a hurricane for like what, 10 minutes?
Yeah. About
maybe 5.
Yeah, I am thinking we can't handle a Category 2 or 3.
No, because for me, and that's why I was telling Cassandra earlier, we need to really have a national conversation about the quality of our housing stock.
Yes.
Because this has such a ripple effect. I mean, for somebody who's saying, well, my house wasn't damaged. No, but somebody else's was.
Yeah.
And they can't afford to repair it.
And a
so
few
the
too many.
state now will do that work, which
Yes.
means that other things that had to be done will have to be put on the back
That's right.
burner
That's
in
right.
order to facilitate this, because the state must help its citizens.
Look,
that's only right and fair.
Where we are now, Joel, we'll have to spend a lot of money
Yes.
to return to normalcy from this stage. Because if you see the amount of damage that's being done out there to the individual homes, if you drive and have a look, tomorrow is going to be a different day in Barbados. This lady said her chicken pen roof blew off. Some of the chickens blew away. She had 150 baby chickens.
And the chickens blew away?
Dear.
Are you laughing?
I mean, come on.
Are you laughing?
It does
my
so-
heart, it's
come
funny.
On, come on, man.
That's rough.
Chickens are supposed to fly, but not like that. Come on, man. I mean,
Poor chicks.
it's there. I mean, what else could I do?
Where is this?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
where this
but
is.
QEH
Backgate.
Brigade. Oh
Yeah.
my word.
Wow.
So is this
That's a tree that's fallen over.
part of the area that was being refurbished? I wonder. I'm not sure, but that is something else. You see?
Yeah, the cutting up of trees have fallen over.
The
and
last
cleanup,
time-
the cleanup is going to be a nightmare.
A lot. The last time a tree came down in that area, it would have been in the yard of the St. Michael's School.
yes.
A really large mahogany tree that
Yeah.
was there. So some of those trees, like Sabu mentioned, the ground is saturated, and that is part of what is going to cause us some problems.
Roofs compromised at Foul Bay, one in Ocean City. So you see, this is what I was saying. All over the country, you talk about the
Yeah, I
monies
don't
that
think.
must be spent.
I think when we look at it, there will not be one parish that was untouched.
Yeah.
One community that was
Yeah.
untouched. I'm just
Yeah.
getting some other information here. A roof completely gone in Chalky Mount St. Andrew, and the occupant and his son are sheltering in a feed pen. That it must, part of the roof lost. Mount Hillaby in St. Andrew, Skeets Road, Jackman, St. Michael, the roof completely lost, and in the road is impassable, and the galvanized is flying. So there will be, I think at the end of this process, there will not be one single community, far less
would not
parish,
have suffered, yeah.
community that has not been touched by this weather system.
Rooftop.
And as we said, it is not a hurricane. It wasn't even a full-fledged hurricane. It was a storm.
Yeah, that's
but we saw
scary.
the damage that was done a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that's
with the-
scary.
so that's very scary.
That's
We
scary.
really do need to have a serious conversation about our housing stock. We can't do this.
Well, I could tell you, I've been through them all since we were here at CBC. I thought that the wind in Thomas was rough. It wasn't. This one was like, I was like, are you kidding me? I'm saying you, I am parked in the vehicle, it's locked up. I'm gathering video, and the thing is shaking, and it's like an angry monster or something coming at you. The sound, I don't know, boy. People who don't like this weather would hardly survive this. And that's why this morning I mentioned children. If you got children at home with you, you got to make sure that they're secure, they're not scared, and your doors are open.
Untraumatized and
yeah,
stuff,
because you need this. All the people are so afraid of lightning and thunder. And by the way, what is interesting about this particular system, we were spared lightning and thunder.
We had wind and rain.
So
that was
that's good.
enough.
Yeah.
That was enough.
I would like
We got a
Sabu
lot
to be able
last
to.
week. It was last week. that it
Yes.
happened.
Well, we had the lightning. So you see,
Monday.
we had it in advance. We had the lightning storm.
Yeah. But it would be good to hear
Or
from the
Wednesday.
Met
From the Met
people.
people, yeah.
Why
How
the difference
come,
here?
Yeah, we didn't get that.
And are we trained? Are we trained to think that you must have all, or you can only get some?
That's right.
But I think Ms.
This may be a totally
our
different
first
system.
guest, Jewel. Why is her name escaping me?
Kathy
From
Ann
behind-
Caesar.
Kathy Ann
Ann Caesar.
I think she said some of these circumstances that happened on Wednesday. It was Wednesday for the lightning,
Yes,
right?
for the lightning.
Where that would have set up this situation to be what it is. So,
Well, let's see if we can get back Kathy Ann, because it would be good to hear from her on this matter. Someone is sending us a message that on Howells Crossroads, St. Michael near Community College, the electricity pole in front of the house that snapped and is leaning towards the house with the transformer.
I like
on
that
it.
that person has taken note and sent
some
the
wires
pole
are
number.
detached and also looks like telephone poles, and they've sent the pole
Number, good stuff. You listened.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That is, woo.
Yeah, a lot is going on. A roof is gone in Britain's Hill as well, and there's more to that story. I can't read it unless it's open, but they went on to tell what makes that story painful.
The story there with Lower State St. George.
Yeah. So a lot is going on, and we encourage you to share with us. And if you need for information to reach specific authorities, please call us or put your information there in the WhatsApp. Chat will be certain to pass that on. If you put it in the WhatsApp chat, it's perfect because we can share the information easily. If you call, we still welcome that if that's what works for you. And the number is 228-5563 for the calls. WhatsApp is 228-5562. Okay, or you can call us on 228-5562 as well. As we continue to share the images.
Yeah, someone
with
here
you.
saying that the tree fell in their backyard, but thankfully it fell away from the house and not onto their house. And there's still more rain to come, so the misery will just continue for several more hours before the all clear is given.
One of the issues we have to look at as a team in the field, though, is our inability to identify cables. It's very dangerous because I've seen poles where several cables are down. One must be electric.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we also must remind motorists, I know people like to drive around, take a lot of pictures after the storm. Even when the all clear is given, it's going to be very dangerous to attempt to do that. And whatever you do, stay in your vehicle, because if you get out, that could be a problem.
Yes, especially if you get out on an area that's wet.
Yeah, we have to be very careful with that.
Electricity wires in the road, so we have to be really, really careful. And the thing is, the level of damage you're talking about will not be repaired in a hurry or overnight. So we're going to be dealing with this matter for quite some time.
Yeah, Light and Power has a lot of work to do. Several cables are down, so it's a lot of work. I could not understand the mangling that I saw, particularly going up that Oistins Lodge Road there. I believe electricity is gone because for that entire area, all in Coverley, electricity is out. Where Kimberley is, electricity is out, so there's a massive area. Yet there's electricity on, like in the Rendezvous Hill area. You know, those people I were able to call and talk to. But this is gonna take us to a different level. Now, the thing about this, ladies, is that the hurricane season is just about
We mentioned
starting.
that. Yes, that's the frightening part.
This is the beginning.
And
this is the beginning.
It's predicted to be very active. And if this is the sort of activity that we'll be getting, I would certainly hope that this example that we've got today will help us to strengthen what we need to do coming up. Now we can't drop our guard. No, we can't say, well, we normally only get one or maybe two a particular season. We have to think that every possible week something can happen.
Agreed.
Continue to monitor the African coast, you know, and you've got the internet, so you need to use it to keep yourself abreast of the situation.
Yeah, I'm just getting, I think, a photo and a video of a house roof affected on St. Patrick's Main Road. So again, when we have the opportunity to share that, we will do so. But persons are sharing as much as possible all that's going on out there. I see in the distance Crystal Hoyt. She's been out.
She was on the road,
field
so I
as
know
well.
she's coming back shortly.
And she is one of the team that would have been in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with Sharika Griffith. They would have covered the stories for us in St. Vincent after the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano, and she was out there.
Arnold, don't go too far.
Hard.
Crystal is going to join us, and then we want you back because I know you have interesting perspectives on a lot of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I see Trevor Thorpe is just back from the road, so we know we'll be talking to a lot of our reporters as they come back in to talk about what they've seen on the road.
I'm looking forward to hearing it all, and we tip our hats to you because you're out there, and you know it's also still a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
We're not robots, and they're going to gather this information for you. So Crystal Hoyt, good morning, and welcome back inside. Yeah.
A lot warmer.
Yes. What can you tell us about what you found as you hit the ground? We saw some of the stories, but what would you want to share from being actually there?
Well, it's definitely very scary. Outside, the winds are very high, but more so than that, it is the trees. There are a lot of trees that are currently down, making a lot of the roads impassable. We got stranded in St. Joseph, where we were blocked in. We were in Easy Road, and when we got there, the trees were down and we couldn't pass, so we turned around. And when we turned around, a pole was down on the other side. The electricity wire was down and trees were down, so we had to get out and remove some of the debris, some of the trees, just to get back out. And from there we rerouted numerous times, trying to get at least either to a hurricane shelter, because at that time when we were on the road we found out that she moved from Tropical Storm Elsa to a Category 1 hurricane. So we tried to get to a hurricane shelter, but those roads became impassable, so it was about at least trying to get to the highway to get back to base.
Yes.
Wow, that is.
And we're seeing some of the images that you talk about. We don't know if that's specifically there, but yes, wow. This is serious.
Yeah.
These are very mature trees, you know, not scrawny trees, so that would be scary, as you said. Did you see anyone outside? But this is good news.
No, we didn't see anyone outside. When we were going through St. John, there was one person who just came out to check on his vehicles, but by the time the winds came, he quickly went back inside. So there was nobody on the road. We were driving and it was just us.
That's good. That's good stuff. What is it like for you? Maybe you can share a little bit. We never got to chat about the experience you guys would have gone through in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, you know, you've had some experiences, and I'm sure more to come in your career dealing with these disasters. What does it mean for you to have the opportunity to go out there in the face of disaster and try to get the story?
It's definitely different covering disaster at home, because obviously you can see the before and the after of your community. So definitely a different situation than covering the volcano eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
All right.
A lot more scary.
Crystal, we thank you. We're going to pause here, but we know you're around. We've got to take a statement from Minister Abrams. I believe he is at the central location, the National Emergency Operations Center. So we're going to go over for a statement from the Honorable Wilfred Abrams, Minister of Home Affairs.
Good morning, Barbados. Bob again. We have been significantly right now. The current situation across Barbados is widespread. Power line across Barbados, live power line, trees, some of the roads are impassable. And what is concerning to me is that getting videos or seeing videos of persons on the road driving, trying to first one to get the picture is the most critical thing at this point in time. I understand that everybody for themselves. That is not important at this point. Safety is important. Your safety and also the safety of first responders who will have to come out to assist you if something happens to you. There's still debris flying around Barbados. We need people as much as possible to stay off. There has not been given, and when you are on the road, we need emergency services to have access to the road, or first responders, or light and power. then you actually can hamper the efforts to bring Barbados back to stability as quickly as possible, and you can effort to get relief who need it most. The police's position is on this.
Minister, as you've heard, a challenge with trees, roofs, and like poles that have been getting parking. I want to advise all the citizens of Barbados remain on the inside. It is for their own safety that you do so. If you come onto the road, you're likely to be injured and want to impress upon everyone that at this time it is safer for you to be on the inside than to be on the outside trying to take videos or venturing up to see what is happening.
Okay, thank you. Halliday will update you as to what is going on with respect to the water, because a lot of people have concerns water interrupted, but this water is
between 1 and 3 rather a.m. this morning, but this water put a power down its stations. One is assess each and every station, and a determination will be made whether or not they can be started.
From the grid is available, and if not, whether or not they can be started on a generator. This will happen on a case-by-case basis for every single station. It's important to understand that in instances like this, you cannot allow the stations to start automatically in the event that the power supply is not what it should be, and then we have additional equipment or pumps being damaged. We'll rather do this safely to make sure that we can ensure that all of our pumping stations, are working the way they should. We'll also need to recognize that this is a process. It has to be staged, and it will take a little bit of time, and we'll keep you advised in the media as much as we possibly can. We'll shortly also be advising of at least a WhatsApp or possibly 2 WhatsApp numbers that you can send text or send messages in the event that you're unable to reach your customer service line. We'll get that to you within the next half an hour. Thank you.
Barbados, we've done well so far. We've done very well. Although we have a lot of reports, well over 100 reports of damage to property, we do not have any reports of any major to anybody. So in this most difficult time, we have done well to keep ourselves safe. We did it in the most difficult part of the storm. When the hurricane warning in place for Barbados, we are now on the back end of the system. Let us please try to keep that record intact and minimize injury to anybody. If anybody gets injured now, right, that would be an injury that did not need to happen. Also, the more you put yourself at risk is the more taxing it is on the first responders and on the persons who have to go to try to give you assistance. So we are stretched at the moment, as you can well imagine. We are being inundated with reports. We ask you please to submit your reports to the DEM, to the numbers we gave you before, and to the WhatsApp number that we provided earlier. That way, with full information, we can prioritize our responses, because when we head out, we want to have targeted responses going straight to the persons who have sustained the most damage and trying to secure them or their property. So as much detail as you can provide in your reports, it helps us to help you. The shelters are open. If you are in need and you can make your way to a shelter, your house is compromised and you need to shelter, then please go to one of the hurricane shelters. The hurricane shelters will be open. They will accommodate you. If you are there, we will make provisions for you and try our best to assist you. So even now, if you have sheltered in place and your house is, even now if you're sheltered in place and your house has been compromised, then you can make your way to one of the hurricane shelters and stay in place there until we can organize the appropriate assistance for you. Ideally, this should be done after the all clear, but if you are in a perilous position and you can make it, then that is a judgment call that you have to make for yourself. But ideally, I would urge Barbadians not to move until after the all clear has been given. It is going to be a mammoth effort immediately following the all clear for all of the key response units of government and the private sector. It is going to be a major undertaking to try to get help to everybody who needs it. It's going to be a serious effort at coordination. Let us not hamper it by trying to be the first one to post. Please stay inside and stay off the roads until the all clear is given. Thank you very much for being so good so far, and just bear with us a bit more while we see this storm through to the end. We will update you as circumstances warrant. Thank you, Barbados.
And that is Minister of Information, Public Broadcasting and Home Affairs, Wilfred Abrams, there giving us an update on the situation in Barbados as we wait for the all clear to be given, which is still some hours away. So it's not going to happen overnight. It is still several hours away. On top of that, he talked about making sure that you have all the correct information if your home or shelter has been damaged or compromised in any way. He talked about making it safely to a shelter, to a national shelter, the one closest to you, to do that safely, and also to be able to make sure you have all the information so you can contact them. But we're going to come back to Crystal Hoyt. She was out on the roads, and she has some footage that she wants to share with us. Crystal?
Thanks for bearing with us.
Thanks for bearing with us.
So what can you tell us about some of the footage that you were able to capture
So
out there?
this was when we were in St. Joseph at the time. We had just gone through, realized we couldn't get through Easy Road, and we made a turn around. We went through St. John, and this is the footage from St. John. At the time when this was filmed, we thought that she was still Tropical Storm Elsa, and then I heard that she was, the winds we knew was Category 1 hurricane winds, but we didn't know it was a hurricane as yet.
Okay. Wow. All right. So let's roll that footage, because Crystal is literally here with us. She's still in her clothing. So Crystal, we want you to be good. So you go get changed, and we're going to have a look at this footage, and we are going to continue. So again, this is part of what people.
We're in St. John, where the road is impassable. We were stranded in St. Joseph when Easy Road also became impassable, and it's definitely picking up. We're seeing Category 1 hurricane winds.
The soil is already saturated because we've been having rain for the last few days. So there's nowhere for the water to go.
Yeah. Again, we certainly appreciate what our teams that do the roving go out and do and are able to share with us. We certainly appreciate it.
And she did tell us about this during the break, that when the minister was talking, that she said that they had to actually, they went one way, and then there was a tree in the road.
There's Fabian trying to
and
clear
when
that.
they tried to leave, then there was a pole blocking them, so they had to move the tree out of the road in order to be able to get past.
Thankfully, there are no power lines in this.
And thankfully, they're safe. I mean,
yes.
Crystal is soaking wet,
and
but
so,
at least.
Yeah. Hopefully you understand. We absolutely had to let her go so she can get nice and dry and warm.
Yes.
But we appreciate your getting out there and bringing the information back to us. Crystal, of course, Sharika is at the Emergency Operations Center. She is covering her end of the stories as well. We just got an update from the minister, and so certainly we are continuing to share with you. It's 9:43 a.m. in Barbados as we continue to track the storm, and Fabian is joining
with us
now. We just
Fabian.
saw him attacking that tree. Fabian, you're a man of many talents. Talk to us about what you saw there, and you know how you tackled this tree here.
To be honest, right? I may be a piece of soldier and thing, but out there for people though.
Simply put.
Cause every road I turned, it was a tree that down, and it was like I ran out of options, but I know going home.
Yes.
It was starting to probably stop at a shelter, but I just concentrated on coming home.
Yes.
So every road we met, it was like we got to move a tree, or we can't get moved, we got to go and detour another road.
Yes.
We
You
route.
were driving.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I still had to get on
What
route.
areas were you in? Like, can you remember? Tell us where this was.
This pool, St. John. So
Oh, I know where that is, where all of those trees are.
By the
Yes.
park,
Yeah,
right?
the park. Yeah.
Yeah, so I stick close to the wall, like if I can hit the cat rock right to get there, cause the tree's big too, and
Yep.
it's confusing though. But it ain't suit for people to be on the road. I may be a good driver and I got enough skill, but
As the minister just reiterated.
yeah, you can't get away from it. So keep off the road, cause this ain't none that they can play with, and we ain't see it coming though.
Well, you guys did the right thing, coming back to base, and we appreciate what you were able
I
to
had to come
capture.
home.
Yes.
Because I got somebody with me know that my haymaker roll, if I don't get she back in one piece. I had to come home.
Good
That was
stuff.
the aim, right? Come home. It was a bit difficult. Like I turned back from tree got me blocked and ran up on a pole got me blocked and tree in the road too. So
Yes.
I said, wait, there's options all running out of them. So then when I turned back now, I ran up on another tree in the road.
And when he says run on, he has a very interesting way of wording. He's coming upon the tree.
Everywhere I
in the
turn
road.
is a tree, and in a tree is garbage cans.
Yes.
It's like signs in the road, anything in the road. The road in mines is for people to keep off of, cause it ain't pleasant. And the tree's tall and breaking. So when you feel you're safe, I have options.
Right.
Move piece of tree and get the van from out there and try to get base.
Well said.
Yeah,
Well said.
that was
Simply
the
put.
option.
And we're happy that you're here safely. So
Yeah.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Fabian. And you please going to get into some dry clothes.
Well,
yeah, get you into some dry clothes so that you can. We don't want you to get sick on top of everything else. So we want to get you into some dry clothes. A quick reminder that this broadcast is brought to you with the compliments of Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. If you've had an emergency and you need to contact them, you can call 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-8600, and 233-3060. That's our sponsor, Cooperators General Insurance. And I've also gotten some information regarding damage, roof completely gone in Chalky Mount, St. Andrew. The occupant and his son are sheltering in a feed pen. We talked about
you
that.
mentioned that.
Roof completely gone in Tranquility Drive, the Crane St. Philip, and electrical cable down in Ruby St. Philip and completely submerged in water. So that's something very, 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 very scary, and we need to ensure that once the all clear has been given, that even if when the all clear has been given, there's no need to rush out onto the road. This level of damage, there's nothing to see. It is not a spectator sport. It is not a tourist attraction. There's no need to rush out to see. Please stay inside with all these electrical cables down. It would be unfortunate that you survived the storm and died out of pure curiosity.
Wow.
Because
It's
that's what it
true.
would be. And as the minister said, it is something that would be completely avoidable.
Yes, so do avoid any danger that you can, you avoid. More information coming to me, Jewel, before we check in with Trevor Thorpe. In Chalky Mount St. Andrew, 3 houses badly damaged, 1 completely completely destroyed, 2 with extensive roof damage at the bottom where the buses turn around. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but I'm sure you have an idea. But again, 3 houses badly damaged, 1 completely destroyed, 2 with extensive roof damage in Chalky Mount, St. Andrew.
And we say good morning to Trevor Thorpe. He's one of our reporters who was on the road.
Morning,
Trevor. Good
Hey,
morning.
good morning, good
Give
morning.
us listen, you look fuzzled.
I don't feel so, though.
Tell us a little bit about what you were seeing on the road.
It's pretty bad out there. Well, I have seen some bad ones before. I've lived through Hurricane Luis and Marilyn, so this is a little child's cake to it, but it's not good at all in any condition for anyone to be outside in this kind of weather unless you have a reason to be outside. It was pretty bad. We went to the Blackmon Gollop School early. There were 18 people in there. Then we visited the Gordon Cummins Primary with 1 person in there, but all things were in place in the event for what is about to happen or what was about to happen. And then we took in the Grant Lee Adams International Airport, and up there was tranquil, and they too were looking and making sure things are getting ready, and they would be ready for whatever is happening before we went to the Christchurch Foundation School. But the roads all along the way were becoming flooded, and there were some fallen trees already already across the road, and all in all, it was telling you this thing is heating up. Although we only had it hurricane for a couple of minutes, my maths tell me it would have been the first visit since Hurricane Jeanette. So we had a 66-year hiatus before we got some. And luckily, the gods were with us, and she only stayed around for a couple of minutes.
She wasn't a hurricane for very long, but still, when you look at the amount of damage that was done, the amount of damage that was
in that short time.
In a short space of time. Also, down in Goodland, you may not have seen it or heard it, but there's a utility pole falling across the road and compromising the lines on the other end of the road. And we advise the person to call the DEM office and stay inside.
Yes, we hadn't heard of that one indeed, but thank you for sharing. And for those people who have continued to share, just to mention that number, the DEM Secretariat, 438-7575, 438-7575. That should be easy for you to remember because there are several numbers, but that is a number you can hang on to report.
And they also had a WhatsApp number if you want to report it via your situation via WhatsApp. And please give everything, your name, your address, telephone number where you can be reached. But you can reach them too via WhatsApp, and that number is 266-0918. That's 266-0918. That's the WhatsApp number for reporting your particular situation, any damage or compromise of maybe the road out by you or your own personal situation, and that's the number for the DEM. So there are 2 numbers, 266-0918. That's the WhatsApp number, or you can call them at 438-7575.
Yes, remember we are tracking the storm. This is Tropical Storm Elsa, and it comes to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. We also had some numbers, Jewel, that if there is an emergency related to insurance that persons could call. We want to make sure that you are armed with all the information.
I had those numbers, and it's 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-8600, 233-3060. Those are the numbers to call.
All right, and again, we have other numbers that you can call. Thank you so much to Trevor Thorpe, who was out there doing his work as well, making sure that we all stay informed. And you know that the stories will continue to be written during the course of the day. Any updates as the assessments take place, once an all clear is given, we will continue to follow up and share details. But this is what the satellite image is looking like as we continue to to track the storm. We're getting closer to that point for another update. Sabu Best promised us in about 45 minutes. So probably at the top of the hour, he should be ready to give us
another update. Another message from the National Petroleum Corporation. They're reminding the public to stay inside and keep their shut-off valve turned off for the duration of the storm. If you suspect gas leak, contact them at 430-400. So that's 430-4000, 430-4099, 234-2063, 234-2064, 253-9096, 230-3224. And the emergency teams will respond after the all clear has been given.
I've gotten word of another downed tree at the Greenwich area. Do you know that hill that leads from Highway 2A, I think I have the highway right, down to past St. James Secondary School. I know the name has changed, but you know what I mean. You have to forgive me. So down that hill, that's Greenwich Hill, there is a fallen tree in that area. So just be aware of that. I understand that that road is impassable. So the tree has fallen in that area heading down to the Frederick Smith Secondary School. So you have to be aware of that and just be careful. That's why it's best to stay inside if you don't have absolutely no reason to be outside.
If you're not an essential worker or you're not going to be part of the damage assessment team, and even they are not coming out on the road until after the all clear has been given.
Heard the stories from our team members.
The visibility outside on the road is bad. There's a lot of water on the road and it's hiding things that can damage your vehicle and you. So there's signage in the road, sharp objects and sides and that kind of thing, garbage cans, etc., etc.
Things. Jewel, someone even messaged and said to me, people's trampolines have been blowing. He actually said flying away. People's trampolines have been flying away. So it is something, it must have been something to see. So all of these things have occurred, so people just be careful. Be careful.
Yeah, just be really careful because it's dangerous out there. And you don't want to survive the storm only to have been hurt or lose your life in the aftermath because you were outside seeing it. It's not a spectator sport. There's nothing to see.
Don't
only
do it.
Damage.
Stay inside and drink cornmeal pap. I just had to inject a little laughter there because this stuff can get really heavy, and for those who are dealing with the tough part of it, you know it's going to be stressful and complex. So, you know, for those of you who may be feeling anxious and just need that little something to smile about, I'm just saying, porridge and bakes. I'm pushing porridge and bakes. What would you cook on a day like this if you're at home?
Today is a soup day.
Soup. I'm all for soup.
It is a soup day.
Thinking of corn
really and truly, it is a soup day. And this is soup with
dumplings
and
too.
dumplings.
Must have dumplings.
According to my grandmother, grown provisions in it. Yes, it's a soup day. Split pea soup and pumpkin cooked down till it melts away in the soup.
that. That's how I do mine.
That's how I do mine. Till it melts away in the soup.
That's how I do mine. I just have the pumpkin for the color and knowing that the nutrients are in there somewhere. Yes, and I must. Soup is not soup for me. No, if it's a Bajan soup, I must have that pigtail in there. I must have one whole hot pepper, Scotch bonnet, please, and the pumpkin. The split peas, I want those
and you
as
want
tender
those,
as possible
what I like
too.
to call heavy grandmother dumplings, not the light fluffy ones that float on the top of the soup.
Give me an elbow knock.
Listen,
they
you
have
want
to click when you bite them.
Listen, they have a heavy dumpling.
I don't want fluffy stew food dumplings.
No.
I agree with you there.
And I don't know how to do a small pot of soup. That's why I hardly ever do it. Because it's always a pot.
A whole pumpkin in there.
If I start with a small pot, eventually I have to get a larger pot and skid out everything in it. So there's no point.
Plus when the bubbling starts, you don't want it
spilling over and dirtying up the stove and extra clean up. So you gotta make sure,
Real
you
pot.
gotta do either chicken or my aunt does a beef soup or mutton?
When I do the beef soup or mutton, I love a mutton soup.
Yes.
It has to be lentil peas, though. I don't do the split peas in the
Split pea is chicken?
Chicken,
But
yes.
when you get the other soup, well, yeah, lentil peas.
All right,
Yeah,
I need to stop because now I'm getting hungry and nobody can come out to bring me soup.
There you go.
That would be irresponsible of
We are
me.
not encouraging irresponsible behavior.
There you go. But in the meantime, we've been seeing some more of the footage from the WhatsApp. And again, thanks to you for sending this footage. So we will share some of that and some of the messages. So Jewel, you want to go through anything that you can see?
Somebody here wishing us a good morning, and they're saying that
dear, another
partial
situation.
front of the house has been damaged and the roof is off.
Yeah.
These things are heartbreaking. They really are.
Yes.
These pictures and the images, they are just heartbreaking. Somebody talking about the wind at the crane in St. Philip and how crazy it is.
Okay, they want the numbers on screen. I'm figuring you're talking about the numbers for the DEM Secretariat. So we can do that at some point.
I'm going to ask Sam, our director, if there's any chance that we can take those numbers up and have them run as a crawl at the bottom of the screen. And for the DEM to report any damage, you can call them at 438-7575 or send them all the information via WhatsApp at 266-0918.
There you go. And those numbers again, 438-7575 or WhatsApp 266-0918. Jewel, my glass is working.
Yes, 0918.
All right, I think we have a phone call as we take a look at what else is happening. Some kudos coming in there. Awesome job, Crystal Hoy.
I want to say good morning to one of our directors. She's here saying, you and Cassandra have me in stitches in this soup talk, and she's noted that we have not discussed the ham bone in the soup. So we had a whole other level.
Oh, I have a ham bone in the freezer still. They come in.
You do that too?
Yes,
Christmas, from Christmas ham?
Or Easter in this case. You keep that ham bone and the flavor is real.
Listen to me.
All right, but let's take that caller. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you doing? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from 4th Avenue and I'm Goodland, St. Michael.
Goodland. We just heard that there's a tree down, our power lines affected in Goodland. Are you near that area?
This is the house roof. This is my house roof. Blown off.
Your roof is gone?
Yeah.
So sorry, sir.
So how are you doing? Are you still in the house or are you staying?
Yes, it's a part of the back part of the roof blow off.
Okay. Well, before you go, we want you to just hang on the line and pass on your details to our director or producer in the studio. We want to make sure that we get the contact information. But you're saying Goodland. Any specific area? There's
4th Avenue, Lennox. 4th Avenue, Lennox.
1st Avenue, Lennox Road in Goodland.
Yeah.
And he has a partial roof loss. What's your first name?
Leonard Blackmon.
Leonard, okay, full name. All right, Leonard, thank you very much. And we are so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're not feeling too traumatized, but all I can tell you is try and stay as calm as possible and as safe as possible in the meantime. Do you have an area in your house that you can seek some kind of refuge until help can get to you?
Yes, please.
This is good. This is good, at least. So we're glad that we can be here to get the information so that we can pass it on to the relevant authorities who might be able to assist. And when the all clear is given, of course, is when assistance or assessments will take place and when possibly neighbors might be able to help as well. So Leonard, you hang in there, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Leonard, and you stay safe. Try to keep as safe as you can, and hopefully as soon as the all clear is given, we will pass on your information and we'll try to get some help to come out to you. I cannot begin to think of anything more terrifying because I understand that the noise that the roof makes as it is lifting is terrifying in and of itself. And then you add the actual roof or partial part of the roof coming off, and then all the water is coming in, so everything you own is getting wet. It must be a horrible experience. It is a lot. Apart from all the home repairs and stuff, we're going to need some serious national counseling, honestly. And I'm not trying to make light of the situation. It's just the level of devastation. And we're not used to this.
And this is not even, I'm not trying to belittle any situation
not by any stretch
of devastation, but
imagination.
this is not major devastation like what we have seen in some islands, where the level of devastation is so far-reaching, the entire country has to literally pause and just deal with that. Usually our emergency services, they're able to get people recuperated as quickly as possible in terms of replenishing gas, replenishing water, restoring those services, water and electricity. But again, just remember to be patient and recognize that things will take time, and once proper assessments have been done of what has happened, what has actually happened, then these things will be restored where they would have been turned off as soon as it is safely possible. In the meantime, all we can say is for those of you impacted, feel free to call and share or put those details in the WhatsApp so that the information can be shared with the representatives at the DEM or other specific organizations.
Yes, indeed. This is a chance or a time now when all of us as neighbors and Barbadians must come together. If you have a neighbor whose home is damaged and they need some kind of temporary assistance and you have a tarpaulin you're not using, let them have it. Assist them in nailing it up on the house or whatever to be able to block out some of the wind and the rain and stuff. It is going to be a very difficult time. If you can think that the roof is lifted, so the house is wet, all their things are wet, and then there's still all these days to go before you can get any assistance because, like I said, there's no quick fix to any of this. And some people will get help before others, maybe because of the severity of their particular situation. So while your roof lifting and off is a serious thing, for somebody else who's lost their entire home, you have to look at that person first.
They're completely displaced.
Thank you. They're completely displaced. I may have nowhere to go, no relatives, no friends to stay at. So therefore, we really have to have some patience in this situation because the government will not be able to provide resources to be able to fix everyone at the same time, to be able to correct everything that has gone wrong. And the same with the other services. The Barbados Light and Power will not be able to bring back up all the electricity one time. Not today. Not with the level of damage that we've heard being discussed here on this program.
And they have to do it safely for their personnel as well. And that's something Jackie Marshall Clark has always said, you know, they want to be able to restore services, but they also want to be able to do so safely and responsibly. So we have to be patient for those of us who are affected. I understand power is out in some parts of St. James as well. You know, that's a small thing. So just try. I'm seeing an interesting video. Looks like some really rough seas. Not sure where that is. Maybe on the East Coast. I'm seeing photos of trees down at Folkestone. So I'm going to share it all with the WhatsApp, and hopefully you will be able to see that. I also wanted to say here that I hope that, and this is not in an effort to lay blame anywhere, because nobody, I think everybody prefers to be in their home space, to be in their space that they're familiar with and comfortable in. But I also want to reiterate that the shelters are there and they're across the island, and it is always a good thing to be honest with ourselves and determine from as early as possible
what you need.
Is it best for me to really just go to the shelter? Because sometimes we get stubborn as well, and people, as I said, you're comfortable in your space. This is what you know. You can be your own man or your own woman in your space.
And you can be your own true self in your space. You know, to go to the shelter, now you got to put on clothes and this thing and the next thing. But you have to. But I think one of the things we have to look at too is, as you said, we have to be honest with ourselves.
Yes.
Is your house really in a good enough situation that you can afford to stay there?
Right.
And I think for some people, they think it is.
Yeah.
For some people, they think it is.
Or
I
they
think my
hope-
house is
or they
strong
hope
enough.
for the best.
But I don't know what I'll find when I
Yeah.
get home.
So until you've had an experience, then maybe you won't think that you need to. But it has been interesting to hear different perspectives. And one of the things I filed away was the fact that there were some gentlemen who pointed out that they've had experiences, so they decided early, just go to the shelter.
And it's on. I hope we don't have to come to a place where every Bajan has had that experience,
Correct.
so that
to make the move.
to make the move.
We got
because
another caller.
That has been so traumatizing. That
Yes.
clearly one guy said that from 15, it took off his mother's roof. So ever since then, he's been going to the shelter.
Yes. We have another caller. Good morning to you. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
We're good. And you?
Are you okay?
Well, partially.
I have to tell you something before you continue. Just, if you can, just turn the volume off of your TV set and you just talk to us so it doesn't confuse you and we don't get any feedback. Yes, like that. So you just go ahead and do that. Go ahead.
Right. I'm calling from Coconut Grove in St. Joseph.
You're calling from?
Coconut Grove in St. Joseph.
Coconut
Grove in St. Joseph.
I don't even
Yes,
know
that's
where
Coconut
that
Grove.
is. I can't picture where that is. Carry on.
Well, right. Right, we lost part of our roof.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it is. But some guys came over and we placed some bricks on, and we managed to put the rest from blowing off. So now we can get a bit wet, but it's not overnight at the moment. However, the wind is still high and the rain is falling pretty hard.
The wind is
But it's still very strong.
okay.
And the rain is falling kind of heavy at times, like not a bit. But the issue is that just some of the roof is gone. But we managed to secure some of the rest.
Okay. How many? What can you tell me about your household? Are you alone? Are there children? What's the situation?
Well, the children have gone over by my sister's house.
So they're secure. Okay.
Yeah. So me, my brother here, and we managed to get the roof a bit secured, but it's just that I'm trying to get rid of some of the water from the house and among some other stuff. But this is the resident.
Okay. I'm losing a little of what you're saying, but
Right. This is the Wilkinson resident Coconut Grove in St. Joseph.
I got that. And you said that there's water coming into the house, and that's a concern. But the children are secure at a neighbor or a relative.
They're by my sister at the moment.
Okay, that's good. Sister's taking care of the children. So you make sure and leave your information with us before you hang up altogether, so that hopefully we can get you the information and assistance that might be needed, so your DEO knows what's going on with you, because assessments will of course be happening across the island once an all clear is given. All right.
And we want to take this opportunity to say good morning to our sisters and brothers across the region. We have been joined by CMC, so they're taking our live coverage across the region so that they can understand and see what's happening in Barbados. We'll try to put up as many pictures and video images as we can of the damage that has been done. So if you've just joined us from across the region, good morning to you. We've been here from what, just about 1:30?
Yes, about 1:30.
About 1:30 this morning, tracking Tropical Storm Elsa, because Elsa wanted to be a hurricane, a Category 1 hurricane. And she was for like
about 10 minutes in her roller skates.
And then she came back down to being a tropical storm. But the amount of damage that has been done in that period of time.
Yeah.
We're still on the back end. The eye wall has passed us, so we're still on the back end. So we're still getting the outer bands and the feeder bands of stuff with lots of rain, still gusty winds outside. I'm going to ask my director, Sam, to put up the tower cam from the CBC so you can see what outside looks like. But do not let this image fool you. There's so many other roads that are impassable because of fallen power lines or because of fallen trees, etc. But the image from our tower cam should just give us a brief look at what outside is looking at, and I understand it's clearing up a little bit.
Oh, yes. So stay inside. That's the first reminder. To stay inside if you have zero good reason to be out there. We just heard from that gentleman who called from Coconut Grove in St. Joseph, and he, along with a few neighbors, went to try and to help each other to secure what's left of his roof. That was a critical reason, and I'm glad that they are safe. Life is the most important thing to preserve here, but he's created at least some kind of space to kind of ride out the rest of the storm. And the showers, the water is his main concern at this point in time. I'm glad that at least he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the children or the comfort of the children, at least there with his sister. So we hope that you just continue to be safe, and maybe a neighbor or someone could assist him as well. Sometimes people also want to stay, you know, with the property and make sure everything is okay as much as possible. So
we want to go through a list of some of the damage that has been reported to us here at the CBC. A transformer by the stadium has blown. Halton Lane, St. John, a power line is in the road. It's potentially very dangerous as the electricity is still on. The roof is off in Liverpool Road, Christchurch. In Rollins Road, Christchurch, there's also a roof off. The electricity wiring going to a house is burning. Well, that was earlier this morning, about an hour ago, at Stepney in St. George. A roof is off at Marchfield, St. Philip. The roof completely gone at a house at Chalky Mount, St. Andrew. The occupant and his son are sheltering in a feeding pen. Part of the roof is lost in Mount Hillaby, St. Andrew. Skeets Road, Jackman, St. Michael, the roof completely lost, and in the road is impassable and the galvanized is flying. In Tranquility Drive, Crane, St. Philip, the roof is completely gone. Electrical cable down in Ruby, St. Philip, and the cable is completely submerged in water, which is very, very, very dangerous. So as you can see, there is a lot of damage in every parish, and I'm sure every community is going to have its share of damage as well. Some worse than others.
Yes, and we'll be updating you as we go through the days ahead. I am absolutely certain of that. You saw earlier Shane Jones out there on the beat, just sharing some of the sights as we endured the impact of Tropical Storm Elsa. He is back in the building, and we will have a conversation with him shortly. I don't know if he's aware, but he's also WhatsApp trending. So, you know, there's usually a cameraman with the newsman. And so they're shooting their footage, but then there are people in the background shooting them.
Shooting their footage.
Yes, so we get that shared as well. But we will actually hear what he has to say. Everybody is looking to get warm. He's got his cup of, I don't know if it's Joe or what, but his cup of it's too late, Shane. He's going.
I'm trying to determine what is in his cup. It looks like coffee.
It's too late. It's too late. But it's a very vibrant cup. It reminds me of something. And this has been an interesting week of things international news, developments. It reminds me of a show, I think Fat Albert, Bill Cosby used to produce that show. Something about the cup just reminds me. But anyway, he is here. Sometimes he's called the newsman. He's all about the news. So Shane, welcome back inside as well.
Thank you. How has it been? How's it been? You guys are going for a pretty long time.
We've been going for a long, but it is what it is. These broadcasts, they are usually long because you never know when the all clear is coming. So you're usually here for a while. But we saw you out on the road, and we were really concerned for you because especially when you were showing us where the roof was off.
I was a little scared. That's why I said that part. I told the director I'm going to be very short, but I think I wanted to paint the picture of what was happening because, you know, we were hearing the calls and, you know, seeing text messages, but we weren't really seeing it. So let me just take you on my journey because I guess, you know, reporting is what we do. We tell stories. So
I love a good story.
Yeah, so leaving, immediately we went out by cameraman and driver Chris Wood, who did a fantastic job, and we went with our interns Josh and Leah. Driving immediately
was an issue. You know, you got that white rain that's coming straight at the screen, so that driving was yeah, exactly. Visibility was really low. I think Chris was saying it's maybe about 40%. You can see it on the screen right there. I heard you guys talking to Ras, saying that he was driving at about 20.
About 20.
Ras was speeding.
Wow.
For some of the places that we went, yeah, Ras was speeding. I mean, I wouldn't advise. I heard the Minister Wilfred Abrams telling people to stay inside. I really think you should stay inside. So after we drove the first time, then we went to the first stop we went to was on Enterprise, and you were saying, Cassandra, that you know that ridge, that cliff there where people normally do yoga, or you see a lot of weddings there. But so I remember Sabu was saying at around 7:30, that big band that would have a lot of the rain and the heavy wind, and he did say it may have hurricane force winds, and he called it. He called it right around that time. Then there was the upgrade into the hurricane warning. So the waves out there were absolutely crazy. We saw them crashing against the rock, crashing against the cliff, and I think we have some footage of those waves that we can bring up as well that you saw on Enterprise. And then we were looking further out onto the water, and we could see some huge waves coming over to like St. Philip area. I'm hoping that we can pull them up so you guys can see and get the pictures of what I'm saying. Right. But yeah, you were talking about the beach and the beach coming back. Whoa. Yeah, those are the waves right there. So
this is where again?
On Enterprise.
Okay.
Enterprise by the cliff. I'm not sure if this is the.
So this is one of the lookouts where the surfers usually are.
Yeah, one of the spots.
Along there.
Yeah. So you know up there is pretty high, and then those waves are crashing. You can see them crashing against the rock.
Violent.
Yeah, exactly.
This
violent is the word that we could use. It's interesting to see what the beach is going to look like in the aftermath.
In the aftermath of this. Because it was already narrow from the incident a couple of weeks ago. It was already narrow, so it should be interesting to see what the beaches are going to look like.
Yeah, because we think all these sargassum is going to come out. But one of the most treacherous parts of the journey that we were on, we were out for maybe like 2.5 hours. I want to show you is the galvanize. We had some serious galvanize all around the place.
We were driving.
Yeah, we were driving and we were seeing, like, see that right there? That was that front part of the house. You can see the little triangle there. That's off. So we were really scared because we were saying if the wind gets up under these So sometimes when we went and we wanted to show you the story, we were making sure that we had shelter, that if anything happened we could get behind the car, get behind the building. But look at that, it's another house that's lost its roof. And your heart goes out to
these people.
You see the galvanized.
Yeah, and the galvanized is in the street.
So you're driving, there's just
and the wind is moving
it. This white rain, and you have to also look to see this galvanized on the street in front of you. So driving again, as I would say, is a real no. It's really hard out there. Apart from the galvanized, there were also down lines.
Yes.
Now, those ones to me were really scary because it seemed like if they were coming out of nowhere at some points. Right in front of Casa Grande, we had an entire pole was down. We saw some poles broken. But those lines, you're just driving, and then you see one right in front of the windshield, and you almost feel like you're ducking, and then you're
coming along to this.
Casa Grande. That's a big pole straight down in front of Casa Grande, so you can't.
So the road is impossible.
Yeah, exactly. And then in Marchfield, in St. Philip, it was really interesting. There was in that small area, there was a lot of damage in that area, just focused there and concentrated in that area. It was very interesting because there was quite a number of houses that lost their roofs there, their rooftops there, and we were wondering, what could it be? It was very interesting that in that cluster there was a lot of houses with damage there. But then also in number 2, Eastbourne, I think Sanita Boyce, she made
she made an appeal.
So
she called in.
We actually got up there to her, and she's displaced. So we actually have a clip to play with her, so you can listen to her story.
This morning, I was up since midnight, and the wind was really strong. I was praying that the roof does not come off. But just around 7 or thereabout, it get a little thing, and this end of the house start lifting. And then when it came out my room, I realized that the board top was broken, and the actual roof just like flew off and flipped back.
Explain for me what sounds you were hearing, what you were seeing during that period.
It was like, like when you take 2 Mack trucks together and hit them together, that's how the roof sounded when it lifts. it's very scary, and because I have my son and my dad as well, so it was more because my dad is a senior citizen, so it was more fear for him than myself. But it was awful. That's one of it, awful.
And how old is your son?
He just turned 16.
So tell me about the state of the house now with that part of the roof off.
Well, myself, and my son and my dad, we had to leave the room house because the other side, you can't see it from here, the paling and everything is down, and the roof is starting to lift. So once the wind comes from the south side, that side of the house is going, the roof is going to lift also.
What's next for you? What's going to happen tonight?
Well, right now I'm by my uncle, one of my uncles, and my dad is by his brother. So I guess we will have to like split.
I know this question may seem a bit cliche, but what's the feeling now that this has happened to you?
Horrible. I feel very horrible because I never thought that something like this would happen to me, let alone anybody, because I wouldn't even wish this for my worst enemy, honestly. Because being displaced from your own home, your own bed, to have to go at someone else's lodge is not a good feeling at all.
Were there any thoughts of going into a shelter? I know they've been asking people to go to shelters if you feel that your roof may come off or something may happen with your home. Did you think about going into a shelter?
No, I didn't. Being I'm asthmatic and I have other allergies, I don't know who is carrying what at the centers, so that's why I prefer to stay away from people. I usually stay by myself. I don't mix with nobody because of the allergies and things that I have.
My final question, in terms of repairing the roof, what's the plan?
Well, I have to get help because at the moment I'm not working, and as I said, my dad is a senior citizen. He only has his pensions, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, so that was, really, really heart-rending. It's tough to see those stories. And that's just Sunita and Eastbourne, but
there's so many more stories across the island. There's so many of those stories.
And I fear that as we have the next team coming in, the aftermath team, who's going to look at what's happening after Elsa's passed, we're going to really unearth a lot of these situations.
The damage assessment is going to be cruel. I mean, in terms of when you see the level of damage that has been done to so many homes. And Cassandra and I were saying only earlier, this wasn't even a full-fledged hurricane. So if you're getting this level of damage at storm level, then we need to be having some serious conversations about our housing stock. Because clearly we're not ready.
One of the things that struck me was the number of people that do admit that their housing may be an issue, but just don't want to go into shelters for whatever reason. I don't have to say that there's also, apart from the COVID-19 fears, there's a hurricane stigma that we probably need to address as a nation, because as we watched with Dorian and we see with the volcano, the hurricane shelters and these shelters save thousands of lives. They save thousands of lives, and we have enjoyed a period in Barbados for quite a long time without any real awful event and system. And maybe that may be a reason too, that people feel they don't have to leave their homes to be safe. So I fear if we have something that's really bad, that a lot of people that could go into a shelter may end up not surviving because of that decision and because of the way we view shelters and the stigma around it.
We have to move away from that. We've been talking a lot about how we build as well, and I know that this is part of what we've done for years, but you see the paling, the paling doesn't seem to be our friend in times like these.
They're not very sturdy. So once the winds go to a certain level, then that is the first thing to lift, because A, they're not very sturdy, and I don't even think even the construction of them in terms of putting them down is very sturdy.
They're dangerous too.
It's very concerning to me to see this level of damage, because as I said, I think if we ever really get, and you're right, I do think a lot of it is complacency. Janet was 1955, so we're talking a good, 60-something years since the last one? There are whole people who don't even know what Janet is and what the devastation was. So therefore we've gotten complacent in several areas, not just in thinking that God is a Bajan and this is never going to happen. But certainly in terms of our housing stock and how we build, not following the building codes, you know, cutting the corner here and a corner there in order to just get the home.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the fallout from some of those decisions. The government is going to really have its hands full trying, because the state is supposed to take care of its citizens. So when all of these calls start coming in for repairs and in some instances homes to be replaced altogether, that is a major hit to the economy, for an economy that is already ailing from COVID, only just starting to open back to let a couple of things happen. Even in terms of people who make their living through entertainment, it was already bad enough that we had COVID. And we only just started to ease back open and you could do 150 people. Now you shut back down now, even unofficially, for another few weeks because you can't hold anything.
Yeah, and as you say that, it brings mental health to mind for me as well, because as you drive and you see, you know, you get somewhere you have to turn around and you see everything down, it's depressing, right? And it seems like if it's just one thing after the other since 2020, you know, since the beginning of 2020. So we're gonna hope that, you know, as soon as you get the all clear and that kind of stuff, the crews come out and try to clean the roads, because it doesn't feel good, you know, because we have to remember also we're just going into a period where we're supposed to be doing away with the curfews. And then now yesterday, it was so strange yesterday to hear shutdown time. You know, it was like, not that word again. You know, so it's interesting. And a lot of this will affect people and impact people on a number of levels.
Yes, all those things that you said, you know, we've been talking about and highlighting, and the fact that mental health is real, and more people during the course of this pandemic have realized that you are just this much away from a situation of mental health concern, and so we have to address it as we address anything when it comes. And in these circumstances too, for people who, you know, have lost their homes. We heard of a house completely destroyed in Chalky Mount and so much damage. That lady just spoke of what it is having to go lodge at somebody else. And I mentioned everybody has their house rules. You know, you now have to kind of humble yourself and kind of find a way to fit in until you can do better. All these things have an impact on people's psyche.
That is true. And what's it like for you, Shane? You're out there covering and hearing these stories. It must be rough.
Yeah, I think what happens is that I start to take it in after, like tonight when I go in, because when I get ready and prepare and I try to take in all the information from Sabu and try to listen to you guys on the way down to hear what people are saying around the country, so I can get the full picture and put my part into context in that bigger picture. I think I'm zoned in and focused on telling the story in that moment. As I said, as I came back and was driving back, that's when I felt the whole issue of the mental health situation and that stuff. So for me, it sinks in later in terms of the way how it's going to impact me mentally. But in the moment, I'm just focused on getting the facts, getting the story out.
Yeah, we appreciate
that.
We
really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Shane. Go and get into some dry clothes. And we will check you later.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. That's our own Shane Jones there, who was on the road traveling through several communities and getting the story for us. We now go to Johan Graves, who's the Director of Operations, and he's going to give us an update and some stories. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Listen, I am so out of it. Good morning. It feels like afternoon. Good morning. It's been a long morning.
To your listeners as well, viewers. Okay, in terms of the Barbados Light and Power, our electrical network would have been impacted this morning with the inclement weather. We would have seen some impacts from just after 5 a.m. Initially very, very small pockets, but as the weather continued, we got even more reports, and we had a number of the areas in the island that were without power. During the storm, at this point in time, we would have lost about 3/4 of our network due to various faults. So we still have about 1/4 of the network still up and running at this point in time. from the generation side of things, we would have not had any major issues before generators, and we would have had to shut down a number of generators as the demand for electricity reduced, as different lanes would have started to trip, either because the lanes were coming down or that they were being impacted by trees and other flying debris. So as I said, right now we still have a number of areas on. Just to give you a sense of the areas that are on right now. So the most of Bridgetown still has supply. We have areas like Forest Road and Rendezvous and the surrounding areas. They are still on. Supply is still there to the Savannah area, and Hilton have their feed as well from us at this point in time. Salters area and Hanson area, those are areas in St. George. They have power as well, and the immediate surrounding areas. The Jackson area would also have power. And then, yeah, so those are the main areas that have power at this point in time. Okay. Understand that because of the passage of the storm, the high winds, and the like, we had to make the decision this morning to ask our crews to stand down until the conditions improve and became safe for them to be out there working again. At this point in time, we are awaiting guidance from the DEM in terms of when it's safe for our crews to actually go back out. Once that is done, we will start to do our assessments in terms of the damage, and also then trying to start the restoration process. In the meantime, though, what we've been doing, we've been getting reports coming in. What we've been doing is to basically collate all the information, analyzing it to be able to, once we get the clearance to go out, to be able to hit the ground running with the checking of the different lanes and the areas. Yeah. This process, though, is going to be quite a lengthy process. We expect over the next few hours we're going to be investigating and then trying to start with the restoration. Obviously, we're going to start here with our priority customers to make sure that we can get all the essential services back up, all the critical customers back up that can get the country back up and functioning in the shortest time possible. And then we will move out trying to restore the greater masses of customers and working our way right out until we get every customer restored. Yeah. One thing I just wanted to highlight, I'm sure that it was being said many times during the course of the morning so far, is please, when you see down electrical wires, please stay away from them. Report them to us. Remember, I would have said earlier that our network, our entire network, is not dead, and in addition to that, there could be stray currents that are coming from another source onto a line. So please stay away from the any down lines. We've made it this far through this event. We don't want to have any more incidences that. In the aftermath. So please be mindful of the any downlines. The other thing I want to share with you for our customers is that once the all clear is given, we will be making an app. We will share some information regarding an app that we have developed that will allow you, the customers, to put in information in terms of any downpoles, lines, anything that you notice. That will be another avenue that you can actually get the information through to us. Understand that our call centers are going to be overwhelmed with a number of calls. Yeah. So you can also use that as another medium of getting the information into us. And then we will be able to prioritize it and act on the information. So that is where we are right now. We are just awaiting guidance now from the DEM in terms of when we can actually get out there and start doing our assessments and starting the whole restoration process.
I was just going to ask you about your level of coordination, Mr. Graves, in terms of getting to those downed power lines and poles. Specifically, you will be liaising with the DEM. Anything else you want to share? It must have been overwhelming just seeing what we've been sharing here on TV. Don't know if you were able to see it.
Yes. So yes, we've been getting reports from multiple sources, through the media, through WhatsApp, and through our call centers. We also have personnel who actually sit inside the DEM during incidences such as this. So we have personnel in the command center from 10 o'clock last night, and we still have personnel there. So they are able to feed information to us in terms of what is being received by the DEM as well. And we are also providing them with any updates or any updates on our status as we go forward. So that will continue over the next few hours.
Excellent. Excellent. All right.
Actually, but thank you very much. Please keep in touch with us so that we can share with our viewers any other information that you have coming to hand. I just want you to repeat the part where you talked about that you've developed an app and people will be able to put information into it to report the issues. Is there any particular type of information you want when the people submit it? So things like, if it's something related to a poll, that they put in the poll number, which gives you a better accuracy as to where the location is that needs the particular help.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes. Let me just explain a little bit. So the app, some communication will be shared with you very shortly. We don't want to share it before the all clear is given because we don't want persons to be venturing out at this point in time. So once the all clear is given, we will give you instructions in terms of how where to find the app in both the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. Once you download that and install it on your device, once you open it, it will ask you for a poll number. There's also a map that is there that once you click on the map, it will identify all the surrounding polls that are close to your current location.
Nice.
It will ask you some other questions in terms of if there are wires down, if your meter has been affected on your house, if there's damage to your house. So it's a pre-populated that will give us enough information to have a good assessment of the situation. It also allows for you to take some photographs. So what we will ask though is that you stay at a distance and take any photographs that you want, and you can append it to the report. That will help us in being able to very quickly assess the situation as opposed to having to send someone to every individual report that we receive. So that has something. Just remember to just put in the poll number, fill out as many of the fields as you can based on the information you have at the point in time, and attach a picture if possible, and then just submit it. And then we will be able to receive it and deal with it in the background.
Excellent. Lots of good information shared there, and that app is definitely a progressive step. And
it's going to come in very handy.
Yes, and people have been paying attention because they have been sending that poll number. I saw some poll numbers in our WhatsApp chat, so that is certainly some good information there. Thank you so very much, Johan Graves. He is Director of Operations with the Barbados Light and Power Company. Thanks so much for sharing with us. You know we'll be calling on you again as needed if needed. Thanks so much, and keep your team safe.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Safe too.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Johan Graves, Director of Operations at the Barbados Light and Power. And joining us now is one of our interns, Leah Howell. She would have been out on the road with our reporters covering the storm from that angle and getting the real on-the-ground feel. So good morning to you, Leah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What was it like? I can see the glee and the excitement all on your face already. You're in like Flynn. What was it like?
It was definitely eye-opening. It was my first time ever being out in a storm, let alone a hurricane, let alone just outside as a budding journalist myself. It was, I want to say, different than what I expected. this morning when I left home, you could tell that, you know, there was some high wind happening, passing on the streets. There was leaves and stuff on the roads. There was some coverage with water and stuff like that. But when I got here and left at about 7 o'clock, then we went down to Miami Beach with Shane and Chris, the videographer. It was completely a dramatic turnaround. The water was so choppy at Enterprise Beach. The wind immediately shifted at one point and started to howl, and trees were bending in the winds. It was scary for some, but for me it was a little exhilarating, you know, this is your first time out, this is where all the action is. I think anybody that's a young journalist like me would love to go out and see that.
So you said earlier that it wasn't what you expected, and it really is different sitting in the class and being taught that this is what you're supposed to do, and then being on the ground in the midst of it and still having to focus on the story.
Yes, it is. It really is. Like night and day is really something else, and I feel like the experience really helps you to actually be able to tell the story better and to color it so you can actually get people to hear how the wind is howling, how it's really feeling, what's really making people so anxious out there.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what has led you to this internship here with us at the CBC and what it's been like for you so far, with this cherry on top now today.
This definitely has been the cherry on top. Well, this is my 4th year at BCC. Well, technically I'm finished at this point in time, but this is the end of our 4th year. We normally would do an internship at one of the media houses in Barbados. That would normally have been done in the summer last year, the 3rd year. However, because of COVID, we were all home and we had to divert it to this year. So far, it's been very good. It's one thing being in a classroom and, you know, acting like a journalist, but then being here, there's challenges that you're going to deal with that you might not deal with in a classroom. There's different quality standards. Not saying that BCC does not have good quality.
Understood.
Sometimes you just have to rely on the stuff that you can afford or you have, and then there's so much more that you can work with here, the better quality. There's so many more people to rely on to get you to a point where, you know, you are up to the standard that you can go anywhere. So I think it's been so good so far, and I've loved the help that I've gotten, and I cannot wait to start working in Barbados.
This is a real classroom, girl.
Listen to me. And not only that, it's also about the culture of the business place as well. It's one thing to be in a class and being told, well, you can't do this or you shouldn't say that or whatever. But then you come to a place and the culture of the place completely reshapes everything that you've been taught. What have some of your other colleagues been saying about their internships where they've been placed different places? Because people who have been placed in print have a different experience than people who are in electronic media the way you are.
That is true. What they don't necessarily have is to do as much as we do. So we, you know, we create stories for news, for radio, for sometimes written as well. So they might not have to do as much as us. They might have to do more PR side. They may have to do some short little videos, but they don't necessarily have to go and do the same types of interviews and stuff that we have to do. And they might not have to work under the same time constraints that we have to do. So that's a lot nicer. But they don't get the same kind of, you know, sometimes the time crunch, the anxiety, and the, you know, when everything is coming down to the wire is kind of inspirational and gets you really working at the same time. So that's what they're missing out on.
Sounds like you're enjoying every
She really is. She's into this thing. So when you go home and a story that you worked on during the day is in the evening news, what's that like?
It's already happened. So the feeling is, you know, you never know for certain whether or not your story is going out. When I asked Kent, I believe he's the news editor here, and I asked him, when is it coming out? He said, I don't know, but you will know. And he's like, somebody will contact you, and it literally happened. One day, it was, I believe, 2 Sundays ago, he was like, someone messaged me, he was like, oh my God, we love the reporting. Next thing you know, my whole family is messaging me. And next thing you know, the whole world knows about it. It feels like the whole world knows about it. So it feels like, yeah, you're really doing something to help people, to really make an impact in the world. And, you know, it makes you feel like to keep going.
Now, the BCC has definitely expanded its program offerings now with a bachelor's degree in mass communications. But I want to know what you specifically want to go into. I know I mentioned to you, I think your voice is wonderful, and radio would be awesome too, awesome consideration. But what is it you want to specifically do in media?
I would say that I love news, but I wouldn't like to do news very short. The thing about a newscast, when you have an hour, you have to pack it with as much stories as possible. It doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room to really tell the story the same way that you can tell it with more time to talk to more people.
Story.
Yeah, a little bit longer, but you know, still news topics. I'm a news baby.
Okay, that's good. I wish you well with that. Wish you well with that. Is there anything you would like to do specifically before your internship concludes?
Before my internship?
Go ahead, carry on.
Before my internship concludes, I probably would just like to put out some more stories, maybe do a feature, just let people hear about some things that people in Barbados are dealing with that, you know, that we don't necessarily always hear about. Because this year has pretty much been saturated with the hurricane, the ashfall, the pandemic. And sometimes, I hate to say this, but you know, there's other things happening in Barbados and the world that we need to be talking about that deserve just as much time on air as the pandemic does.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Leah. It's been lovely talking to you. We look forward to seeing more of your work coming out in the evening news and the other aspects. Feel free to come down to television.
Of course.
She's always there. Listen, and usually we get to baptize the interns in some heavy crop over work.
Listen to me,
this year
not this year, not this year.
But there are other things happening clearly. Clearly. So we have a lot to share with you still. It's 10:48 now, 12 minutes away from 11 o'clock, and we are tracking the storm. And this is coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. Sharika Griffith is standing by. She's also a part of our newsroom team. She is, remember, at the National Emergency Operations Center, and she's got another story for us. Sharika?
Exactly will be happening over the next several hours for the Barbados Water Authority. Once the all clear is given, our teams will be sent out on the ground to assess the status of each facility, of each pumping station. Once that is done, that will allow us to determine whether we can bring that pumping station immediately online, whether it is with direct connection to the Barbados Water, Barbados Light and Power from the grid, or whether we'll be bringing it online with a generator. In those instances, we will then determine what pumping stations can stay online actively and which ones we will have to defer for future point in time. What we want to caution everyone is that it is a process that will take some time. It's not going to happen in 5 minutes. It's not even going to happen in an hour. It will take a little bit of time for us to get to all of the stations because each one has to be activated manually. We want to share with everyone 2 WhatsApp numbers that can be used in the meantime. 836-4655, 836-4655, or 836-4683, 836-4683. These numbers are only for WhatsApp messages, videos, or texts. Voice calls will not be accepted on either of these 2 numbers. I'll repeat again, 836-4655 and 836-4683. Voice calls will continue to be accepted on our normal customer service line, 836-4292. 434-4292. 4292. Our landline will be 434-4292. That is the line you would use to accept or to make any voice calls. So the WhatsApp numbers that we've given you, 836-4655 or 836-4683, will be for WhatsApp messages, text or videos only. Voice calls will be accepted at our normal line, 434-4292. The reason why we're doing this as well is because if everyone is to call in now to give us or to indicate what the water outages are, we will be flooded with a number of calls that would not make sense. At this time, all of our pumping facilities are off, which means everyone will be either experiencing low pressure or no water. We want the opportunity to get out in the field, to get the generator systems up and online, and then we'll advise when and how soon you will be able to call us to indicate whether you have a water outage or not. So for the time being, we would like you to advise us of any known mains, any known bursts, any damaged pipes, that once the systems are up and running, using the 836-4655 or the 836-4683. So just to repeat and make sure that is clear. Initially, we're going to give you these WhatsApp numbers. You can feel free to use them once our systems are up and running to let us know if you perceive or if you're seeing any burst mains or any burst pipes. Thereafter, we will come back to you and say, okay, if you're still experiencing an outage as the system is replenishing, please call us and let us know whether you have water outages or not. So I just wanted to explain that process to everyone as we do our assessment and as we get our systems, our pumping systems, back up and online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halliday. We've been speaking with General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, Keith Roy Halliday, and as he would have indicated, he shared two numbers. Those will be for WhatsApp so that you can report any burst mains. Those will be given priority as the system comes back online after they've done their damage assessment. Then customers will be invited to share any water outages reports in their area. Studio, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sharika, and that's our Sharika Griffith there. She's been doing yeoman service, she and Patrick Marie, our cameraman, at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center there in Warrant. I think that's where they're located. Yes. And she's been definitely doing yeoman service. We came on there around 1:30, and she was already in place. And it is heading hard for 11 o'clock. It's been a long morning, so thank you very much, Sharika. We have another intern with us. Sharika seems in very good spirits, just looking at the site
I've been posted there a couple times. They treat you well.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's important when you're dealing with these things that can be so stressful. That is important. We have another intern joining us now, though. We have Joshua Hinkson here now. I think he, too, has been getting his newsroom baptism. Good morning to you, Joshua. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
All right. So tell us about your experience with today's storm. Talk to us about what you've been getting up to and the team you went out with.
Well, to describe my experience today, I could only but say eventful. I left home about 1:30 this morning. I left home. I found that outside was pretty calm.
It was.
So I was full quite much. I left home around that time, got here to CBC. I sat for a while waiting for a reporter to come in for me to go out with them in the field. So around 2 or thereafter, I went out into the field with Chris Wood, the videographer, and Marie Burke, as well as Trevor Thorpe. We did the rounds. We went to quite a few shelters. We went to Blackman and Gollop, Gordon Walters, Hildy Skeen, Ruby, and many other shelters. We also went in Oystins. We went to Foundation, where Anne-Marie did that live interview with the shelter warden.
Yes.
I was there. I was actually the person holding the phone while Anne-Marie was doing that live interview. So I had to keep my hands quite steady. From there, we went on to St. Joseph. We went out into St. Joseph. While going up to St. Joseph, we just got a bit of rain. The winds weren't as gusty as when we were leaving St. Joseph. We went to the Eric Holder Municipal Complex. We didn't see anyone there, but as I said, while making our exit, the rains really picked up. That's where we got some of the high winds. I guess y'all showed footage of the winds there in St. Joseph. And then soon after, we returned here to CBC. But then the action really started. I went out soon after with Shane Jones, who was just here. I went out with Shane Jones. Yeah, I was busy.
To me.
But I said to myself, I'm not going to come back in the studio and sit down and do what? I wanted to be out there seeing the action firsthand, because this is not an everyday opportunity. So I wanted to be out there in the field. I'm not fearing you better. I know some person, I don't mean to be insensitive to those persons who have had damaged homes, etc. But for me, I like to be out there.
Yeah, well, you're in the right business. You're in the right field,
yes,
because we will have to go get the stories. Tell me about some of the areas your internship has allowed you to experience apart from the newsroom and being on the beat like you have been this morning.
Well, initially, when I started here at CBC May 31st, I was in the archives department with Mr. Sherwood McCaskey. So for a week or two, I helped out in the production of the My Community program. So I was also around the camera, so I was able to see the inner workings of that program, help edit, although I didn't do much of that. Another intern, Miles Eversley, did that. I also went out with the crew to do the B-roll, which is where you get all the footage for the covers and so on to show the actual community. And also we did an interview with former Chief Justice, sorry, the name isn't coming to me. Sir David Simmons. Sorry, Sir David Simmons. I did an interview with him, myself, and Miles Eversley, for a program we have coming up called Road to Republic. So myself, Rashid Best, and Miles Eversley, we are in the process of pulling together the interviewees, the footage, and so on for this program, hopefully, which will be on air soon.
On air and online, as Mr.
Online, as Mr. McCaskey would say.
So, what part of the process do you love most? Do you have something that draws you more?
Every day is a different day.
It's true.
A new opportunity. Like I was told by Amri this morning, she said that very same thing. No day is the same. And one thing I must say about working here at CBC during this internship is that you get to meet people who you wouldn't meet on a normal day. And I must say I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have been awarded here. I must shout out Dr. Pearson Broom, a professor at University of the West Indies, Mr. McCaskey himself, and of course my family and all my loved ones. And I hope that everyone is safe.
This is
so when
beautiful.
your loved ones heard that you were going out in the middle of this storm, chasing stories?
Well, I told my grandmother that I won't be home tomorrow, and she was like, what? This was yesterday. And I told her I have to work tomorrow, and she wasn't getting what I was saying. But then I changed what I said. I didn't say I don't have to work. I want to work. So you will be home alone tomorrow. But she's okay with me being out. She know that I like adventure. She know that I like news. You should hear me most evenings if I'm out getting home late. You should hear me rushing in the house at 6:58, 6:59, saying CBC, because I like current affairs, what is going on around us, even politics. So this has really been a good opportunity for me. I really am enjoying it.
I love hearing that. I think that's beautiful.
And on that note, we're going to let you go because you're having what I'm going to coin this crystal syndrome, where you went out, you got wet, and now you're cold. So please go out of this equally cold studio and go and get some hot drink and put on some dry clothes. And
really good talking with you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, Jewel, we're going to take a quick break here. Remember, you're watching Tracking the Storm. This is Tropical Storm Elsa that we've been tracking. We've been talking with all the experts, sharing with you all the updates. Your time is now a minute after 11, and this has been coming to you in association with Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
Thank you for staying with us as we track the storm here on CBC TV8 and the radio services of the CBC, Q100.7 FM, 94 or 947 FM, and 98.1 The One. Our team members are here, dispersed, doing all that needs to be done. The stories are being written, I assure you, because we will have news coming your way. CBC Newsday probably at noon, and of course for sure CBC News Night will be coming your way at 7, and we'll continue to give you all the updates as we have been doing. I want to say thank you again for sharing the photos, the videos with us, and I just want to remind you, based on the last story Sharika Griffith shared with us, Keith Halliday, General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, would have given some numbers that you can use to call. If you have to call the landline, you can do so at 434-4292. The landline again for calls, 434-4292. But if there are situations you need to report, videos or photos you need to send, you can send to WhatsApp numbers 836-4655 or 836-4683. Those WhatsApp numbers again, 836-4655 or 836-4683. Do not call those numbers. They're only for sending information, including videos and other messages. You will not be answered there. You would have to use the landline number. And on that note, the Admiral joins me again. Yes, you had a great chat with Peter Aline earlier, sharing some information and hearing from some people out there as well.
Well, you know how Peter is. Peter liked to look at the angles, the different angles. And so she went off and doing her research on previous.
I heard some of that.
Quite nice.
Yes.
She was a wonderful girl.
Yeah.
But I think now I've noticed that the wind has lightened up a bit. I was able to go back to the vehicle and come back without any problems.
Good.
I told you I'd lost the umbrella.
You put the umbrella in the bin? I thought you were going to bring it back.
It's in the bin. It's in the bin. It's in the bin. So now it would be interesting to hear from people across the country as to what might have happened to their properties this morning. Now that there is the possibility that you can just look outside and look around to see how your property has been compromised. We've heard so many stories of property damage today. I mean, this is going to be an expensive venture. You know, there's a lot of talk about home insurance, and a lot of people don't take it out. They take it for granted. But maybe this is a time when home insurance is always going to be very important.
Yes.
Especially, I mean, you should do it throughout, but June to November, oh, definitely yes. You've got to have some level of protection. So if you can, if you want to talk to us, we gave you some numbers, but you can always call us on 228-5563 and tell us of your experiences across the country. We heard harrowing experiences already this morning, but now we want to help the DEM and put some systems in place, get some idea across the country as to where damage might have occurred. I can also tell you, Cassie, that and I hope I can call you Cassie on
right.
Cassandra. That's
At
all
this point,
for her, right?
It's all right.
It's too long, man.
You can call me anything. You can call me CC, you can call me whatever.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So you can call us and let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods, and if there's any assistance that you need. The authorities are very much on to what we're doing here, so they will listen and be able to take your information. Now, no promises of going out there and helping anybody right now, because you know you don't want to put anybody's life in danger.
Yes.
Yeah. You got a feeling that we may just get an all clear later on today, Cassie, based on what we've been seeing?
Based on what Sabu Best would have mentioned in his last update, and the fact that in a few hours, you know, we will still get some rain, but things should subside. But he did say we should still stay inside. So I dare say, yes, the best and wisest thing to do is to remain inside until you get that all clear before anything major happens. But hopefully later today, hopefully. But we wait and see. I can't predict that. I'm not the one.
Yeah. Few disruptions to normal life. Several funerals canceled today as a result of the inclement weather system. So maybe we can offer a hand of kindness to you guys if you want to let us know what's happening, because families are very concerned.
Yes.
But it was always going to be impossible to do any burials today. So we are here at CBC. You can call us and let us know what are the changes, if there are any changes, of course.
Yes,
all right, let's go to our telephones and say, is it afternoon? No, it's 11:07. Man, I've been here so long. It feels like afternoon.
That's why I said you can call me anything at this point. I don't even know.
It feels like afternoon, but it's only 7 after 11.
Yes.
Welcome to our coverage of the passing of Tropical Storm Elsa. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
All right, good morning. I'm good.
Where are you calling from, sir?
We're in Christchurch, the roundabout area.
Okay. What can you tell us?
Not major, and no major damage really. Well, a neighbor's ceiling is down, and my antenna is down. Hanging baskets in the front are down, but no major damage.
That's good.
I heard you mention something about all clear.
I didn't say there was one given, just to be clear on that.
I was just concerned because I have a mom that is in bed and is not able to do anything. Nurse normally comes in, but I guess because of the circumstance, I was just hoping and wondering how all clear would be given.
Well, we have no way of answering that question at this time, but there has been none given, and that will come from the officials. We will definitely share that with you, but we have no communication of that sort at this time. So I hope that she can hang in there, and you can as well. And if there's someone close, assistance can be given that way.
Yeah, I've been trying to do my best.
Yes, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, though.
You're very welcome. Thank you for calling and sharing. Yes, we're hoping, and we're here for you though. So feel free to call with whatever.
Planning for a system, Cassie. All these things must be taken into consideration.
Yes.
The one thing you don't want to do is leave your vulnerable family members in positions where you are unable to reach them. One must look at also the integrity of the space that they're occupying. Is it going to be safe enough, good enough? Is enough food and medical supplies available? Days before the hurricane, days before the system. As a matter of fact, from the time the year begins, one must be planning for any
That's
eventuality.
why I mentioned, we know that it's coming, but for some reason maybe we get some buzz off waiting and acting like, ooh, surprise. The only surprise should be the name of the storms, but we expect some. And if they don't come, we don't have an active season, well then we're happy and thankful.
Well, the reverends and priests may argue that this is a natural attitude of humankind.
Yeah, we're reactive.
We're told of the coming, but we're never prepared for it.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. No, it's serious. When you look at the equation, when you start to do your equating, that's basically what it is. We want to see some level of proof that there is, in fact, something going on.
But the thing about this is waiting for the proof is too late. You can't wait for that.
Absolutely. This is as good as it comes. And as we mentioned all morning long, we were told from the very beginning of the year by the international met stations that there is the possibility of a very active season. We're still in July, very early July, so we've got a long road ahead. Barbados, of course, being independent of the Caribbean chain, as we stand alone, pretty much alone in the Eastern Caribbean, out there in the water, anything can happen.
Indeed. Let's take another caller, Admiral. Yeah, we got to prepare ourselves.
We want to hear what's going on in your neck of the woods. So good morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm in the area of Mesquite, the Garden, St. Michael. It's around the areas of like Hart. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That road, the area. That's road area. Yeah. So there's a lot of peeling in the road.
Ooh.
The wind blowing, trees down out with the garden. The trees knocked down out with the garden as well. So out here, that's like chaos.
Oh, dear.
The wind, the trees, the palings, blowing all about, those get away. Oh, Lord, it's just terrible.
How are you and your household?
Well, the only thing right now wrong is the paling. Is my paling. It can't. It's totally out.
Okay. Are you going to put it back? Are you going to replace it?
Yeah.
Are you getting rid of it and building a wall?
Well, it seems that way because the way how the tropical waves and the way how the thing changing up, I feel they got
Resilience. We have to think that way because that paling, it just becomes a danger to all of us. But I'm glad that you're okay.
Yeah, and you know, I just reaching out for the older folks and stuff like that. Yeah, I just want to make sure everything good. You know, like I got some older folks in the house right now that probably anybody's going to chat and stuff like that. So, you know, you got to reach out for them as well too.
Please. Well said.
Yes.
Well said.
Yeah, and the call is so correct. We've seen a lot of paling out on the road.
How do you feel about paling?
I think it's dangerous to have it around, particularly.
A lot of paling in the road, right?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever seen the paling structure by the Chickmont roundabout. It's a massive paling structure. I believe they were building some establishment there.
On the left?
Yes.
Okay.
That paling is down.
Ooh.
That paling is down, and if that can fall, you would tend to think that that was really well set up. I have no doubt that we will have mammoth problems.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of palings down, mind you.
Yeah.
A lot of tree branches in the road, a lot of trees in the road and stuff. The cleanup process will take us a while, but I know how we are, very resilient people.
And we come together.
We can come together and
fix
up.
I find that.
Fix up, yeah.
What's your first name, sir?
Pardon me?
What's your first name?
My name is Jabari.
Can't hear you.
I'm Jabari.
Sound like you're whispering. Okay, so
Yes,
somebody's not supposed to hear that you're calling us. No problem, don't forget that. So did you cook anything during the course of the storm?
Pardon me?
Did you cook anything during the course of the storm?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I still cook.
Tell me something good.
Oh, I do ground food, ground provision. I do ground provision. Yeah.
Okay.
Ground food.
Okay. So you mean like stew food, what we call stew food? You did that?
Like ground food, I had some breadfruit, I had some sweet potato, I had some English potatoes, some okra. I put some onions and garlic and stuff like that in there. Yeah.
You sound like you know what you're doing. Everything sounds great except for the English potatoes.
You did.
It's like everything is just ground food mixed up.
You did a oil down format or how?
He did. What the rapper would say is sap.
All right.
Oh, so okay. No, you didn't put coconut oil in there. It's just the okras and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff.
All right.
In the camera weather.
Good stuff. You sound happy.
Yeah.
There you go.
At least you're well set up.
It's only a storm, so any day your heart beating, you're alive, so you know, it should be good.
Right. That's the attitude.
The cleanup part is the only thing that we gotta worry about, and damage and you know, and rebuilding and fixing around the place. You know, that's the only thing you gotta worry about. No?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big thing in itself. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
And everybody be safe and give thanks and praise that we are alive.
Thank you. You too. You stay safe as well.
Right.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks a lot.
That's great.
Good stuff.
What did I start? Let me tell you that.
Are we seeing more images as you speak of some of the damage across the island?
Yeah, that is always going to be an issue there. You know, and this should tell householders that they need to do some walkarounds, have a look at their properties, especially when the year begins. Look at maybe replacing a couple of things if the money is available. But it is necessary to do so. That's a huge section of that tree fallen right in the road.
Yeah.
All right. I did ask the funeral people to let us know what was happening because families were concerned. KMJ says the funeral for Joanne Clark Gittins will now be held tomorrow, Tuesday, and this is provided.
Tomorrow,
Tuesday?
Tomorrow
will be held on Tuesday. Will be held on Tuesday. July the 6th.
Yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Well,
I know, I understand, Admiral.
At 3 p.m. All right, so Joanne Clark Gittins' funeral will now be held on Tuesday, July 6th at 3 p.m. And of course, you can listen to 100.7 at 6 o'clock in the morning, where we do the news and the obits. and you can hear all those changes. But for now, if you want to use the facility that we have provided for you to let family members know not to worry and what those changes are. Telephones are going, and this is good. We need to know what's happening
Want to hear from you?
the country. So let's hear from you. Hello, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Admiral.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am fine, thank you. And how are you?
You know, I am riding out that storm.
You're riding out the storm.
Good stuff.
Yes, I am here in Church Gap, Hillaby, and St. Andrews.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know.
Okay, so we are losing you a bit. We're losing you a bit. You want to repeat that section for me? You were.
I said I can't tell you what is going on in Church Gap, Hillaby, because I didn't go outside for the morning.
Okay.
But what I'm calling about is for a person called me from King Field in St. Thomas.
Okay.
Yes, I think there are house rules over there that is blown off. Palings are blown down. I think she told me there are 2 trees that are uprooted and making it impassable.
Yes.
Yeah, but for this, Admiral, I experienced Hurricane Allen, 1980.
Yes.
And I remember I was in that home, and I didn't even know it had moved from where it was. It took me from like about 5 houses away from where it was.
Wow.
Yes, but I didn't get scared. But then in 2010 is when I had real bad damages with Thomas.
Thomas, yes.
You know, I was over at Dunscombe in St. Thomas at that time. And my name is Celestine, by the way, so this is your African friend.
Wow, you're a brave lady. How does your house move when you're not scared?
Yeah, but I was asleep. I was asleep, and I was pregnant then, so I didn't really.
You were asleep.
I wasn't any fire, yeah. So when I got up, then I realized what he had. So I know, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah, but anyway, everything is fine over here, and I wish all that had bridges and stuff well, because of what that looks like.
You have all the utilities working? You've got water, light, phone, etc.?
Actually, I am seeing you now as I speak to you because my husband had.
Oh, okay.
So I'm seeing you.
Right, okay. So
yes.
he's a good guy.
Yes, yes.
He's a good guy. Yeah, and that's what, Cassie, the planning is supposed to be all about. Thank you, ma'am, and your stories are really wonderful. You in a house and it moves and you don't even know. You're not scared. I don't know what I would do if I got up and found my dress changed.
Celestine had some soup and she went to sleep and she knew she would be well taken care of.
Preparations. As we await your calls to find out exactly if you've got any issues in your area so that we can try to get the information to get some assistance to you once the all clear is given. Yeah. We need to emphasize, and for a lot of years I've been saying, access to generators in this country should be more affordable. Yeah. I think that we live in a space in the world where you should be able to walk into any store and purchase a generator and a good generator, not just a generator and a good generator.
Hopefully we will be moving in that direction.
We have to, Cassie. We've been talking about this too long.
We've been talking about it a lot, so we have to make it real so that it feels more possible for people, and we have to really show them why it is important to do these things.
And even when you come into technology, Cassie, now I have my power bank here. I'm hearing a lot of people saying electricity is off and they don't have power to their tablets and to their phones. That cannot be happening in this day.
You're a technology
If you are
buff.
into technology, I'm going to ask Tamika to look into my bag over there and bring me the power bank. These are the things that you need to invest in.
Let Tamisha bring it instead. Tamika doesn't have to bring it.
Thank you,
let
Tamisha.
Bring it.
I didn't ask for the whole bag. You exposed my whole business on TV. Good heavens. everybody got to know.
What's
now.
in that bag?
This bag is hurricane food.
This hurricane food?
Yes, this is hurricane food.
Don't talk about food because I'm thinking about a piece of sweet bread.
Food.
Okay,
it is really nice.
I'm thinking about a piece of sweet bread
with
some coconut in the middle.
You need nickels or crumbs or something.
No, I have a piece already.
Right.
I ate half.
Oh, it's here.
So yes.
Okay.
And I'll have it with a cup of tea.
Now this is what I'm talking about. These are the things that you need to invest in. This is the power bank, fully powered, and this can last for almost a whole day. And you simply plug it into your phone and you've got power. Now that's one. All right? You're into technology, you like technology.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, there's more. You're into technology, so if you like technology so bad and you run out of internet access, you should not be running out of internet access. You need to invest in something that can give you the internet 24/7.
Good stuff.
So you turn this on, and I can power everybody's phones in here with this.
Nice.
You see what I mean? So it's not hard. It's not impossible. It is natural that phones would go down and all that. But I tell you what, and thanks to the company here, they've been able to keep it together for us, and I really want to thank them for that.
Fantastic.
So it is not impossible. The world
is
not
help.
in there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we shouldn't find ourselves in that situation, is what Admiral's saying. There are options out there, so we stay charged up. Just want to say here, I'm getting some information coming in about a leaking natural gas line in Salters, St. George, in that area. A leaking natural gas line in Salters, St. George area. So for all those people in that area, all I can suggest is that you do, as we would have said earlier, turn off the mains to your homes so that you decrease whatever risk of any problems in the area. And of course, as soon as the National Petroleum Corporation can respond to that, I am certain that they will do so. You can also WhatsApp us specific details in the WhatsApp chat just in case they reach out for information. Yes. Remember, the WhatsApp number is 228-5562. 228-5562. If you want to call us and chat with us, 228-5. The number's on screen, 228-5563, 228-5562. You can call us as well. So we're happy to hear from you.
Andrew Denny is in Mount Stanfast, and he says, hi, Andrew and your family. He says, it's pretty calm in my area, and I'm hearing people talking about all this wind and rain. So what could have possibly happened there? I'm sure that's not the eye, Andrew. So
it's very calm at Mount Stanfast. Morning, Andrew.
He says it's extremely calm. And he was wondering.
Well, stay inside still.
I would tend to think so.
Stay inside still. Sabu Best insisted on saying that. When it feels that way, you just stay inside anyway. There's no all clear that's been given as yet, but we will be certain to update you when that time comes, when that happens. I'm seeing a call coming here from our videographer. I'm not sure if he realizes I am on air, but you talk and I'll see what he can share with me.
I was laughing at the
Go
WhatsApp
ahead, Chris.
I got. Somebody wanted to know what was the name of the device that I just showed that keeps power. It's a power bank, that's all it is. A simple power bank. You can Google it and choose which one you want. And of course, the internet facility now, both Flow and Digicel carry internet probabilities. You can buy it and walk with it anywhere. The technology is there. It's not just owning a cell phone. It's you need to be able to support your cell phone. All right, no, the all clear has not been given yet. Let me answer that person there. Power lines are naturally down across the country, so you got to be very careful. Gas leak after damage to the meter down, a blown off roof. Gas has been something in Salters, St. George, leaving electrical poles the same. The wind has picked up rapidly again. All right, I was wondering about that. I'm seeing good morning from Chalky Mount, St. Andrew. My mother and I, whose house top came off. Can you please call this number, 241-9403, please? Are you sure you want us to call that number? Should we give that person a number to call? If your roof is off, Cassie and I don't have the capacity to put it back on.
We can't, but we can pass it on to the specific authorities.
All right, so the number is 241. Okay, it's gone. They're going to put it back up there again. It's gone.
One of the things, Chris Wood was mentioning to me, there was, he said he wanted to inform us about that very gas leak, but I was saying it at the same time, apparently. And then he talked about a roof wrapped around a pole in the area. Right. But he said where the leak is happening, the gas is so strong, he didn't even bother trying to take it because it was very scary. With, you know, I don't know what happens with various frictions, but you could imagine with gas and then these frictions. I'm not a science student, but I know that there's something there. So he felt like it wasn't safe. So hopefully as soon as is possible, someone from the National Petroleum Corporation could address that gas leak, a natural gas leak in Salters. So that was reported before as well. So hopefully, but turn off your mains, the mains at your homes. If you are in the Salters area, I think that would be the wise thing to do.
It is a natural thing to do. Anytime the electricity goes off, it's important to just pull out your plugs, wait until the electricity comes back on, give it about 3, 4, 5 minutes even, then you can plug your stuff back in and turn them back on. One of the worst things is when the power goes off and then it comes back on, and everything in the house, it's almost like a restart, like a reset of the home. It's not good. Most of the time you will have power issues.
Yes.
Now, I know people were concerned about the loss of water. Naturally, I'm sure that was explained on the program because as it was coming in, I was hearing the general manager talking about it. But if you have issues and you want to do a direct call, BWA at 434-4292, or you can WhatsApp on the 836-4655 or 836-4683. I mentioned two things. I mentioned the power bank and I mentioned the internet provider, and we also talk about the generator. And I also want to take you even further to tell you that there are in fact generators out there operating with solar panels.
Yes, yes, they
you
are.
See, the guys in this country who are the merchandisers in this country who are responsible for ordering stuff seriously need to look now at where we as a country need to go. This is about 20, 25 years behind, but we have to move on. It's available, these things are available on the internet, and maybe I would ask whoever is responsible in administration to look at easing the tax value on these things so that Barbadians can be more prepared, can order this stuff. If the stores are refusing to bring them in, you have a situation where many Barbadians could have benefited today even if they had at least some semblance of generation.
But are we thinking that way? Are we only think about the generator if we want to have a popcorn machine or something like that? We got to think about it for the home, or, you know.
And the thing is, Cassie, you don't have to worry about the noise of generators.
They're quiet series now.
So many quiet generators out there. And as I said, powered, of course, by solar. So you don't have a problem. You will notice, too, that in order to continue in this process of all the new technology, you always need to be ahead of it. You have to always be prepared. If you don't have direct electricity ran, to your peripherals, you're going to have to do some level of preparation. It is about life. So hopefully this weather phenomenon will help us to think a little different. I believe I would have sold out all the power banks in Barbados tomorrow, but that's all right. Make sure you get them.
Good stuff, Admiral. Good stuff.
228-5563, that is the number to call us and let us know what's going on. I was also looking at the imagery, noticing that the system now has gotten very white. I'm wondering if Sabu can tell us about, does that mean
I guess
less
the bands
intensity?
Of rain, maybe.
You know, it looks as though it's now almost going past Barbados.
Yeah, well, we're due. Yes, we're due another update.
The other islands.
And I think it's safe to say the worst part has passed, but we're due an update from him. So when he joins us again, we can get that. Just to add on to what I said earlier, read the gas leak. I'm being told specifically it's mainly in the area of the Glacial Pure company. It's mainly in that area. Got another, as you were talking about technology, Admiral, Ian Gajada, good morning to you. He's shouting us out. He's watching and listening from a rechargeable crank radio.
Right, there you go.
He said the only damage he suffered, thankfully, was a breadfruit broke, a glass pane, but all are safe there. The wind has died down. No visible damage in the neighborhood in Arthur Seat, St. Thomas. So thanks for sharing, Ian.
I wonder what the monkeys do on a day like this.
Hide.
Yeah,
they're smart.
You don't see them. You don't see them at all.
Interesting. They probably know where all the caves are in the wooded areas, and that's where they are, in some nook or cranny. Peter would like that one.
Jeff Shepard, good morning, Jeff. Jeff says about 50 young people are with hammers, nails, and ladder walking through gaps, fixing roofs, peeling garbages, and so on in Clapham Park, where he lives. Is that safe? Should that be something that they're doing now?
The Minister of Home Affairs did advise us that people should just stay inside and wait
until
for the all clear, because there may be power lines out there. But before we talk some more about that, there's another caller. So let's say good morning. It's 28 minutes away from noon in Barbados. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm calling from City Hall, St. John.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
I need the floor line to my house is down. My uncle, his house roof blew off.
And this is what area again? What do you have? We
St.
lost
John,
connection.
City Hall, St. John. The floor line, he said the floor line is down.
Okay, he's
the
still
one
there.
to my house is down, but then my uncle, his roof off in our house.
Right.
So here, orange across and house and end up on a house. There's a other house, main road. Part of that roof is off as well.
Wow.
And then we have some trees, but the trees that are broken down there in what we call the gully, so that doesn't affect anyone.
Okay.
So we're gonna need a floor technician in this area as soon as they can come out.
Okay.
You see?
Gotta wait for that all clear, but thank you for sharing.
There's no water or electricity up here either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we're gonna
it's still raining and heavy winds in this area.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Right,
sharing.
you're
Thank you so much. And I just want us to remember, I know everybody will be anxious to get back to their normal and have all their amenities and everything back. But we will have to be patient until persons can, get there and fix things safely. That's the most important thing for everybody.
I believe the minister responsible here for the technological department is Marsha Kettle, right?
I believe still think of Kay.
Kim McConney?
Yes, but I may. Okay, let's.
Right.
But
So
let's talk to the specific person.
We get the galleries
to confirm
to clear that. But again, it goes back to a very similar issue here. Now, a lot of people at home today can't use the internet because the electricity is off. They work in tandem. Again,
Correct.
if you're smart, and you need to be smart because we are in the hurricane belt, you need to secure yourself. So you need to get your dongle.
Yeah.
Right?
Admiral has his dongle.
You need to get it. Even if you
Internet
have
on
one,
go.
use it like you will use your searchlight then. You don't use it every day, but you have it packed with data a week before. You pack it with at least 10 gigs of data, and you have it home that once you turn it on, your phone comes on, electricity could go off, you don't have a problem. Along with that and your searchlight and stuff, you are connected. Yeah. You see, the beautiful thing about having that is the radio stations here and the television station, as you can see in here, we're on. If you have the dongle, it will allow you to get us.
Yeah.
To be able to stay informed.
And keep the information coming your way.
It's as simple as that.
Yes. And in times like these, you need to have information because you literally feel in the dark. And that's different in the dark. I'm not just talking lights out situation, but you still want to be able to stay connected and hear what's happening. Remember, you can give us those calls, 228-5563, and the number for WhatsApp as well, 228-5562. If you want to send us any video, any photos or messages of concerns you may have, if they're poll numbers you're concerned about, we're sharing information on this platform as well.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we understand is that even if you want to call, you may not be able to call because I don't know if you've tried. A lot of the numbers you call, you can't get through to. The people of Silver Hill, St. Lucie, reports that the nursery in the area has been compromised, a window blown out in that area. So the EM can take note of that. Let's go back to our phone lines. Good morning. It's 11:36, 24 minutes to midday. Welcome. Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I just calling from Harmony Hall, Christchurch.
Yes.
About 10 minutes ago, it was really, really quiet. Birds were out chirping. Now it's high wind, lots of rain. Actually, one part of the gap has electricity, another part doesn't have. So there's some issues over here as well. A couple of palings down, coconut trees have been stripped. But people thinking that it's gotten easier, I can tell you that some bad weather is still around, and it's really, really windy once again.
Good. Okay.
Thanks for sharing that. That's near the
important.
St. Lawrence area, just in case people are wondering, near Dover, that kind of area. And again, Sabu Best did say, you know, while those strongest category 1 hurricane winds may have passed, it's still not safe for you to just be outside. You need to let this thing run its course and just try and keep yourself as safe as possible. That's what needs to happen. So don't go venturing out. We're hearing that 1 minute there in the Harmony Hall area, it was calm, and then now they're getting rain and wind, bad wind. So just be careful and stay inside until you know it's safer to go out.
One thing that this will do, Cassie, is prepare us for any eventualities to happen after this for the hurricane season. People are not going to forget. But we need just to act a bit more quickly and make sure that we don't end up, like I saw yesterday, hundreds of people at the petrol stations trying to make sure that their vehicles you know, were kept well intact. We got to just be able to do a little better. But you know what, Cassie, I don't mind that because this is not behavior that's exclusive to us in Barbados.
It's true.
This happens all over the world. And as I said this morning, you got to give people a break sometimes. Not everybody, because of their employee, can get to gas stations at the same time. Not everybody, I mean, it was even difficult for me to really get in and do some filling up. So I understand what people go through. I feel for them when I see them in the long supermarket lines.
I turn around. I can't handle it.
There are lots of people like you.
Yeah, I'm not staying there.
It really is something.
I'm gonna eat whatever I have. Yeah. That's it. I am not standing in those long lines.
What the coming of COVID-19 did was to advance people towards the ability now to cook. And whether the food tastes good or bad. Yeah, because a lot of people eat out. And COVID-19 stopped a lot of that. So hopefully we've got more cooks now in our employ, right? And in the house. So the hurricane season coming would make no difference to them because now I know to bake bread. Now I know to do a pilau or oil down.
This is you specifically?
Not at all. I mean, I came up with a mother that you had to be able to cook.
Oh, good.
So it's whether I want to cook or not, no, that is the other issue.
I understand. Well, that's good. At least you know how.
Boil an egg, make some macaroni pie.
I love my good food. I must be able to do it when I'm hungry. But we have another caller. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Simmons Land Rendezvous.
Okay.
Right. Well, for myself and my family, we're okay.
Good.
There are no real issues. Try to secure everything as I could. The only thing is my dog, he's getting a little wet because where I usually keep him, the wind is blowing in, the rain is blowing in.
You didn't bring him inside?
No, can't bring him in the house. Can't bring him in the house. He's too big to bring in the house.
He's too big?
He's okay. He is okay.
Oh.
He's okay. Right. But from my vantage point, at this point in time, all of my neighbors seem to be okay. There don't seem to be no serious damage from where I am actually. It's only one neighbor in the back of my house. Her water tank. 1 minute it was there. You just heard a song, and by the time we looked outside, we could not see it.
That's because it was empty.
Gone. Right? I don't know, but it is gone. Yeah. But other than that, there's no damage specifically I can say at this point in time. I'm not able to go outside, and I'm not going outside at this point.
Good stuff.
Right? I'm staying in. My family is there. So that is all I can say at this point in time.
How did y'all write it out? Or how are you writing it out? What have you been getting up to?
Well, we have just been here listening to all the updates you guys are bringing. I still have my WhatsApp. We have the electricity. So I've been calling some family, calling some friends, see how everybody's doing. And so far, a few of them are okay. A couple of friends in different areas, they have spoken of roofs blowing off in their areas. There was one friend of mine in Christchurch where one of her neighbors, the whole house apparently seemed to have just collapsed. The family, she saw the family just rushing out, and they got to safety.
Good.
So they're okay. But besides that, oh yes, just one family member, my wife's sister. Their part of their roof has blown off, and they live in the St. Andrew area.
Wow.
So besides that, nothing else really to report at this point in time.
Okay.
But we're blessed. We thank God. I mean, all the reports are nothing, but so far there has not been any word of loss of life. So we give God thanks and we give God praise.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
You're most welcome.
Again, you're doing a tremendous job. I just want to give all of those who've been out and have brought us all the images and the words. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, indeed. Thank you, too.
It's a team of people here this morning.
Yeah.
Tamisha has been around for a while, making sure that the presenters are very comfortable, and we want to thank her personally.
Thank you,
for
Tamisha.
keeping us happy. Now, the dog situation. My dog never had a kennel and was always in the house. And Akita, and there's no way that this type of weather
are beautiful.
would happen, and Foxy would not be in that house.
Do you have a picture of Foxy?
Not now. He's afraid of lightning, too. Very afraid. Lightning and thunder, he used to be like going really crazy. Animals don't handle that too well. And I don't know what it is to keep birds in cage and to keep dogs outside. I just can't do that.
So if you have birds, what you're saying is you would not keep them in a cage?
No.
You take them out sometimes, though.
I'm weird.
That's okay. Weird is good.
When I kept pigeons, the doors to the cages were always open, which meant that they could come and go as they feel.
Yeah.
And my boys would tell, I got up one day and opened all, because I had some nice birds, lovebirds, all types of birds, and I opened all the cages and just let them go, because I can deal with that. I said, you know, would I like somebody to do that to me? So I just ended that part of my life, and I'm happy I did, give them some freedom. What I would like to encage, I can't catch monkeys.
Oh, so why is it that the birds can go free?
Monkeys are nuisances.
Monkeys.
They're nuisances.
Oh, Admiral, that's not fair.
Listen, you know when
Aren't
you'll understand.
all animals made equal, except for centipedes and snakes?
You know when you'll understand what I'm talking about?
No, I understand.
When you plant it.
I understand.
And you look outside.
I come from the country.
And you see nice guavas on it.
Listen, I've seen them. I have had time to study them.
Jeez.
It's like they watch you, they laugh at you planting the stuff, and then they wait on you.
And I hear they don't like women.
They're not afraid of women.
Right.
That's what I've been told. But they will wait, and they will. But I remember my dear late mama used to tell her, maybe we gotta just plant stuff at the end for the monkeys. But then older people would say, but they're spiteful, they're spiteful. They will pull those things off, bite them, throw them, and go for yours too. I don't know. Newspaper print, spray Scotch bonnet pepper liquid on your stuff, close to harvest. Big rocks. Okay. All right, we have more callers. Good morning. We're tracking the storm. How are you?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Doing all right.
Fine, thank you, sir. Hope you're well.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Calendars, Main Road in Christchurch.
Calendars. Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
I can't picture where that is.
I'm just here to make sure. For Kermit shop.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, if you say Kermit
Right.
shop, I know where that shop
Exactly.
is.
That painted green,
green shop.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
My next door neighbor, her complete rooftop fall off.
Oh dear.
Wow.
And halfway is in the road, blocking the road along the power line. So the road is impassable right now.
Oops.
And this is just outside the shop.
Pardon?
This is just outside that shop or in the area?
About 5 houses away from the shop going towards the airport.
Okay.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that.
Any level of assistance rendered to her? Because, I mean, it would tell me that all her valuables are exposed.
Well, it only seems that I haven't seen anyone come around yet.
Right.
I don't know if she's still in the house because I ain't seeing her.
Wow.
But this did happen about 8 o'clock this morning. Because my parents go down as well.
Right.
So I just want the power know that the power line is on the road.
Did you get the poll number? The poll number is important. But at least people know that area.
I can't get the phone number anyhow. It's still really heavily up there.
Okay.
Right.
As you speak to us, we're sharing images of some of the damage that has happened. I think this is a building that's in progress, scaffolding and things of that nature impacted. I can't see it very clearly, but it looks that way. Yes, carry on.
So
it's a hotel in Christchurch, I think.
The road is impassable, and nothing they can do about it.
Right.
Oh boy,
Right.
sorry to hear that.
Wow. That's very sad. Images of Ocean 2 Hotel, we were told.
Yes.
Cassie?
Yes.
Wow. The images, the pictures. And you can take your pictures, you can send us via WhatsApp, 2285562.
Well, I don't have electricity, so I can't use no WhatsApp, but yeah, I'm not getting there.
Okay.
You see?
Dongle.
You understand? You understand what I've been telling you guys? Cassie,
Dongle.
Cassie, I'm very serious about this.
Yeah, I know you're serious.
We have I was preaching water tanks for years.
Yes.
It's important to have a water tank with a pump that facilitates the use of water, especially at times like this. There's nothing wrong with catching rainwater either.
Yeah.
It's quite okay. But alongside that, now when we look at what's happening, and we've got all these peripherals and we can't use them, it makes absolutely no sense. So we're going to have to really look after this particular phenomenon as to how we go forward here.
How do we sustain ourselves through these systems, really? Because, and I am not belittling, again, I have to say this, I'm not belittling anything and any of the loss that Barbadians are going to be going through or have already gone through with the passing of this system. But when I look back and think back about what I've seen in other islands with other systems, like what I saw in Dominica with people literally holding their heads and walking and looking lost, not having even a bottle of water to drink, nothing but the clothing on their backs. That's another level. Like what was there as you knew it was no longer there. You know, land, sea, they all looked muddled the same. It's tough to see your way through that. So I feel like we can push through this, and hopefully wherever we can help one another out, we will be able to do so, and whatever you know, the organizations that are in place to help, whatever they can do, then they do, and we move forward, because it is not as bad as has happened in some of those other islands.
The Dominica situation was horrible. The Grenada Island situation was terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of lessons were learned then. Grenadians, from my Grenadian friend, used to talk about God was a Grenadian. And Cassie, and this morning I'd mentioned there was an old lady in the country in Grenada whose parents told her that once that tree had gone brown, if there was a weather system coming, that it would be very devastating. And they never believed her. I believe they've got the area surrounded now, and they're studying what type of tree that was, because as soon as the hurricane left, it started to get green again, and then it got brown again because Emily was coming. Isn't that something? Mother Nature really talking to us. This is not just stories, this is real. And thanks for the person who WhatsApped and told me what I already knew, but you see, then I would have to keep chickens to run monkeys, because chicken manure...
Oh, they don't like that either, yes,
like
that's
that.
true.
So you will have to keep chickens. get manure out. Do they sell chicken manure anywhere in Barbados?
I guess you could if you know someone with a farm. You could.
That want to get rid of chicken manure?
I'm
Okay.
sure.
Put it in a couple of buckets and.
Yeah, but a number of people are doing broad-scale organic farming, and if they have chickens, they tend to start growing vegetables and then use that as the fertilizer to do. So the whole thing runs itself.
That's right.
And that is a big thing. That is what people are doing across the world, letting creating an ecosystem in the space, in their farming space, so that it deals with everything.
So tell us what we can do for you and how can we assist. Call us at 228-5563 and let us know what we can do for you. And of course, if you want to share your videos and your comments, and can be read here on your screen, 228-5562. You've got your numbers. If you've got your data or your telephones are working, you're going to be able to do that. But if you don't you worry. I've given you the recipe for moving forward, which is making sure that you are well protected and secured. And it is, and remember, it is not just having the peripheral that matters, it's the ability for that to work effectively. And you want it to work effectively. You've got your family members around, you've got your older family members, you've got your younger family members. You want to stay in contact with them. And I'll tell you something, the worst thing that can happen to you during a storm or hurricane is the blackout, the inability to be able to correspond with your friends and families.
Yeah.
We have got the ability to solve those problems, and we should do it.
So take advantage of it.
Take advantage
what you're
of it.
saying makes sense.
Take advantage of it.
I just got some photos from Spicetown. Thank you, Dr. Webster, John Webster. He sent some photos of the Spicetown area. Usually he's taking photos of birds.
Oh, that's nice.
But he's shared some photos. But they know what's going on with the weather, so they know where to go.
Now, man, so you got to change up.
Again, trees uprooted in the Spicetown area. So, and I'm seeing water tanks displaced. Things across the street. Something's going on here with these containers.
Wow.
Oh,
Now
shifted cargo.
This is reminiscent of the Cayman Islands. I remember seeing this in Grand Cayman when the storm took, I think it was Thomas too, that took the container and actually flew it through the air.
That's something else.
Isn't it, that wind force was really something. And look at that. This is a very similar issue here. So that is proof that these winds are not playing, not easy. And talk about not easy, I've got a WhatsApp from Lodge Road in Christchurch. My neighbor's roof is off and it's on my car, plus it broke out our side glass and the wind is too crazy up here. Wilson Village, Lodge Road in Christchurch. So make a note of that, Wilson Village, Lodge Road in Christchurch. I got a feeling there that residents up there would need some help.
Admiral, this container situation is really concerning me.
No, this is not Barbados, is it?
These winds have to have been quite serious. But we're going to show you some more of the images as they are shared, as they come to hand, and we can get them on screen. But we are standing by again to head to Sharika. Sharika Griffith is part of our newsroom team. She's one of our reporters, and she has been at the base, the National Emergency Operations Center, since last night, and she has another report for us. I believe Sharika is ready to talk with us now. Sharika?
Good morning to you once again. I am joined this time by Commandant John Maxwell. We would have spoken to him earlier, and this time he's here to make an appeal to the citizens of Barbados. Go right ahead, sir.
Good morning and thank you. I'm here again to make an appeal to the residents of Barbados to remain indoors. It is very important that you remain indoors, off the streets, for your own safety, so that we can move about as law enforcement agency to do what is required of us. Remember that when you go on the street at this time, you're putting yourself in danger, and you're likely to put, having received injuries, you're likely to require the services of the emergency services, and therefore you will also be putting them in danger. So please stay off the streets. There are too many reports of individuals being on the streets at a time when it is unsafe. So please heed the call.
Are your officers back on patrol?
not on patrol, but they have been out looking to see how best they can assist in getting those individuals that I made mention of off the streets.
Okay. Has there been any disorderly conduct reported so far?
So far, I have not received any reports of that nature, but of course, we continue to receive reports of roofs being blown off, trees falling, and we've also had power lines down. And that is why it is extremely important that the people stay off the streets.
Tell us what is the next steps for the police officers once the all clear is given? What will they be doing?
Well, as soon as that all clear is given, we will be on the streets ensuring that the roads to determine what has actually happened and to ensure that though if any persons are off on the streets, to get them off to a safe place so that the other emergency services can come out and do what is required, like clearing the streets, fixing the power lines, and that kind of thing.
Are there any grounds for perhaps people the police officers to perhaps arrest people?
I don't think we would want to take that approach at this time. We are sensitive to the things that happen or those things that are indeed happening, and we would rather prefer to use the approach of asking people to leave and go back to their homes, a place of safety.
All right, thank you very much, Commandant. Sorry, there's one other question. Go ahead. We've been speaking to Commandant John Maxwell. I'm sure you would have heard that appeal for people to stay off the streets. The all clear still has not been given, and so we're asking you to return to your homes until that happens. Studio is back to you.
Mr. Maxwell,
yeah, wow.
Yeah. Thanks, Sharika. That's Sharika Griffith, reporter from our CBC newsroom. So, Admiral, that's the advice. That advice is being reiterated. So clearly, there may be a little concern about that.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned when I was coming back to CBC. I saw more traffic than I should have seen on the road, and I was wondering, but where are these people going?
Yeah.
It's not wise, and in some very small cars and stuff that can easily get caught in the water. And then you got to ask people to come out to help you out. No, you don't want to do that.
That's a shift from what was happening earlier when, for example, Anne-Marie and the others first went out.
Yes.
That's definitely a shift. Yeah.
But
people getting comfortable
human
again.
beings, yes. Human beings are like that. I want to go out. I want to experience that. I want to be able to talk about that, take some pictures, tell my grands and great-grands. That's the way we operate. I just sent the CBC WhatsApp a video that will be very interesting. I know some of the crew can get that up for us in a while, so Barbadians can see the extent of damage to some of the places here in Barbados. As I mentioned on this program, this is going to be a cleanup process, unprecedented. Kirk said to me, a friend of mine, said, I lived through a lot of them, but I don't believe I've ever seen, even with Thomas, so much damage. So that tells a story of a great degree of devastation and issues for people in Barbados. It's going to take us a little while to pull it all back together, but of course our resilience will help us to do just that.
Absolutely. Remember, you are watching Tracking the Storm. We've been tracking Tropical Storm Elsa, and this has been coming to you in association with our friends at Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. Hopefully we can take a quick break. Jewel Ford is standing by. She's going to join you, Admiral. Okay. I'm going to take a little break and have a cup of tea and eat that half a slice of sweetbread. And if you need me again, I will be back. But, you know, we are supposed to be spending some time later on Festival Stage. I guess we'll see what happens there. We'll see.
Stage?
Yeah,
really?
we may not have that. I'm just saying. Yeah. Oh, we just got the all clear on that.
You got the all clear.
That won't happen tonight as a result of all we've been doing. Phew! I'm gonna enjoy my sweetbread even more. But we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with coverage.
I need ability to share screen. Are you there?
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
Up next on TV8 Newsday. Next on TV8 Newsday. Up next on TV8 Newsday. Up next on TV8 Newsday. Next on TV8 Newsday. Up next on TV8 Newsday. Up next on TV8 Newsday. Next on TV8. You're watching CBC TV8 in beautiful Barbados. You're watching CBC TV8 in beautiful Barbados.
And good afternoon to you. I'm Jewel Ford with CBC Newsday. Tropical storm Elsa intensified into a Category 1 hurricane before reverting to storm strength again as it caused widespread damage across the island. The system ripped off roofs, downed trees and power lines. At least one person, a St. Joseph resident, was reportedly trapped in her home after the wind tore the roof off her house. Bringing us the latest on Tropical Storm Elsa now is Acting Director of the Barbados Meteorological Services, Best.
Hi, good afternoon, Joel, and good afternoon to your viewers and listeners. Can you hear me?
Yes. What's the latest update?
Okay. So I'm not going to really give a position on intensity estimate on Elsa. We're going to really just focus on Barbados. But Elsa's moved off to the west of or northwest of St. Vincent, as you can see from the screen. Oh, I didn't start sharing my screen with you, I'm sorry. But I kind of need the ability to share the screens. But for now, I just state that the system's moved towards our west, far from our west, is now in the Caribbean Sea. What's affecting Barbados right now is some feeder bands that's wrapping into the system from the southeast quadrant. These feeder bands are bringing some occasional moderate to heavy showers and storm force winds and gusts up to about 50 and 55 miles per hour. Tropical storm warning remains in effect for Barbados. Full stop. That's still in effect. We can expect these storm force conditions to continue into the early part of this afternoon. There is no fixed or definitive time when that warning is going to be terminated. We have to play this out ball by ball and assess the situation each and every hour. There's no clear-cut case here of when the warning will actually terminate. But I also need to stress something here that even when the Met Office does terminate the warning, termination of warning is not an all clear. I repeat, the termination of any warning, tropical storm, hurricane warning, even a flash flood warning, is not an all clear. The all clear comes from the Department of Emergency Management. And so when the Met Office terminates a warning, in this case a tropical storm warning, there are various agencies and organizations that work along with the Department of Emergency Management in assessing the damage and the situation on the ground to ensure that it's safe for persons to actually go out on the streets and venture around. And so I want to urge everyone, because this is sometimes where we lose lives. When that discontinuation of the warning does happen, you must wait on the all clear from the Department of Emergency Management. You must allow the emergency responders, the first responders, the emergency responders, you must allow them to conduct their work on the streets and around communities. You can do your part by helping, by calling in any damage to the Department of Emergency Management to help them coordinate what's actually happening on the ground in your communities. So I urge you, once again, when that time comes that the Barbados Medical Services terminates the tropical storm warning, that is not an all clear. You must wait on word from the Department of Emergency Management. So we're going to continue, aside from that, we're going to continue to see these showers in and out and storm force winds, like I said, for the early part of the afternoon. As soon as we got, as soon as we have absolute surety that, clarity that, that these storm force winds pretty much passed us, we will definitely let you know for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the Director of the Barbados Met Services, Sabo Bass. And when can we expect another update?
As it stands, the winds are going to kind of slowly decrease from here on, as we've been saying from the time the eye of Elsa passed to the south, when we had the peak winds, and then after about an hour and a half, it started to slowly decrease. And that's why we moved from a hurricane warning back down to a tropical storm warning. And so there's not going to be another like really big event. The worst has passed us.
Okay.
Just the worst has passed us in terms of winds. And we have to be still very careful here. Even though the worst has passed, like I said, this is sometimes where we lose lives. And we can't just slip up here, not at this point in time. We have to be careful. I can assure you, I haven't been in the field, but I can assure you from experience and seeing photos and other experience I've heard from other directors across the region and even outside of our region, there are situations where poles or trees might be actually on the verge of collapse, and that can still cost your life. It can. And so that's what is essential, that you stay off the roads, you stay off, and you wait on that all clear. It's very important.
Sabo Bass, that is the Acting Director of the Barbados Met Office there. Sabo Bass giving us the latest update on Tropical Storm Elsa. From very early this morning, several people had already heeded government's advice to make use of the hurricane shelters if they felt for any reason their homes would be vulnerable to Tropical Storm Elsa. Our Crystal Hoyt visited a number of shelters, including Combermere and Ellerslie Secondary School, and brings us this report.
I'm here at one of the numerous Category 1 shelters across the island, and what I can tell you thus far is that a small number of Barbadians have sought refuge here at Combermere School. There are 5 persons being housed here. There are 2 persons being housed at Ellerslie Secondary School, primarily elderly persons who have shared that they would have experienced hurricanes in the past, and now they made this their first option.
Eventually, Hurricane Janet, I was a little boy, Janet passed. My brother, my daddy, the hurricane turned back. He's a man that going to live. I very hope start to live. At 7 years, he lived with me and my brothers at Grandy Police Station. So I decided, no, anytime I hear a hurricane coming, I just come to the shelter. The time to be safe.
I had like bad experience. Like, when I was 15 years old, like my mom grew blown off. So from day then, I take precaution. Every year, like storm, hurricane, anything, they just come here. So to me, like this, like I'll call it my home for storms.
My name is Joseph Maynard, and I'm the principal of Combermere School. At this time, we have 5 persons in the shelter, 4 males and 1 female.
What is the capacity here at Combermere School? And given the COVID-19 protocols, has that capacity been reduced?
No. Because really we can accommodate under normal circumstances with the COVID about 120 persons with spacing. But obviously with this situation where persons may want to lie down and so on, 80 is a good number.
And over at Ellerslie Secondary School?
Michelle Barrow,
with the St. Michael Northwest District Emergency Organization. Currently, there are 2 elderly persons here at the shelter. One would have come in around 8 o'clock and the other came just after 12.
And in neighboring St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have ordered national lockdowns today. In Kingston, Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves made a plea to Vincentians living near river valleys to relocate given the likelihood of destructive mud flows. Dr. Gonsalves wants Vincentians to be safe during the passage of Elsa.
Rainfall accumulations of 3 to 6 inches with higher levels in the mountainous areas can be expected across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This rainfall could cause, and if we have that level of rainfall, will cause life-threatening flash floods and mudslides. On its peak, on its present track, the center of the system is predicted to pass near or over mainland St. Vincent.
St. Lucia's Prime Minister Alan Chastanet has been in contact with numerous communities, and he assured that all systems are functioning. Prime Minister Chastanet says the country has already been impacted by Elsa and wants St. Lucians and visitors to remain inside.
Yesterday, I headed the NEMAC meeting, and the decision was made at that time to keep the country closed as of 4 o'clock this morning until midday. I can report that that period now has been extended, and we were hoping that the airport would be able to reopen later this afternoon. But given the information that we have, and certainly because the storm now has been upgraded to a hurricane, I can officially say to you that the airport will remain closed for the remaining amount of the day. So anybody who is attempting to catch a flight should not do so, and please remain in a home, remain in your hotel until the all clear has been given.
Stay with us. We'll have regional and international news right after the break.
Soca Showdown continues, and so does the Coca-Cola After Party, featuring your host, DJ Ras, with your DJs, Full Clip Sounds, Indian, and Chris Gill. It's going to be live on CBC TV8, CBC Barbados, on Facebook and YouTube. The Zoom is open, so log on and let's party all night.
The Coca-Cola After Party is also sponsored by...
Hello everybody, my name is Joyanne Haig. Some of you may or may not know me, but for those of you who do, you know I try my best to help. Every Monday and Thursday from 10 a.m. until midday, join me on a new program called Face It and Fix It, where you get the opportunity to call in and express your views and share your concerns with us. In return, we promise you that we will invite several agencies that may be impacting you onto our show in an effort to face it and fix it. Join me every Monday and Thursday on Face It and Fix It.
Even before a final report is completed by the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency on the flooding situation in Guyana, Minister of Health Dr. Frank Anthony says his ministry will be acting on the advice contained in its preliminary report. We have a report from NCN.
These include increasing health services in remote communities and enhancing accessibility to medical supplies in flood-affected communities.
In terms of health, in the report, at least some of the preliminary findings, they have suggested some additional actions in the future that perhaps the health ministry can take, and we will review those recommendations when we get them to see how we can implement them.
Dr. Anthony says since the beginning of the flood, his ministry has been working earnestly to ensure health systems are in place in flood-affected communities.
During this period, while I would say more than half of the population were at risk for these flooded waters, we didn't have any case of drowning. We didn't have any outbreaks of any sorts. We were on the lookout for acute diarrheal diseases, especially among children. While we had a few cases of those, it wasn't anything that was overwhelming.
In other news, search teams have resumed work at the collapsed 12-story building in Miami with more than 140 people still missing. The Champlain Tower South building came down a week ago. Earlier, President Joe Biden visited the site and met with relatives of victims and emergency crews.
President Biden visited the rescue workers and relatives of those lost in the crumbled concrete and twisted steel of the Surfside condo collapse, offering help and hope.
Jill and I wanted them to know that we're with them and the country's with them. Our message today is that we're here for you as one nation.
We believe that continuing searching is something that's very, very important. So we have Florida Department of Transportation engineers working. I know that the fire department and the county are getting the different options on how to handle this. But of course, we're going to provide whatever resources they need to be able to allow the searches to continue.
Biden offered consolation to the families of victims ranging in age from 4 to 92, including the first 2 children found, sisters whose parents also died in the collapse, discovered on Wednesday. Biden thanked the first responders who've coped with fires, rains, and frequent pauses in their work due to lightning storms. And he offered federal help. The same agency that investigated the 9/11 collapse of the World Trade Center is investigating this incident. But they say it could take 2 years to complete that investigation.
And we'll take a break when we come back with more news and sports. Stay with us.
At this time of the year, we are increasingly vulnerable to storms, some of them severe, resulting in flooding and wind damage. In this event, you may need to go to a shelter. It's best to select one near your home. But before you go, here's a checklist of items you will need. Have a blanket, a pillow, a cot or sleeping bag, flashlight, portable radio and batteries, medication, special foods for yourself or the baby, diapers and other baby needs, extra clothing, shoes, spectacles, books, battery charger, playing cards, quiet games and toys for small children, and at least 3 days supply of water and food. There are rules for the shelter, and that means health and safety protocols are in place, as well as no smoking, firearms or offensive weapons, or the consumption of alcohol will be allowed in an emergency shelter. Also bear in mind that the shelter warden is the chief authority in the shelter.
And in sports news, West Indies A women need a further 44 runs to beat Pakistan A women if they're to draw level in their 2020 series. Playing in the second match in Antigua, the Windies women A were 65 for 4 after 15.3 overs, chasing 109 after Pakistan women A made 108 for 5 off their 20 overs. Windies women A lost the first match earlier this week. After this match, Windies women's senior team will take on Pakistan women in their second T20. The Windies can wrap up that series with a victory after taking a 1-0 lead in their 3-match series. Still in cricket, West Indies have leveled their T20 series with South Africa, taking a 21-run victory in the 4th match at the National Stadium in Grenada last evening. South Africa put the Windies in after winning the toss, and the regional boys posted 167 for 6 on the board after there were some delays due to rain. Skipper Keon Pollard led from the front with an unbeaten 51 off 25 balls, including 2 fours and 5 sixes. Lendl Simmons chipped in with 47. In reply, South Africa were restricted to 146 for 9 in their 20 overs. Dwayne Bravo was in destructive mode, taking 4 for 19, while Andre Russell chipped in with 2 for 30. Quinton Denot scored with 60. Here are the highlights. Matches tomorrow with live coverage on Radio 94.7 FM from 2 p.m. Barbados Football Association President Randy Harris says tonight's big clash between Barbados and Bermuda in the CONCACAF Gold Cup qualifiers in Florida is another stepping stone in the national team's development. The 24-member Barbados squad, who will be in action at 7 p.m., again they have a number of overseas-based players, including Maccabi, Tel Aviv striker Nick Blackman, Redditch's United winger Curtis Hudson, and Dwayne Green of Holland-based FC Den Bosch.
We need players to fill the breach in our weak spots, but there is an additional interest in the Barbados squad from overseas players, some who will qualify and some who will not. But the thing is that we are playing team football, and we are happy to say that all the players who have come to represent Barbados have been facilitators. They're helping the local amateur players, and they're gelling well within the team. You would think that they've been here for a number of years living.
Meanwhile, Harris says on the domestic front, the BFA is working towards starting the 2021 season before year end.
We at the BFA, we are just as anxious to restart competition. However, you know that is not fully in our hands. At the moment, our clubs will have to apply to the COVID unit and the National Sports Council in order to have permission to practice and train. We have written to the COVID unit asking for permission for competition. But obviously, we have to be guided because we are not yet out of the woods from COVID-19.
And now for a look at the weather forecast. Tropical storm Elsa is still affecting the island. General forecast, mostly cloudy to overcast with frequent, continuous, widely scattered, heavy to violent showers and a low chance of scattered thunderstorms. Storm force easterly to southeasterly winds from 75 to 100 kilometers or 47 to 62 miles per hour with higher gusts. Rough to very rough in open water with swells ranging from 3.5 to 5 meters, that's 11 to 16 feet, and increasing. We'll be right back after this break.
This Saturday night is going to be a Soca showdown as we kick off with preliminary number 1 of the Kaiso Champion competition. Which 6 will secure a spot in the final round for a chance to win $10,000? Tune in to CBC TV8 this Saturday at 9 p.m. Your host will be none other than the Professor of Social Commentary, the Admiral International HD, alongside the mixing sensation, Mikey Mix. Your artist, your choice, your vote. The Kaiso Champion competition is sponsored by Coca-Cola, Dasani, Banks, Flow, the NCF, High Exchange, Crispy Fried Chicken, Purity Bakeries, Crown D Productions, Sky Launch Media, and Axe Solutions. Community Life of Yesteryear on CBC TV8 weekly. It's My Community, Sunday at 7:30 p.m., repeated on Wednesday at 1 p.m. All brought to you with the compliments of the People's Market in Tudor Bridge. We do it right.
We are CBC TV8, Bajan TV.
Every Sunday night on CBC TV8, the people's business gets to the heart of the matter. We talk to those with the insight, the newsmakers and the voices at the center of it all. And of course, you, the public. Call us at 228-5562 or 228-5563 to be part of the discussion. The People's Business, Sundays on CBC TV8. Brought to you with the kind compliments of Solar Dynamics, the most efficient energy systems.
Solutions for
And that's news. Join us again tonight at 7 p.m. for CBC News Night.
We got this. I feel make it. We don't have no other choice but to be strong.
We gonna make it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I am a voice of hope, and I just wanna let you know that I believe in our strength as a people and the promise of a bright tomorrow.
And I want you to believe and trust.
I know God is watching over us, and I believe if we all come together now, everything will be alright. We only press on.
Strength in the bond and the ties among this generation.
Unite and be one, the fight will be won.
Come on, Caribbean.
Don't worry about the circumstances. It's just about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life and conquer it. Don't worry about the circumstances. It's just about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life. 'Cause we got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Caribbean people, we got this.
We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. I am the strength within, yeah.
I know that we will rise again, and I'm sure we can lift on people.
It's a fight and we must all be shared. I can't believe this day has come.
For our sake, we must keep distance. Everyone looking out for their neighbor. Islands in the Caribbean sun.
It's time to be strong, the battle is on.
For the future of each generation. Every daughter and son united as one.
Sing on, Caribbean.
Don't worry about the circumstances. It's just about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life and conquer it. Don't worry about the circumstances.
Most come.
It's just about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance.
No stress.
We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Caribbean people, we got this.
Hear me? Rough it up, the dirty enough, still have to get up. Hold firm in and the giddy and me have to stand up. As virus a rush, we still can't touch, we still can't push it. We are being hope, strength, protection, and the Almighty.
And we prayed up, yes, yes, we prayed up. And we stayed up, yes, yes, we stayed up. Head high full of confidence, we not kick bucket, tell them we never gave up. Big up essential weapons, rest in peace, we fallen soldiers. Corona can't conquer, we West Indies, one love and unity. Don't worry about the circumstances. It's just about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life. 'Cause we got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this.
And good afternoon. If you're just joining us, just about 27 minutes before the hour of 1 o'clock, you're joining us on tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm Joel Ford, and with me is the Admiral, Anthony Nelson. Cassandra has taken a well-deserved break, and I really want to thank her. She really stuck it out.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she really stuck it out.
She could have shared the cake, though, but that's all right.
It was half a slice of sweetbread, Admiral. Don't be so. It was half. I'm going with her word. I'm not in that with you. So we've seen the news, and we've had lots of reports from people who sent in WhatsApp and video and pics about the damage that has been done. So I think one of the things we need to look at now is start looking at the precautions to take after the storm. Even though, let me be clear, the all clear has not been given. We're just trying to get you ready for when it is given. Someone sent me some video of people already outside with chainsaws clearing up. So the all clear has not been given. Please do not go outside. I know you want to rush out, look at your property, see what damage has been done, start to clean up, tidy up, etc. Don't. The all clear has not been given. These storms are known to still have you, because we're still getting the feeder bands. So you're still getting wind, you're still getting rain. We've been lucky, we've not had thunder, as much thunder and lightning as we've had with the previous two, with the system a couple of weeks ago and on Wednesday night. We've not had that, but that doesn't mean we can't get it. So we have to be really, really careful and take all the necessary precautions. It would be unfortunate to have survived Elsa only to lose your life.
Yeah, I am very concerned about the electrical wiring and the looseness of it. And while they're anxious to clean up, they must be aware that water and electricity don't mix. So we got to be very careful with getting back to the cleanup process. But I'm sure you've got some guiding tips maybe that we can share.
Yes, I do. And it starts by saying you have to take precautions after the storm has passed. Damage to your home can have a dramatic emotional impact. And let's just start there, Admiral, because this is your biggest investment, your home. And the roof is lifted, it's damaged in some way, so you don't have to look for money, especially if it was not insured, to now start to make repairs to this home. And depending on the level of damage, you may be looking for somewhere to spend the night.
That's right.
You and your family, because the roof may have lifted, inside of the house is wet, etc., etc. So you have to have a plan if you went to a shelter for how to re-enter your home, because you may have gone to the shelter, and when you come back, you find all of this damage, and you have to be aware of some risk to minimize the threat of harm to you or your family. So start by staying tuned to local news organizations such as designated radio or TV stations for important announcements, bulletins, and instructions concerning the storm area, any kind and other forms of assistance, as well as food, water, and shelter. Now, I know that everybody believes that if it comes out as a voice note on WhatsApp, it is gospel. It is not.
The question here, Joel, is one, what do you do, and who do you turn to for help, for assistance?
Well, I do have the numbers for the DEM. Let me just double check my phone. The DEM, the Department of Emergency Management, their landline is 438-7575, and their WhatsApp number is 266-0918. I'm going to ask my director, Sam, to let's see if we can do a crawl and have that crawl at the bottom of the television all afternoon so that people know how they can get in contact, because this is going to call for a lot of patience. If you call and the line is busy, you have to appreciate you're not the only one who's calling. There are probably thousands of people who are calling with different issues, and they obviously have to do an assessment of the issue. So if my house, the roof is lifted, but Admiral's house is completely destroyed, then he's going to get priority over me. It's not about fairness, it is about, it is what it is. And so therefore we need to accept that. And so while I'm sure everybody thinks that their own case is the most important and therefore deserves all the attention, this is a particular situation where thousands of people are going to be looking for help, and the DEM cannot possibly get to every single person today or tomorrow or Sunday or Monday. Some of this will take weeks in order to get the assessment done, and it will take time to just come to everybody, take the information, start to look for the materials to be able to do the repairs, etc.
Yep.
It will take time. So your biggest strength after this storm is going to be your patience and your tolerance, because you're going to have to wait a little bit.
The clearing of debris from the roads, I noticed that Rendezvous Hill is blocked. You can't get up or down. So I think it's important that the DEM take a look at that, because that is going to create some issues.
That's going to seriously create some issues. If anyone is listening or viewing this program and they want to call in and tell us if they work with, I don't know, the Ministry of Public Works or somebody who is designated to clear the roads. We need, Defense Force or somebody. They'd be definitely going to need that information, because people are going to want to know how soon is this going to sit. So, like, people have to get back to work tomorrow morning.
Of course.
Right, employers will be understanding, but still, we need to know. And I guess once the all clear is given, we will also be told whether or not there's work and school and all those kind of things tomorrow.
Yeah, we've had
not tomorrow, but tomorrow Saturday. But
we've had a cleanup day before, haven't we? A cleanup day. I think we'll need one.
We're going to need several cleanup days. We're going to need several cleanup days between now and Monday, because that's when school starts back, either face-to-face. We've had CXC exams postponed for today, etc. So we're going to definitely need at least a couple cleanup days tomorrow and Sunday. And even then, there's no guarantee. It will not be pristine by Monday. But at least there will be some effort. I'm going to say this. If you have a cutlass, a chainsaw out by you, when you see trees down, don't wait for the government to send somebody to cut it up to move it out the road. Get together with your neighbors and move it out of the road, because it does impact you, and they may not be able to get to you in the time frame that you want. So start looking at how best you can start to cut up the tree. Just be very careful. If it's an electrical pole, you have to wait for Light and Power to come and remove it. So we need to start having that conversation. If you're having issues with your water, the landline number for the Barbados Water Authority is 434-4292. And the WhatsApp number is 836-4655 or 836-4683. And remember, when you send your information via WhatsApp, send all the relevant information. Don't just send a message that says a tree down by Oak Baby. You have to send your name, telephone number with contact number where you can be reached, as full an address as you can. If it's something related to Barbados Light and Power, you may have to make sure that you also send the pole number. Now, I'm not telling you to go and stand up in a pool of water over the pole to get the number, but at least as much information as you have, so that they know the exact location where the situation is and they can address it.
Now, we've got Jackie Marshall-Clark on the line, who could very much speak to that comment. So let's say good afternoon to Jackie Marshall-Clark of the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited. Hi, Jackie.
Good afternoon, Jackie.
Jackie, are you here with us? It's 12:41. 19 minutes before.
Well, we have Johan Graves a little earlier, and he's one of the operations officers, and he gave us a lot of good information. I think we may just be having a slight technical issue in order to get in touch with that.
See, there we go.
Yeah,
we did say that.
We did say that.
This is one of the days when things will not go as planned, most things. But at least we've been doing pretty well, because we've been able to hear from you. Don't forget 228-5263, right? 228-5263, that's right. That's the number that you can call if you've got any problems in your area that you want to make us aware of. Feel free to do so. You can also WhatsApp us some pictures, because I've got a couple of pictures, the one from Rendezvous Hill. That's how I was able to talk about that, if you can, if you've got some time. And you've got power, and you've got data, which is always going to be very important.
Which is always critical.
You WhatsApp us those pictures so that we can share it with the other members of the public, and also those at the DEM, giving them some indication as to the level of damage across the country. Yes, of course, we've spoken about a cleanup day. That is going to be very necessary, based on what I would have seen being on the highways and byways of Barbados earlier this morning. That's going to be very, very necessary. I know we've had the loss of electricity in several areas, but let's welcome now from the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, Jackie Marshall-Clark. Good afternoon, Jackie. Welcome to our coverage of the passage of Tropical Storm Elsa. First of all, how are you faring?
I'm faring I'll thank you for that, and that you're well, and I appreciate your coverage all through the tropical hurricane storm.
All right, we're gonna try to make sure that your line is clear, because right now you are.
She's on a little muddle.
A very important lady to this part of our program. There's a little bit of a muzzling going on your set, so I don't know if there's anything you can do to tweak that a bit. And let's try to hope that this line can stay up for as long as possible, because there are issues across the country. Read the loss of electricity. We also mentioned the cleanup process, where people must remember that a lot of those lines are still very live and could cause some problems. We don't want anybody surviving the storm and then dying from something like being electrocuted or something. We want to make sure that people are safe. So Jackie, first of all, you can talk to us about what's happening across the country as far as you are concerned, the reports that you might have gotten throughout the day as it relates to loss of electricity, and then guide us in making sure that we use the safest possible way of cleaning up around us without getting in contact with those powerful electrical lines.
Do what I can as quickly as I can. Recognize the election may not do something before share. 8%.
All right, this is difficult. Maybe guys, we need to try make that call again.
Yeah, make that call again.
Yeah, let's just try to make the call again. It happens. There's a lot of stuff going on, so we'll try to make that call again. Jackie Marshall on the line from the Barbados Light and Power Company, and looking to bring us up to date with some of course, the complaints that we've had all day, a loss of electricity. And I also believe that some of the grids were actually turned off as a measure of precaution.
As a measure of precaution, just like how early on in the morning, the Barbados Water Authority powered down their pumping stations as well,
right,
as a precautionary measure. So that's something that if we can get back Keith Roy Halliday to come back to us and give us some sense of if there are any water issues, if there are any outages in any areas that he's aware of, so that have been reported to him, so that we can give that information out there to our audience.
Yes. We are aware too that not everyone would have drinking water. Not everyone could have afforded to buy
a tank.
A tank for sure, and drinking water. I was fortunate to find a 40 bottle pack of drinking water for $20.
I got a 35 one for like 16 something.
So that's pretty close.
So that's pretty decent.
Close.
Yeah.
So at a time like this, you need to look around for the bargains, because water is very, very important at this time, and all times, but even more now, especially when the Barbados Water Authority, out of sheer and abundance of caution, will have to turn off, its supply for all the many reasons necessary. So again, this is another way of preparing yourself for the inevitable hurricane season. It comes around at this time every year.
Yeah.
We keep telling you these are the things
changes.
That you've got to do. It absolutely never changes. It really never does. 4344292 for the Barbados Water Authority. That's a direct line number. You may not want to use your cell phone to make a call like that, because you're going to eat up your credit. But there are cell numbers that you can WhatsApp any issues you're having at 836-4655 and 836-4683, your WhatsApp numbers. We have also got a WhatsApp number, because what we do here is the information that is gathered.
We collate it and we will send it to the necessary agencies. So please, if you send us all that information, we will make sure that we pull it all together. A quick note I got from someone. They sent me some photographs of houses in East Point, St. Philip, and several of them have lost their roofs.
Wow.
And also St. Catherine's Primary School, their roof is off. I mean, the damage is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's been the order of the day for our WhatsApps, telephones and messages, lots of images of fallen trees, debris on the highways and byways. I believe I saw a picture with some people now going out and taking up those garbage cans. I hope they were labeled, because I believe a lot of people
a lot of people have lost their garbage cans.
One area where so many blue garbage cans, I don't know how the neighbors can tell which one is theirs, because I saw no level of identification on the cans at all, but it was strewn all across the street. and it's just the winds. Now, people are asking what category of a system impacted Barbados? And
a tropical storm.
Right.
Oh, we have a phone call. Good
storm.
morning.
Right. So that's it.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Very
Yes.
clear.
This is Jackie again. So I'm
Hi,
trying
Jackie.
again.
Yes, Jackie,
Hey.
you're very
Much
clear.
better now.
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. So I don't know what you heard before, but let me pick up from there. I mentioned before, you're still with me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, good. I did mention before that we did not lose electricity across the island. So we still had about 25% of our customers with power supply. And so I'm taking the opportunity to tell people that the grid was not shut down. And so their power lines still energized. So if you go outside and you venture around lines, you don't know if the line is dead or if it is live. So the reminder that we give everybody all the time is treat all wires as live wires. Do not go near the power lines. Make sure you call and let us know. We had in the last storm so many people sending social media pictures which concerned us because they seem to put the risk of danger aside. Just go there and get a picture and some footage of what was going on. And we could see, power lines all around and all on the ground and that kind of thing. And it was really concerning. So again, that reminder. Okay, so here's on to something else, Admiral. This is going to be a long phase of restoration. We've been seeing quite a few pictures and we've been receiving all the calls, and we recognize that there is widespread damage. So Light and Power would have prepared for an event like this. And so I'm sharing with you now that we have an app in the App Store. It is called ECI Restore. We haven't spoken about it before because we didn't want people downloading it to use it when it was not, needed. But this is going to be a case where it is going to be needed. The ECI Restore app is really designed to help customers and the public get information into us. We certainly will not have the resources to cover Barbados at this stage. And so any information they send will be gathered as data. If you have your location on your telephone or your mobile unit, it will actually pick up where you're located, and when you send the data and the photographs and the footage, it will tell us what is your nearest pole. So that is going to be in place. You can download it from the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. And as soon as you can just send us information there, because everybody is not going to get through. You can imagine that the call volume is going to be extremely high once people start going outside and seeing damage and recognizing what has happened with the passage of the storm. And so we're hoping that the ECI Restore app would certainly help customers and the public get information into us, and likewise helping us to gather information in a quick manner so that we can start looking at restoration.
Yeah, I am looking, as a matter of fact, I just downloaded the app ECI Restore. I'm looking at it. We'll spend some time to get into it and hopefully try to explain to some of our listeners how you can navigate through this app to be able to send information.
As soon as we can, we will even put out some videos giving instructions, giving tutorials as to how to use it, because we want to help people understand, and if they understand, they will help us. So just as a little background, this app was in place now for a few years, and we've been holding it until needed. And it's called the ECI Restore because it's not only for Barbados, but we have made the app available for our other affiliates across the Caribbean. A few years ago, when our engineers went down to Dominica after the passage of Hurricane Maria, they would tell you this story. They just didn't even know how to start when they saw the devastation. They didn't know what it was before. So really, how do you restore? And so with that, they created this app. So in Barbados, they have full understanding of what it looked like before. So now that there is devastation and there is a widespread damage, they exactly know how to put it back and sort of make it what it was before. So that's maybe just a little background, and to say that we have had this app there. Our leaders were innovative in this project, and we're hoping that it works well for us on this occasion.
Can you talk to me about the features of the app? I see here it has the poll. That's where you obviously put your poll number. Or is that to indicate that, in fact, it says good, leaning, rotten, damage, or check required? So you can choose which one. And then I send this information to you. Is that
Correct.
how this works?
That's how it works.
Yes.
And
This is brilliant.
you might not even have to say where you are, because you would know that when you touch location,
That's right.
it is going to pinpoint exactly where you are.
Wow. Yes, and at the bottom of the page, as you scroll up, there's the submit blue line that once you've filled out the necessary information in reporting what damage might have occurred in or around you, you just submit. And
Yes.
how quickly do you get it? And how quickly, once it's possible, do you respond?
All right, well, we'll tell you that in due time, but you should get a note from us and from the app to say that the information was restored.
Right.
So now that you've said that, Admiral, again, I'm going to ask everybody in Barbados for their patience. This is going to be a long process.
Yes.
This actually, we haven't done any assessments yet, because as you would understand, we have to wait for the technical all clear. Once that is given, all our teams would be out, our technical people would be out, now looking to see what has happened within the past few hours. And then after all that information, or as much as they can, is collected, they come together, and then we start making a plan for how we move from there. How do we restore? The reminder always that there's a priority listing, and we certainly start with the areas like the hospitals, the fire services, and people who offer service. The BWA would also be on our priority list, and government agencies, and so on. And then you come down to the commercial customers and residential customers and so on. So there is a priority list. We have to look at that. We have to make sure that the key agencies in Barbados, the airport, to make sure that the country is functioning, has their power, and then we will keep going from there. It's not going to be a short process, Admiral, but I'm going to keep you informed. I'm going to keep talking to my customers. I'm going to keep sharing the ECI Restore app and telling them how to use it. And again, I could only seek their patience and their understanding as we work through this.
Jackie, quickly, Admiral said that when you said that when you touch location, it tells them exactly where you are. So does this mean that in order that you need to be at the place where the damage is? So let's say I was at my mother and trying to help her do it. Or she was at my house, but the damage is at her house. So do I have to go back to her house and then touch location so that you get a better sense of where the damage is? Or can I do it from at my house, which may be 2 parishes away?
You might be able, you can do it from at your house, because it is also an app that is going to help us send information in. And I'm not going to be at everybody's location.
Okay.
So I think in a case like that, you have to make sure location is turned off, because you would have to manually enter then the poll number and the address associated with the information that you're sending in.
Okay, and that's clearly understood. And
Yeah, that's clearly
That's a very
understood.
good question to think about it. Yeah, because once the location is turned on, it works as default.
Correct.
Yeah, and that could create some problems. And you see, and this is technology and understanding technology.
Yeah, and utilizing the technology.
Yeah.
This is an excellent work, Jackie. Please give our congratulations to your team for having developed this as a tool that would allow them to work more efficiently.
Yes, it is certainly, Joel, something that I will tell them on your behalf. Because, you know, I want them to know that sometimes people appreciate the hours of work that they put in to making things like this happen.
And this is the kind of background work that goes on that the average Joe public would not see or would not know is going on. So it is unfortunate that it is at this time that it has to be revealed, but this is what it was developed for, and it will allow us now to have a more efficient system. And now I guess you guys are going to have a map so you can look and see, well, okay, the most damage is in this particular community or parish or whatever, so we will start there. And to make those kind of decisions that go a long way towards getting the country back up to full capacity and running efficiently. One other thing, you mentioned the technical all clear. You have to wait until that is given before and then you go out, you do your assessment, and then you give the full all clear. Has that been done? Have they given the technical all clear?
No, we haven't received the technical all clear as yet. So we're still waiting on that. And usually the technical all clear will come like 1 hour or so before the public all clear to give the technical people the opportunity to go and look around before the average Joe starts to be active again. So we're listening for her anytime.
Oh, okay.
Right. Well, that's interesting.
When we last spoke, they said that it was still gusty conditions and they didn't want to give the technical all clear at that time.
Wow.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's good information, Jackie.
Yeah, but Joel, we saw, as you mentioned earlier, people already out there.
People already out there cutting up with their chainsaws, cutting up trees and removing them from off their property, even though no all clear of any sort, technical or otherwise, has been given.
We only appeal to common sense in times like these.
Right.
Yeah. So we will talk again. Thank you for the opportunity to share that. And again, like I said, I'll be helping customers and the public understand how the app works and that they could get that information into us. And on the inside, we'll be doing our very best to use the data as efficiently as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. We really appreciate this. You're a member of the CBC family, so know if anything else pops up and you need to be able to come back to us and update any information or anything, we are here. Please feel free to come back.
Thank you much. Bye-bye, all.
Bye-bye, all. That was Jackie Marshall-Clark from the Barbados Light and Power. Walking us through the app, which was good. It's called ECI, and that's E as in egg, C as in cat, I as in ice. ECI Restore app. You can get it at Google Play Store or at the Apple Store. You download it and it asks you to log in. You put in your email address and you log in, and then you put in your information and location, and it will automatically pick up the nearest pole to where you are located. Now, it is critical that you understand if, let's say, the problem is at Admiral, but Admiral is sheltering at me. If you put in the information, it will come in at me. What you have to do is turn off, disable your location services, and put in that information manually so that they will know that the particular damage is at Admiral's house, not at my house. So we want to make sure that you understand that, because those kind of things now cause more delay.
Of course.
Because they're coming to my house to fix a problem that doesn't exist when they should be at your house.
Correct.
Exactly. So we have to be very careful. This particular situation, this storm and the resulting damage, patience and tolerance is going to be our watchword.
If you look at the app, Joel, though, while it was introduced by the Barbados Light and Power Company, it looks like an app that the DEM should really look at handling, because it has roof condition, structural damage, street light damage would be under their purview, conductor would be under their purview, transformer under their purview, and pole. But there's a section that when you come down here is asking for roof condition, structural damage, how many stories, etc., etc. And I believe that this is also information that the emergency department could
DEM,
do it.
Water Authority,
That's right.
BNOC, National Oil, all kind of places could use that, have that kind of app to be able, so that you have a better picture of the damage and where the most affected areas are, and how you're going to go about creating a plan that addresses these particular areas as efficiently as possible. One of the things that's going to be critical in this after period 2, Admiral, is going to be communication. The government is going to have to be talking to us regularly.
Oh, yeah.
And all of these agencies are going to have to be talking to us regularly to let us know the progress of the cleanup, the progress of addressing the issues, because you know these things, once frustration sets in, anger sets
Oh, yes.
in.
Oh, we get it.
Yeah.
We get
In
it.
Tutus, it
We
is
get
going to
it.
go from being the cleanup after a storm to this body get home, the trees from them fixed and the roof put on, but you know there's this party or not that party, or them and this body is friends, and them and the next body is me and a boy and a friend, that's why my roof ain't put on. It is going to devolve into that very fast, and therefore communication constantly is going to be the watchword in terms of helping to get us through this.
That is why I mentioned earlier about the National Cleanup Day. We've had that before.
Yes, we have.
And we need to have it again.
We need to.
Because you know, Joel, you can't come to work knowing that something at your home is compromised. The rain could come again and create more problems. You want to be able to give it a bit of time to at least
sort out yourself.
Patch up something. Make it ready until you can actually have it well done. And in order to keep the country comfortable and to stop people, as you say, from bickering, you're going to need to have to settle now. So listen, guys, tomorrow, cleanup day across the country. Let's get out there and do some work and make it happen.
One of the things we don't give a lot of thought to as well are the emergency services.
Yes.
People like you and myself that are sitting here all day from whatever time yesterday till today.
Yeah.
You know, right? Don't know what's happening home at us.
Exactly.
For all I know, when I get home, my roof is off.
Exactly.
So therefore, you have to give those people an opportunity to address their own issues and their own situation before they can address anybody else. Because I'm not coming to check for anybody else's roof when my roof off.
Yeah. And as it relates to the Barbados Land Power Company, that's a tough job.
Yes, it is.
At a time like this, that is a very, very tough job. As we've said, water and current don't mix. So that is a tough job. And these guys must also be, you know, in careful positions to deal with the issues. So we're going to have to be very patient as we look now to rebuilding, you would say?
Yeah,
rebuilding the country to some extent.
I think, though, if we go back to what we had before and we do not learn from this experience,
Oh, yeah.
like we didn't learn from Ivan and we didn't learn from Tomas and we didn't learn from all the ones subsequent to that, we're going to find ourselves in this spot once again. My fear is that the next time we find ourselves in this spot, it will not be a tropical storm.
Yep.
It will be something
category.
far stronger, far more serious, and we will not be able to pull back from it. I remember when Ivan hit, I think it was Grenada in 2004. That set them back 20 years.
Yes, of
that
course.
set back their development. Everything they struggled to accomplish as an independent nation, it set back by 20 years.
And of course, when Emily followed, that set them back probably another 5 more.
Another 5 more.
So
The same with Dominica. Remember after
Dominica was horrible.
bad.
Yes, it really was horrible.
Bahamas a couple of years ago, remember?
Still in trouble.
Still in trouble, still having issues. So the development of the country can be severely derailed by one of these instances. And I'm not trying to, as Cassandra said, belittle the impact that Elsa would have had on anyone, because any impact is important and matters to the person who has been impacted. But the reality is we had a tropical storm.
Yeah.
And the level of damage that we are hearing about does not speak to impact by a tropical storm. It sounds like something far stronger hit us for the kind of damage that we've had.
Now, the authorities then, Joel, would need to look at the packages. There's the analog package where you tell people about all the biscuits and the bread and the non-perishable this and that and all that. That's all fine and dandy. But then we have to look now at accommodating a digital package. And they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and have a look at what are the instruments that we need to keep us in a communication mode.
Safe and connected.
Exactly.
Safe and connected.
So yes, you've got the food, you've got the water, you've got all that, you've secured your homes and all that. But if you're shut off from civilization, that could be a bother.
Because just what Jackie talked about, if there's no network, I can't download the app, I can't put in the information,
Absolutely.
I can't send it back, they can't receive it, they can't start their plan, or they will start a plan without a significant portion of the population being included in that plan because they could not submit their information in a timely manner. So it is critical that all of these issues are looked at as we go forward.
And we must give credit because I must admit the internet companies have worked.
Oh yeah.
The system is still flowing. Everything is accessing the information. So I want to thank the companies. In this case, I want to give credit, say thank you to Flow, because that's what I use for doing the work. Sorry. But you got to give credit where credit is due. So it has worked for them. And I would encourage more Barbadians. Spend some money with CBC here because they're doing this out of the goodwill of my heart. No, seriously. But if we are serious and we know that the hurricane season is pretty much still at the very beginning.
We're still at the beginning.
We got to protect ourselves.
We're what, 1 month in?
Yes.
Starts in June, 1 month
that's
in.
Right, that's right. July just started and look what happened to us. Lots of places under pressure in the country.
And we said this last year. Because last year it was Gonzalo, the 23rd of July.
Yeah.
And then we were a little more than 1 month in, but still 6 weeks in. And we had Gonzalo. We didn't have the kind of damage that we have seen now with Elsa. But certainly it tells us that if you're getting these issues at the beginning of the hurricane season and there's more to come, there's more weather systems to come, and they could be stronger because this is predicted to be a very active hurricane season, then we could be at this very place again.
I believe so. I wanted to ask Sabu if what a phenomenon we had over a week ago would have caused them to pay a bit more attention to this particular system, because Joel, I don't know if you heard more than I did, but I was more surprised with that system that we had.
Yeah.
A week ago it was? About a week ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
I was very surprised. It reminded me of the year we lost the Great Karoo, when we really didn't have an announcement at all about anything that was coming, and all of a sudden all this rain and darkness and cloud and hurricane. Next thing.
I remember, I don't think it was that year, but a few years after that, because I remember being at work and being called to a meeting and told this system was coming, and this was like 4 o'clock in the evening, and then I was told it's all right, it's going to be here by 11. I'm like, what?
So
we had so little knowledge and information in terms of being forearmed. So that was a mad scramble to the supermarket, the gas station, the usual. And we just didn't seem to have had the necessary lead time. But you're right, for this one, we knew well in advance.
Yeah, we knew well. We knew well in advance.
We knew that there was going to be a smaller system before, and then this one, which was the stronger system, was behind it. So we knew to prepare and be ready. So maybe it was that, maybe the reading, or because sometimes it may be about the system as well. Maybe this one, because it was better organized, lent itself to being able to give that forewarning that we may not have gotten with other systems.
Well, we've got a lot of technology that can read these things 2 weeks out even. Once it comes off the African coast, it's quite easy to follow. And there are several internet sites out there that you can have a look at, but always depend on your local office to give you the accurate information.
I say that all the time.
It's very important, you know. You may think that you can read, but these guys at my office, these guys are very aware of what's going on. You can almost never really predict it to 100% accuracy.
It's not
accurate science.
An accurate science. A lot of it is about reading and interpreting models.
Exactly.
But not only that, when you get your information from NOAA or wherever else you're getting it from, they're not really focused on Barbados, you know. No. They're focused on Miami and Florida and all those other places. And they mention Barbados by the way. Yeah. Our guys are focused on us.
On us, yeah. They're focused on us when we are devastated and damaged. And that's when the news about us start. And that's not what we want. We want to make sure that we are on top of things. So you can follow it. And sometimes, even if you alert in my office, look, there's something out there, I haven't heard anything about it, what are you going to tell us? You know, you can do those things. These fellows are conducive to that. 228-5562. That's where you can send us your WhatsApp, your pictures, your messages. If you need any assistance for any reason at all, feel free to talk to us. And then if you want to talk to us via the phone and you've got access, why not use it? 228-5563, and we'll be happy to take your messages and talk to you and keep the country abreast of what's happening in the state. Now, this morning, I thought that Sabu was pretty accurate when he spoke about the 7:30 coming of the strong winds and rain. He was so accurate, it was amazing.
Listen, he was on the ball today. And when he said, and I remember asking him a little earlier, if because it was 50 miles an hour, then it went to 64, and I said to him, is it going to strengthen and go into Category 1 hurricane status? And he said, I don't think so, but don't let me rule it out. And then before our very eyes, it was strengthening and developing into Category 1 hurricane. It was like, wow.
And he was accurate, because that's the time I took to go outside after the first break, and I almost regretted that, mind you, because it was very treacherous out there. And I said, as several other people today have said, we've been through this, but I don't recall hearing the wind the way I heard it.
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing the initial level of damage that I saw, particularly on the south coast, because that's the area where I covered, but we've had reports from the west coast, the north coast, the east coast. So it's been really a terrible day for us weather-wise, and we certainly hope now that things have settled down a bit, it would seem. We haven't seen outside for a while. I believe the rain is still, drizzling, and in some areas still falling.
Yeah, the wind is still gusty in some. I remember Jackie said they haven't given the technical or clear yet, because it's still gusty winds out in some areas, so we may be here for a little while. Remember, it started with these tips telling people what to expect now in the aftermath of the storm. And one of the things you have to remember is if you went to a shelter or went by a friend or a family member to ride out the storm, you may not have immediate access to your home. Emergency rescue crews, power crews, and other personnel may be attending to specific things that are happening in the area. So you may get back home only to realize that the top of the road is blocked by a tree and the bottom of the gap that you could come through the shortcut is blocked by a pole. So just be patient in terms of understanding that you may not be able to get back immediately. Now we've got a call. We're going to say good afternoon, just about 15 minutes after the hour of 1 o'clock. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Joel. I am Michelle Smith. And I'm the acting general manager of the National Petroleum Corporation.
Yes.
How are you?
I am great. Thank you so much. I trust you are keeping safe and doing your best during this.
Thank you very much. I am sure that you've been doing the same as well.
Thank you. The NPC would receive a number of calls from our customers in relation to gas escapes and damages. We want to assure our public that the team is on standby to address all the reports once the operational clear has been given. We ask our customers to remain safe during this time, and if you suspect a gas leak, to please contact us at our number 430-4000 or 430-4099.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. How have you been riding out the storm, and what systems did your company put in place before the storm?
Well, our teams are on standby right now. Our teams are already geared up and ready to move once we can do it safely. The company has ensured that we've equipped with all necessary training and so forth to ensure our teams can respond swiftly and ensure that our customers, as a priority, are given organizational support we need to ensure that we let them know they're operating safely to secure the network for them on their behalf.
Okay.
And we're doing our best at this time. You can appreciate that.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And quickly, before you go, give us those numbers again if persons want to report gas leaks.
Certainly. They're 430-4000 or 430-4099.
Right. Thank you, because we did have one or two people who would call and spoke about smelling gas and that stuff, so that would help to ease their minds a little bit. 430-4000 and 430-4099. That's as easy as it gets. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from your area. We've had a rough morning across the country. It's now gone into the afternoon. We want to know how you're faring. if there's anything that we can assist you with in getting at least the registration of your problem to the right people in the country, you call us and let us know here on CBC TV 8. We've got our WhatsApp number on the screen for you at 228-5562.
Want to also let you know that we're putting up all of this information in terms of the particular agency and the contact numbers. We're putting it up across our social media pages. So if you forget the number or you didn't have a pen and paper to write it down or whatever, they will be on our Facebook page and across our social media platforms so that you can still have access to that information.
Yes.
So you're not out to sea if you didn't remember the number or didn't have a chance to write it down when you heard it the first time.
I told you earlier, because you were concerned about the Map Hill gas station area, that's a total mess. That's really messy up there. That's going to take a lot of clearing. It makes the journey from South District in the direction of Sky Mall very, very difficult because it's almost impassable. So something will have to be done very urgently about that. Because
well, I guess I'm not going home because that's how I get home.
Well, you will have to go around. Come all the way around. And come
I can go up like through St. David's and come across the back part? No, okay, because if I go down to Sky Mall and go up, you can't, I'm not going to get home.
That's not going to help you. So that's the main artery that certainly must be looked at and as quickly as possible. And of course, earlier we mentioned the Rendezvous Hill area because just on the top of the hill, there's a massive, well, it looks like a big tree across the road. So you want to be very, very careful with that.
We're hoping that if Minister Ian Gooding-Edgell is tuned into the program, that he will give us a call here so that we can understand if his ministry is also getting phone calls and reports about downed trees, et cetera, and how they are putting together a plan and assessing coming out to help clear some of those areas.
Yes.
And if persons want to volunteer, so I've got nothing happened at my house, but I've got a chainsaw and I would like to come and help. How can we encourage volunteerism in this cleanup effort? As you said, if you have a national cleanup day and people want to come out and help out, am I just going to the bottom of my gap and hoping to see a tree, or am I coming to a central point and being designated to a particular area under the supervision of somebody who is going to help, in order to help? Because those are things, while we want the help, we don't want people just willy-nilly rolling up.
Of course. I think Barbadians will stand up and be counted here, though, because we did mention earlier from Jeff that there were a group of youngsters out there going around and helping their neighbors to clear the area. Now, the thing is, where are you going to put it? Where do you place it?
Well, that's the thing as well. Who's going to collect it? And you can't just leave it at the side of the road. So we need Alpha as well.
We need
Carl Padmore, we know that you're always tuned into us. So if you're listening, please give us a call.
They're cutting up the trees. They're sweeping the leaves and